Chapter 1 Encounter, First Night. Magic City. Bulgari Hotel. Fong Mu woke up in a daze, rubbing his head. Looking at the expensive crystal chandelier above my head, I couldn't remember where I was for a moment. At the same time, the sound of running water in the bathroom quietly stopped. Under the dim light, a slender figure stepped out of the bathroom. She held her bathrobe with her left hand and wiped her hair with her right hand, with crystal clear water droplets slowly flowing down her shoulders. Yi Wanchuan. Fong Mu recognized the other person, and his memory suddenly went back to last night. He was originally just one of the millions of workers in Shanghai, working hard for a few taels of silver. Although it's hard work, after get off work I can sit on the curb and drink a bottle of beer, which is quite relaxing. But last night, the section of the road that Fong Mu sat on every day was occupied by someone, and that person was Yi Wanchuan. Yi Wanchuan, CEO of Yi Group. Because the position of chairman of the group is vacant, she, as the CEO, is the biggest one. Yi Wanchuan was not as aloof as rumored, and she did not allow others to approach her. Instead, she waved to Fong Mu and asked him to come over and drink with her. Oh, by the way, the reason why Fong Mu knew Yi Wanchuan was because he also worked in the Yi Group. It could be said that the few taels of silver Fong Mu was after were also given by this cold, elegant, and noble goddess before him. After a brief conversation, Fong Mu found that Yi Wanchuan was in a bad mood and seemed to be under a lot of pressure. It turns out that the life of rich people is not happy every day. Yi Wanchuan treated the square wood as a tree hole and confided a lot in it. Later, under the stimulation of alcohol, Yi Wanchuan liked Fong Mu more and more. Then the two of them came to Bulgari, and then Fong Mu became Yi Wanchuan's toolman to relieve stress. Initiative? Passive? Never mind her. At worst we can move together. Pull your thoughts back to the present. Yi Wanchuan didn't say a word after coming out of the bathroom, but just kept blowing her hair. Fong Mu looked at the beautiful back and felt that it was a little outrageous. Especially the plum blossoms and crimson bloodstains on the bed. It was time to change clothes, and Yi Wanchuan told Fong Mu to turn around. Listening to the rustling sound of people putting on clothes behind him, the hot-blooded boy felt a little crazy. After all, that was Yi Wanchuan, an absolute goddess. Even with her back to her, ultra-clear images automatically appeared in my mind. After a while, Yi Wanchuan pushed open the door and left, leaning against the wall, leaving Fong Mu alone. Time always slips away inadvertently. Today is September 22nd, and it has been 3 months since that unspeakable night between Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan. Fong Mu was still the same as usual, working, attending meetings, getting off work, drinking beer, going home to play games, and finally going to bed. He never had any contact with Yi Wanchuan again. If I have to say something, it is that I often hear about Yi Wanchuan from my colleagues. Perhaps because the two had had sex more than once, Fong Mu obviously paid a lot of attention to topics related to Yi Wanchuan. But he did not pin his hopes on becoming a huge star overnight, as that was the plot development that only happened to the male protagonists in Tomatoes novels. He was just a mediocre worker, a beast of burden, a piece of shit. But Fong Mu never expected that on this day, he actually received a friend request from Yi Wanchuan. Blank avatar, blank nickname, friend request note, Yi Wanchuan. No one in the Yi group would believe it, but Fong Mu was convinced that it was definitely Yi Wanchuan herself. But why did she add herself? Could it be that I'm under too much pressure? Just the thought of it made Fong Mu, who already had an overabundance of yang energy, feel his blood boiling. He could only say that Yi Wanchuan was too much, too foul. After agreeing to the application, Yi Wanchuan sent a message, the old place. The old place? Fong Mu immediately thought of the Bulgari Hotel and turned around to ask, which room number? Yi Wanchuan? Mine is on the side of the road. What are you thinking? Fong Mu. Ahem. I'm not thinking of anything. What are you thinking about? Yi Wanchuan did not answer. Fong Mu also secretly began to look forward to getting off work. Finally, it was time to get off work, and before other colleagues had time to turn off their computers, he had already run out of the company building. However, Yi Wanchuan was not at the old place, only a red Ferrari. The car window rolled down, and Yi Wanchuan waved to Fong Mu again, just like the first time they met. Get in the car. Good. Sitting in the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, Fong Mu asked back. Where are you going? Let's go have a meal. Yi Wanchuan started the car, and the roar of the engine aroused the envy of the workers who had just got off work. Destination, old restaurant, this is the name of this restaurant. It was obvious that Yi Wanchuan was a regular customer, and the waiter led the two of them directly to a private room. Fang Mu was about to order when Yi Wanchuan snatched the menu away and sent the waiter away. Fang Mu was puzzled. Yi Wanchuan immediately took out a piece of paper from her bag and took a closer look. It was the examination result from the Magic City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Department, Obstetrics and Gynecology. Then Yi Wanchuan's pleasant voice sounded. Judging from the voice, there were some fluctuations, or perhaps her mood was fluctuating. Fang Mu, I'm pregnant. It's yours. You're the only man who's touched me since I was a kid, and I've only had sex with you that night, those few times. If you don't believe me, you can do a paternity test. Yi Wanchuan seemed to be repeating a fact. Fang Mu was stunned after hearing this. Could it really be so accurate? Fang Mu, are you wondering why I didn't abort the baby? Yi Wanchuan asked again. Fang Mu nodded when he heard this, then quickly shook his head and warned, don't have an abortion. It's too harmful to your body. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan felt a warm feeling in her heart. This could be considered as someone caring about her, even if it was just a few words. Yi Wanchuan was silent for a moment, then as if she had made up her mind, she raised her head and looked at Fang Mu with burning eyes. Fang Mu, do you want to marry me? We can get married first and then fall in love. I can give you money, I can give you everything I have, and you just need to give me a home. After hearing this, Fang Mu subconsciously wanted to ask, why are you looking for me? Then my eyes fell on the examination report from the Magic City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, which said, 13 weeks pregnant. I almost asked a stupid question. Isn't it natural for you to come to me? Ding! Life Winner System Activation Success 99.9%. Main Mission, Choice. After the host agrees to marry Yi Wanchuan, the Life Winner System can be fully activated. This, just say that reading tomato novels is useful. It really makes me activate the system. However, even if he didn't activate the system, Fang Mu felt that he would not refuse Yi Wanchuan. If for no other reason than for her to be pregnant with his child. Right system? Ding! It has been detected that Yi Wanchuan is pregnant with the host's child. That's enough. Chapter 2, 500 for acquaintances, 2000 for the first time, extra for overnight stay. Yi Wanchuan has complicated family relationships. To be precise, the Yi group was founded by her grandfather. Although her father was still under him, the old man chose to leave the group to his granddaughter. It's not for any other reason, but because Yi Wanchuan's father Yi Ru is not suitable to be the helmsman. If the Yi group is handed over to him, it would be tantamount to destroying the foundation. But Yi Ru didn't think so, and was very dissatisfied with the old man's decision to hand over the Yi group to Yi Wanchuan. After the old man passed away, Yi Ru always wanted to take back the Yi group from Yi Wanchuan. It is rare to find someone in the world who plots against his own daughter in this way. Although Yi Wanchuan is the eldest daughter in the family, Yi Ru married his current wife after his biological mother passed away. Later, his stepmother gave birth to a son and a daughter for the Yi family, and Yi Wanchuan became even less welcome in the Yi family. Yi Wanchuan's situation in the Yi family is that she is not loved by her father, disliked by her stepmother, and made things difficult for her by her younger brothers and sisters. Perhaps because it was too hard for her to be alone, Yi Wanchuan couldn't bear to abort the baby after she learned she was pregnant. When the baby is born, I will have a family. Before confronting Fang Mu, Yi Wanchuan had prepared for the worst. If Fang Mu didn't want to, she wouldn't force him. Raising the child with her own abilities wouldn't be a problem. Yi Wanchuan was waiting for Fang Mu's answer, and to be honest, she was a little nervous. She was a little worried. Was her request too much? Was she inconsiderate of Fang Mu's feelings? Or would it be seen as disrespectful to him? The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. Yi Wanchuan wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to start. Finally, Fang Mu moved. He picked up the inspection report on the table, then raised his head and looked at Yi Wanchuan. I agree, let's get married. Although it was only 6 short words, it still made Yi Wanchuan feel relieved. Fang Mu continued. I need to be responsible for you emotionally and rationally. Ultimately, I am the one who has let you down. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm a very traditional man. Since you're pregnant with my child, I will take care of you and your mother for the rest of your lives. What's more, having Miss Yi as my wife is a great advantage for me, isn't it? Finally, Fong Mu made a joke, and a blush quietly appeared on Yi Wanchuang's cold and beautiful face. Her heart was even sweeter. After all, there is no girl who doesn't like to hear sweet words. Thank you, Fong Mu. Okay, no thank you, we are a family. Fong Mu spoke gently, and Yi Wanchuang felt warm in her heart after hearing it. After that, the two ordered food and ate. Yi Wanchuang obviously had a poor appetite, but she was very happy. I have to say, Yi Wanchuang looks particularly beautiful when she smiles, much prettier than when she looks cold. Fong Mu also knew that being at the helm of such a large group at such a young age would definitely be very stressful, and his cold demeanor made him look like someone who was not easy to bully. After dinner, Fong Mu pondered for a moment before asking, "Schwanger, should I move in with you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Wanchuang's pretty face turned red, as if she had misunderstood something. Fong Mu also hurriedly explained, "I don't mean anything else. I just thought that you're pregnant and it would be inconvenient for you to be alone. I'll move in with you so I can take care of you." I thought it would take some more time to talk, but I didn't expect Yi Wanchuang to actually nod in agreement. Then she took out a bunch of keys from her Chanel bag. "Here's the key to my house. You can just move in tomorrow. I have a meeting tomorrow night, so I'll be back a little late." "Okay." Fong Mu took the key and added, "Don't get too tired. I'll prepare dinner and wait for you to come back." With just this one sentence, Yi Wanchuang actually began to look forward to it, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Good. After coming out of the old restaurant, Fong Mu put his coat on Yi Wanchuang. He may not have felt anything before coming, but now he just wants to take good care of this girl who looks strong but lacks security on the inside. Men's thoughts are not complicated. Once they set their eyes on a girl, they will put all their attention on her. Fong Mu, don't catch a cold. Yi Wanchuang struggled, but Fong Mu had already zipped up his coat. I'm young, strong, and not afraid of the cold. Looking at Fong Mu showing off his body, Yi Wanchuang smiled gently, and the night seemed to become a little brighter. Yi Wanchuang drove Fong Mu back to his rented place and waited until Fong Mu walked in. Only when she could no longer see his back did she turn around and leave. Fong Mu started packing his things after returning to the rental house. Men take it much easier than women when moving. They take the useful things with them and throw away the useless things without thinking about what if they are useful. After all, it was a rental house he had lived in for a while, so Fong Mu cleaned it thoroughly from inside to outside. Afterwards, I lay down on the bed and Yi Wanchuang also sent a message at this time. I'm home, don't worry. Okay, let's get some rest. Okay, good night. Good night. Even if the two have established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they are not yet very familiar with each other. They may say a few more words face-to-face, but on WeChat, they have nothing to say. This is what it means to get married first and then fall in love. It takes time to get familiar with and understand each other. Fong Mu looked around the rental house to see if anything had fallen. Suddenly the phone rang. It was his mother. Son, have you talked to the blind date I found for you? How did you say it? It would have been fine if my mother didn't mention it, but when she did, Fong Mu felt a little upset. Some time ago, he couldn't persuade his mother and had to add that girl. He just said an acquaintance introduced her and the other party actually gave him a quote directly. 500 for acquaintances, 2,000 for the first time, extra charge for overnight stay. Fong Mu immediately felt numb. Later, the other party realized that Fong Mu was a blind date partner, and quickly withdrew the price and made a new offer. The bride price is 500,000 yuan, a house in the city, and a car cannot be less than 300,000 yuan. Wow, nowadays escorts don't treat men as turtles in a wishing well anymore, they treat them as cuckolds. At that time, Fong Mu blocked and deleted this guy. Ahem, Mom, who found that woman? She's from a wealthy family. Isn't that great? Mother Ma Xiaochang asked back in confusion. Then, as if suddenly awakened, he confirmed, a wealthy family, young lady? That's right, that's how it's divided. A wealthy family is a club. Fong Mu spoke the truth. After all, that woman's WeChat profile picture said, can fly nationwide, so she really wasn't a good match. The mother on the other end of the phone was silent. From what Fong Mu knew about his mother, she must have been on mute to curse the matchmaker. Ahem, Mom, you and Dad don't have to worry about me. I have a girlfriend, really. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo. As soon as he said this, Fong Mu regretted it, because there was not a single photo of Yi Wanchuang in his phone. Oh, staff introduction portraits on the company wall, okay? Chapter 3 What internet picture? This is what my girlfriend just took. Although Yi Wanchuan's ID photo is also very beautiful. But if I send this ID photo to my mother, she will definitely feel that I am insulting her intelligence. Sure enough, Ma Xiaochang spoke after hearing this. Really? Send it quickly so mom can see it. Beep beep beep. Fong Mu hung up the phone directly. Mom, I'm going downstairs to get takeout. I'll send you a photo when I come back. This excuse is the same as shit. Ma Xiaochang didn't reply. Fong Mu knew that his mother would definitely wait, even if it was until tomorrow morning. What we need to do now, of course, is to ask Yi Wanchuan for a photo. Schwanger, are you asleep? Not yet, what is wrong? Yi Wanchuan replied quickly. Without asking, you can tell that she is busy with work. Busy with work? Yeah, but I'm almost done. Rest early after you finish your work. Your health is the most important thing. Okay, I understand. By the way, is there something you want to talk to me about? Yi Wanchuan asked sharply, and sent a question emoticon by the way. Yes, there's something. I told my mom about us being together, and she wants to see your picture. I don't have it here, I only have your ID photo on the wall of the company. Ah, I see. Wait a moment, I'll send it to you. Good. After waiting for only 3 or 2 minutes, Yi Wanchuan sent a message with one photo after another. I clicked on it and saw, wow. It's freshly baked. In the photo, Yi Wanchuan was wearing pajamas and posed for the camera. Each one is very beautiful. Before forwarding it to his mother, Fong Mu saved it to his own photo album. Got it. It's beautiful. Then I'll be busy. If you need anything else, please tell me. Okay, that's enough. Go ahead and get some rest. Aha! Although Fong Mu repeatedly reminded her to rest early, Yi Wanchuan did not perfunctorily respond but listened attentively. On the other side, Fong Mu sent Yi Wanchuan's photo over. Then, before he could set Yi Wanchuan's photo as his phone wallpaper, his mother bombarded him with calls. Good boy. How dare you use online pictures to fool me? Ha! Why can't I find where these photos are from using AI image search? Ma Xiaochang, who came to question, was confused. Fong Mu couldn't help but feel a little amused. His mother really kept up with the times and even knew about the AI image search function. Mom, can you find the photos my girlfriend just took online? Ha! Really? Guaranteed genuine. Ma Xiaochang hesitated for a moment and asked again. What's your name? Yi Wanchuan. How old? Born in 1998, born in the year of the tiger, 26 years old, the same age as me. Fong Mu answered quickly, which dispelled his mother's suspicion. In case his mother didn't believe him, Fong Mu used his ultimate move directly. Mom, we plan to get our marriage certificate soon. If you're free in the next couple of days, please mail the household registration booklet to me. Ma Xiaochang? Son, are you serious? Of course. Ma Xiaochang fell silent again. This time, he didn't turn on the mute button, but was really silent. After a long time, Ma Xiaochang laughed loudly. Okay. Mom will send you the household registration booklet tomorrow. But our two families haven't even met each other, and you two have already obtained a marriage certificate. Do the other family members agree? She has no family. Fong Mu said this. In fact, Yi Wanchuan said this to him in person. Oh, poor child, you must treat others well, understand? Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely treat her well. That's good, that's good. After a while, Fong Mu hung up the phone. He knew that his mother would probably be so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep for half the night. Just as Fong Mu was about to go to sleep, the system in his mind suddenly made a sound. I almost forgot about the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Life Winner system. Detected that there is a new member gift pack available. Do you want to claim it and use it? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the genetic modification drug 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of vision eyes 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie bonus of 10 million. Note, 10 million. The channel is legal and compliant. Please feel free to use it. It's different from playing games. The novice gift package given by the system is very generous. Snobbish? Fong Mu asked back. At first he thought it was snobbish. After possessing the vision eye, the host can see the benefits of the target object. Fong Mu understood that it was a cash ability, the ability to make more money. From this perspective, the contents of the novice gift package can be explained as a good body, money, and the ability to make more money. Ding! The host has triggered the main quest, Fission Entrepreneurship. Host, please choose a date to start the main quest. Hearing this, Fong Mu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The Life Winners system is truly worthy of its name. With the system, even a pig can become the richest pig. The next day came in a flash. Fong Mu got up and took a shower, and at the same time drank the genetic modification potion. It is written in novels that taking genetically modified drugs will excrete toxins from the body, making it smell bad, so Fong Mu went into the bathroom and made preparations in advance. However, it wasn't until I took a shower that I realized that everything in the novel was fake. It was obvious that the author had no experience and was just talking nonsense. Apart from the fact that the medicine tasted sour and sweet, nothing happened. There was no detoxification, no floating feeling of ethereal energy, but I just felt a lot lighter. After returning the house, Fong Mu came to the company. As soon as I sat down, Yuan Shuang sent me a message. Fong Mu, have you arrived at the company? We're here. It's work time now. Please call me by my title. Xiao Fong? Hey, Mr. Yi is here. Chuckle. After just a few words, Yuan Shuang was so delighted by Fong Mu's amusement that she was in a good mood for the whole day. For pregnant women, the most important thing is to maintain a good mood. Yuan Shuang went to a meeting, and Fong Mu also had to busy himself with his work. Even though he can code very fast now, he studied civil engineering in college. While he was busy, a cup of milk tea was suddenly placed in front of him. When he looked up, it was his colleague Lao Gao. Brother Gao? Xiao Fong, have some milk tea. I won a small prize in the scratch-off lottery last night. Gao Lei said happily. All 13 people in the office had milk tea to drink. When Gao Lei went to deliver milk tea to other colleagues, Fong Mu had an idea. Scratch lottery? Lottery! I don't know anything else, but Fong Mu knows how to play the double color ball. Besides, I have sharp eyes, so it would be a shame not to give it a try. Thinking of this, Fong Mu searched online for all the combinations of the double color ball. You won't know until you search, and you'll be shocked to find that the number of combinations of the double color ball is as many as 17,721,088. In other words, it would cost more than 35 million to buy each set of numbers. Chapter 4: Getting to know each other, falling in love. It cost 35 million to buy it, and the first prize is 10 million, excluding taxes. All I can say is that if you play like this, you are undoubtedly doing charity. Fortunately, there are always more solutions than problems. Fong Mu copied all 177211088 combinations into the table, then opened visionary eyes to see the profits. Although there are only 177211088 combinations, it is not difficult to lock in the number with the highest return rate. You just need to read from the beginning to the end. If you only win a blue number, the return rate is 250%. However, the return rate of the first prize is as high as 5 million%, which means winning 10 million with only $2. Fong Mu opened his memo, wrote down the first prize, and prepared to buy it after get off work. One bet is 10 million, and the return rate is as high as 5 million%. What about 10 times, 100 times? Thinking of this, Fong Mu used his sharp eyes to look again, but the rate of return had changed. The return rate of buying the 100x first prize number has become 0. The return rate of buying 10 times the first prize number is also 0. This is not difficult to understand. After all, there are inside stories about lottery. The lottery officials will not allow anyone to buy so many times and win the first prize, otherwise they will lose everything. In the end, Fong Mu locked in the best profit, which was to buy 3 times the first prize number, and finally won a prize of 30 million before tax. It's already quite a lot. The lottery officials would never have thought that the situation between them and a certain lottery player had changed. Buying lottery tickets is simply like rock, paper, scissors. If a lottery player wins, he can take away 10 million yuan, and if a lottery player loses, he will lose 2 yuan. With low risk and high returns, lottery players are willing to try their luck. However, there is a hidden rule in the rock, paper, scissors game set by the lottery officials, which is, the lottery player goes first. It's very confusing. No matter what the lottery players do, the officials have a countermeasure. In other words, whether the lottery players win or lose is decided by the officials. But the official is destined to lose tonight. Because Fang Mu has the system, he can win the first prize no matter what. This is the power of the system, there is no solution. Yi Wanchuang is really busy. At noon, Fang Mu wanted to invite her to have lunch together, but was told that she didn't have time. In the evening, after get off work, Fang Mu took a taxi to Yi Wanchuang's house alone. It was a detached villa with a great location, in an area where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Before going home, Fang Mu went to the nearby vegetable market and lottery station to buy fresh ingredients and triple-double color balls. Entering the villa, you can see a minimalist decoration style with black, white and gray as the main colors. The pink water cup on the coffee table is one of the few other colors in the house. Usually, Yi Wanchuang devotes most of her energy to the Yi group, which also leads to her having little interest in other things. It is not difficult to see her mood from the decoration style. Although the villa is nice, it looks empty. Fang Mu felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that Yi Wanchuang usually lived alone in such a large and empty house. If the Yi family had treated her better, why would Yi Wanchuang have hidden here? There was a shallow indentation on the sofa. Fang Mu could imagine Yi Wanchuang leaning there with her laptop in her arms, working. Although there was not much contact between the two, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel distressed. Because Fang Mu was moving in tonight, Yi Wanchuang didn't stay in the company for too long. After finishing work, she drove straight home. When parking the car, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but smile at the bright lights in the house. In the past, I only saw lights in thousands of homes, but now my home also has a light that is on for me. That feeling is great. When I walked into the house, the originally cold room seemed to have a touch of warmth. Not only that, there was also the aroma of food wafting through the house. Yi Wanchuang hung up her bag, changed her shoes, and walked in. She saw the sumptuous meal on the table at a glance. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they were so delicious that she couldn't help swallowing a few more times. At the same time, Fang Mu came out of the kitchen carrying a casserole. When Fang Mu saw Yi Wanchuang coming back, he greeted her with a smile. "Schwanger, you're back. Go wash your hands. It's time for dinner." "Yeah, okay." Yi Wanchuang nodded and went to the bathroom. While washing her hands, she kept looking outside, especially when she saw Fang Mu's back. She couldn't help but feel moved and wanted to laugh. It feels so good to be at home. As far as I can remember, the last time I felt the taste of home was when my grandfather was still alive. Ever since Grandpa passed away, the Yi family has been full of hostility towards me. Not to mention home, there is not even a trace of human kindness. Now that she felt the long-lost taste of home again, Yi Wanchuang suddenly felt like crying. Back at the dining table, Fang Mu pulled out a chair and asked her to sit down, then served her a bowl of black chicken soup. "Try it and see if the flavor is right." "Good." Yi Wanchuang took a sip from the soup bowl, and the sweet black chicken soup instantly conquered her. Fang Mu also did what he said and took good care of her. He helped her pick up some food and asked her about her well-being. When he took the rice grains stuck to the corner of Yi Wanchuang's mouth, the girl suddenly burst into tears. "Woo! Fang Mu, thank you. Silly boy, didn't I tell you not to be polite to me?" Fang Mu smiled and handed over the peeled shrimp. "Open your mouth." "But I'm really touched. This is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go. If you are so easily moved, won't you cry every day in the future?" Fang Mu said with a teasing smile. "Will you always be so nice to me in the future?" Yi Wanchuang asked again. Seeing the girl suddenly become insecure again, Fang Mu pondered for a moment and replied. "Although we got married before falling in love, this doesn't affect our mutual understanding. From acquaintance to understanding, and then to love, this is a process that everyone will go through. Don't be afraid, we have time, so we can take it slowly." "Then what is acquaintance?" Yi Wanchuang asked. Fang Mu smiled and explained, "You know my name is Fang Mu, and I know your name is Yi Wanchuang. That's acquaintance. What about knowing each other? Of course I know you are my wife, and you know I am your man." "Eh? What about love? If we are in love, it is enough for you to fall in love with me and cannot leave me." Fang Mu said nonsense seriously. Yi Wanchuang was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then burst out laughing. "Fang Mu, I suspect you are fooling me." "No way. It's unfair." Fang Mu showed an exaggerated expression, although he was really fooling the girl. Yi Wanchuang immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks, then supported her chin with both hands and looked at Fangmu and spoke seriously. Yes. I asked you love each other, but you just said I'm in love with you. Is this mutual? To be precise, it should be I love you and can't leave you, and you love me too and won't leave me. That's what love is. Chapter 5. Yi Wanchuang, no, the baby is the most important. Hearing this, Fangmu was stunned. It took him a moment to realize that he was being teased. He never expected that Yi Wanchuang could actually joke. It was really strange. Yes, you are right. As he spoke, Fangmu picked up the water glass and clinked it with Yi Wanchuang's. Come on, I hope we can reach the stage of falling in love sooner rather than later. Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly red, but she still clinked glasses with Fangmu. To be honest, she was also looking forward to it. I don't know if it's because Fangmu is too good at talking, or if he is slowly getting closer to Yi Wanchuang's heart, but the relationship between the two has obviously become a lot closer. After dinner, Yi Wanchuang got up to clean up the dishes. When she was about to wash the dishes, a hand grabbed her from the side. I'll do it. No, you've already cooked, let me wash the dishes. Yi Wanchuang refused and wanted to pull her hand away, but she couldn't. Naturally, she couldn't beat Fangmu. The reason given by Fangmu is even more confusing. The kitchen is my territory. I don't like others entering my territory. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Wanchuang burst out laughing. She was not stupid and knew why Fangmu said that. It was naturally to prevent her from getting tired. But the more this happened, the more embarrassed Yi Wanchuang felt. So, Fangmu finally gave in. You can watch from the door. Ah? Just watch? Yi Wanchuang asked back. What else? After saying that, Fangmu picked up the clean dishes and walked towards the kitchen. Yi Wanchuang really followed him obediently. However, Fangmu only allowed her to stop outside the territory, which was the doorframe. Pregnant women are most afraid of being tired. Just rest quietly. It's not a big deal. Fangmu said truthfully. Ever since he knew that Yi Wanchuang was pregnant with his child, he had been looking up relevant information. Douyin's big data is also powerful. After the query, the recommended videos are now directly related to mothers and babies, with 8 out of 10 videos. Yi Wanchuang felt warm in her heart after hearing this. Looking at Mu's busy figure in front of the pool, a smile flashed across her beautiful eyes. She suddenly discovered that there seemed to be an indescribable feeling about Fangmu, as if even he himself looked better. Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly hot. During the dinner, the famously cold and beautiful female president of the Yi group felt embarrassed and blushed several times. Putting aside other things, if her teasing of Fangmu were to get out, many people would probably be shocked. Outsiders only know that Yi Wanchuang is a cold and beautiful woman who seems to keep everyone at a distance, but they forget that she is also a woman. The injustice she encountered and the dislike of her Yi family were the reasons why she disguised herself as indifference. Now that she has met Fangmu and is pregnant with his child, the little girl side that was hidden deep inside her has been released. Ever since Fangmu promised to be responsible for her, a touch of tenderness appeared in Yi Wanchuang's cold heart, which she left for the man in front of her. While washing the dishes, Fangmu turned his head to look at Yi Wanchuang. Since the latter didn't say anything, he thought she had left. But every time he turned his head, Yi Wanchuang was standing quietly at the door, as if he was distracted. Schwanger, is your husband handsome from behind? How come you can look at him without blinking? Yi Wanchuang was awakened by these words and realized that she had been distracted by her thoughts just now, and then she hurriedly explained. No way, no, okay. It's okay, go ahead and watch if you want. It's not illegal, and I won't lose any weight. Fangmu had no intention of arguing with her and simply turned around and continued with his work. Seeing Fangmu's shameless side, Yi Wanchuang spat lightly and turned away. Fangmu was busy in the kitchen. Yi Wanchuang also planned to help him clean up a bedroom. The two bedrooms are opposite each other, with doors facing each other. When Fangmu came out after washing up, Yi Wanchuang was throwing the sheets onto the bed. Seeing this, Fangmu turned and went to the bedroom opposite. Will I sleep here tonight? Well, yes, no. That's my room, you sleep here. When Yi Wanchuang looked up and saw Fangmu enter her bedroom, she suddenly felt a little shy. After all, it was her boudoir. But then again, when they have time and get their marriage certificate, they will be a legal couple. Not to mention Fong Mu entering her bedroom, even sleeping in her bedroom is reasonable and legal, right? Now, I should give myself some time to accept it. Yi Wanchuang was quick and agile. She spread the quilt and hurried to her bedroom, then pushed Fong Mu to the opposite side. You sleep over here. Okay, I'll walk by myself. Don't push me. Be careful not to fall. Ouch. My little ancestor. Fong Mu hurriedly helped Yi Wanchuang sit on the bed. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang asked like a little woman. Fong Mu, are you concerned about me or the baby? I'm stupid too. How could I be jealous of the baby? However, as soon as the question came out of her mouth, Yi Wanchuang regretted it and quickly changed her words. Fong Mu answered without even thinking. Of course I care about you. My wife is the most important thing. Although she had heard many sweet words, Yi Wanchuang inexplicably had a different feeling when she heard them from Fong Mu's mouth. But she was not an unreasonable woman, she quickly corrected him. No, the baby is the most important. No, my wife is the most important. Fong Mu imitated Yi Wanchuang's words, repeated them, and then sat down next to her. Children will eventually grow up and have their own families, but only my wife can accompany me until old age. So, don't you think my wife is the most important? Yi Wanchuang was very happy to hear this. Even if Fong Mu said it on purpose to make her happy, she would not be angry. After a moment, Yi Wanchuang suddenly asked. Fong Mu, can I lean on you? Certainly. After getting permission, Yi Wanchuang leaned forward gently. Fong Mu's chest was very strong, which made her feel at ease. But Fong Mu didn't know where to put his hands. He raised them, put them down, and raised them again. When Yi Wanchuang noticed this, she chuckled, pulled his hand up, and placed it on her belly. For a moment, even through the clothes, Fong Mu could feel Yi Wanchuang's smooth and delicate skin, and smell the faint fragrance on her body, which inevitably made him distracted. Fong Mu, the baby is right here, can you feel it? Fong Mu nodded, because he could really feel it. After all, you can see the system's prompts just by looking up, and the top one is the baby's development, good. Although the two didn't speak, their feelings were heating up. After a moment, the system prompts. Ding! The host's intimacy value with Yi Wanchuang has reached 95. Reward secret red envelope 1. Chapter 6. The goddess is pregnant with my baby, and she wants to support me? Intimacy value. 059 is the passerby value. 6069 are ordinary friends. 7079 are familiar friends. 8089 are close friends lovers. 9100 are couples. At the moment, the intimacy value between the two has reached 95, which means that Fong Mu really occupies a large place in Yi Wanchuang's heart. Fong Mu did not feel proud or happy about this. Instead, he felt a little sorry for Yi Wanchuang. He knew that if it weren't for Yi Wanchuang's experience in the Yi family, it would not have been so easy for him to enter her heart. As early as their first meeting, Yi Wanchuang said that she wanted Fong Mu to give her a home. She stated such a simple request in such a serious manner, no doubt because she was very eager for it. Thinking of this, Fong Mu frowned, and the hand on Yi Wanchuang's lower abdomen also held her hand. Fong Mu, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I was just wondering what would happen if I didn't take good care of you. It's already very good. Yi Wanchuang whispered her true feelings, because she really didn't want much. After a moment, Yi Wanchuang stood up from Fong Mu's arms and pointed to the lady's watch on her wrist. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. Good. After washing up, the two returned to their bedrooms, but Fong Mu did not close the door. Fong Mu, don't you close the door when you sleep? Fong Mu shook his head. No, I'm afraid you'll call me if you need anything, and I won't be able to hear you with the door closed. Oh, don't worry, I'm still a little bit pregnant, it's okay. Go to bed now. Yi Wanchuang nodded and closed the door, but a few minutes later, she changed into pajamas and opened the bedroom door again. Both doors opened, and the two of them got closer. If Fong Mu wanted, he could turn his head and see Yi Wanchuang's exquisite jade feet. Her fair skin really made her look whiter. A night of silence. The next morning, when Fong Mu got up, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. He ran to the kitchen without even putting on his shoes, and sure enough, he saw a beautiful figure. The charming figure was wearing an apron and a high ponytail. She was standing in front of the gas stove frying eggs. Didn't I tell you that the kitchen is my territory? Fang Mu walked forward and snatched the spatula from Yi Wanchuang's hand. Oh, it's almost done, don't fight with me for it. Go out. Helpless, Yi Wanchuang had to go outside. I have to say that the eggs fried by Yi Wanchuang are quite delicious. It's a bit surprising that she, a rich lady, can actually do these things. Yi Wanchuang came back quickly, holding a pair of slippers for Fang Mu. Why are you looking at me like that? Well, I have to eat, too. Otherwise, why would I need a kitchen when buying a house? The clever Yi Wanchuang naturally understood the meaning of Fang Mu's expression, and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The two sat opposite each other during breakfast. Milk, fried eggs, and dumplings are all made by Yi Wanchuang herself. Looking at those exquisite dumplings, Fang Mu was slightly surprised. Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but feel a little confused and asked, "Why don't you eat?" "It's so delicious that I can't bear to eat it," Fang Mu said seriously. "Okay, eat it quickly. If you like, I'll make it for you tomorrow morning." In the workplace, Yi Wanchuang is a work expert. In life, she is also a delicate girl who gets up early to cook. Even the bun skins and fillings are made fresh. So much so that Fang Mu couldn't help but feel curious, when did she need the dough? That's great. The breakfast Mr. Yi personally made tastes different. Such a chatterbox. No, I'm telling the truth. The two of them joked with each other, feeling as warm as a family. After dinner, Yi Wanchuang packed up and prepared to go to the company. Only then did she find out that Fang Mu had taken a day off today. "Huh? What are you going to do with your leave?" "Go claim your prize," Fang Mu confessed. "I bought the double color ball yesterday, and hey, I won." "So amazing? How much did you win?" Yi Wanchuang looked very surprised. After all, most Chinese people know that lotteries are unreliable. Now Fang Mu was going to claim the prize, so she is naturally a little surprised. Fang Mu raised 3 fingers, and Yi Wanchuang was even more surprised. 30,000. That's a lot. That's amazing. I thought I wouldn't win the lottery at all. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang actually took out a bank card from her bag and handed it over. "Here, Fang Mu, this is my supplementary card. The credit limit is shared with my main card. You can buy whatever you want yourself." Hearing this, Fang Mu laughed immediately. This beautiful female CEO is going to support me. Will you support me? Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuang actually nodded and said with a little seriousness, "Yeah, like I said, I will give you money and everything I have." Silly girl. Fang Mu scolded with a smile, then took Yi Wanchuang's supplementary card. "I did this to prevent her from thinking too much. After all, I am not short of money and I won't be short of money in the future. Then I'll go to the company." "Okay, be careful on the road and let me know when you get there." Yi Wanchuang nodded, changed her shoes and prepared to go out, when Fang Mu behind her suddenly called her. "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" Yi Wanchuang turned around subconsciously and was hugged by Fang Mu. "Of course I have to give you a hug before I leave. Go ahead, I'll wait for you at home." Fang Mu's gentle voice sounded in her ears, and Yi Wanchuang was stunned. Yi Wanchuang was deeply moved, not knowing whether it was the warmth of Fang Mu's embrace or his refreshing words. "Yeah, okay." She smiled at Fang Mu like a simple little girl, and even stood on tiptoe to give him a light kiss on the cheek. "I originally wanted to kiss Fang Mu's mouth, but suddenly felt embarrassed, so I had to settle for the next best thing and choose the cheek." Then Yi Wanchuang ran away, which made Fang Mu anxious. "Slow down. Don't run. You stupid girl." Yi Wanchuang came to the car and put down her bag. She touched her cherry lips, which seemed to still have the warmth of Fang Mu. "Fang Mu's voice is still lingering in my mind. I'll wait for you at home." This made the beautiful Yi Wanchuang extremely moved. The land of gentleness will make people linger, and the same is true for the female president of the Yi Group. It's just that she can act like a little girl in a gentle place, but in the company, she has to appear cold and beautiful. The Yi Group is not stable now. The Yi family is restless inside, and rival companies are eyeing them covetously outside. If they are not careful, the family business left by their grandfather may be destroyed. Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuang has regained her former cold and elegant appearance that keeps people at a distance. Although it will be physically and mentally exhausting, there is nothing you can do about it. On the way to the company, Yi Wanchuang received a call from her secretary, who informed her of bad news. The thing she least wanted to see finally happened. The Yi family and the rival company have joined forces. Chapter 7 Yi Wanchuang of Yi Group? Ah, then my wife. After seeing Yi Wanchuang off, Fang Mu checked last night's winning numbers for the double color ball lottery. He compared the number from the first to the last, and they were exactly the same. Although I knew this was inevitable, I still couldn't help but feel happy. For ordinary people, winning the jackpot is undoubtedly a great fortune. Even if life will not change dramatically, it can improve a lot. Fang Mu is also an ordinary person and would be overjoyed, but with the system in his hands, he knows that this is just an appetizer. After leaving the villa, Fang Mu rushed to the prize redemption center. When the staff learned that Fang Mu was the winner of the triple jackpot last night, they became enthusiastic. The manager led him into the office, and the girl at the service window began to exchange glances. After all, Fang Mu was handsome and young enough, and now he had become rich, so it was impossible for an ordinary girl to control herself. This is reality, not the comments section of TikTok. 30 million is already a huge sum of money. Fang Mu refused to be photographed and left the prize redemption center after receiving the prize. On the way, he thought about his life plan. The system triggered the main task, fish and entrepreneurship, which happened to coincide with his idea. Being kept by someone is good, but eating too much free food can easily cause stomachache. At worst, you can wait until your business fails and then be kept by someone again. After finding a quiet park to sit down, Fang Mu took out the secret red envelope, rewarded by the system. Last night, he misread it and thought it was a secret burger. He even complained about the system in his heart for a long time. What can be obtained? I hope it is not 0.01 inch. Ding. Return to host, red envelope reward is random. The system only gave one explanation, which was that it all depended on luck. Open it then. Opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one investment company. Please name the company and select the company address. Seeing the reward, Fang Mu immediately smiled happily. The system was really sensible. It knew to send a pillow when the host was sleepy. And the rewards are very suitable. After all, I have a sharp eye, so it is even more suitable. As for the name, Fang Yuan Investment. The sky is round and the earth is square, encompassing everything. Since we are an investment company, we must invest in everything. The address is chosen in Shanghai, so it will be convenient for me to take care of my wife. Applied. Suddenly, Fang Mu had some more information in his mind. The Fang Yuan building where Fang Yuan Investment was located was in Huangpu district. The company was rewarded with a building. It is indeed a system for winners in life. Since he was free anyway, Fang Mu took a taxi and rushed to Fang Yuan Investment. It is still somewhat inconvenient. Fang Mu plans to discuss with Yi Wanchuang in the evening and let him drive her Ferrari from now on. If you go to work, you can pick yourself up. Huangpu district is one of the most prosperous areas in Shanghai. The Fang Yuan building is located in it, and its value is immeasurable. To Fang Mu, it seemed to appear out of nowhere. But to others, it is a well-known grade A commercial building, favored by companies from all walks of life. In front of Fang Yuan building is Fang Yuan Plaza, which has complete surrounding facilities and comprehensive supporting services. Apart from anything else, the rent from all parties alone is a considerable income for Fang Mu. It is precisely because of the existence of these rents that Fang Yuan Investment has such strong capital. Fang Mu walked into the Fang Yuan building and came to the floor where Fang Yuan Investment was located. Everyone who comes and goes greets Fang Mu. In the eyes of many employees, Fang Mu is their boss. The power of the system is fully demonstrated at this moment. If Fang Mu wanted, he could clearly see the entries above each employee's head. 5-star secretary, 5-star investor, 4-star planner, even the cleaning lady has 3 stars. Star rating is a reflection of personal ability. Fang Yuan Investment has many 5-star elites, so even if Fang Mu has always been a hands-off boss, the company can still operate well. Looking through the quarterly report of Fang Yuan Investment, the rate of return is as high as 65%. Such achievements are among the best in the industry. Arriving at the office, Fang Mu sat in the boss chair and looked at the investment project brought by the 5-star secretary. At a glance, you can clearly see which one will make money and which one will lose money. Ha! Yi Group is going to terminate its investment in this project next quarter? After all, Fang Mu's wife is the CEO of Yi Group, so he naturally attaches great importance to Yi Group. Now that I saw the report on termination of investment brought by the secretary, I naturally had to ask about it. Boss, the Yi Group is facing internal and external troubles. The Yi family has even teamed up with a rival company to bring down the current head, Yi Wanshuang. In order to avoid losses for Fang Yuan Investment, we will terminate our investment in cooperation for the next quarter. Fang Yuan Investment is not just about stupid people with a lot of money. The many five-star investors in the company will make decisions on which projects to invest in and which projects not to touch after in-depth investigation and research. It can be said that Fang Yuan Investment is very good at intelligence research, and what happened in the Yi Group naturally cannot be hidden from their eyes. If it weren't for Yi Wanshuang, Fang Mu would naturally not take it seriously, but he certainly couldn't turn a blind eye to it now. The CEO of the Yi Group is Yi Wanshuang. She is my wife. Fang Yuan Investment will do its utmost to help her through this difficult time. The secretary was shocked when he heard this, and felt that the boss was hiding something too deeply. The company's investors conducted multiple rounds of research on the Yi Group, but they didn't realize that Yi Wanshuang and Fang Mu had such a close relationship. Yes. Please rest assured, boss. Now that the boss has spoken, who would dare to mention terminating the investment? Afterwards, Fang Mu used his golden finger to select a few investment projects from the pile and asked his secretary to pay extra attention to them. The secretary was even more shocked. She didn't know that her boss had a golden finger, but she knew that these projects were favored by many five-star investors and could be said to be projects with extremely high returns. The boss saw through it at just one glance. It can only be said that he is very talented. In fact, Fang Mu really just took a look, and this was enough. It was just like picking a turtle with an open card. Any pick would be a win. Time passed quickly and it was already afternoon, but Fang Mu didn't even notice the passage of time. Opening the phone, Yi Wanshuang hadn't sent any messages for a long time. The chat history between the two was still stuck at the reporting safety after she arrived at the company. I guess he's busy. Boss, are you leaving? Asked the secretary. Yes, I have to go home and cook for my wife. Fang Mu grinned. The secretary couldn't help but feel envious after hearing this, and at the same time, he put cooperation and investment in the Yi Group first in his mind. Since the boss cares so much about the boss lady, then, Fang Yuan Investment must show sincerity towards the Yi Group. Chapter 8, The cherry mouth is a little red, biting the ribs shyly. On the way home, Fang Mu sent a message to Yi Wanshuang, who replied quickly. Same as always, I'll prepare dinner and wait for you to come back. Fang Mu, I have a meeting tonight, so I might be back very late, later than last night. It's okay, I'll wait for you no matter how late it is. Fang Mu's words were like a reassurance, making Yi Wanshuang feel much better. However, when she thought about how she hadn't spoken much today, she felt a little ashamed. Fang Mu, I'm a bit busy today and haven't had time to talk to you. Please don't be angry with me. Why not? I'll give you a surprise later. What surprise? Secret. No matter how Yi Wanshuang asked, Fang Mu refused to tell the truth. The two of them are like a couple in love, and even if they are chatting across the phone, they can still make each other in a good mood. The surprise that Fang Mu was referring to was visiting her at the company and bringing her dinner. When Fang Mu was a child, his parents were busy with work and could not take care of him, so he gradually developed the good habit of cooking for himself. Ordinary home-cooked meals are not a problem at all. Even if Yi Wanshuang wanted to eat something more difficult, it would not be a big problem. After all, the internet is well developed now. You can just go to Douyin to check it out. There are guides everywhere. If you follow them, there will definitely not be much difference. Ding! Triggering a new main quest. She's fine, the baby's fine, and the host's fine too. Task 1, Conquer Yi Wanshuang's stomach. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu's forehead darkened, and he thought the system was deliberately making fun of him by punctuating the sentence like this. Detected that the host has cooked for Yi Wanshuang 1 times, the cooking skill reward is doubled. Will your cooking skills improve by cooking once? That task is really not difficult. On the way home, Fang Mu went to the vegetable market. Although the refrigerator at home was big enough and he could buy more vegetables to avoid going back and forth, he had to buy and eat them immediately to ensure their freshness. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, stir-fried cauliflower with meat, steamed pork ribs with potatoes, and stir-fried snow peas with shrimp. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, nutritionally complete, are a piece of cake for Fang Mu, whose cooking skills have doubled. The kitchen was filled with fragrance, and the cell phone rang from time to time. It was Yi Wanshuang sending messages. She really wanted to know what the surprise Fang Mu mentioned was. But Fang Mu didn't answer her. He packed the food and went out. Every time he went out, Fang Mu felt that it was too troublesome not to have a car, and he became more determined to snatch Yi Wanchuang's Ferrari. Although with Fang Yuan Investment's existing capital and his own assets, buying a car is as easy as drinking water, it is much less interesting. If I steal Yi Wanchuang's Ferrari, then she'll have to wait for me to pick her up, which would be much more interesting. At around 6 o'clock, Fang Mu arrived downstairs of Yi Group. Take the elevator directly to the floor where Yi Wanchuang's office is located. But as soon as he got off the elevator, he encountered resistance. A woman in a women's suit stopped him. Who are you looking for? Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Fang Mu smiled slightly and showed his work badge, then lied. Bossy asked me to come up. My name is Fang Mu. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Really? Wait a minute. The woman walked quickly to Yi Wanchuang's office, and when she came out, there was a hint of suspicion on her mature face. She was Yi Wanchuang's secretary, but she had never seen Yi Wanchuang show joy for anyone, even if it was just for a moment. Song Shiwan still caught it. Boss Yi wants you to come in. Okay, thank you. Fang Mu walked towards the office, and when he arrived at the door, he found that Yi Wanchuang was already standing inside waiting for him. After Fang Mu entered the office, Yi Wanchuang stuck her head out and shouted to Song Shiwan. Sister Wan, you can get off work. I'll be home soon. Okay, Mr. Yi, please contact me if you have anything. Aha! After saying that, Yi Wanchuang couldn't wait to close the office door. Fang Mu. Why are you here? Didn't you ask for leave? Were you called back to work overtime? Yi Wanchuang guessed, and the more she guessed, the angrier she became, because she clearly did not advocate overtime. Of course not. I came to bring you dinner and check on you. You've been busy all day, haven't you? You've worked hard. Fang Mu raised his hand and rubbed Yi Wanchuang's head, showing both intimacy and doting. Yi Wanchuang surprisingly did not refuse and seemed to be enjoying it. She just shrugged her nose and then looked at the bag in Fang Mu's hand. It smells so good. Are you hungry? Come, eat. Fang Mu walked to the desk without any hesitation and took out the food he had brought. The thermos has a good heat preservation effect. The food is still hot and the porridge is steaming. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Yi Wanchuang licked the corner of her mouth with her pink tongue. The food was tempting, but she was even more tempting. Did you eat? No. Fang Mu shook his head. The next second, Yi Wanchuang sat next to him, put the rice between them, and pulled the dishes closer. Let's eat together. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. Yi Wanchuang seemed to be in a good mood. She picked up a piece of egg and brought it to Fang Mu's mouth. After seeing him eat it, her smile became even brighter. Even though what happened today was terrible, Fang Mu's arrival healed 99% of it. The remaining 1% is up to you. Yi Wanchuang took a bite of potato and ate it with rice. The fragrant and delicious taste made her love it. Try this, try that, they are all delicious. It smells so good. Am I too hungry? Is there a possibility that my cooking skills have improved? Fang Mu asked with a smile. After all, his cooking skills have really improved, and it has doubled. Yi Wanchuang also believed it firmly, and nodded vigorously but said nothing more, because she had to concentrate on eating. Only after she felt a little full did Yi Wanchuang ask Fang Mu. Fang Mu, what have you been doing today? You didn't even talk to me. Is Shuanger angry? Do I look fierce? Not fierce. Then why do you say I'm angry? I'm not angry, I'm just curious. Yi Wanchuang bit her chopsticks and muttered softly, looking a little cute. I didn't do anything, I just missed you, and missed you. You're talking nonsense again. I'm just telling the truth. Come, have another piece of pork ribs. Fang Mu smiled. Just as the two were flirting, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and it was Song Shiwan who had returned. She is Yi Wanchuang's secretary and a loyal supporter. The two of them are as close as sisters in private, so even if it is the CEO's office, she is used to pushing the door and entering. Unexpectedly, when she opened the door this time, she saw a scene that surprised her greatly. Fang Mu was feeding Yi Wanchuang? Yi Wanchuang's cherry-like lips slightly parted as she bit into some pork ribs? And she was smiling? This. Could it be that I went to the wrong office? Song Shiwan even leaned out and looked at the office nameplate. That's right, it's the CEO's office. I must be dazzled. Chapter 9, it's a good plan, but I am the chosen one. Song, Sister Song, why are you back? Yi Wanchuan's face flushed red. She couldn't help feeling shy when she was suddenly caught being close to Fong Mu. I. Mr. Yi, the head of Hurricane Investment, wrote to me. Song Shiwan stopped talking when she looked at Fong Mu. Sister Song, you said Fong Mu is my husband, not an outsider. Hearing this, Song Shiwan was very surprised and continued to report. Hurricane Investment agreed to our request. That's great. The project can start. Yi Wanchuan was overjoyed. But Song Shiwan's next words made her hesitate. But Mr. Yi, Hurricane Investment, citing capital turnover as an excuse, has stated that they need our Yi Group to advance the initial funding, and they will take over in the middle and later stages. To show their sincerity, they will give us a 5% profit margin. Fong Mu did not interrupt when Yi Wanchuan and Song Shiwan were talking. Through the conversation between the two, they learned that the so-called project was to transform a piece of land currently owned by the Yi Group into a shopping mall. The investment was huge, but the profit after the project was completed would also be considerable. As a listed company, Yi Group's business scope is not small. Although he made his fortune with health products, he later ventured into emerging fields such as real estate, electronics, and the IT industry. And they all reaped the benefits, which is why the Yi Group was able to grow rapidly. But if you take too big a step, you might easily hurt yourself. With the passing of Mr. Yi, the Yi Group experienced a series of changes, resulting in damage in many areas. Nowadays, if we want to develop the prime location we own, we are willing but unable to do so. We need to borrow strength. After being rejected by major banks with various excuses, the person in charge, Yi Wanchuan, could only pin his hopes on a third party, that is, to find investors. She has been exhausted from working on this matter for a while, and now she finally got a reply? Yi Wanchuan was caught in a dilemma and pondered for a long time. If we need to advance the costs ourselves in the early stages, we will need to divert funds from other projects, but that will slow down the progress of other projects. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. But leaders from relevant departments are also urging the progress of the Huaqian Plaza project, so there's no way to delay it any further. Oh, what should I do? Song Shiwan stood aside. The matter was too serious and she didn't dare to make a rash decision. All the pressure instantly fell on Yi Wanchuan's shoulders. Schwanger, let me take a look at the plan of Hurricane Investment. Fong Mu suddenly spoke. Yi Wanchuan nodded and took the plan from Song Shiwan. The moment Fong Mu got the report, he used his sharp eyes to check it. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but after he looked at it, the system sounded an alarm. Beep, beep. Trap. Trap. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Fong Mu, what do you think? What do you think? No. Mr. Yi. Yi Wanchuan forced a smile and asked Fong Mu. Song Shiwan felt something was wrong after seeing this. How can such a major event that can determine the future development of the Yi Group be decided by an outsider? That's not right. In comparison, I'm the outsider, but Fong Mu isn't a professional. What if I really listened to his advice? Fong Mu simply threw aside the proposal sheet faxed from Hurricane Investment. Then after organizing the language, he listed the disadvantages. In my opinion, this is a trap. Hurricane Investment has no intention of cooperating. They only want to bring down the Yi Group. Take money from Peter to pay Paul is not only a bad idea, it's something you absolutely shouldn't do. If Hurricane Investments breaks the contract midway through the project, our losses will be enormous, impacting both our operations and the overall situation. Meanwhile, Hurricane Investments will only have to pay a certain amount of liquidated damages. Furthermore, let's imagine that if Hurricane Investment and its rival company reach a consensus and both sides share the profits after bringing down the Yi Group, then what if he pays some liquidated damages? In the end, the Yi Group was dragged down. Schwanger, I know you're under tremendous pressure right now, but remember this, a businessman won't do anything without profit. Hurricane Investments could stab you in the back just for the sake of profit. Fong Mu's words immediately woke Yi Wanchuan up. She was indeed moved just now, but she did not think of the worst. Hurricane Investment. If Hurricane Investment changes its mind, the Yi Group will be finished. Both Yi Wanchuan and Song Shiwan looked at Fong Mu with a new respect. In fact, both women were a bit too obsessed with trivial matters, so Fong Mu, as a bystander, could see things more clearly. Moreover, he was the chosen one chosen by the system. The office became unusually quiet again. Yi Wanchuan and Song Shiwan didn't say anything, but we're thinking about countermeasures. Fang Mu chuckled, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote down a number. Schwanger, give this number a try. This is? Fang Yuan Investment, S, Consultation Hotline. It's like trying anything you can think of when you're desperate. It might work. Song Shiwan shook her head and sighed, it's useless. We have a project cooperation with Fang Yuan Investment, but news came out today that they are terminating those cooperation projects. Yes, Fang Mu, if we talk about new projects with Fang Yuan Investment now, I'm afraid. Yi Wanchuan also agreed. On the other hand, Fang Mu called the number directly. By the time Yi Wanchuan reacted, the phone was already next to her ear. After 3 beeps, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Fang Yuan Investment? We are Yi Group. Fang Mu spoke first. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinghe, the secretary on the other end of the phone, quickly changed the topic and almost shouted, "Boss! Hello, this is Fang Yuan Investment. How can I help you?" Schwanger, talk to the other party. You know better than me. After Fang Mu finished speaking, Yi Wanchuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window holding her phone. On the other side, Song Shiwan's face showed a trace of deep worry, and she sighed. Fang Yuan Investment is an emerging investment institution with abundant resources and strong capital, but that doesn't mean they're stupid and have a lot of money. I don't think we can reach an agreement. Uncertain. If you try, you might succeed. If you don't try, you won't succeed. Fang Mu smiled slightly, his smile full of confidence. Song Shiwan was puzzled as to why he was so confident. At the same time, I am also curious about how Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan got together. However, as a senior executive of the Yi Group, Song Shiwan had met many people, but only in Fang Mu did she sense a kind of calmness in the face of danger temperament, as if he would not panic even if the sky fell. It's just very strange. Isn't he just a small employee of Yi Group? But whose young man deliberately came to the grassroots level of Yi Group to gain experience and pursue Yi Wanchuan by the way? Hiss. He even caught up with her. Chapter 10 Fang Mu, who was so lucky. 130 million? Fang Mu didn't know what Song Shiwan was thinking, otherwise he would definitely sigh. Women's inner thoughts are really rich. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash. The longer Song Shiwan waited, the more anxious she became, forming a sharp contrast with the calm Fang Mu. A few minutes later, Yi Wanchuan finished talking to the other party, hung up the phone, and walked back. She walked faster and faster, and finally took small steps and threw herself into Fang Mu's arms. Fang Mu gently handed her a glass of water. Yi Wanchuan drank several gulps in one breath. She had been talking for more than 20 minutes, and her throat was already sore. Mr. Yi? What's the matter? Song Shiwan asked hurriedly, although she had already guessed the answer from Yi Wanchuan's performance. It's done. The person just now was the general secretary of the owner of Fang Yuan Investment and also the acting director. She said she has a thorough understanding of our Yi Group's project and is very optimistic about it. They said they'll give me a response after I finish my essay tomorrow, and the chances of passing are very high. Yi Wanchuan smiled happily, as if the huge rock that was weighing on her heart had been removed. Song Shiwan also smiled and said that she could sleep well tonight. On the other hand, she was a little surprised by the answer given by Secretary Zhu Jinghe, which made Yi Wanchuan feel at ease without making her doubt why it was so smooth. Fang Mu. Thank you. Yi Wanchuan lay on Fang Mu's shoulder and shouted loudly. Fang Mu also caressed Yi Wanchuan's soft hair lovingly, and was sincerely happy for her. Yi Wanchuan is a strong-willed girl and it is difficult for her to calm down, but now that she has won the favor of Fang Yuan Investment, she can relax a little. Of course, the prerequisite is that the cooperation with Fang Yuan Investment can be finalized. Otherwise, her heart will still be hanging in the air. After a moment, Yi Wanchuan's face felt slightly hot because she happened to catch a glimpse of Sister Song with an aunt's smile on her face. Only then did she realize that there was someone else there. Although she wasn't afraid or disgusted by their intimacy, it had a bad influence. Ahem. Fang Mu, why does it feel like the General Secretary of Fang Yuan Investment who I'm talking to seems very easy to talk to? As expected of Yi Wanchuan, she has a keen sense and was able to discover all these subtle details. Fang Mu had no intention of hiding anything, so he smiled and admitted frankly, because I am the boss of Fang Yuan Investment. I told her to take good care of the Yi Group. Really? No matter what, I don't care. If you say that, I will believe it. Yi Wanchuan was very supportive. Suddenly her eyes widened and she hugged Fong Mu again. Song Xuan, who was standing aside, slipped away. She didn't want to stay in the office anymore. The smell of dog food was too strong and too intoxicating. Yi Wanchuang pulled Fong Mu to the floor-to-ceiling window, and the latter realized that from here he could see the roadside where he used to have a drink after get off work. Okay, so you have been observing me for a long time. Fong Mu joked. Yi Wanchuang didn't argue and nodded. At first I was curious, then I became envious. I envied you for being able to sit there without a care in the world, drinking beer and watching people. Then I really wanted to give it a try, so I beat you to the punch and took that spot. And then Yi Wanchuang blushed and didn't say anything else. Because after that, there was a beautiful encounter between the two of them. The two stayed in the company for a long time, and when they left, there was no one there. Fong Mu held Yi Wanchuang's hand and came to the underground parking lot. It felt good to go home with his lover. On the way home, Fong Mu mentioned that he wanted to detain Yi Wanchuang's car. When Fong Mu said he would pick up Yi Wanchuang from get off work, the latter's eyes suddenly lit up. Great, great! Yi Wanchuang cheered and clapped her hands like a little girl. While waiting for the traffic light, Fong Mu turned his head and stared at Yi Wanchuang again and again. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, you are prettier than flowers. Fong Mu spoke the truth, causing Yi Wanchuang's face to turn red again. Humph, sweet talk. Really, especially when she smiles, she looks much better than when she has a cold face, 10,000 times better. There were still 66 seconds left on the red light, and Fong Mu fired another sugar-coated bullet. Although Yi Wanchuang spoke sweet words, she was very happy in her heart. Girls all like to hear compliments. After hearing what Fong Mu said, Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips, seeming to hesitate to speak. Fong Mu added, as the light turned green, smile more in the future. I'll handle everything with you, okay? Aha! Yi Wanchuang murmured softly, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. She could only say that every word Fong Mu said touched her heart. It's a relief to be without work. It's a rare occasion for Yi Wanchuang not to be busy with work and doesn't have to attend online meetings. The two hit it off and sat on the sofa watching TV. Turn on the projector, turn off all the lights, and the atmosphere is maximized. Yi Wanchuang brought a blanket, then half-heartedly lay in Fong Mu's arms, and covered herself with the blanket. She felt so comfortable. Fong Mu's small hand gently rested on Yi Wanchuang's waist. Because the pajamas she wore were made of silk, the touch was excellent, and he couldn't let go of them unconsciously. As a result, Yi Wanchuang couldn't even concentrate on watching the movie. However, in an environment with a strong atmosphere, both Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang would feel a little overwhelmed when they saw the male and female protagonists in the movie engaging in intimate behavior. From the initial kiss to the further development later, everything happened naturally. But forget about deeper exploration. Yi Wanchuang was pregnant after all, so she didn't dare, and Fong Mu didn't dare to take the risk either. For a man, coming to an abrupt end is the most painful thing, but what else can he do? In this way, when Fong Mu went to bed at night, he would dream about Yi Wanchuang. The result is that when I woke up in the morning, I felt so cold and down. It was all over. While Yi Wanchuang was making breakfast, Fong Mu was washing clothes in the bathroom, rubbing them very vigorously, as if this could help him consume more energy. After breakfast, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang went out to work. Fong Mu was driving, and Yi Wanchuang had time to put on makeup in the car. Although it is just light makeup, it is still a huge plus for the naturally beautiful Yi Wanchuang. Fong Mu could also see with his own eyes that Yi Wanchuang's makeup was much softer than before, which was a good thing, indicating that her mood was changing. In the underground parking lot, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang kissed goodbye in the car. Left. Bore. Right. Bore. Middle. Only after the fragrance of Yi Wanchuang's mouth was left on her left and right cheeks and mouth did Fong Mu let her go. Do you want to have lunch together? Fong Mu asked. Yi Wanchuang pondered for a moment and nodded. Good. Fong Mu returned to the office and sat down at his desk. The colleagues were chatting animatedly, each of them arguing with each other until their faces turned red. Listening carefully, I found out that they were talking about the last issue of the double colorball jackpot. 30 million is not a small amount for most employees. Seeing Fong Mu coming over, someone directly pulled him to stand in line. Fong Mu, tell me, is the 30 million double colorball lottery ticket that was exposed yesterday real or fake? Someone won 30 million? Fong Mu feigns surprise, earning the system a wave of disdain. Chapter 11. As for the reward, please film a Feng Wu Jiutian cross-dressing video for me. Yeah. Damn, 30 million. If I win 30 million, I'll quit my job and go back home to live it up. What about you, Fong Mu? Ask yourself again. Fong Mu couldn't help but feel a little amused. After all, he really had won 30 million, and he was just working normally. Well, if I won 30 million, I would just treat it as if nothing had happened. I would go to work and do whatever I was supposed to do. And I definitely wouldn't go around asking people, what are you going to do if you won 30 million? After Fong Mu finished speaking, his colleagues in the office were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha Lao Gao, Fong Mu is just teasing you. That's right, I won, and I won't ask around. The atmosphere in the office is very good, and no one gets angry even if you make a joke. But there are quite a few stubborn ones. Take the fact that someone won 3 times the jackpot in the last issue of the double colorball lottery as an example. Some people think it is a gimmick to attract people to buy lottery tickets. Another group of people believe that it really happened, and their reasons are very good. When fishing, people know how to spread bait, so someone must have really won the prize. While his colleagues were having a heated discussion, Fong Mu was chatting with Yi Wanshuang. As soon as Yi Wanshuang arrived at the office, Zhuo Jinghe from Fangyuan Investment called her. The application was passed and the two parties officially reached a cooperative relationship. According to Zhuo Jinghe, someone will be sent to Yi Group to sign the contract immediately, and the payment will be made after the signing. In other words, the construction of Huashan Plaza, which the Yi Group is betting on, can start at the latest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. This is a great thing for Yi Wanshuan and the Yi Group. The only one who was depressed was Hurricane Investment. Its original plan to harm the Yi Group was dashed. However, when the boss of Hurricane Investment heard that it was Fangyuan Investment that supported Yi Group, he immediately gave in. Although both sides are engaged in investment, their scale is not at the same level at all. It is not a wise choice to provoke Fangyuan Investment. In this way, Fong Mu and Fangyuan Investment solved a big problem and a major hidden danger for Yi Wanshuang and Yi Group. Slacking off is the happiest thing for workers. The same goes for Fong Mu, especially since the person he was slacking off on was the company boss, Yi Wanshuang. The two chatted endlessly and reached a cooperation with Fangyuan Investment, which made Yi Wanshuang extremely happy. Even through the phone screen, Fong Mu could feel her inner joy. If I hadn't asked you to call Fangyuan Investment, would you have missed it? Fong Mu grinned, a teasing idea popping up in his mind. Yeah, thanks to you. Yi Wanshuang said in agreement. Seeing the reply, Fong Mu's true colors were exposed, and he actually took credit for it. Then you don't plan to reward me? In the CEO's office, Yi Wanshuang couldn't help blushing after seeing the message from Fong Mu. Apparently, she had directly linked the reward with matters between men and women. It took a long time before he replied. Fong Mu, will it affect the baby? I'm afraid. On the other side, Fong Mu sat up straight immediately. Although Yi Wanshuang didn't say anything, and didn't say it clearly, but those who understood would understand. Yi Wanshuang misunderstood. Fong Mu was in no hurry to explain. As if afraid that he would be angry, Yi Wanshuang hurriedly said, Fong Mu, what other reward do you want? Fong Mu smiled and stopped pretending to be cool. If he continued to pretend, Yi Wanshuang would start crying. But as for the rewards, Fong Mu opened TikTok, found a video and shared it. Turn on the lights, turn off the lights, Phoenix dances in the sky BGM cross-dressing? Yi Wanshuang opened the shared link suspiciously, clicked on it to take a look, and then she laughed. As expected, all men are pigs. Fong Mu, do you like watching this? You have to not like to watch it. This is all over TikTok lately. Every time you watch one, it's one. You want to give me a reward, so why not take one? It's exclusive to me and I'll watch it myself. Fong Mu chuckled, already looking forward to it. It was obviously you who asked for the reward. Okay, I'll film it for you. Let's wait until evening. Okay. For a moment, Fong Mu just hoped that the hour and minute hands on the clock would move faster and faster. But no matter how fast time passes, it will still be noon first and then evening. Fong Mu declined his colleague's invitation to have lunch together, and then went to the place where he had agreed to meet Yi Wanshuang to wait. Soon, Yi Wanshuang also came. But when she walked towards Fong Mu, she showed a meaningful, cute, yet slightly vulgar smile. Fang Mu immediately understood what she was laughing at, and then felt a little embarrassed. Ahem Schwanger, what would you like for lunch? Eat, Feng Wujujushin Yi Wanchuan laughed. It's over. I can't raise my head anymore. Yi Wanchuan teased Fang Mu all the way to the place where they were eating, which was a Sichuan restaurant that served stir-fried dishes and rice. Although the restaurant was not far west of the company building, neither Fang Mu nor Yi Wanchuan cared. If you come here to eat, there is a high probability that you will meet people from the Yi group. Although not many people know Fang Mu, Yi Wanchuan is the head of the Yi group, so there must be many people who know her. As expected, I ran into an acquaintance, Song Shiwan, as soon as I entered the door. Seeing Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan holding each other's arms intimately, Song Shiwan tilted her head. They had no intention of hiding their relationship at all. Sister Song. Mr. Yi, you guys, what a coincidence, you guys are also here to eat. Well, let's go upstairs first. Good. Watching Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan leave hand in hand, Song Shiwan simply forgot to eat. For some reason, she felt that Yi Wanchuan had changed, but she couldn't tell what exactly had changed. When they went upstairs, they ordered 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and then ate white rice. It would have been a waste to order too much. Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Yi Wanchuan, who moved closer to him. I have a feeling the whole company will know about us soon. It's okay, Yi Wanchuan didn't care at all. Then she looked up at Fang Mu and said, Are you scared? I'm not afraid, I'm just quite happy. Fang Mu was telling the truth. Although the two of them had not been together for very long, he really couldn't find any fault with Yi Wanchuan. He didn't say that he wanted to avoid suspicion or have a secret relationship, but openly admitted the relationship between the two of them. I don't know how many girls he dumped because of this. Compared to those girls who want to dig their boyfriends out of the photos when posting on WeChat moments, Yi Wanchuan is so much better. Yi Wanchuan leaned close to his ear and asked, Well, let's go get the marriage certificate tomorrow, okay? Chapter 12 Why is he called Fang Mu? Why not just call him Ma Mu? Yi Wanchuan's breath was as fragrant as orchid, stirring Fang Mu's heart. Fang Mu never expected that Yi Wanchuan would suddenly bring up this matter, although he had already planned to do so. Fang Mu, you hesitated. The next second, Fang Mu nodded heavily, hit. Hee, then why are you hesitating? It's not hesitation, but unexpectedness. What didn't you expect? Yi Wanchuan blinked her pretty big eyes and asked suspiciously. Fang Mu broke open the disposable chopsticks while organizing his words, then grinned. I didn't expect you to bring up the marriage. To be honest, I've been thinking about it these past couple of days, wondering how to tell you. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan covered her mouth and laughed out loud, and murmured, calling Fang Mu idiot. Didn't we agree that there's no password between the two of us? That means there's nothing we can't talk about. Getting a marriage certificate is a big deal. Of course you can talk to me directly and discuss it with me. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuan pinched the back of Fang Mu's hand, then pretended to be angry and said coquettishly, If you do this again in the future, I will. I will bite you. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu held Yi Wanchuan's small hand with his backhand and nodded with a smile on his face. What he didn't ask was, where to bite. Soon the waiter brought the food. A dish of sweet and sour pork, a dish of spicy and sour potato shreds, and 2 bowls of white rice. After spending these days together, Fang Mu has figured out Yi Wanchuan's taste, which is sweet. Home-cooked dishes such as sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork are Yi Wanchuan's favorites. Even when eating scrambled eggs with tomatoes, I have to eat it sweet. Yi Wanchuan first picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for Fang Mu, and then picked up another piece and put it in her mouth. The next second, a look of joy appeared on her beautiful face. As expected, the sweet taste can make people happy. Delicious, Yi Wanchuan praised generously. After seeing it, Fang Mu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It's beautiful, I love it, I want to see it. Who would have thought that Yi Wanchuan, the CEO of Yi Group, appears to be cold and resolute on the surface, but actually looks like such a little girl in private? If her subordinates saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Fang Mu showed a doting look on his face and said softly after picking up a piece of meat for Yi Wanchuan. I'll cook whatever you want in the future. Do you want to try my sweet and sour pork? Yi Wanchuan was very supportive and nodded repeatedly, but she refused right away. No. Sugar intake needs to be controlled during pregnancy. I had sweet and sour pork today, and I won't dare eat it again for a week. If the sugar level in the body is too high, it will affect the baby. Hearing this, Fang Mu suddenly realized and immediately slapped his forehead. It was really a dereliction of duty that he had not even thought of this aspect. Wait until next week. Next week you have to make it for me. Okay, no problem. The two of them talked and laughed while eating. In the past, Yu Wanchuan was used to watching TV series while eating, but now that Fang Mu was around, she gave up this habit. After dinner, the two did not leave in a hurry, but sat there to rest. Suddenly, Fang Mu's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was his mother Ma Xiaochang calling. After seeing the note mother on Fang Mu's mobile phone screen, Yu Wanchuan felt comfortable and wanted to escape. But before she could dodge, Fang Mu grabbed her. Don't run away. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan pursed her lips, and then corrected in a low voice, I am not an ugly bride. As Fang Mu pressed the answer button, his mother's voice sounded quietly. Son, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? Just finished eating. Fang Mu said with a smile, then suddenly twisted the phone in his hand and pointed the camera at Yu Wanchuan. Yu Wanchuan was biting her lips nervously, and suddenly the camera turned around, and she became even more flustered. Fortunately, I have seen a lot of ups and downs in life. Looking at the face of my mother-in-law on the screen, I quickly came to my senses and greeted her. Ah, hello, Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Oh. Hello, Schwanger, right? That brat Fang Mu has mentioned you to me a lot these past few days, and what he said the most is how great you are. Ma Xiaochang said with a smile. Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh when he heard his mother's endless stream of lies. To be honest, he had not mentioned Yu Wanchuan to his mother many times, and the reason why his mother said this was definitely to assist him, as a son, in gaining Yu Wanchuan's favor. It's useful, but not really necessary. However, it was also obvious that Yu Wanchuan was enjoying what her mother-in-law said. She was getting naughty while holding Fang Mu's hand under the table. Her slender fingers were scratching at the latter's palm, revealing her joyful heart. Fang Mu didn't bully you, did he? No, Auntie. Yu Wanchuan quickly shook her head. She knew better than anyone how thoughtfully and well Fang Mu took care of her. There was no intention of bullying her at all. That's good, but you must take good care of Schwanger, you hear me? The second half of the sentence was meant for Fang Mu. Fang Mu knew what was going on when he saw his mother smiling on the screen. His mother was very satisfied with Yu Wanchuan. The corners of her mouth were raised, and it was probably harder to suppress her than an AK-47. I heard you, don't worry. Oh, by the way, Mom, we are going to get the marriage certificate tomorrow. You won't disagree with this, right? Fang Mu asked with a sly smile on his face. Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the phone was stunned after hearing this. He obviously didn't expect Fang Mu to be serious. Although the household registration booklet was mailed over, Ma Xiaochang didn't think that his son would really get a marriage certificate with his girlfriend. But now, Fang Mu mentioned this matter to Yu Wanchuan again in front of her, which undoubtedly proved that it was true. As his thoughts turned, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly spoke. Would I disagree? Of course I agree. After saying that, she was still wondering if she had answered quickly enough. She must not let the girl think that she was hesitant and did not agree to their marriage. Fang Mu grinned, but Ma Xiaochang's next words almost choked his own son to death. Schwanger, Auntie, let me ask you one more question. Are you really willing to marry this little bastard? He didn't threaten you? He didn't threaten you, did he? He didn't promise you anything, did he? Relationships are a matter between two people. You must think it through clearly. For soul-searching questions in a row, asking Fang Mu to change his surname to Ma, because he was confused by his mother's series of rhetorical questions. Why should he still be called Fang Mu? Can he just be called Ma Mu? Yu Wanchuan never expected that her future mother-in-law would ask this. After all, Fang Mu was her own son. Why does my mother-in-law seem to be turning her elbows outward? Chapter 13, Phoenix Dances in the Sky? No, Schwanger, you're serious. Fang Mu wants to change his surname to Ma. Yu Wanchuan couldn't help but feel a little amused. Because the mother-in-law was still speaking well of Fang Mu in the previous second, but in the next second she asked him like this and called him a little bastard? Yu Wanchuan covered her mouth and laughed, then her cherry lips slightly opened. Auntie, Fang Mu didn't threaten me or intimidate me. If he just makes big promises, will giving me a home count? Don't worry, Auntie. Fang Mu and I really want to be together. Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the phone also laughed. Okay, when you have time, come home and I'll make you some braised pork. Okay. After that, the mother and daughter chatted for a while. Fang Mu saw that the time was almost up and grabbed the phone, mainly because he wanted Yu Wanchuan to go back to the office and rest for a while. But the mother across the street doesn't know about this. Instead, he became angry. Hang up, you little brat. Are you annoyed by me? How dare I? Humph. Take good care of Schwanger. After saying that, Ma Xiaochang hung up the phone. But even after hanging up the phone, the smile on her face was still strong. Needless to say, she liked Yu Wanchuang as her daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Not only is she good-looking, she also has a good temperament. Thinking of this, Ma Xiaochang felt more at ease. He was already secretly thinking about taking Yu Wanchuang out to show off to the neighbors and relatives. Look, this is my daughter-in-law. Isn't she beautiful? Ma Xiaochang is laughing here. Fang Mu's father, Fang Qingji, quickly ran away. Those who didn't know would think his wife was possessed. On the other side, Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuan were also preparing to return to the company. Go back to the office and take a break. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay, I'll listen to you. Yu Wanchuan nodded, then stretched gently, and at the same time, a subtle humming sound came out, like a kitten. The two separated downstairs of the company. Yu Wanchuan had to take the internal elevator to go up to the office, while Fang Mu had to squeeze into the employee elevator. There were so many people that sometimes he had to climb the stairs. When Fang Mu stepped into the office, the atmosphere inside seemed a little strange. To be more precise, it's the way my colleagues look at me that's a bit strange. Everyone, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Fang Mu asked with a smile. Although he and Yu Wanchuan kissed each other when they parted, the latter didn't wear lipstick, so there shouldn't be any lip marks left, right? The colleagues in the office kept silent and stared at Fang Mu, which made him feel uneasy. When he sat back in his office, Oldly, who was closest to the door, closed the door immediately, and then the others surrounded him. If you didn't know, you would think they were zombies trying to eat people. Fang Mu, good boy, what's going on between you and the CEO, President Yi? That's right, Fang Mu. I just saw you having dinner with President Yi and even going upstairs to the private room. Tell the truth. Explain. All the colleagues gathered around and formed a circle around Fang Mu, each waiting for his answer. Fang Mu was also a little helpless, it turned out to be because of this. Seeing that everyone was making such a big fuss, he couldn't refuse and had to tell the truth. It's just a meal with my girlfriend, there's no need to make a fuss. When these words came out, several people gasped, some opened their mouths wide, and some looked expectant, as if they wanted to learn from the master. Apart from anything else, Yu Wanchuan's identity as the head of the Yi group is enough to make 95% of the men in the country unable to reach her. Besides, Yu Wanchuan is a cold and beautiful lady. It is a great luck to be favored by her. TSK, getting the CEO's favor is probably harder than winning the lottery. Judging from this, the guy who won the 30 million jackpot wasn't as lucky as our Fang Mu. Who says it's not? Fang Mu, does this mean you've saved yourself decades of detours? Hearing this, Fang Mu just grinned and did not respond, because even if he said that he had won the 30 million, who would believe it? In order not to irritate my colleagues, I'd better keep quiet. Afterwards, the colleagues were amazed for a long time and asked how far Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuan had progressed. When Fang Mu said truthfully that he was going to get the marriage certificate tomorrow, the male colleagues in the office suddenly sighed and obviously did not believe it. There was no point in saying more. Fang Mu chuckled, then took the pillow and lay down on the desk to sleep. Ever since colleagues learned about the relationship between Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuan, they have been working very hard. There is no other way. We dare not be careless. To put it bluntly, Fang Mu is their immediate boss, the kind that is directly above them. Because they all have a good relationship, some people joked that they wanted to eat wedding candy. Fang Mu waved his hand and indicated that he would bring it over tomorrow. Seeing his smiling face, everyone in the office began to wonder, could it be that Fang Mu and President Ji have really reached the stage of getting a marriage certificate? He is really my direct boss, it's worth calling him brother. Just like that, Fang Mu went from being Xiao Fang to brother Fang in the office. Even the most senior supervisor called him brother, which made him feel uncomfortable. Finally, he made it to the end of the day. Fang Mu fled and ran straight to the underground parking lot and got into the Ferrari. Yu Wanchuan is the person in charge of the company after all. Although she doesn't need to hand over her work, she will definitely be out later. Only after half of the cars in the underground parking lot had left did Ji Wanchuang appear with a small bag. As the passenger door was opened, a unique fragrance from Yi Wanchuang wafted in quietly. Fong Mu loved the smell. However, Yi Wanchuang didn't know what smell she had, and she couldn't smell anything no matter how hard she tried. Have a seat, let's go home. Okay. Yi Wanchuang is pregnant, so it's better for her not to wear a seatbelt. Fong Mu drives very steadily, at a moderate speed. However, if outsiders see the speed, they will think he is pretending. I went grocery shopping as usual before going home. Fong Mu turned into a menu and let Yi Wanchuang order. Finally, the former waved his hand and ordered a tomato beef dish, and the latter also ordered a mushroom and rapeseed dish, a combination of meat and vegetables. Yi Wanchuang didn't know whether it was because she was pregnant or because Fong Mu's cooking was so delicious, but her appetite had increased in the past 2 days. I originally wanted to go out for a walk after dinner, but after putting down my bowl, I just didn't want to move. Yi Wanchuang stuck out her pink tongue, feeling a little embarrassed. Time always passes very quickly. I just watched a movie and it was time to go to bed. After washing up, Fong Mu returned to the bedroom. After a moment, Yi Wanchuang suddenly called him. When he heard the sound and looked, he saw his nose was bleeding. Because Yi Wanchuang turned off the lights, the BGM of Feng Wu Jiu Tian was also played. She actually came. Chapter 14 Pure Edition Feng Wu Jiu Tian Cross-Dressing Video. The Feng Wu Jiu Tian series of cross-dressing videos on Douyin all show normal clothes with the lights on, less fabric with the lights off, or underwear. Yi Wanchuang was obviously a little embarrassed. She did not wear any underwear, but instead wore a sports bra for exercise, a pair of hot shorts, and a pair of crystal sandals on her feet. Big white legs and tender little feet, all in full view. The key point is that Yi Wanchuang's performance of Feng Wu Jiu Tian was a castrated version, with the part where the lights were turned on cut off. That is, turn off the lights throughout the process. Even if the light is dim, Feng Mu can see clearly. It's because his physical fitness has been improved by genetic drugs. Not to mention the faint light, he can see clearly even if it is completely dark. The pure enjoyment version of Feng Wu Jiu Tian's disguise is really popular. Now we have the material for last night. It is no exaggeration to say that Feng Mu's dream was full of spring that night, hee hee. The next day, Yi Wanchuang prepared breakfast as usual, which was simple but nutritious. No matter how Feng Mu warned her, she would not listen. He just wanted her to sleep a little longer. Yes, I really should sleep a little longer. I'd been dreaming all night and my head is a little dizzy. Fortunately, my body has been improved by genetic drugs, otherwise I would definitely feel groggy and lack energy when I woke up this morning. That would be bad. After all, there is something important to do today. It is the day when he and Yi Wanchuang will get their marriage certificate. The two of them simultaneously quickened their eating pace. While Feng Mu went to wash the dishes, Yi Wanchuang returned to the bedroom to choose clothes. She not only wanted to wear beautiful clothes, but also put on beautiful makeup. She wanted to take a photo of her most beautiful side and stick it on the marriage certificate. Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuang's mouth corners slightly raised, and she couldn't suppress it no matter what, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. It's a pity that Feng Mu didn't see it, otherwise 4 words would definitely pop up in his mind: gentle and virtuous wife. Yi Wanchuang left all her tenderness to Feng Mu and the unborn baby in her belly. So in the eyes of outsiders, she is still that cold and beautiful female CEO, an iceberg goddess who says what she means and is decisive and resolute. Yi Wanchuang is like a clothes rack and can easily handle any kind of clothes. After choosing and choosing, she finally chose a looser white dress, paired with a pair of flat white shoes, which gave her a lazy look with a hint of freshness. But the lace at the hem of her skirt adds a touch of charm to her. Square wood is not bad either. With a white shirt, suit pants, and a neat hairstyle, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an idol trainee. The two of them went out hand in hand and walked on the street. Anyone who saw them would wonder if they were celebrities out for street photos. Drive to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After all, both of them were inexperienced. When they came in and saw people queuing, they went straight up to them. Later, an aunt glanced at the two of them suspiciously, which made Feng Mu and Yi Wanchuang feel something was wrong. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Yi Wanchuang asked. The woman was also kind-hearted. After looking the two of them up and down a few times, she expressed her doubts. "I see you two are dressed up beautifully, so you must be here to get your marriage certificate, right?" Yi Wanchuang nodded. At this moment she was still wondering why she came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. No wonder, you're in the wrong line. Those queuing here are all getting divorced. If you want a marriage certificate, you have to go to the innermost room. Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu both had black question marks on their heads. Is it so embarrassing? After hurriedly thanking her, the two hurriedly followed the eldest sister's instructions and came to the innermost room. Sure enough, there was a sign on the door saying marriage registration. Before going in, Yi Wanchuang stuck out her tongue awkwardly, looking playful and cute. Walking in and looking at the few newlyweds who had obtained their marriage certificates, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel emotional. Compared to divorces, the number of marriages is really too small. No need to queue. When the staff saw Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang, they waved to them directly. You two, come over here. The staff gave Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang a form each, requiring both of them to fill in their personal information. Before starting to write, Yi Wanchuang asked a little embarrassedly. Hello, I don't know what materials I need to prepare. Could you tell me first? If we don't have enough, we can go out and print it. To be precise, when the two decided to get their marriage certificate today, Yi Wanchuang checked online. She only read more than 10 guides, but the results she saw were all different, which gave her a headache. So the two of them hit it off and decided to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first. At worst, they could ask on the spot what materials were needed, and then go out to prepare them. But unexpectedly, when the staff heard what Yi Wanchuang said, they just smiled and shook their heads. It's okay, that's not necessary. You two just fill in the information first, and I'll prepare the materials for you. As he spoke, the staff took away Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang's ID cards and household registration books. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang blinked her big watery eyes, feeling a little surprised. Fang Mu had some understanding. There is no doubt that the relevant departments have also discovered that the number of divorces far exceeds the number of marriages. In order to have children, they directly exempted the newlyweds from the cumbersome procedures. After the two people finished filling out the form, the staff came back with their ID cards and copies. Please wait a moment. While the staff was printing the marriage certificate and registering the two people's information online, Fang Mu took the household registration booklet in front of Yi Wanchuang. Unlike his family's household registration book, Yi Wanchuang's household registration book only has 2 pages, one for the household registration page and one for her. Fang Mu couldn't help feeling distressed after seeing this, so he directly took out Yi Wanchuang's household registration page and put it into his family's household registration book. Although he didn't say anything, Yi Wanchuang still understood what he meant, a family. For a moment, Yi Wanchuang was a little moved. If she spoke louder, she would probably be able to hear her crying. Fang Mu, you might need to return the household registration book later, and you'll have to take it out. It's very troublesome. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Leave it to me from now on. As he spoke, Fang Mu tightly grasped Yi Wanchuang's jade-like little hand, and everything was said without words. The two of them are like beautiful jade ladies, a perfect match in terms of talent and beauty. Although they were holding hands and swaying openly in the display of affection, the staff inside still loved to eat them. Sure enough, beauty is justice. When the staff came over with their marriage certificate, Yi Wanchuang took out a few bags of candy from her bag and pushed them in. I think no one would refuse wedding candy, including the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, when the staff saw those exquisite candies, they smiled. This one looks like a newcomer. Chapter 15, Women's Underwear Store? I won't go in. The reason why the two are called newcomers is because they have no experience. Sister, this candy is expensive, right? If you're giving out wedding candy, there's no need to buy such good candy. You can buy some cheaper candy when you get married. After all, you'll use more. Before leaving, a younger-looking girl reminded me. Yi Wanchuang's face flushed, and she was obviously embarrassed by the word marriage. Although the two got a marriage certificate. But to be honest, Yi Wanchuang hasn't thought about getting married yet. The main reason was her lack of experience, and on the other hand, she had no family to help her, which led to her being a little overwhelmed about getting married, or to be more precise, she had no idea what to do. Fang Mu roughly guessed what she was thinking, so he comforted her. Okay, don't think too much about it. I'll listen to you about getting married. There's no need to worry about it. Yeah, thank you, Fang Mu. Yi Wanchuang whispered softly. Perhaps because they got a marriage certificate and became a legal couple, Yi Wanchuang felt as if she had someone to rely on and was no longer lonely and helpless. On the way home, Yi Wanchuang rolled down the car window, feeling the warm breeze blowing towards her, and was in a good mood. Fang Mu, the weather is nice today, why don't we go shopping? Yi Wanchuang turned her head and suggested, with a glimmer of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Sure, but are you tired? If you are, let's go home and rest. We can go shopping later. Yi Wanchuang pondered for a moment, moved his arms and legs, and then shook his head. Not tired. Okay, let's go shopping. With Yi Wanchuang's guidance, the two arrived at the nearest Wanda Plaza. Although it is working hours now, big cities are crowded. There will always be a lot of people no matter what time or where. Entering Wanda Plaza, Fang Mu didn't say anything, but let Yi Wanchuang pull him forward, and then walked into a men's clothing store. There aren't many clothes on display in the store. But it is obvious to the naked eye that the materials and workmanship of these clothes are of top quality. The shopping guide service attitude was also very good. Even though he didn't know whether Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang would buy anything, he still greeted them warmly. Sir, madam, what can I do for you? I want to see the clothes. Yi Wanchuang replied, but her eyes swept over the clothes and Fang Mu. The salesperson smiled, nodded, and waited on the side without saying anything more. It's not that her professional knowledge is not up to par, but looking at the two people in front of her, they don't look like ordinary people. Especially Yi Wanchuang, with her temperament and appearance, she definitely comes from a wealthy family. After Fang Mu was improved with genetic drugs, his physical fitness and temperament have been greatly improved. Many people would believe that he is the prince of the Beijing circle. Yi Wanchuang had sensed this long before Fang Mu took the gene-enhancing drug, but she didn't care about it, thinking it was just beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Looking at the clothes and then at Fang Mu, Yi Wanchuang quickly picked out a basket of clothes for him. Just a basket. The shopping guide was holding a basket with a logo on it, which was filled up by Yi Wanchuang. Fang Mu looked at the whole basket of clothes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was no need to buy so many clothes. But Yi Wanchuang acted coquettishly and cutely and called him into the locker room. In this case, forget about changing clothes, you can do anything. Fang Mu took the basket from the salesperson and went into the fitting room. Yi Wanchuang was talking to the shopping guide here. Just as the latter had guessed, this beautiful woman was no ordinary person. She spoke eloquently and showed the temperament of a successful person. Soon Fang Mu came out. As soon as he showed up, everyone's eyes lit up. Standing next to Yi Wanchuang, they are a perfect match. After that, Fang Mu turned into a numb-clothes-changing robot, changing clothes one after another. Yi Wanchuang sat on the sofa opposite the dressing room, eating the fried dough twists brought by the shopping guide while admiring her man's dressing show. Although I knew Fang Mu had a good figure, to be honest, I still didn't expect that he would look so handsome after changing his clothes. It's no exaggeration to say that Yi Wanchuang could feel that his eyes had turned into peach blossom eyes. Really, so handsome. After everything was changed, Fang Mu walked out of the locker room. Yi Wanchuang clapped her hands and then shouted to the shopping guide in a heroic tone. Sister, I want them all. Let's settle the bill. When these words were spoken, the shopping guide's eyes lit up and he was visibly stunned. Since so many clothes are sold, the commission will be quite considerable. In this way, when I was doing the accounts, my fingers typing on the computer became much lighter. Sister, after the discount and rounding off, it's 66,000. 66 is a perfect match, sister. Okay, swipe the card. Yi Wanchuang handed over the card. Fang Mu was planning to pay for it himself, but Yi Wanchuang held him back and refused to do so no matter what. This is the first time I buy you clothes. Don't refuse. Just listen to me, okay? Having said that, what else could Fang Mu say? He could only think secretly and make up for it later. He carried large and small bags of square wood in both hands. After walking out of the store, Yi Wanchuang tilted her head to look at the shop next to her, and Fang Mu followed behind, but then he stopped where he was. Because Yi Wanchuang walked into a lingerie store. That lingerie store has an ambiguous atmosphere just by looking at it. From a distance, it looks all pink. From a distance, Fang Mu was curious about what kind of store it was. When I got closer, I realized it was actually a lingerie store for women. Although this kind of shop didn't explicitly say men are not allowed in, Fang Mu was too embarrassed to follow him in. Yi Wanchuang also turned her head inadvertently and found that the person behind her was missing, and then hurried back. Fang Mu, what's wrong? Well, I won't go in. You go buy it. Fang Mu said a little unnaturally. If you take a quick glance out of the corner of your eye, you can even see 2 or 3 college-looking girls holding black lace panties and whispering about something. If I follow them in and stand next to those female college students, I might be treated as a pervert. Yi Wanchuan also noticed that there were no men in the store, not even one, and an apologetic look immediately appeared on her face. "I'm sorry, Fang Mu. It's okay, I'll wait for you here, go buy it." After hesitating for a moment, Yi Wanchuan nodded and entered again. If it were a normal time, it wouldn't be necessary to buy underwear. But now, because I am pregnant, the underwear I bought before and have at home have become smaller and can no longer fit me, so I have to buy new ones. Chapter 16. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of obtaining a license, becoming a legal couple, and legally cohabiting. Yi Wanchuan walked into the store again. This time, she did not compare one by one as usual, but instead looked for the target style purposefully. The salesperson seemed to notice her anxiety, so she came forward to ask. "Beautiful lady, how can I help you?" "Hello, I want to buy some maternity bras and panties." Hearing this, the shopping guide's gaze slid from Yi Wanchuan's delicate face to her lower abdomen. Sure enough, it was slightly bulging. After a polite smile, the shopping guide led Yi Wanchuan to a row of shelves. Looking around, all the items were suitable for pregnant women. Since they were all Target styles, she didn't have much to choose from. She immediately stretched out a fair and tender finger and selected 7 or 8 items as if ordering. "Please help me pack these things. Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard." The shopping guide was very efficient and finished scanning and packing the items in just a few minutes, which made Yi Wanchuan feel relieved. Swipe the card, pay the bill, pick up the goods and leave, all in one go. Fang Mu didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After all, those girls who looked like college students had not yet left the first shelf, but Yi Wanchuan had already come out with the purchased goods. When Fang Mu took the bag of underwear, Yi Wanchuan suddenly asked playfully, "Hurry up?" "Hurry up." Fang Mu nodded, then said with a bit of a smile, "It's okay for me to wait for you a little longer." But Yi Wanchuan took his arm and whispered, "But I don't want you to wait too long." Although these words are ordinary, they have a very different taste when spoken by your significant other. It's like a wisp of sweet fragrance, refreshing to the heart. The two of them continued walking arm in arm for a while, and suddenly stopped in front of a corridor. Fang Mu followed Yi Wanchuan's gaze and saw the words and sign "bathroom." "Fang Mu, I need to go to the bathroom. Please wait for me for a while." "Yeah, okay." After taking a pack of tissues from Fang Mu's pocket, Yi Wanchuan hurried to the bathroom. As she walked, she was still complaining because her frequency of going to the bathroom had increased significantly since she became pregnant. Yi Wanchuan is also increasingly understanding what other pregnant women on the internet say. Pregnant women are either going to the toilet or on their way to the toilet. Fang Mu saw a massage chair next to the corridor and sat on it immediately. It's just that this crap is really annoying. It must have sensed that someone had gotten on the bus, so it started to repeatedly notify people that they hadn't scanned the code to pay. The sound is quite loud. In order to avoid being socially dead, Fang Mu had to stand up and go to the free seats on the other side. While waiting, he opened the system page to check. Not long ago, just when Yi Wanchuan came out of the lingerie store, the system sounded a prompt, reminding him that he had received a new reward. I didn't have time to pay attention to it then, but now I can see what the reward is. As the notification was opened, the reward items appeared before my eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the tasks of obtaining a license to work, becoming a legal couple, and legally cohabiting. Reward daily sign-in ability. Note, the rewards obtained by signing in are completely random. Ding! Have you completed today's sign-in? Yes. It's like playing a game, of course you have to see how it's said. With Fang Mu's inner consent, the system helped him complete today's sign-in. Ding! Sign-in completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback card. Cashback card? As the name suggests, it means cash back for spending money, which is a particularly common reward item in tomato novels. I didn't expect to win this thing in the first draw. After understanding the situation, Fang Mu put the cashback card away. It is best to think carefully before using this kind of thing to maximize the benefits. Yi Wanchuan also came out of the bathroom. After seeing Fang Mu, she walked straight towards him and flicked the water at him. Immediately, water drops flew onto his face. Ouch, Schwanger, you really hurt me. Hee, then let me rub it for you? Yi Wanchuan giggled, then raised her hand and rubbed Fang Mu's face. Now, the water droplets that were about to evaporate covered half of Yi Wanchuang's face along with the water droplets in her hand. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go to the bathroom and wash my hands. Then I'll slip away first. Yi Wanchuang pretended to run, but how could she outrun Fang Mu? The latter raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, making her unable to move. The noise of their playful behavior attracted the attention of onlookers. When I saw the two good-looking people, I felt very pleased. Feeling the attention of passers-by, Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly hot, and the next second she hurriedly pulled Fang Mu away. Where shall we go next? Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang thought for a moment, then shook her head. Let's stop shopping. We've already bought everything we need. Let's go home. As she spoke, she yawned, and it was obvious that she was a little tired. Fang Mu also nodded in agreement immediately. After all, she was pregnant and couldn't treat it the same as usual. Ensuring adequate rest was the top priority. After leaving the square and returning to the car, Yi Wanchuang took a long breath, with beads of sweat oozing from her white forehead and pretty nose. Let me adjust the seat. Fang Mu informed him, and then the passenger seat where Yi Wanchuang was sitting suddenly tilted backwards. Just when she thought Fang Mu had made a mistake, he actually lifted her calf. Fang Mu? Don't rush home. Just lean back and rest for a while. I'll massage your calves. As he spoke, Fang Mu took off Yi Wanchuang's shoes, and in an instant, a pair of white and tender beautiful feet were exposed to the air. Yi Wanchuang felt a little embarrassed to have such a private part exposed, especially in the car. But she soon lost such thoughts and ideas, because the man pinching her ankle was her man, and they were a legal couple with a license. Since we are a legal couple, let us see what is wrong with your feet. Fang Mu had never learned massage, but he knew that a massage would always feel comfortable. So he started by pinching Yi Wanchuang's ankles, massaging her pink and tender soles, then her slender calves, and finally her shapely and slender thighs. Yi Wanchuang's body suddenly tensed and she screamed. Fang Mu quickly stopped. Is it too much force? Yi Wanchuang nodded shyly, and the half of her face covered by her jade hands was already covered with a blush. Okay, I'll be gentler. Aha! Very comfortable, this is Yi Wanchuang's most intuitive feeling. Looking at Fang Mu, who was massaging her seriously in front of her, she suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion surging in her heart. Just as Fang Mu was sighing at the smoothness of her skin and how wonderful it felt, a voice of husband sounded quietly. Chapter 17, Bon Chakalaka. Suddenly, Fang Mu felt like an electric current passed through his body, which made him stunned. He raised his head and looked at Yi Wanchuang's slightly shy face, and his heart was overjoyed. Schwanger, what did you call me just now? My dear husband. Yi Wanchuang intertwined her two small hands in front of her body and answered Fang Mu's question truthfully. This shout really touched Fang Mu's heart. That handsome face was immediately filled with smiles. To be honest, Fang Mu had thought about the question of title. After all, being able to be called husband by such a beautiful woman was truly a joyful thing. However, because he was worried that Yi Wanchuang would be embarrassed, Fang Mu did not mention this matter. Now, Yi Wanchuang actually called out to me, which makes people happy. We both have obtained a marriage certificate, which means we are legally married. Of course I have to call you husband, right? Yi Wanchuang asked back, blinking her beautiful eyes. Fang Mu kept nodding his head. Yes, of course, Schwanger, shout again. Husband. Why? Husband. Hey. Husband. Hey. Who would have thought that a handsome guy and a beautiful girl would show off their love like this in a Ferrari? Fortunately, Ferrari was not aware of it, otherwise it would definitely be so sweet that it would stall. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar, and the same applies to addressing others. She might have been a little shy and embarrassed at first, but after calling out a few times, Yi Wanchuang actually became more and more familiar. There is no psychological burden when calling again. And every time she called him husband, the smile on Fang Mu's face would become more intense, and the change in expression was so obvious. Just when Fang Mu was smiling, Yi Wanchuang suddenly asked. Hubby, people call you hubby, so what should you call me? Schwanger? That's not bad. Compared with Yi Wanchuang, Fang Mu was definitely a person with a thicker skin. He immediately started shouting, wife, wife. Okay. When Yi Wanchuang heard Fang Mu calling her wife, her face felt a little hot again, but her heart was hot and sweet. No wonder couples are so eager to change their minds. It turns out it is such a wonderful thing. Looking at Yi Wanchuan's shy face, Fang Mu swallowed and his throat moved up and down. Then, he still couldn't help it, half straightened up, and covered Yi Wanchuan's cherry mouth. Several minutes later, Fang Mu stood up reluctantly. Yi Wanchuan bit her lips lightly, and held her little hands into fists in front of her, looking cute and shy. Bad guy. Fang Mu grinned. Even though he got bitten a few times, it was still worth it. Feeling the sweet saliva with a faint peach flavor in his mouth, he laughed even more wantonnly like a big pig's hoof. Sit down, wife, it's time for us to go home. Okay. Driving a Ferrari when you are in a good mood is such a great feeling. On the way home, Fang Mu also remembered and asked Yi Wanchuan to call him husband, which made the latter laugh and cry. As for that. So while waiting for the traffic light, Yi Wanchuan took Fang Mu's mobile phone, recorded a few voice messages, and set them as the ringtone. My husband called. Bang bang bang, bang shakalaka. That's it? Anyway, Fang Mu's mouth corners were raised high by the hook and could not be pressed down no matter what. It was harder to suppress than an AK-47. After returning home, Yi Wanchuan went back to the bedroom and lay down. She just felt so comfortable. Fang Mu in the bedroom opposite sat up, sat down, sat up, tossing back and forth, making the bed creak a few times. Husband? What's wrong? As Yi Wanchuan asked, Fang Mu gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and walked straight over. Looking at his beautiful wife lying on the bed with her arm as a pillow, Fang Mu asked. Wife, do you want me to move in with you, live together? Yi Wanchuan suddenly sat up and looked at Fang Mu, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. Seeing this, Fang Mu scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, then ran away. But as soon as he stepped out of Yi Wanchuan's room, he heard the answer he wanted to hear. Is it okay? Of course. After all, we have a marriage certificate and are a legal couple. As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Mu braked suddenly and turned back. Real? Yi Wanchuan nodded, and tapped the corner of her mouth with her pink fingers, as if she was thinking about something. It should be fine, right? Although Yi Wanchuan was asking, she was actually very panicked in her heart. To be honest, she also wanted Fang Mu to lie next to her. It would be warm and she would feel safe. Fang Mu was like a little sunshine will make it shine and ran directly back to the bedroom opposite to bring over the pillow and quilt, and then place them on Yi Wanchuan's bed. Seeing him so anxious and with a smug expression on his face like a villain who has succeeded, Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but laugh. Hee bad guy. But honey, let me tell you, I'm pregnant, so we can't do that. Which one? That one. Fang Mu asked the question even though he knew the answer, which made Yi Wanchuan grit her teeth. When he sat on the bed, Yi Wanchuan crawled over and punched him with her pink little fists. It doesn't hurt, not at all, but it feels like flirting, Fang Mu held Yi Wanchuan's small fist with his backhand and comforted her. Don't worry, I know I won't do anything wrong. Yeah, I know you won't do anything rash. Yi Wanchuan nodded and agreed. But Fang Mu pretended to be in pain. Alas, guarding such a beautiful woman like you, but being able to only look at you, is really hard for a hot-blooded boy like me. Oh no, a man. TSK. You big pig's hoof, you can do it yourself. Yi Wanchuan cursed softly, and then suddenly said this. Fang Mu was stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect that such a fierce word would suddenly come out of the mouth of such a beautiful woman like Yi Wanchuan. Looking at Yi Wanchuan with her head slightly lowered and her face full of shyness, Fang Mu felt a trace of evil fire rising in his dantian. Oh my! What happened to the cold and beautiful female president? How come she turned into such an annoying little goblin right in front of me? I have to say, Fang Mu's idea does have a bit of a getting something for nothing vibe to it. Even the system is extremely contemptuous. There was no notification when the reward was issued, and the reward was thrown out in a bad mood. Go away, this damn smell of love. Chapter 18. The goddess sleeping posture is not good either. What Fang Mu didn't expect was that even when Yi Wanchuan changed the way she addressed him, he actually got a reward. Although the system is also speechless. But rewards must still be given, this is the mission of the system. Ding! Yi Wanchuan's way of addressing the host has changed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rare title husband. Reward, private space opened. Private space? What? Fang Mu was completely confused. But after all, it was a system reward, so there probably wouldn't be any counterfeit goods. So Fang Mu planned to wait until Yu Wanchuan fell asleep before checking again. A pregnant woman's body is much heavier than that of an ordinary person. After getting the marriage certificate and going shopping during the day, Yu Wanchuan's exercise volume was a bit excessive, so it didn't take long for her to feel sleepy. She kept yawning, and even her delicate hands couldn't cover her mouth enough. Finally, he closed his eyes, tilted his head, and fell asleep. Looking at Yu Wanchuan, who had a delicate appearance beside his pillow, Fang Mu couldn't help but take a few more glances at her, and then considerately covered her with the quilt. Although the two of them lived together, slept in the same room and bed, Yu Wanchuan was pregnant after all, so Fang Mu obviously didn't dare to have any thoughts. But the love in his heart was so strong that Fang Mu couldn't help but touch her face and caress her little hands. After Yu Wanchuan fell into a sound sleep, Fang Mu wanted to take a look at the system reward space. What he didn't expect was that there were actually two ways to enter. One was to enter directly in person, and the other was to enter with consciousness. It was obviously not suitable for a real person to enter at the moment, so Fang Mu submerged his consciousness into the space. After the consciousness entered the space, it was first a vast expanse of white, and after just a few seconds the scene in front of my eyes changed. Is there the faint sound of flowing water and the cheerful calls of birds? As the white mist dissipated, a paradise appeared before Fang Mu's eyes. The paradise is nestled between mountains and water, with a bamboo building and a pool of clear water. There are fish in the water, all swimming in the air with nowhere to rely on. According to the system, although it is a private space, outsiders can be brought in if Fang Mu allows. But then again, how could I bring people here so easily? How do I explain it? It is possible that you would bring people to the space on the first day, and be taken away by the relevant departments on the second day and used as a guinea pig for slice research. But maybe you can bring your children in to play in the future. Children usually have no memory of their childhood experiences. Fang Mu came to the edge of the pond alone, looked at the clear water, and couldn't help but crawl on the ground and take a sip. The water in the pond is sweet and refreshing. It is definitely high-quality water. The system's explanation is that this pool of water contains abundant spiritual energy, and drinking it regularly can prolong life. When Fang Mu heard that it could prolong life, he was immediately attracted. I can't help but want to send it back to my parents at home. In addition, after consulting the system, Fang Mu directly connected the water pipes in his home to the pool of water. I received this spatial reward because of Schwanger. No matter what, Schwanger should also get a share of the benefits, right? The system remained silent. Fang Mu just assumed that he agreed. The air in the space is fresh and the environment is beautiful, the sky is blue and boundless, which makes people feel good. But unfortunately, he can only enjoy it now. It was already late at night when consciousness emerged from the space. Only then did Fang Mu realize that Yu Wanchuan had kicked the quilt away a long time ago. With the faint moonlight shining through the curtains, one could still see a hint of pink beneath Yu Wanchuan's pajamas. Fang Mu quickly moved his eyes away, otherwise it would be renamed peek through gaps in people's eyes. It can be seen that Yu Wanchuan likes to sleep with something between her legs at night, no wonder she puts an extra pillow on the bed. Now that Fang Mu was sleeping beside her, the pillow could naturally be thrown away. Fortunately, before Yu Wanchuan became pregnant, she had a good figure, graceful and well-proportioned, with long and beautiful legs. Even if her thighs were pressed against her body, it didn't feel too obvious. After admiring her beauty for a moment, Fang Mu gently took Yu Wanchuan's legs down and put them into the quilt. But the next second, an arm swung over and pressed on his chest. If Yu Wanchuan's breathing hadn't been so regular, he would have thought that the beautiful woman did it on purpose. Finally, the conclusion is, simply sleeping is not appropriate. But she is a great beauty after all, a goddess-like existence. No matter how ugly her sleeping posture is, she still has a unique kind of beauty. Gently stroking Yu Wanchuan's little hand, Fang Mu slowly fell asleep. The first night of living together passed peacefully. Time flies and it is the next day. When Fang Mu woke up and opened his eyes, he saw a pair of beautiful big eyes of Kiss Me. The eyelashes are very long, like a palm leaf fan, but when you blink, they flutter up and down without fighting. Yu Wanchuan looked gentle on the front and stared at him with a smile on her lips. Seeing this, the dazed Fang Mu suddenly became a little excited. He straightened his body and kissed her directly. The lips are plump, like peaches, and have a light fragrance. They are a great way to drive away sleepiness when you wake up in the morning. After a while, the two separated. Fang Mu lay down feeling happy and relaxed, while Yu Wanchuan rested her head on his arm, a hint of anger appearing on her delicate face. You're bullying me right after you open your eyes. Humph, I'm not going to pay any attention to you. Who did you bully? Bullying, your daughter is so beautiful. Yi Wanchuang said with a humph, but the smile on her face was extremely real. Fang Mu was overjoyed when he saw this. He raised his arm and hugged Yi Wanchuang in his arms. Young married woman. I love you. Fang Mu said these 3 words from the bottom of his heart. Yi Wanchuang was stunned after hearing this, her face slightly red, but she still responded with a soft and then she lay directly on Fang Mu's chest, quietly. But my stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Fang Mu smiled. Are you hungry? I'll go make you some food. I'm a little hungry, but I can't eat today. What's wrong? Fang Mu asked suspiciously, and then suddenly thought of something. Then they both said in unison, prenatal checkup. Husband, how did you know I was going for a prenatal checkup today? Yi Wanchuang asked in surprise. As far as she could remember, she had never told Fang Mu about this. As expected, Fang Mu was just guessing. As soon as you said you couldn't eat, I guessed it. Okay, let's get up and go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup early so you can eat earlier. Yeah, okay. Yi Wanchuang nodded obediently and sat up. It was really good to be able to rely on people's feelings. Honey, what are you looking at? Yi Wanchuang looked down in the direction Fang Mu was looking at in confusion. First glance, nothing. Second glance, oh. She is exposed. You're still looking. Chapter 19 Wife, I will take you home to meet my parents someday. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang walked out of the house hand in hand like a couple, and then drove to the Magic City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Although it's not too late. But it is an international metropolis after all. No matter how early you arrive, there will always be someone who arrives earlier than you. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang had registered on the official account last night, so the doctor just had to call out the number when he came to work. At 8:30, the loudspeaker in the obstetrics department sounded, and the name Yi Wanchuang was called out. Fang Mu accompanied Yi Wanchuang into the outpatient clinic, where a female doctor in her 30s was sitting. The other party couldn't help but feel amazed when he saw Yi Wanchuang, and even wondered for a moment if she was a female star? Because with Yi Wanchuang's temperament and appearance, even if she is placed among a group of celebrities, she is still very beautiful. Hello, doctor. Hello, please take a seat. How many weeks of pregnancy are you? 14 plus 6. Yi Wanchuang explained truthfully and then took out a booklet from her bag. The doctor opened it and revealed the test results of Yi Wanchuang's previous visit to the hospital. She did not throw away any of the test results, but put them neatly in chronological order in case they were needed in the future. Sure enough, the doctor couldn't help but express his approval when he saw these. As an obstetrician, I have to see dozens, if not 100, of pregnant women every day. Pregnant women with their second and third children are fine, as they have experience. New mothers really put doctors in a difficult position. For a doctor, they can filter out a lot of useful information from previous examination results, so they will basically remind these new pregnant mothers to keep the examination results and bring them to the next prenatal checkup. But most people don't listen. I asked them for the test results, but they said there were none. Or, a whole bunch of test results would be brought out, filling up half the table, and the doctor would have to look through them one by one. It is no exaggeration to say that if all pregnant women can be like Yi Wanchuang, their work efficiency will undoubtedly be greatly improved. After reading it carefully, the doctor had a general understanding of Yi Wanchuang's condition. After asking about some recent conditions, he knew the general situation. Today we are doing a routine checkup and also doing a Down syndrome screening test. As he spoke, checklists slid out from the printer one by one. First, go get your blood drawn, then hand in the ultrasound form. Then, hurry up and eat. You must be hungry, right? Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's face turned red, because just when she was talking to the doctor, her stomach growled at an inopportune time, and they were so close to each other, so she must have heard it. Excuse me, doctor. After leaving the outpatient clinic, Yi Wanchuang walked towards the laboratory department under the guidance of Fang Mu. Halfway through the walk, she suddenly reacted. That's not right, husband. How come you know the way around the hospital so well? Have you been here before? I've been here once, and I can't even remember how to get there. Fang Mu smiled and explained truthfully, I took some time to look at the floor plan. It's convenient for finding the place so I don't get lost and waste time. Oh well, luckily you're here. Yi Wanchuang was moved and felt more and more that entrusting herself to Fang Mu was a very correct choice. Ever since they got together, she felt the care from him that she hadn't felt in a long time. That feeling was really good. Soon we arrived at the laboratory. There were a lot of people queuing up. Fang Mu wanted to help queue up so that Yi Wanchuang could sit on the bench over there and rest for a while, but he never expected that the nurses were so efficient that they moved a long way forward in just a few words. By the time it was Yi Wanchuang's turn to have her blood drawn, they had only been waiting in line for 5 or 6 minutes. It can be seen that the nurse in the window was not only efficient but also very skilled. Before drawing blood, Yi Wanchuang took her arm out of her clothes. Her arm was as white, tender and slender as a lotus root. However, the pulse compress was too tight, leaving not only red marks but also causing Yi Wanchuang to frown slightly due to the pain. A total of 6 tubes of blood were drawn. Fang Mu, who was standing by, felt so distressed watching this that he secretly wanted to cut a few pounds of ribs for his new wife to nourish her. After having my blood drawn and walking out of the laboratory, Fang Mu helped me press the cotton swab to stop the bleeding. Yi Wanchuang felt warm in her heart when she saw Fang Mu's frowning face still showing a look of pity. She was so considerate that after putting her arms away, she placed her delicate hands directly on Fang Mu's furrowed brows. "Alright, honey, let go, it's okay, it's just a blood draw. When we get home, you can replenish it for me." Smile. Smile, hee hee, you look better when you smile. Yi Wanchuang, the cold and beautiful female CEO, really couldn't hold back her expression in front of Fang Mu. Or was it that the talkative and cheerful her at this moment was the real her? After handing in the color ultrasound form, Fang Mu took Yi Wanchuang out for dinner. Walk out of the hospital and turn right, there are several restaurants there. They found a restaurant with a nice name and walked in hand in hand. "I want to eat a tray of steamed dumplings and drink a bowl of millet porridge. How about you, husband?" "Another tray of Xiaolong Bao." After saying this to the waiter, Fang Mu looked at Yi Wanchuang and said, "What else do you want to drink?" "You can have another bowl." "Then, wontons, okay?" "Okay, another bowl of wontons." After ordering, the two chose a seat and sat down. While waiting, Yi Wanchuang rested her head on Fang Mu's shoulder and took a nap. Looking at her pretty face, Fang Mu suddenly had an idea. "Wife, I'll take you home someday." "Huh? Why are you suddenly talking about this?" "I just want to take you to meet my parents. If you think it's too early, we can talk about it later." Fang Mu did not force anything. Instead, he put himself in Yi Wanchuang's shoes to make sure she was not mentally prepared. But he didn't know that it was precisely because he cared so much about Yi Wanchuang that the latter wanted to be gentle, virtuous, and sensible. So Yi Wanchuang nodded and agreed. "Okay, when are we going back?" "How about a few days later? I want to buy some gifts for my uncle and aunt. It would be embarrassing to go empty-handed." Fang Mu hadn't expected Yi Wanchuang to say that, and he couldn't help but hug the latter's waist. Of course, he was careful, after all, there was a baby there that couldn't be squeezed. "I thought you would disagree." Fang Mu grinned, but then he thought, how could Yi Wanchuang disagree? "Silly boy, I'm already your wife, how could I possibly disagree with going home with you? Didn't you also say that an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law?" Hearing this, Fang Mu quickly changed his tone and said, "Where is there an ugly wife? Where is there? Auntie, is my wife ugly? Not ugly, right?" Fang Mu was very brave. Auntie just came to deliver food, but was stuffed with dog food by these two. Chapter 20. My wife is as pretty as a flower, but I need to be sensible. The key point is that the aunt actually looked at Yi Wanchuang seriously for a few seconds, and then shook her head seriously. "It's very beautiful." Yi Wanchuang's face flushed red. She had never expected Fang Mu to be so thick-skinned. Seeing Fang Mu still nagging, Yi Wanchuang directly picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, but before doing so, she considerately opened her little mouth and blew on it to cool it down before feeding it to him. The appetite of pregnant women will increase, from a small bowl to a small basin. At present, Yi Wanchuang's appetite has increased a lot compared to before she was pregnant. Before she got pregnant, she couldn't even finish half a tray of dumplings because of her small stomach. But now, she actually ate half a tray in one go, and even scooped 3 wontons from Fang Mu's bowl. When Fang Mu went to scan the code to check out, Yi Wanchuang followed him and burped, which was so cute. "I think I ate too much. But my stomach feels empty." Yi Wanchuang muttered softly, her hands intertwined, feeling a little embarrassed. Fang Mu was a comforting person. You are eating for one person now, and it is consumed by two people. It is normal to eat more. It was precisely because of this that when he ordered, he asked for another tray of dumplings, originally intended for Yi Wanchuang. When I returned to the hospital, there were even more people. When Fang Mu arrived at the door of the color ultrasound department, he was stopped by the nurse at the door because men were not allowed to enter. There is no choice but to wait at the door. Honey, find a place to sit, I'll be out in a minute. Be safe. Yeah, okay. There were a lot of people in the color ultrasound department, so Fang Mu couldn't help but give a few more reminders. Looking at other pregnant women walking around in the color ultrasound department with bulging bellies, Fang Mu frowned. This hospital rule was a bit difficult to deal with. Pregnant women are no different from patients with other diseases, especially those who are older and have such a big belly. It is actually very inconvenient if they do not have family members to help them. But the hospital still has such regulations. I really don't know what they are thinking. No matter how good-tempered Fang Mu was, he couldn't help but complain at this moment. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang submitted the color ultrasound order in advance, and it was her turn soon. It only took about 10 to 20 minutes to wait for him to come out. Yi Wanchuang had a color ultrasound report in her hand, with a lot of data densely written on it. In addition, there is a dark area of the picture. When Fang Mu was puzzled, Yi Wanchuang pointed her white and tender fingers at the dark area. Honey, this is where the baby is. It's not clear now, but it will become clearer and clearer later. And I can also see this on the screen on the wall in the color Doppler ultrasound room. It's much clearer than the report. Yi Wanchuang explained to Fang Mu happily, and it was obvious that she was very happy. After asking, she found out that the doctor had explained to her what these data represented during the color ultrasound. In short, the baby is developing well. After that, just make sure to rest and have regular prenatal checkups, and that's all. No wonder Yi Wanchuang was so happy. To be honest, even Fang Mu was infected by her good mood. I looked at the time and it was almost time. Fang Murang took Yi Wanchuang to a place with few people and let her sit down and rest, while he went to the laboratory to get the test results. When Fang Mu came back, Yi Wanchuang was no longer there, but standing in front of a window, talking on the phone. Even from a distance, I could feel her cool and elegant temperament. I knew without asking that she was talking about work. Yi Wanchuang looked serious, with a frown on his face, and he talked on the phone for more than 10 minutes. When she hung up the phone and turned around to see Fang Mu, her coldness turned into gentleness. Such a quick change of face really surprised a young pregnant woman not far away. What a unique skill, changing face. Putting away the phone, Yi Wanchuang took Fang Mu's arm and said sweetly, "Thank you for your hard work." But not long ago, she was still scolding her subordinates on the other end of the phone. Such a contrast is really embarrassing. After getting all the test results, the couple returned to the obstetrics clinic. While there were no patients around, Yi Wanchuang knocked on the door. The doctor heard the sound and looked over, and when he saw the two of them, he waved to them. The doctor was also deeply impressed by Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang. Firstly, they were both very beautiful and he would never forget them for a while. In addition, Yi Wanchuang had a serious attitude towards pregnancy. The medical examination report was handed over and the doctor looked through it in a serious voice. After checking everything, his expression suddenly relaxed. Well, not bad, very good, all aspects are fine. My blood sugar is a little high according to the standards for pregnant women. I need to pay more attention to it in the future and eat less high sugar foods and fruits. The results of the Down syndrome screening test will be available in about a week, so just wait. The doctor spoke in an orderly manner, then waved to the nurse. Xiao Jia, take Miss Yi inside to measure her height, weight, and blood pressure. Good doctor. Yi Wanchuang smiled at Fang Mu and followed the nurse into the next room. As the door closed, the doctor actually asked Fang Mu to sit down. Family members, come and sit down. No need, doctor. I'll just stand for a while. Fang Mu smiled and shook his head. But the doctor still insisted. There was no choice but to sit down opposite the doctor. I originally thought that the doctor was worried that Fang Mu would be tired from standing, but who would have thought that he actually had something to say? I see you're all very young. Young people sometimes don't know the severity of the situation, and don't know what the consequences will be. But pregnancy is no joke, and you still need to be careful when you need to be. Fang Mu was confused by the doctor's words. To be honest, I didn't understand. Doctor, what do you mean? Fong Mu asked with gritted teeth. Oh no. You really need me to explain this more clearly, right? Okay, to put it simply, while your wife is pregnant, you two should not have sex. Although it's safe as long as it's not in the first 3 months or the last 3 months, it doesn't guarantee there won't be any problems. If there's a problem, it's a big deal, so just bear with it. That's all the doctor has to say. Fong Mu also understood. So this is what the doctor was worried about and advised. This. I seem like the kind of person who has a phantasm in his head. The doctor was indeed a professional and could see what Fong Mu was thinking at a glance. Then he added, you have a beautiful wife at home, how can you young people control yourself so easily? But you must be careful about the limits. Fong Mu nodded repeatedly, just wanting to end this topic quickly. Fortunately, Yu Wanchuan came out after a while. After the doctor filled in her height, weight, blood pressure and other related information, the two left the clinic. But what puzzled Yu Wanchuan was why her husband looked a little unnatural. Chapter 21 Husband. Are you provoking me? Under Yu Wanchuan's questioning, Fong Mu told the doctor's instructions to him. Then, the couple both looked unnatural. Because even though she was pregnant, both Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuan had only had one night of experience in sexual matters. With that little bit of experience, it's not even enough to reach level 4. Before going home, Fong Mu bought pork ribs and black bone chicken. Black chicken stew. The ribs are used to stew small potatoes. Just talking about it, Yu Wanchuan started to feel greedy. On the way from the vegetable market to the doorstep, she licked the corners of her mouth a lot. What surprised Fong Mu was that he had just eaten half a tray of dumplings not long ago, so he was hungry again. It seems that the baby in the belly is also trying hard to absorb nutrients and grow. After returning home, Yu Wanchuan took off her shoes and curled up on the sofa. Turn on the TV and start playing with your phone. Fong Mu peeled an apple and went to cook, but as soon as he turned around, his cell phone rang. It's my mom calling. So Fong Mu handed the phone to Yu Wanchuan without thinking. The latter looked at the vibrating phone in her hand and blinked helplessly. I'm going to cook, you chat with mom for a while. Oh. After all, he was the president of the Yi Group and had experienced many ups and downs. Yu Wanchuan quickly sat up straight, fixed his hair, and answered the phone. When Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the phone saw that it was Yu Wanchuan who answered the phone, he was a little surprised, but then his face was filled with smiles. Schwanger, have you eaten yet? No, Mom. I just got back. You went out, what were you doing? I went to the doctor, and went out for a walk. Yu Wanchuan changed her words in time. She still remembered what Fong Mu said, that she should not tell her parents about the pregnancy yet, and give them a surprise when she got home. The reason for doing this is mainly because we are afraid that the old couple will not be able to help but run from their hometown to Shanghai after hearing that they are going to be grandparents. It's more than 1,000 kilometers, it's really tiring. Ma Xiaochang did not suspect anything, but blamed Fong Mu from a distance, blaming him for not taking Yu Wanchuan out to eat something good and let her eat whatever she wanted. Fortunately, Fong Mu didn't hear these words, otherwise he would have cried out in injustice. After all, eating out is not as healthy and hygienic as eating at home. When eating out, he is afraid that even the rice is pre-prepared. Ma Xiaochang and Yu Wanchuan, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, get along very well. Fong Mu could always hear laughter when he came out of the kitchen to get something. Either Yu Wanchuan was smiling or her mother was having fun. In this case, Fong Mu felt genuinely relieved. After all, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is really a headache. Yu Wanchuan and Ma Xiaochang were able to take the initiative to handle the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, which really made him, as a son, worry-free. By the time Fong Mu returned to the living room from the kitchen after stewing chicken soup and pork ribs, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had finished their conversation and hung up the phone. Yu Wanchuan was playing with his cell phone. When I got closer, I realized that she was taking a selfie. Looking around, I saw many beautiful pictures of Yu Wanchuan in the album. Not only that, she even changed her phone wallpaper and lock screen wallpaper. In the lock screen wallpaper, Yu Wanchuan smiles gently. But after entering the desktop, Yu Wanchuan on the wallpaper is making a playful yeah. Although they were just some little tricks, they still caught the black carp from the square wood. Moreover, Yu Wanchuan had changed her phone wallpaper to a photo of Fong Mu a long time ago. He thought it was a bit ugly, but she muttered that it looked good. After changing the wallpaper, Yu Wanchuan took Fong Mu's hand and asked her to sit down,
then took a pillow and put it on her body, leaning on it to make her more comfortable.
Honey, Mom asked us to go home the day after tomorrow and asked you to take me with you. Hearing this, Fong Mu subconsciously asked, so urgent? But the next second he opened his phone and looked at the calendar. September 27th was the day after tomorrow. Fong Mu slapped his forehead and hurriedly looked for plane tickets.
Fortunately, they were still available.
What's wrong, husband?
Yi Wanchuang asked softly, then raised her little hand to rub his forehead.
The day after tomorrow is Dad's birthday. I forgot about it. But okay, let's fly back to celebrate his birthday. What do you say? I'll listen to you. Yi Wanchuang nodded understandingly, but we haven't bought any gifts yet. That means we have to go buy them tomorrow. No, let's go this afternoon.
Yi Wanchuang attaches great importance to the matter of gift. Even if she didn't catch her father-in-law Fong Qingji's birthday, she would not allow herself to go empty-handed, let alone catch it.
So now Yi Wanchuang was very anxious. She even got off the sofa and walked around the living room, thinking about what gift to buy. Hubby, what do Dad and Mom like? Think about it and tell me, otherwise it will be too late.
Fong Mu knew that Yi Wanchuang was determined to buy a gift, so he stopped arguing and started helping her think about it.
My dad likes antiques.
I've seen him buy quite a few since I was a kid, but I heard that few of them are authentic.
Mom is even easier to talk to. The Yi Group's leaf cosmetics are pretty good, right?
Bring her a few more sets, especially the samples, so she can try them out to relatives, friends, and neighbors.
This will also help with publicity. Fong Mu soon figured it out.
If you like antiques, this is not a problem. When Yi Wanchuang heard this, she had already thought of where to prepare the gifts. When she heard about the gift prepared for her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
As the president of Yi Group, Yi Z Cosmetics can be obtained as much as he wants.
It was when she mentioned Little Guy that she lost her composure. If you think about it carefully, you can understand why Fong Mu said that. If he brings more samples, Ma Xiaochan can let others try them out, and then he can say my daughter-in-law bought them, which will give him full face. Not only that, but if you add the line products from my daughter-in-law's company, the neighbors will probably be envious.
Okay then, I'll listen to you, husband.
Yi Wanchuang nodded in agreement. Her idea was very simple. When they met for the first time, she must make her parents-in-law happy. Originally, Yi Wanchuang wanted to go out to buy gifts after lunch, that is, in the afternoon.
But Fong Mu refused. Going out in the sun?
That's ridiculous. So after discussing it, we decided to leave early tomorrow morning. Anyway, the flight ticket was the day after tomorrow, so there was no rush.
Since she couldn't go out, Yi Wanchuang thought about finding something to do. Packing a suitcase is a good option.
This time I'm going back to my hometown with Fong Mu, and I don't know how many days I'll be gone, so of course I have to prepare more clothes and other things. Who would have thought that Fong Mu actually shook his head after seeing the clothes in her suitcase, and then used his fingers like a gangster to pick out all the little skirts in the suitcase?
Husband. Are you provoking me?
Yi Wanchuang gritted her teeth, and the sound came out from between her teeth.
Chapter 22. My hometown is called Liangcheng.
In Yi Wanchuang's opinion, what Fong Mu did was just teasing.
No, it was provocation. Unexpectedly, Fong Mu shook his head and laughed. Stupid, my hometown is located on high ground. Even though it's only October, it's already very cold in the mornings and evenings. You can't wear any of the clothes you brought except for your underwear. If you insist on wearing them, you'll catch a cold.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang was stunned for a moment, then shook her head to express her disbelief. Until Fong Mu picked up his phone and opened the weather forecast for his hometown.
At first glance, there's nothing wrong.
But compared with the temperature in Shanghai, the temperature in the morning and at night can differ by more than 10 degrees. This is too outrageous. After a moment, Yi Wanchuang said with a helpless smile, "Hubby, there probably isn't autumn in your hometown. It's winter straight after summer."
About the same. Sometimes it's too cold. The heating might be turned off on October 15th.
You know, our hometown is also called
Liangcheng.
After hearing this, Yi Wanchuang finally understood. No wonder Fong Mu threw the little skirt out of her suitcase.
Well, no wonder it's called Liangcheng. I'd better get some thick clothes. Yi Wanchuang muttered softly, then took small steps to the wardrobe.
But what made her even more worried was that she had lived in Shanghai since she was a child and seldom went to the north, which meant that she didn't have any thick clothes.
Fong Mu shook his head after seeing the only 2 coats and directly denied them.
So, I had to buy new clothes. But in Shanghai, buying winter clothes at this time, and they have to be warm and thick enough, doesn't seem easy.
Time flies and it is the next day.
Originally, Yi Wanchuan planned to go choose a gift for her father-in-law first, but who would have thought that Fong Mu drove her to the mall?
The reason is simple. Buy the clothes first. If you can't find them, you still have time to think of other ways. But luckily this is Shanghai, you can buy whatever you want.
That's right, the shopping guides took out the old models that were hidden in the bottom of the store's warehouse. That is Yi Wanchuan, who is naturally beautiful and still looks stunning even when wearing old clothes.
Honey, is it enough? Is it thick enough?
In the car, Yi Wanchuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, held the newly bought thick clothes and asked in a low voice.
Fong Mu laughed immediately when he saw this.
Wife, although it's cold in our hometown, it's not cold enough for you to wear a cotton padded jacket or down jacket in October.
What you bought is enough to keep you warm.
Besides, it gets quite cold when it's windy. Normally, a sweatshirt and a coat are enough. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan subconsciously looked down at the clothes on her body. In the Magic City, now, she is still wearing thin clothes.
And is it time to wear a coat in Fong Mu's hometown? Sure enough, it's northern enough. After buying clothes, Fong Mu came to the antique street under the guidance of Yi Wanchuan.
Although the location is relatively remote and not in the city center, according to Yi Wanchuan, the daily turnover generated by this place is very terrifying.
Come to think of it, the transaction price of antiques will definitely not be too low.
If it is too low, no one will dare to buy it.
After parking the car, Fong Mu took Yi Wanchuan's hand and walked into the antique street.
Walking into it, one immediately feels like traveling through time, especially since some buildings are covered with moss, which makes them look very old.
Antique Street is just a street, and it is a very wide street.
I thought the 2 sides of the street would be filled with the word antiques, but who would have thought that the first store would be Mishue Bingcheng? He is worthy of being the Snow King and his connections are wide. There is a noise in my ears. But it's not like what Tomato wrote in his novel, where all the sounds are about business. If you listen carefully, you will find that they are basically the sounds of electronic speakers, such as
grilled sausage, 3 yuan each. Freshly cooked corn, delicious, 5 yuan a head. Fresh jujubes, 3 pounds for 10 yuan.
Oh, and there is also the magical song by Snow King, You Love Me, I Love You, Mishue's City is Sweet.
For a moment, Fong Mu was stunned and didn't react.
He wondered if his wife had pointed him in the wrong direction. This doesn't look like an antique street at all, it's more like a convenience street.
But the prices of snacks here are quite affordable.
After buying a corn for Yi Wanchuan, the 2 continued to walk inside. Although it is just one street, it is long enough, and the further you go inside, the more small vendors set up stalls on both sides of the street. The configurations of the vendors are pretty much the same. A mat with various antiques scattered on it. I don't know whether I understand it or not, and I don't know whether it is ancient or not. But if you just look at it with your naked eyes, you definitely can't tell whether it's real or fake.
After all, if it were really that easy to tell the difference, how would we sell the goods?
Even if Fong Mu is not a professional, he still knows a little bit about the ins and outs of this, true and false, false and true. However, this is nothing to Fong Mu, who has sharp eyesight. The value of seeing the bright side continues to rise. As long as Fong Mu is willing, he can just take a quick glance and tell which ones can be bought and which ones cannot be bought.
Which one is the real one, and which one is from last week? Ha!
When passing by a stall, Fong Mu suddenly felt a sense of surprise and doubt in his heart. Following the instructions of the visionary eye, I actually saw a good thing. Yi Wanchuan turned her head with a feeling, hubby, what's wrong?
Look at that cabbage, isn't it beautiful? Fong Mu asked with a smile.
He did not deliberately lower his voice, but spoke just like any other person, so much so that the owner of the stall next to him could hear what he said.
Chinese cabbage? Oh, honey, you mean jade cabbage. But it doesn't look real. It's so new, it must have been made recently. Husband, do you like it? Fong Mu nodded and said, I want to put one on my workstation. Let's go over and take a look.
As they talked, the 2 of them came to the jade cabbage. The stall owner naturally heard the conversation between the 2 and also extracted some keywords workstation. So he is an office worker. It's not that the stall owner looks down on the workers, but because antiques are something that people without some real estate will basically not touch. Looking at the temperament of Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan earlier, the peddler thought they were rich second generations. Now it seems that maybe it is still the negative second generation. But after all, I am a seller. As long as they are willing to buy, it doesn't matter who I sell to. So when the vendor saw Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan coming, he still entertained them warmly.
What are you two looking at? How much is that cabbage? Fong Mu asked directly. But his directness made the vendor frown. How could he be so unsophisticated? This was jade cabbage, okay? Even though it's fake. Chapter 23, Marshal Zheng's Walin Commemorative Coin.
Handsome guy, this is jade cabbage, not Chinese cabbage. The vendor couldn't help but remind him.
Fong Mu nodded and asked, how much?
As if he could see that Fong Mu really wanted it, the vendor rolled his eyes and then stretched out 2 fingers.
20? Go away. What 20? 200,000.
This is jade cabbage, a true treasure. The hawker pretended to be anxious and introduced the jade cabbage with great effort. But Fong Mu looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and just shook his outstretched finger.
Fong Mu, 20. Vendor, this is the real thing. Fong Mu, just 20.
Yi Wanchuan covered her mouth and laughed, because she also had a feeling that her husband seemed to be here to cause trouble, or cabbage was not his target at all.
If Fong Mu could hear what Yi Wanchuan was thinking, he would definitely be shocked. She is so smart that she couldn't hide this from her.
The peddler and Fong Mu were arguing with each other.
No matter what the vendor said, Fong Mu was unwilling to add an extra $1. In the end, veins bulged on the vendor's forehead, and he finally gritted his teeth deliberately. $25, plus $5, can you at least let me earn a few dollars of hard-earned money? Okay, no problem.
Fong Mu nodded with a smile, but his eyes began to scan the stall left and right, and finally fell on a silver dollar.
Boss, I've also increased the salary, so you should show some appreciation, right? Give me that coin.
Hearing this, the stall owner's eyelids twitched, but when he saw the steel coins that Fong Mu pointed to, he still bowed generously.
Take it. Never mind, I'll add another $1. Fong Mu scanned the code and paid 26 yuan without hesitation.
He took the jade cabbage and the silver dollar, then left with Yi Wanchuan in satisfaction. As the two left, the vendor, who had originally looked distressed, suddenly changed his expression. He grinned and then pulled out another cabbage from the box. It was a jade cabbage, exactly the same as the one Fong Mu had bought.
Looks like I need to wholesale more of this stuff, it's selling pretty well.
On the other side, Yi Wanchuan held the jade cabbage and looked it up and down, left and right, but it didn't look real no matter how she looked at it. Fong Mu laughed dumbly at this and said, okay, wife, stop looking at it.
It's a fake. If you like it, just put it on your desk. Ah. It's fake. It must be fake. The real ones are all in the museum. Just when Fong Mu was about to show off in front of Yi Wanchuan, the latter suddenly asked in a low voice. Hubby, is that silver dollar real? Otherwise, you wouldn't pretend to buy jade cabbage, right? You discovered all this? Fong Mu was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that his little trick was discovered by Yi Wanchuan. Seeing Fong Mu's surprised expression, Yi Wanchuan smiled proudly. Her bright smile was very eye-catching. Yeah, I'm smart, right? Smart, so smart.
I wish our children were as smart as you. Fong Mu said with a smile, then showed the silver dollar in his hand. This is a commemorative coin for Marshal Zheng Zuolin. Zheng Zuolin was president for only 1 year before he was killed by the Japanese, so only a batch of commemorative coins were produced.
Since the quantity is scarce, the value is naturally high. Fong Mu told Yi Wanchuan the detailed information prompted by the system.
After hearing this, Yi Wanchuan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and then she looked at Fong Mu who was talking, with a touch of admiration in her eyes, which made Fong Mu very happy.
Hubby, how do you know it's real? If it were real, why would that person sell it to you for just $1? Hearing this, Fong Mu smiled brightly, because he doesn't know it's true.
Yi Wanchuan nodded thoughtfully, then muttered softly, Hubby, how do you know it's true? Fortunately, the system prompts were detailed, otherwise Fong Mu really wouldn't know how to explain it.
Hubby, if it's real, how much can it sell for?
Fong Mu thought for a moment, then stretched out 2 fingers.
Oh my god. $20,000 worth?
Fool, it's worth 1,000 oh my god, which is 20 million.
Fong Mu said jokingly.
When Yi Wanchuan heard that this silver dollar was worth 20 million, she was stunned. After all, 20 million was not a small amount of money. In other words, she would believe everything Fong Mu said 100%. If it were someone else, they would have probably grinned and ridiculed him.
The itinerary then changed.
The young couple didn't plan to buy anything first, but planned to sell something first.
Fong Mu wanted to sell this silver dollar.
After searching, Fong Mu found a shop that specializes in identifying ancient coins and silver dollars. When I walked in, the middle-aged man at the counter greeted me warmly.
"What would you two like to see?" Fong Mu went straight to the point and took out the Grand Marshal Zhengzhuolin commemorative coin. Seeing this, the boss understood the purpose of the two men's visit.
Although he didn't believe that the two young men could produce anything good, he still put on gloves and took the silver dollars wrapped in the plastic bag with professionalism.
"Yeah, it's still Marshal Zhengzhuolin." "Yes, it's a commemorative coin." Fong Mu nodded and added, "Okay, let me take a look."
The boss also spoke during the appraisal, and all he said was something like, "The quantity is very small." It's nothing more than a reminder to Fong Mu that most of them are fake. Whether it is true or not, Fong Mu, who is in charge of the system, knows it better than anyone else. So when the boss was appraising, he was also guiding.
"Boss, you should be able to tell that this commemorative coin is made to the highest standards." "Oh? Young man, you are also in the same business?" The boss was very surprised and actually looked down on Fong Mu.
Fong Mu did not answer, but continued. The 6 characters Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army are written in regular script, and the portrait of Zhang Zuolin in military uniform in the center is also intricately carved.
"Boss, you should be able to tell I'm not making this up, right?" "Yes, that's right."
The boss nodded in agreement. The man is closed-eyed, and the embroidery on the uniform is very textured.
"This. Little brother, let me take a good look."
After saying that, the boss became fully focused. Fong Mu was not in a hurry and stood on one side with Yi Wanchuan, but the latter was far less calm than him. She was a little nervous and her hands were a little cold.
No one expected that the shop owner would look at it for half an hour.
But even so, he didn't dare to make any comments.
"Sir, could you two please sit down and rest for a moment while I call a few friends over to take a look?" Fong Mu smiled slightly and nodded.
Such a calm and composed look coupled with his handsome appearance really makes people dare not underestimate him.
Chapter 24, Good and Desire. The boss started calling for people, and in just a few minutes, 3 people came in from outside.
They heard on the phone that the item was a commemorative coin of Marshal Zhang Zuolin. Naturally, they couldn't wait to take a look at such a rare item.
With the arrival of 3 good friends, the boss felt more confident.
The 4 of them worked together and immediately started to identify it again. This watching lasted another half an hour. The long period of appraisal did not make them tired or sleepy. Instead, their eyes became brighter and brighter the more they looked. Finally, the 4 of them exchanged glances and reached a consensus.
The boss looked at Fong Mu apologetically. "Sorry, Mr. Fong, I kept you waiting.
After the 4 of us have authenticated your Marshal Zhang Zuolin commemorative coin, it is authentic.
It's the real thing."
As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Wanchuan opened her mouth slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes.
"The coin bought for $1 is actually worth 20 million.
For a moment, Yu Wanchuan felt not only admiration for Fong Mu but also admiration for him.
Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh and cry as he had turned his wife into a little fangirl. "But now is not the time to tease my wife. Thank you for your hard work." Fong Mu took the silver dollar with a smile. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the shop owner became anxious.
After thinking it over for a while, he finally opened his mouth and asked,
"Mr. Fong, I wonder if you are willing to sell this silver dollar?" Seeing Fong Mu nod, the shop owner was overjoyed. "Mr. Fong, what's your price?" Fong Mu was silent for a moment, then spoke.
"If it were to go to auction, I estimate the selling price would be around 26 million.
What do you think?"
Upon hearing this, the shop owner nodded and said, "That's right." Seeing this, Fong Mu realized that the boss was a relatively honest person, so he felt a little more favorable towards him. Besides, he really wanted to take action, so naturally he wouldn't make things difficult for others.
"It's been a lot of hard work for the 4 of you to make this assessment. Let's just consider it a friendship. 23 million. Okay. I want it."
The shop owner accepted it as soon as Fong Mu quoted a price, which shows that he was really interested.
The process after that is even simpler. Pay the money and get the goods.
After receiving the bank's notification of the arrival of the funds, this, Marshal Zheng's Wolin, commemorative coin changed hands again. The boss took the commemorative coin with great joy and a smile on his face. Although it cost more than 20 million, in his opinion, it was well worth the money. I've been out for quite some time. Fang Mu couldn't bear to let Yi Wanchuang work anymore, so he took advantage of the favor and picked out some antiques in the shop owner's shop. With the system, he was able to select genuine products, and the prices the boss gave were very fair. The 6 antiques cost 3 million, which helped the boss make some money back. After the trip, Fang Mu took Yi Wanchuan home. After they left, the news that someone in the antique street had received a genuine, Grand Marshal Zheng's Wolin, commemorative coin also disappeared. Similarly, the vendor who sold the jade cabbage to Fang Mu also heard the news and was extremely envious for a moment. When he looked down at his stall, he saw a new coin in the place where Fang Mu had taken the Marshal Zheng's Wolin commemorative coin. It is precisely because of this that the vendor would not believe that the one he sold to Fang Mu would be the real one. But sometimes the truth is so dramatic that you can't help but accept it. On the way home, Yi Wanchuan kept staring at Fang Mu. "Wife, if you keep staring at me like this, I'm going to blush. I don't have any red spots on my face, do I?" No, Yi Wanchuan smiled and shook her head. "It just feels like, husband, you really are quite capable." Fang Mu smiled, then said in a pretentious tone, "You will slowly discover in the future that your husband is very capable, in every way." Yi Wanchuan believed it without a doubt. Judging from her expression, it was clear that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. She would believe whatever Fang Mu said. After returning home, Yi Wanchuan was resting when Fang Mu's mother Ma Xiaochang suddenly called. It was not directed at Fang Mu, but at Yi Wanchuan. "The reason I called was just to remind Yi Wanchuan to remember to wear thermal underwear when she comes back tomorrow, and to wear more clothes so as not to catch a cold. That's all." Although they had never met before, Ma Xiaochang's care for Yi Wanchuan still made her feel warm in her heart. When Fang Mu came back, he sat next to Yi Wanchuan, who put her arms around his neck. "Hubby, I will definitely treat my father-in-law and mother-in-law well in the future." "Oh? Why are you suddenly saying this?" "Because my mother-in-law treats me very well, better than my parents." Yi Wanchuan pursed her lips and said so. Seeing this, Fang Mu didn't say anything, but just gently held her in his arms, resting his chin on Yi Wanchuan's shoulder, and snuggled up to her quietly. "Did Mom say anything else? Did she just tell you to dress warmly?" "Well, nothing else to say." "Well, it seems that now that we have a daughter-in-law, we have forgotten our son. We haven't even thought of telling him to wear more clothes." Puff. Yi Wanchuan couldn't help laughing. It turned out Fang Mu was jealous. "Okay, honey, maybe Mom knows that you will definitely wear more clothes." "I didn't know, so I warned you." "No need to explain, alas, I'm sad," and upset. Fang Mu sighed deliberately, causing Yi Wanchuan to giggle. Because they had to travel tomorrow, take a plane, and take a bus, Fang Mu took Yi Wanchuan back to the bedroom early and let her go to bed early. Just like last night, Yi Wanchuan, who was asleep, would always inexplicably move closer to Fang Mu. It's as if Fang Mu has some attraction. Looking at his pretty wife in his arms, Fang Mu's love grew stronger. He hugged Yi Wanchuan's shoulders and slept very soundly. The next day came in the blink of an eye. While Fang Mu was still sleeping, Yi Wanchuan quietly turned over and got out of bed. After all, today is her first time meeting her parents-in-law, and she must take it seriously when meeting her parents. Although Yi Wanchuan didn't say it, she cared very much in her heart. However, no matter which outfit she changed into, Yi Wanchuan was not satisfied. In the end, she chose a white shirt, pleated skirt and heels, which made her look both obedient and sexy. Putting on a windbreaker on the outside can not only keep you warm but also show your temperament. Satisfied, Yi Wanchuan was about to call Fang Mu to get up, but when she turned around, she found that he had already woken up. Not only that, he stared at her with a smile on his face. The reason why Fang Mu didn't say anything was because his wife's dress-up show was really eye-catching. Chapter 25. It could be motion sickness, or it could be morning sickness. After breakfast, the couple went out. Fang Mu was responsible for pulling the suitcase, while Yi Wanchuan walked in front wearing a hat. The sun is shining, and the frost on the leaves is even more charming. The plane takes off at 8:35, so there is still plenty of time. Or maybe you were so eager to go home that the 2-hour flight passes in a flash. After getting off the plane, you need to take a shuttle bus, which also takes 2 hours. While riding the bus, Yu Wanchuang basically spent the time in a daze, with very short periods of wakefulness, and without exception, she would just drink some water and eat some snacks. Although we set out from Shanghai in the morning, it was still afternoon when we returned to the county. When she got off the bus, Yu Wanchuang immediately understood why her mother-in-law had called her last night to remind her to wear long johns. It turns out that the temperature in Fang Mu's hometown, Feihu County, is really much different from that in Shanghai. Yu Wanchuang also understood what Fang Mu had said before: the terrain is high and the weather is cold. Although she was always drowsy on the bus, as long as she looked outside when she was awake, she could always see the mountains. That is to say, Feihu County was on the mountain.
No wonder it was so cool. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I?
Fang Mu said with a helpless smile. He has gotten used to it after all these years away from home. Whenever he tells others about the temperature in his hometown, they always express disbelief.
Yu Wanchuang now clearly felt the difference in weather between her hometown and the Magic City. Even Fang Mu couldn't help but think, I didn't lie. Honey, it's a bit cold. Yu Wanchuang nodded, then tightened her clothes. But the next second, Yu Wanchuang's attention was attracted by the blue sky above his head. Hubby, the sky in my hometown is so blue.
Not only that, I didn't even know what smog was before I went outside.
We don't have smog in our hometown.
Fang Mu said this proudly, but what he didn't say was that the only thing his hometown could boast of was the weather. After all, this was a legitimate poor county. As soon as I walked out of the bus station, several people holding signs surrounded me.
Handsome guy, beautiful girl, would you like a place to stay? 30 yuan a night, with hot water and Wi-Fi. Want to take a ride, young man? Where are you going? Fang Mu pulled Yu Wanchuang through the enthusiastic crowd and came to the side of the road. He waved for a taxi and went straight home.
Fang Mu's home is near the county town, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to get there by taxi, so there is no need for parents to come and pick him up.
It seemed like they couldn't wait any longer.
When Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang returned to the gate of the community, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji were already waiting there. Whenever a taxi passed by, the couple would look up to see if their son and daughter-in-law were there. Finally, a taxi stopped in front of them with a clear purpose. As the car door opened, a voice of mom came into Ma Xiaochang's ears. Fang Mu got out of the car and then helped Yu Wanchuang get out of the car. Looking at the two of them, Yu Wanchuang called out crisply, "Dad, Mom." For a moment, the smiles on both Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji's faces became much more intense.
After taking the things out of the trunk, the family of four walked home talking and laughing.
There is a distance from the entrance of the community to the door of the unit, and I also met neighbors on the way. Whenever someone asks, Ma Xiaochang will introduce it with a smile.
My daughter-in-law.
Then walk forward in the astonished and envious eyes of your neighbors. Fang Mu found it funny, but Yu Wanchuang felt a little embarrassed, her face flushed slightly. When Fang Mu got home, he smelled the fragrance of food as soon as he entered the door. But Yu Wanchuang quickly covered her mouth and asked where the bathroom was. Hearing his daughter-in-law vomiting in the bathroom, Ma Xiaochang was very worried.
Son, Schwanger is carsick? It may be, or it may not be.
You little bastard.
What do you mean by that? Fang Mu's answer left Ma Xiaochang confused. Fang Qingji observed carefully and quickly pulled his wife's arm. Take a look at Schwanger's belly later. Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang suddenly understood. Not long after, Fang Mu came out supporting Yu Wanchuang.
The latter's pretty face was a little pale, and the symptoms were the same as those of motion sickness.
But Ma Xiaochang also noticed Yu Wanchuang's slightly bulging belly. Mom, let me help her go back to her room and rest for a while.
Okay, let's take a break and then eat. After watching Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang return to the room, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly pulled her husband to the living room and sat down.
No, it's gone. It looks like it will be in March.
No wonder our son is in such a hurry to get the marriage certificate. It turns out he's pregnant.
Why is this bastard so impatient? We have to take good care of Schwanger. Pregnancy is not an easy thing.
Ma Xiaochang said this with a frown, but there was still some joy in his eyes. After all, the couple had been looking forward to having a grandson. In the room, Fang Mu helped Yu Wanchuang lie down, and then pulled a quilt to cover her.
Are you feeling better?
Fang Mu asked softly, then raised his hand to smooth out the hair that was stuck to Yu Wanchuang's forehead.
I'm feeling better now, honey.
I'm sorry for causing you trouble right after I got home.
Ouch.
Without waiting for Yu Wanchuang to finish speaking, Fang Mu raised his hand and tapped her forehead, causing her to cry out in pain.
What are you talking about? No, nothing. Yi Wanchuan covered her head and murmured, not daring to say another polite word. You take a break first, I'll go out and take a look.
Well, okay, husband, you and mom and dad should eat first.
Don't wait for me.
I still feel a little nauseous. Yi Wanchuan said hurriedly. At the same time, she was also a little helpless, because she had never been carsick before.
Why did she get carsick today, on such an important day? It's okay. Fang Mu walked out of the bedroom and closed the door gently.
The next second, his parents waved at him and called him over.
Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Son, don't you have anything you want to say to your mother?
Ma Xiaochang raised his eyebrows and asked towards the bedroom where Yi Wanchuan was. On the other hand, Fang Mu shrugged first, then grinned. I originally wanted to give you and Dad a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be exposed as soon as I got back. Mom, you guessed right, Schwanger is pregnant, 15 weeks.
Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang was overjoyed and counted on his fingers. 15 weeks, that's almost 4 months. You little brat. You hid it so well. Afterwards, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji gave various instructions and requests. Fang Mu was told not to make his wife angry. Ask Fang Mu to take good care of Yi Wanchuan.
Don't let her do heavy work, and don't let her get tired. To sum it up in one sentence, treat Yi Wanchuan as your ancestor and take care of her. In the bedroom, Yi Wanchuan was moved to tears.
The sound insulation of this house is so poor. Chapter 26, Homemade? A small workshop? The sound insulation of the room is a bit poor.
Yi Wanchuan could also hear what Fang Mu and the other two were saying in the living room and the bedroom. Although it was a little vague, she heard it after all. Yi Wanchuan, who had not felt the care of her family for a long time, couldn't help but shed tears.
After a while, Fang Mu came back.
When he saw Yi Wanchuan's tearful eyes, he hurried forward and hugged her.
Silly, what's wrong?
Yi Wanchuan shook her head with red eyes. No, it's okay. Later, under Fang Mu's questioning, she told the truth.
Honey, I'm just a little touched. It's okay. Don't worry.
After understanding the reason, Fang Mu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and gently pinched Yi Wanchuan's nose.
Stupid, you are my wife, of course your parents will care about you. We are a family. Still feeling uncomfortable? If not, let's go out for dinner.
Yi Wanchuan felt it for a moment, then nodded. When the two came out of the bedroom, Fang Qingji hurriedly invited them to come for dinner, and Ma Xiaochang also came over enthusiastically. When he saw Yi Wanchuan's eyes turned red, his warning look flew directly to Fang Mu.
No, Mom, I didn't bully your daughter-in-law.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan hurriedly wiped her eyes, then walked forward and took her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang's arm.
Mom, my husband didn't bully me. Don't be so mean to him. Blame me. I'm the one crying.
It is hard to imagine that the cold and beautiful female president of Yi Group would show such a delicate look in Fang's house. It really surprised those who knew her. Hearing Yi Wanchuan say that she was crying, Ma Xiaochang smiled and patted her little hand, then pulled her to the dining table.
Schwanger, let's go and eat. Everything is implied.
The round dining table was filled with delicious food. When Yi Wanchuan heard that all these meals were made by her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang alone, she couldn't help but think, no wonder Fang Mu's cooking skills are so good, it turns out it's hereditary. The whole family sat around the table. They talked and laughed while eating, which was 1,000 times better than the dull atmosphere when eating at Ye's house. Yi Wanchuan always has a smile on her face. Although I had dry heaves from time to time, I still ate a lot. The main reason was that Ma Xiaochang took too much care of her as a daughter-in-law. He kept picking up dishes for Yi Wanchuan, making it difficult for her to empty her bowl.
After the meal, the slightly bulging belly became even more obvious.
Yi Wanchuan wanted to go to the kitchen to help wash the dishes, but was rejected by her father-in-law Fang Qingji. Yi Wanchuan also felt that her father-in-law's words were familiar.
The sink is my territory. Fang Mu also said that. Ma Xiaochang drove his son and daughter-in-law into the bedroom and was reluctant to let the two children do any housework.
In the bedroom, Yi Wanchuan rested her head contentedly on Fang Mu's thighs and closed her eyes to rest. From time to time, I could hear the voices of my parents-in-law chatting outside. When Ma Xiaochang said he wanted to buy Fang Qingji a birthday cake, the latter quickly refused. Yi Wanchuan also opened her eyes at this time and sat up immediately.
What's wrong? Fong Mu asked. Hubby, I haven't given my parents the things I brought. Don't worry, come later. No, now.
Yi Wanchuang retorted, although she didn't know why she wanted to give the gift to her in-laws so quickly.
Fong Mu was still very obedient to Yi Wanchuang. Seeing that she was so insistent, he nodded and agreed.
When he saw Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang coming out of the bedroom, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly waved his hand and asked the couple to go back and rest. But Yi Wanchuang smiled and shook her head, then trotted to the door, laid down one of the suitcases and opened it. As the suitcase was opened, something wrapped in newspaper suddenly slipped out and fell to the ground with a crisp sound.
Ah! Yi Wanchuang exclaimed in surprise, and Fong Mu also hurried over. Fortunately, the things are intact. What is it?
Ma Xiaochang and Fong Qingji walked over. Fong Qingji, in particular, raised his eyebrows when he saw the newspaper and then the J-plate.
Dad, this is a gift from Schwanger. As he spoke, Fong Mu took out all 6 antiques. Fong Qingji looked at them one by one, and the twitching corners of his mouth showed that he was feeling uneasy at the moment. With his years of success in self-research, he couldn't find any faults in these 6 antiques.
After a moment, Fong Qingji smiled bitterly and spoke.
They are all genuine. Yes, they are all genuine. How much did it cost? It took.
Before Fong Mu could speak, Yi Wanchuang grabbed him, obviously not wanting him to speak.
Dad, it's just a little gift from me, please keep it. It's too expensive. Although Fong Qingji couldn't let it go, he still refused to accept it.
There was no other way, Yi Wanchuang had to pull Fong Mu over.
Dad, I even kidnapped Fong Mu and ran away, but in the end I still got the better of him. Can it be calculated this way? Okay, I'll take it first. You can take it away whenever you need it.
After saying that, Fong Qingji picked up the 6 antiques and carefully placed them on the collection shelf. Although there are many small gadgets on the collection shelf, Fong Qingji knows better than anyone that none of them are real.
Fong Qingji is interested in collecting, but is reluctant to spend too much money on it. This is what he really thinks in his heart. Now that his daughter-in-law has given him the real thing, 6 pieces in total, how could Fong Qingji not be so happy that he is grinning from ear to ear? Mom, you have a share too. Fong Mu called out to his mother Ma Xiaochang.
Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaochang quickly waved his hands.
Oh, you're not a stranger. I don't want it. Don't buy me anything in the future. If you have money, you might as well spend it yourself.
Ma Xiaochang is such a person. I can endure the hardship and tiredness, but I cannot bear to let my children spend unnecessary money on me.
What is wasted money?
It is the money she feels she has spent on herself that is unnecessary.
Hearing this, Fong Mu's nose felt sore.
Mom and Dad have lived a simple and honest life for most of their lives, and it's time for them to enjoy their lives.
Yi Wanchuang took out a lot of exquisite bags from the box. The bag is filled with Leaf Cosmetics under the Yi Group. Coincidentally, Ma Xiaochang happened to buy the essence of this brand, so he naturally knew how effective this brand was and how expensive it was.
So when he saw that Yi Wanchuang had actually bought so many cosmetics for himself, his hands couldn't help but tremble.
Schwanger, why did you buy so much? Mom can't use so much. Can you still return it? Just return it all. It's enough for Mom to know that you have this intention. Ma Xiaochang kept refusing. Until Yi Wanchuang said, Mom, these are all homemade. Take them and use them. If they're not enough, tell me and I'll bring you another 100 or 80 boxes. Self-produced? Produced in a small workshop? Chapter 27 Yi Wanchuang, I am so special, I just started to have morning sickness. Ugh. After Yi Wanchuang said these words, Ma Xiaochang couldn't help but wonder, does my daughter-in-law run a small workshop? There are already 180 boxes at the beginning. This small workshop uses really strong ingredients. Seeing that his mother had misunderstood, Fong Mu hurriedly explained. Mom, this leaf brand you often use is a product of Schwanger Company, so it's produced in-house. Huh? Oh. I see. Looking at his mother's expression, Fong Mu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, his mother had misunderstood just now.
Ma Xiaochang and Fong Qingji are extremely satisfied with their daughter-in-law Yi Wanchuang. But when they heard that she was the boss of a listed company, the old couple couldn't help but feel a little worried. From this point of view, their daughter-in-law is really outstanding. Excellence is a good thing. But for a relationship, if the two people are not a good match, there may be problems. So after thinking for a moment, Ma Xiaochang looked at his son and gave him instructions.
Son, you must work hard in the future too.
The clever Yu Wanchuang naturally understood the deeper meaning of what her mother-in-law said. In her heart, Yu Wanchuang shook her head. She was not that kind of person.
Instead, she was quite traditional.
Since she had chosen Fang Mu, it would be for her for life. But she still spoke.
Mom, I'm Fang Mu's wife.
I'll be with him no matter what.
And Fang Mu is also very good. Yesterday, when we were choosing a gift for Dad in the antique street, Yu Wanchuang told the two elders what happened in the antique street yesterday.
When the couple heard that their son had earned more than 20 million yesterday alone, they were stunned.
Son, is what Schwanger said true? Fang Mu nodded, and then took the opportunity to say, when I return to the Magic City this time, I want to try to start a business. Money in your hands will eventually run out, so you have to make more money. Fang Mu still didn't plan to tell anyone about the matter of Fang Yuan investment. At least he would wait until the Yi group was stabilized and the internal and external troubles were eliminated. Starting a business may be something that the rich second generation would rather avoid.
But for Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji, who did not have a very high level of knowledge, the two elders only felt that their son was capable and had aspirations. In fact, if there were no system to back him up, Fang Mu would not talk about starting a business so easily. After all, the word entrepreneurship is easy to say but not so easy to do. Yi Wanchuang naturally understood this principle. The reason she didn't point it out was because she supported him.
Fang Mu is her husband.
She will support him in whatever he wants to do. She will help him if she can, and at the very least, she will help him out.
Moreover, after spending some time together, Yu Wanchuang no longer thinks Fang Mu is a person who tries to show off his strength.
Since he said he wanted to start a business, he must have his reasons.
Your father and I don't understand what you are saying. You are not a child anymore.
You must have your own plans.
Ma Xiaochang said happily.
For a mother, having a successful child is more gratifying than anything else.
Don't worry, Mom. In the blink of an eye, it was time for dinner.
Originally, Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang were planning to take their children out to a restaurant.
But something went wrong with Yi Wanchuang. She wasn't just carsick.
Instead, it was motion sickness that caused morning sickness.
Morning sickness is a common symptom in early pregnancy.
Although it is common, it is really torturous. This afternoon, Yu Wanchuang ran to the bathroom every once in a while and vomited while leaning against the sink. At the beginning, I could still vomit something, but later on, I was afraid that there was nothing left in my stomach to vomit, and I could only dry heave. In just one afternoon, Yu Wanchuang, who had always looked good, turned pale. As a result, I can't even eat a few bites at home, let alone go out to eat. Even if I drink a few sips of water, I will vomit it out within a few minutes.
Fang Mu stood by, feeling extremely distressed.
If possible, he really wanted to help his wife bear this pain. Yi Wanchuang, who had recovered a little, saw the worry on Fang Mu's face and hurriedly smiled to comfort him, but the smile seemed forced.
Ouch.
I didn't expect morning sickness to start just now. People online say morning sickness usually occurs around 7 or 8 weeks, but I'm already 15 weeks pregnant and it's only started.
I'm really different from others.
I thought I could get away with it, but it seems I was overthinking it. Yi Wanchuang said this half-jokingly, in order not to make Fang Mu worry too much. But the more she acted like this, the more distressed Fang Mu felt, and finally he pulled her into his arms.
Fang Mu gently hugged Yi Wanchuang, put his face on her back, and felt heartbroken. The system seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and reminded. Hint, spiritual spring water. Could it be that the spiritual spring water can relieve morning sickness? Fang Mu was extremely surprised.
He quickly connected the spiritual spring water in the space to the tap, and then boiled a pot of hot water and brought it back.
Hubby, I don't dare drink anymore. I'm afraid of vomiting.
Yi Wanchuang said this with a pouting expression. Her expression was truly pitiful.
Fang Mu said soothingly, be good, drink a sip.
It will be more uncomfortable if you don't have anything in your stomach.
Well, all right then. Taking the cup of water, Yi Wanchuang opened her slightly pale little mouth and took a few sips.
As soon as I drank the water, my stomach suddenly felt warm.
Honey, don't worry, I'm feeling better now.
Yi Wanchuang comforted Fang Mu, fearing that he would worry.
Okay, lie down and rest for a while.
If you feel hungry later, tell me and I'll make it for you.
Yeah, okay.
With Fang Mu's help, Yi Wanchuang lay down gently, with the quilt covering her whole body, leaving only a small head exposed. Today, Yu Wanchuang was in a hurry to travel, suffered from carsickness, and suffered from morning sickness for a long time in the afternoon. She was already tired. Now, with the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, the symptoms of morning sickness have been relieved, the nerves have also been relaxed, and I feel sleepy in an instant. After yawning twice, Yu Wanchuang turned sideways and slowly fell asleep. Fang Mu then tiptoed out of the bedroom, turned off the lights and closed the door. When he turned around, he had a few boxes of tea in his hands. There is no name, no manufacturer, and no production date on the tea box. It is definitely a product without any quality assurance. But this is what Fang Mu got by signing in every day. According to the system, this is spiritual tea. The tea leaves are full of the essence of the sun and the moon. Drinking it with spiritual spring water can help prolong life. When Fang Mu is away from home, what he misses most is his parents at home. Especially my mother, who was busy with work when she was young. Now in middle age, her health has deteriorated a lot and she catches a cold and gets sick every now and then. Fang Mu can only feel at ease when his parents are safe and healthy. So when he came back to his hometown this time, he was determined to repay his parents. Chapter 28. If only my mother were still here. Is Shuang'er asleep? Ma Xiaochang asked when he saw his son coming out. Fang Mu nodded and sat next to his parents. Dad, Mom, Shuang'er bought this tea for you. It has the effects of detoxifying, beautifying, and strengthening the body. You too must remember to drink it every day. Ma Xiaochang nodded in agreement, but Fang Qingji shook his head and smiled. He usually liked to drink tea, but he would never believe that tea could also help with fitness. Logically speaking, ordinary tea does not have such miraculous effects. But who could blame Fang Mu for not bringing out ordinary tea? In order to make his father believe it, Fang Mu thought for a moment and then grinned. Dad, just remember to drink it every day. After all, it's your daughter-in-law's heart. Oh, by the way, this tea is quite expensive, 13,000 yuan for 1 ounce, and the shelf life is only 6 months. If it expires, it will lose its efficacy. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. How many? Fang Qingji almost spit out a mouthful of boiled water and scratched his ears, fearing that he had heard it wrong. 13,001 tael? Is that true? Fang Mu didn't say anything, just smiled, but the more he did so, the more Fang Qingji believed it. When they learned that the tea in front of them was so expensive, Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Does this thing have a shelf life? Fang Qingji asked in confusion. The reason why Fang Mu said this was because he was afraid that his father would think it was too expensive and would not be willing to drink it. If he didn't put pressure on him, he would definitely collect the tea leaves, so what's the point? Good things have a shelf life. They lose their effectiveness after the expiration date. Dad, Mom, you must remember to drink it. I'll buy you more after you finish it. No, this is enough for me. Don't buy it. It's 13,000 per ounce, 130,000 per pound. It's too expensive, too expensive. Fang Qingji kept shaking his head. Then he happily ran to boil water and prepared to make a pot of tea to try. Soon the tea was ready. The old couple took small sips of it and said it was good. Fang Mu also tried it, but didn't think it was anything special. My parents said it was good, probably not because it was expensive. But then again, if outsiders knew that the effects of these teas were so amazing, there would be a lot of people rushing to buy them at not only 130,000 yuan, but even 1.3 million yuan. After all, it is a product of the system, so it must be a high-quality product. Fang Mu is often not at home, and now that he is back, he wants to spend more time with his parents. But my mother was used to going to bed early, and seeing that she had started yawning, Fang Mu didn't want to delay any longer. So he stood up and stretched deliberately. Dad, Mom, I'm going back to sleep. I'm tired after sitting on the plane and the bus for half a day. Go back to sleep. Ma Xiaochang urged gently. She and her husband Fang Qingji were also tidying up the coffee table and preparing to go back to the house to rest. Fang Mu returned to the bedroom. As soon as I entered the door, I smelled the fragrance of Yu Wanchuang, which was very pleasant, and she was still sleeping soundly. Fang Mu climbed onto the bed quietly. I didn't want to wake Yu Wanchuang up, but this bed was old and it creaked when I put a little force on it. Even though Fang Mu stopped in time, Yu Wanchuang was still awakened by the noise. In the dark room, Yu Wanchuang could vaguely see Fang Mu's facial outline, and then he opened his arms. Hubby, hug me. Yeah, hug. Yi Wanchuan was like a kitten, lying in Fong Mu's arms, rubbing her head against him.
Her coquettish tone made Fong Mu's heart flutter. Blame me for waking you up. Go back to sleep.
Ning Yi Wanchuan closed her eyes slightly, making delicate sounds from time to time. After a moment, she changed her direction and lay down, hugged Fong Mu's waist and shook her head.
Hubby, I can't sleep. What time is it? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Ah. I'm doomed. I've slept for so long, how am I going to sleep in the second half of the night?
Yi Wanchuan said with a helpless smile. She had already expected that she would suffer from insomnia in the second half of the night.
If you are sleepy, sleep. If you are not sleepy, play. I will accompany you. Hubby, you're so nice.
In the dark night, the two of them huddled together, chatting about nothing. Yi Wanchuan told Fong Mu about her dream, and the latter listened very carefully, even hearing the sound of his stomach rumbling.
Hungry? My stomach is growling, but I don't seem to want to eat anything.
Yi Wanchuan said truthfully, but there was some contradiction.
That's probably because you have no appetite. If you want to eat something later, just tell me and I'll make it for you. Okay. At the same time, Fong Mu received a message on his mobile phone.
When he opened it, he saw that it was from his mother.
Son, Mom made some millet porridge for Schwanger. Eat it when you're hungry. I know, Mom. You guys take a break.
Yi Wanchuan was very touched. Even at this late hour, her mother-in-law was so considerate and made porridge for her.
This kindness was very heavy. But, hubby, we just talked about it and Mom sent a message. Did she hear what we said?
Yi Wanchuan lowered her voice and said in a low voice.
Fong Mu quickly shook his head when he heard this.
The sound insulation in his house was indeed a bit poor, but it wasn't so bad that he could still hear it through two walls.
It was just a coincidence. Oh. However, we can also buy a house while we are back. Fong Mu suddenly said. Buy a house? Why? Because, it's for the wedding house, idiot. Fong Mu laughed as he played with Yi Wanchuan's little hand.
Just now when I was chatting with my parents, the three of us also talked about marriage.
But what will happen in the end depends on Yi Wanchuan's attitude and ideas.
As expected, after hearing the word wedding room, Yi Wanchuan immediately thought of marriage, and then she felt shy.
For marriage? Yes, what? You don't want to get married? Fong Mu asked in a teasing tone.
The next second, Yi Wanchuan sat up from Fong Mu's arms, turned on the flashlight, and shook her head vigorously.
No. I want to marry you.
Just a little scared. Yi Wanchuan spoke hesitantly, and Fong Mu was a little surprised after hearing it.
Afraid? Yeah, I'm just scared. I feel like there's a lot of things I need to do if I get married, but I can't really put my finger on what they are. I'm afraid I'll make a mistake, or I'm afraid I won't do it well. After saying that, Yi Wanchuan's expression became gloomy, and she muttered in a low voice. If only my mother were still alive.
When in trouble, looking for mother is something every child will do subconsciously, and Yi Wanchuan is no exception.
Although she seems to be a very resourceful CEO of Yi Group. But don't forget, she is just a little girl pretending to be strong.
So when talking about getting married, Yi Wanchuan was both looking forward to it and afraid.
Looking forward to marrying Fong Mu.
Afraid of not knowing where to start. If only my mother were still here was truly her truest thought.
Chapter 29, I can sleep in at my husband's house, are you envious?
With the light of the flashlight, Fong Mu saw Yi Wanchuan hiding in the corner. Looking at her figure, Fong Mu felt distressed.
Schwanger, come here. Fong Mu waved his hand and called softly. Honey, I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for.
Mom and Dad also said that marriage is a big deal, and they should take your opinion seriously.
And you don't have to be afraid, I'm here, and my parents are here too.
Just a few words were like a stimulant, which made Yi Wanchuan's timidity disappear a lot.
After a moment, Yi Wanchuan smiled sweetly and nodded, yes, I still have a husband and parents. Hubby, thank you. It's great to have you.
Fong Mu smiled slightly and didn't say much, but the way he hugged Yi Wanchuan tightly seemed to say a lot.
I originally thought that Yi Wanchuan would be somewhat resistant to getting married.
But who would have thought that she would actually take the initiative to plan it?
Husband, shouldn't we put the matter of marriage on the agenda? My belly is showing now. If I wait any longer, it will be even more obvious. how about we wait until the baby is born to have the wedding?
After all, we already have the marriage certificate and are legally married.
We have to have a wedding.
Mom said this afternoon that we have to have a wedding to collect all the money we've given away as gifts over the years. From being timid at the beginning to being able to talk freely now, Yu Wanchuang's mentality has undergone tremendous changes.
I was afraid at first because I was unsure. Now that I have let it go, there is nothing to be afraid of. After all, there will always be a way out when you reach the mountain.
Yu Wanchuang gave Fangmu 2 options to choose from. In fact, Fangmu supports either option. If he had to say, he was somewhat inclined towards the second option, which was to hold the wedding after the baby was born. Although the waiting time will be long, it is the safest option. Otherwise, he couldn't bear to let his wife do this and that while she was pregnant, and he was also worried. Looking at Yu Wanchuang counting her plans on her fingers, Fangmu reached out and held her little hand. Wife, why don't we wait until the baby is born to hold the wedding?
Okay, listen to your husband.
Yu Wanchuang nodded sensibly. She was very smart and naturally understood that Fangmu did this for himself and the baby. But even if we decide to wait until after the baby is born to hold the wedding, we can still prepare for the wedding in advance, such as buying a house first.
Okay, husband, can you follow my ideas when it comes to decoration?
Of course.
After getting Fangmu's permission, Yu Wanchuang's little face suddenly showed a touch of joy and anticipation.
Decorating the wedding room according to her own ideas was great just thinking about it.
In addition to buying a house and decorating the wedding room, wedding photos can also be taken in advance. Fangmu added.
Yu Wanchuang gently stroked her belly, then said with a bit of a smile, "My belly is so obvious, will people laugh at me when I take wedding photos?"
Joke? Humph, let's see who dares to laugh at me.
Hee hee, okay, I'll follow your instructions, husband. Yu Wanchuang had already slept enough and was not sleepy. Now she was even more excited to talk about marriage.
Not to mention being sleepy, I didn't even yawn.
Instead, Fangmu yawned one after another. Yu Wanchuang called him to go to bed, but he stubbornly said, "I'm not sleepy." To put it bluntly, his main purpose was to keep her company.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay.
He glanced at the time and it was already 1 o'clock.
He and Yu Wanchuang had been talking about marriage for nearly 3 hours.
What is there to be afraid of?
Conservatively speaking, the two of them have already discussed most of the things and arrangements that need to be done for the wedding.
The rest can be left to parents to check and supplement.
After coming out of the bathroom, Fangmu went to the living room to drink some water. Unexpectedly, I saw a figure squatting by the window.
When I looked closely, it was my dad. Dad? It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? Are you here to enjoy the moon?
Fang Qingji waved his hand unhappily upon hearing this.
I can't sleep in the moon of fart appreciation. I guess it's because of the tea I drank. I feel like I'm sweating all over. Then I'll go back?
Go back.
Fangmu smiled and slipped away.
In fact, he could guess that the tea had taken effect.
It's normal to have this kind of reaction after drinking the spiritual spring and spiritual tea.
It's just hard for my dad, who has to squat in the corner in the middle of the night.
When Fangmu returned to the bedroom, Yu Wanchuang was already asleep.
After secretly kissing her on the forehead, Fangmu lay back on the bed and fell asleep soon.
As his breathing became even, Yu Wanchuang actually opened his eyes quietly.
In fact, even after sleeping for such a long time in the afternoon, Yu Wanchuang didn't feel sleepy at all. But she couldn't bear to let Fangmu stay up late with her, so she had to pretend to be asleep to trick Fangmu into sleeping. Looking at Fangmu's handsome face, Yu Wanchuang gently rubbed against him, wanting to get closer to him.
But then again, the temperature in Fangmu's hometown is really much lower than in Shanghai.
Even covered with a quilt, Yu Wanchuang still felt her feet were cold. Fortunately, as we got closer to the square wood, it didn't seem so cold anymore.
Good night, husband.
Yu Wanchuang said softly, then closed her eyes and prepared to fall asleep. Anyway, it's still a long time before dawn, so you should go to sleep if you can.
The next day.
Yu Wanchuang didn't know what time she fell asleep, nor did she know what time it was now. But Fangmu, who was originally lying next to her, was no longer visible, and she was the only one in the quilt. After a pause, Yu Wanchuang took out her cell phone, checked the time, and instantly became alert.
It's almost 10 o'clock?
If I were at the Yi family, not to mention sleeping in, if I got up a little late, I would hear my stepmother yelling. On the contrary, at Fangmu's home, the mother-in-law and others gave her enough care.
Shaking her head, Yi Wanchuang hurriedly got up. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on her mother-in-law. In fact, she was worrying too much. Whether it was Feng Mu, or Ma Xiaochang and Feng Qingji, they all felt that ensuring Yi Wanchuang got enough sleep was the most important thing. Besides, the child just wants to sleep in, what's the big deal? I can only say that Feng Mu's parents are really open-minded in many aspects. Before coming out of the living room, Yi Wanchuang tidied up her appearance a little in the bedroom. The disheveled look in her eyes was something that thousands of women could only dream of. Sleeping Beauty is no exception. Not only that, Yi Wanchuang also felt the treatment of being a treasure in the palm of the hand in her husband's family. Sleeping in? No problem. Breakfast must be hearty. I don't know where Ma Xiaochang saw it, but he said it's good for pregnant women to drink soy milk in the morning. So she got up before dawn to soak the beans, just so that her daughter-in-law could drink fresh soy milk. Chapter 30, I bought an expensive house, but my daughter-in-law is so beautiful, the neighbors are so envious. At the dinner table, Ma Xiaochang told Feng Qingji to buy an old hen so that he could make soup. Feng Mu said with a smile upon hearing this. Mom, Dad, let's go out together later. What are you doing? Buy a house, do. Before Feng Mu could finish, Ma Xiaochang interrupted him, why buy a house? We already have a place to live. However, when she heard Feng Mu say for a wedding house, she quickly changed her tune and said, the weather is nice today, it's nice to go look at houses. Feng Qingji, who was standing aside, had a look of helplessness on his face. It had to be his wife, and his expression changed so quickly. Son, which property are we going to see later? Ma Xiaochang asked with great interest. Jiangnan Academy, I often see it when I'm browsing Douyin, it looks pretty good. Good. The whole family hit it off immediately. After breakfast, everyone packed up and soon went downstairs to set off. Having been used to living in big cities, Feng Mu always felt that no matter where he went in the county town, it was not that far away. After all, when you are in Shanghai, going to a place usually starts from 30 or 40 miles away. Either take a 2-hour bus ride, squeeze into the subway, or ride a shared bike for half a day under the sun. But in the county town, 30 or 40 miles is enough to circle most of the town, and you can easily do that by riding an electric bike. The Jiangnan Academy where Feng Mu and his friends were going was more than 10 minutes drive from home, so they had to drive there. In the parking space next to the unit door, there is a black Dongfeng function which made the neighbors envious for a long time when I bought it. Nowadays, cars are no longer a rare item, and almost every household has one. The old friend that Dad had carefully cared for was also a little out of date and looked old. However, Feng Mu's whole family has deep feelings for this car. Although the model is old and it is a manual transmission, there are no problems in other aspects. The only problem is that the passenger window is sometimes not smooth when it goes up and down, and because it has not been driven for a long time, the shock absorber is a little rusty, and it makes a creaking sound when it is bumpy. Lao Feng, drive slowly and go on more flat areas. Schwanger is pregnant and can't keep driving in bumpy terrain. Yeah, okay. Hearing the conversation between her parents-in-law, Yi Wanchuang smiled sweetly, caressing her belly with her jade hands, and in her heart she was also saying good things about the little guy's grandparents. The 10-minute drive arrived in the blink of an eye. After the car stopped, a family of 5, got out of the car. Son, hold on to Frost. Mom, I know. Feng Mu nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. His mother was too concerned. Jiangnan Academy is a newly developed rare property with a high price starting at 7,000. But compared with big cities like Shanghai, it seems insignificant. Right now, there are quite a lot of people in the sales office. Looking around, they are all looking at houses. Just when Feng Mu was sighing that there were quite a few rich people in the small county town, an enthusiastic voice rang out, calling out to his mother. Sister Ma, this way, this way. When they looked over, they saw a middle-aged woman with a slightly bloated figure, waving at the Feng Mu family. When Ma Xiaochang saw the other party, he smiled and waved, then walked over there. Su Huiwan, the neighbor in the next unit, has a good relationship with my mother, so Feng Mu also called her with a smile. Aunt Huiwan. Hey! It's Mumu. When did you come back? I came back yesterday. Feng Mu said with a smile. I have to say that Aunt Su Huiwan is very outgoing and sociable, and she can talk to anyone enthusiastically. Looking at Feng Mu, there was a burst of praise, and anyone with a thin skin would probably blush. After chatting for a while, Su Huiwan got to the point, pulled Ma Xiaochang over, nodded her chin and pointed to an office. Sister Ma, please go to the office over there and sign in. You will have a boxed lunch at noon.
I couldn't get through to you on the phone when I arrived, but I still reported it to you." As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Xiaochang immediately slapped his forehead, obviously remembering something.
"Mom, what's wrong?" Fang Mu asked in confusion.
Then it was Aunt Su Huiwan who helped to explain, but her voice was very low. "Jiangnan Academy has opened for business these days and is looking for shills. Your mother and I, along with a few others over there, are all here to act as shills. We're all from our neighborhood. $80 a day, including meals, all I have to do is act."
"Isn't that a good deal?"
At this point, Su Huiwan was suddenly startled and turned to look at Fang Mu and Fang Qingji, father and son.
"Hey! No, what are you doing here? Children only want women." "I see." Fang Mu suddenly felt helpless. No wonder there were so many people in the sales office.
It turned out they were all shills. Ma Xiaochang also hurriedly explained.
"Juanzi, we're here to look at the house." "Wow, you got into the role so quickly."
"That's great." Su Huiwan clapped her hands and laughed. Ma Xiaochang had to explain again. "No, Juanzi, we are here to look at houses for my son, so I won't do this job anymore."
"Ah? You really came here to see the house?" Su Huijuan's face was suddenly filled with disbelief.
She obviously didn't expect that Ma Xiaochang and her family came here to look at houses, not to be babysitters.
"Yes, buy a house for my son to use as his wedding house." "Wedding house? Mumu is getting married? Has someone?"
As she spoke, Su Huiwan finally noticed Yi Wanchuan, who had been standing quietly beside her. Even if Yi Wanchuan doesn't wear makeup, her natural beauty still makes people shine. Looking at her aunt who was looking her up and down, Yi Wanchuan called out politely.
"Hello, Auntie."
Hello, you are so beautiful."
"Thank you, Auntie."
Yi Wanchuan smiled sweetly, and became even more beautiful.
"Juanzi, I'll stay with you when I have time. Let's go over and take a look."
"Well, okay." It was not until Ma Xiaochang and his family walked away that Su Huiwan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Because whether it is buying a house in Jiangnan Academy or Fang Mu's girlfriend Yi Wanchuan, they are both extremely surprising.
Houses here are very expensive. Fang Mu's girlfriend is very beautiful. Thinking of this, Su Huiwan couldn't help but think, the Fang family is so lucky, actually so rich? They can even buy a house here? They usually don't show off their wealth, which is amazing. Not long after, several other middle-aged women from the same community that Su Huiwan mentioned came over with posters.
More and more people are coming to see the house, and the childcare staff are also required to get into shape.
"Huiwan, that's Ma Xiaochang, right?
Hurry and call him over. We should pretend to look at houses."
Someone pointed at Ma Xiaochang not far away and spoke.
Su Huiwan smiled and waved her hand, explaining, "Sister Ma is here to look at houses for the children, not to babysit them." As soon as these words were spoken, surprise appeared on the faces of several people.
Some people couldn't help but want to go over and ask in person whether it was true or not. Chapter 31, Neighbor with Mixed Feelings. We agreed to be at the same level, why did you ascend? Trust is always a single person.
When the salesperson saw Ma Xiaochang and his family, he hurried over to greet them. Su Huiwan and others also came to greet them. The salesperson didn't know that they knew each other, so he started to flirt with her.
"Auntie, do you want to see the house?"
"Yes, let's take a look at the house."
Ma Xiaochang nodded, feeling a little amused. "We have known each other for so many years, how could I not see the purpose of their coming here? I just want to see if I really want to buy a house here."
They were all friends for many years. In order to prevent her friends from being scolded and to not affect their work, Ma Xiaochang had to pretend not to know them. So, when Ma Xiaochang answered looking at houses, he was also speaking to his sisters, answering their doubts. When the female salesperson heard that they wanted to see the house, a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. She raised her hand and led Ma Xiaochang and his family to the sand table model nearby. He also said to Su Huiwan and several other guests, "You can all come and take a look." I can only say that this female salesperson was kept in the dark. "Auntie, can you tell me what you need? I'll give you a detailed recommendation." When asked this question, Ma Xiaochang turned his head and looked at Fang Mu. "This matter depends on his son." Fang Mu walked forward and told the salesperson his needs truthfully. After all, no matter how much he looked at it, it was definitely not as detailed as what the salesperson knew. Hello, we need a large space, preferably a large flat. It has to be a good floor, good layout, good lighting, and ventilation.
Fong Mu explained everything one by one. Seeing him talking so eloquently, the salesperson suddenly had the thought, could he be a shill?
Because if we want to meet the demand for square timber, then only the most expensive houses can do it, and the price will be much higher.
Is there anyone suitable? Fong Mu asked after he finished speaking.
The salesperson nodded quickly and wanted to take Fong Mu and the others to the office for a detailed discussion.
Sir, this way please. When leaving, the salesperson winked at Su Huiwan and others, meaning that they should not follow him.
After seeing Ma Xiaochang and his family enter the office, Su Huiwan and others became even more convinced that they were there to buy a house.
See? Well, I see, the Fong family is so rich?
I think it should be a down payment and a mortgage.
Oh, my, I get a headache just thinking about a 30-year mortgage.
Several people made their own guesses. Come to think of it, before this, Ma Xiaochang's family was at the same level as theirs. It is natural to feel a little unbelievable that I suddenly have to buy such an expensive house.
But how could they know that Fong Mu is now the chosen one?
People who have a system, even if they just lie down and sleep in every day, will live better than 100% of the people in the world. In the office, salesperson Chen Sha served tea and water, and even brought a plate of snacks to Yi Wanchuan because she saw her getting a small fried dough twist outside. After understanding all the needs and ways to buy a house, Chen Sha wanted to take Fong Mu and others to see the sample house.
When I walked out of the office, there were a lot of people outside.
Chen Sha even said with a swelled face, "There are really a lot of people looking at the house today." In response, Ma Xiaochang just smiled and said nothing. After all, if her son hadn't wanted to buy a house, she would have come here to be a babysitter. Among those people in front of me, I can't say that none of them are looking at houses, but there are definitely many of them who are shills.
Soon, we arrived at the sample room under the guidance of salesperson Chen Sha. Very good in all aspects. This made Ma Xiaochang and Fong Qingji very satisfied. Fong Mu was much calmer, as he lived in a villa in Shanghai.
Not to mention Yi Wanchuan, all the villas where Fong Mu lives are hers.
Sir, do you think? Very good. Take us to see the set we just selected. If everything is okay, let's sign the contract. Yes, the salesperson responded quickly. She never expected Fong Mu to be so straightforward. If it really works, that would be a huge commission, so sweet.
At the sales office, Su Huiwan and others acted as shills very competently. People who didn't know the inside story would never tell that they were shills.
However, while acting, they were also paying attention to the door.
Without asking, you could tell that they were waiting for Ma Xiaochang and his family. When they saw Ma Xiaochang and others coming back and being brought into the office by the salesperson, Su Huiwan and others were even more surprised. Because according to the experience of the previous few days, those who were able to follow the sales back to the office have basically finalized the purchase.
The gap has widened like this?
Su Huiwan and other sisters felt mixed emotions.
Envy, and still envy.
Fortunately, they are all old acquaintances, and Ma Xiaochang is popular. Seeing that she is living a good life, no one is jealous, but envy is a real emotion.
In less than half an hour, Fong Mu and the others emerged from the office.
He also had a translucent folder in his hand, revealing a document with a red cover.
It was definitely the real estate certificate.
When leaving, Ma Xiaochang waved to Su Huiwan and others from a distance and did not go over to disturb their work. But as soon as Fong Mu and his team left, Su Huiwan and others approached Chen Sha for sales.
Girl, which family bought it just now?
Chen Sha was in a good mood after receiving the commission, and nodded without hiding anything.
Yes, I bought it. Hearing this, several people were shocked. Su Huiwan then asked, loan, or full payment?
Full payment, wow, he's really rich. Chen Sha couldn't help but sigh when she answered. The sisters around Su Huiwan were already stunned.
That was the full payment for the house.
He's really rich.
He can take out hundreds of thousands of dollars just by saying so. Someone sighed. The next second, Chen Sha corrected him, what do you mean by hundreds of thousands? After the discount, it's over 1.8 million.
Su Huiwan and the others were speechless, not wanting to ask any more questions. They originally felt that you and I were the same, but who would have thought that Ma Xiaochang had quietly become a rich woman?
When people at the same level suddenly ascend, the sense of gap is simply too strong.
On the other hand, after purchasing the house, Fong Mu's family did not go home, but went to the decoration company. Since the house has been bought, the decoration naturally needs to be arranged.
If the progress is fast, maybe you can celebrate the spring festival in the new house.
I stayed in the decoration company for 3 hours. Because Yu Wanchuang has ideas about the decoration of the house. Fortunately, the designer of this decoration company is very experienced, otherwise it would be impossible to meet the needs of Feng Mu and others. Before leaving the decoration company, Feng Mu paid a deposit. Everyone in the decoration company is sighing, it's great to be rich. Because whether it is the cost of renovation or the cost of buying a house, it is a huge amount of money. Chapter 32, Can't you even notice such a beautiful woman? Lingquan water is indeed effective in relieving morning sickness. But Yu Wanchuang still felt nauseous occasionally. After returning home, Yu Wanchuang, with a slightly pale face, sat in front of the sink and hiccuped for a long time. However, despite the severe morning sickness, she actually had an appetite to eat, which was really a good thing. Originally, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji wanted to cook some new dishes, but were stopped by Yu Wanchuang. Because she didn't know how long she and Feng Mu would stay in their hometown, nor did she know when they would return to the Magic City. If I leave suddenly, there will be a lot of leftovers at home, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law will probably have to eat them for many days. So according to Yu Wanchuang, we should eat the leftover food from yesterday first and then make new food. Although Yu Wanchuang is the CEO of a listed company, he is quite frugal in his daily life. Besides, Yu Wanchuang was feeling very hungry at the moment, so if there were any leftovers, she could just heat them up and eat them. But even so, when Feng Mu was heating up the food, Yu Wanchuang sneaked into the kitchen and stole a leftover steamed dumpling from breakfast.
Is it cold? If you want to eat it, I'll heat it up in the microwave for you.
It's not cold, husband. Here, try it.
It's still warm.
I don't know whether it's warm or not, but Yu Wanchuang must be really hungry. Feng Mu also hurried to heat up the dishes so that his wife could eat as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that Yu Wanchuang actually likes to eat both sour and spicy food. This made Ma Xiaochang unable to judge. As the old saying goes, sour boy, spicy girl.
What does it mean that my daughter-in-law likes to eat sour and spicy food?
In the end, Ma Xiaochang could only shake his head. Boys and girls are the same, both are good, and both are treasures. In the afternoon, Fang Qingji's sister, Fang Piling, Fang Mu's aunt, came. There was a sudden knock on the door. Just when I was wondering who it was, Fang Piling's loud voice came through the door. As soon as he heard that it was his sister-in-law, the smile on Ma Xiaochang's face immediately disappeared, and he muttered, "Why is she here?"
Fang Qingji went to open the door and soon brought in a middle-aged woman. "Come on, why are you taking things?"
Ma Xiaochang said politely.
Fang Piling didn't say anything, but looked at Feng Mu with a smile.
"I heard that Xiaomu was back, so I came to see him." After she said this, I don't know whether she believed it or not, but no one present, including Fang Qingji, believed it. As expected, as soon as they sat down on the sofa, Fang Piling asked Feng Mu directly about buying a house. It turns out that the news that Feng Mu bought a house in Jiangnan Academy has disappeared. Come to think of it, although I didn't tell anyone else about buying a house, I met Su Huiwan and other people who were acting as babysitters at the sales office. Su Huiwan and Fang Piling didn't know each other, but it's possible that others knew each other and told Feng Mu's aunt.
"Brother, sister-in-law, how much did you spend on buying a house for Xiaomu?" Fang Piling definitely knew that asking this question was just a pretense.
Without waiting for Fang Qingji to speak, Ma Xiaochang shook his head and smiled. He bought the house himself.
Lao Fang and I didn't pay a penny. Xiaomu bought it himself. Xiaomu was really promising. "Xiaomu, how much did it cost?" Fang Piling asked again, as if she would not give up until she found out. Feng Mu, who understood the art of language, replied, "Not much money."
This. After asking for a long time without getting an answer, Fang Piling almost suffocated to death.
"Down payment?" Feng Mu smiled. "Or did you pay in full?" Feng Mu just smiled again. Feng Mu really didn't have much good feelings towards his aunt. Snobby, stingy, cunning and mean were Feng Mu's inherent impressions of her.
Not only that, when Feng Mu was young, his aunt often destroyed the relationship between Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji. Or he would say bad things about his mother in front of his grandmother. Or he could persuade his parents to divorce. She turned the small conflicts between husband and wife into big problems, more than once. As a result, Feng Mu naturally did not have much good feelings towards this aunt, and even felt disgusted with her. So no matter whether he was arguing with her or making her angry, Feng Mu would not feel burdened, but would feel relieved instead. Seeing that she couldn't get to the bottom of the matter, Fong Piling stopped asking, but she felt very uncomfortable. Because she has always been a person who is afraid that you will live better than me, even thinking so towards her elder brother. The reason why she came here today was very simple, just to borrow money. In Fong Piling's opinion, since her elder brother has money to buy a house for his son, he must have money to lend her. She never thought about whether all the money would be spent on buying a house. Brother, my son Lele is almost done with work, but he's still a few tens of thousands of yuan short.
If you have any money, please lend it to me.
The Lele Fong Piling mentioned is Fong Mu's cousin Xing Lei, who is 6 years older than him. He dropped out of high school, but instead of going out to work, he stayed at home and lived off his parents. Now, after so many years, he is still single and hasn't even found a job. It is his parents who help him find a job. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as lazy and gluttonous, because Xing Lei just wants to find a simple job with high salary.
Fong Qingji had actually guessed the reason why his second sister came home a long time ago. But he doesn't want to lend this money, and he won't lend it.
It's not that Fong Qingji is stingy, but his second sister is a heartless person. She has borrowed money from him before, and many times, but has never paid it back. For this reason, Ma Xiaochang and Fong Qingji had many quarrels. Fong Mu was worried that his father would be embarrassed, so he asked Fong Piling directly without waiting for Fong Qingji to speak.
Aunt, how much is tens of thousands of yuan? Not much, just 90,000 yuan. Fong Piling said with a smile.
After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan was speechless. 90,000 is also tens of thousands. He really knows how to talk.
Fong Mu was also choked by these words.
It turned out that Lai Ming was robbing. Seeing his mother's face change drastically, Fong Mu quickly shook his head.
There's nothing I can do, Aunt.
Although I didn't ask my parents for money when I bought the house, my parents' money has to be reserved for the betrothal gift.
Dowry? Fong Piling asked in confusion, and then she saw Yu Wanchuan who had been sitting quietly beside her.
You have to know that Yu Wanchuan is a very beautiful woman, and ordinary people will definitely notice her at first sight.
But Fong Piling hadn't noticed it since she entered the house.
It can only be said that her purpose in coming to Fong Mu's house was very simple, that is, to get money.
Other things? Don't think about it. Yeah, I just saw it. Who is this girl? My fiancée wife, call her Aunt. Fong Mu answered with a smile.
Yu Wanchuan then stood up slowly and called her politely and gently.
Chapter 33 Yu Wanchuan, a husband protector. Aunt.
Yu Wanchuan was as gentle as water. But what Fong Piling didn't expect was that such a gentle and beautiful girl could actually be so powerful when confronting others.
Hey, hello.
Fong Piling nodded in response, feeling both envious and jealous, because his son Xing Lei was several years older than Fong Mu and was still single. Fong Piling felt sad when she thought that she didn't know when she would be able to hold her grandson in her arms.
However, she felt even more uncomfortable when she noticed Yu Wanchuan's slightly bulging belly. Xiaomu, your girlfriend is pregnant? Yes, Aunt, it's been almost 4 months. You'd say I'm anxious, buying a house and preparing the betrothal gifts. Fong Mu pretended to be depressed.
Yu Wanchuan found it funny, but she pinched him behind his back a lot. But even if Fong Mu's words were reasonable and well-founded, it was impossible to refute them.
Fong Piling still refused to give up. Well, how much is the bride price? Xiaomu, don't people in our county usually don't give bride prices? If you do, it'll be embarrassing if word gets out. It'll tell people you're buying a wife, which is embarrassing, really embarrassing. Fong Mu didn't know what his aunt was thinking. Could she say such things in front of a girl? Anyone who can do such a thing is either stupid or evil. Obviously, Fong Piling is the latter, that is bad.
Yu Wanchuan would show her gentle side in front of Fong Mu, but at other times, she was the decisive CEO of Yi Group.
Is she that easy to bully? So when Fong Piling deliberately said unpleasant things to her, Yu Wanchuan directly retorted. Aunt, I'm not from here. I'm from Shanghai, so asking for a betrothal gift is reasonable, right? Dad, Mom, what do you say? Ma Xiaochang nodded immediately and even kicked Fong Qingji to make him nod as well. Yes, Schwanger is right. Fong Mu is blessed to marry you. It's just a betrothal gift. You have to give it, and you have to give more. It will be embarrassing if it gets out. It will be so face-saving. People will just think that our family is not short of money. Ma Xiaochang said with his head held high.
The more he spoke, the more he felt that it made sense, and the more confident he felt. Hee, thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad, but my grandpa has prepared a dowry for me. As Yi Wanchuang said this, Fong Piling became even angrier and more envious, her eyes almost turning red. But Fong Piling was so shameless that she would not give up even though Fong Cheng Jiming told her that the money should be kept for the betrothal gift.
He even set his sights on Yi Wanchuang. Well, girl, people in big cities like you don't need this little money, right? Besides, since your grandfather has prepared a dowry for you, the betrothal gift will be returned in the end, right? This is just like giving from the left hand to the right hand. It's totally unnecessary. Girl, don't ask for the betrothal money. My aunt really needs it. Brother, you don't want to see Lele's job go to waste, right? He's your nephew. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang rolled her eyes in annoyance. How could a person be so shameless?
Seeing Fong Piling starting to play the emotional card, Yi Wanchuang directly refused with a cold face.
No. When we get engaged, I want to see the betrothal money. My dad lent you the money. What will you use for the engagement party? You can use newspaper. Put it inside the red envelope. No one can see it, and you won't feel bad if you lose it. It's very safe. Fong Piling never stops until her words shock people. In order to borrow money, you can come up with such a bad idea? She is such a clever little girl. Nonsense.
Fong Chun continued to get angry, slamming the table and scolding, "Second brother, listen to what you are saying."
Brother, Wu, my life is so hard.
Xiaomu already has a girlfriend, but our Lei is still single, Wu.
Pa. Fong Mu pushed a pack of tissues in front of Fong Piling, then took Yi Wanchuang's little hand and looked at her crying with pretended sadness.
As a result, Fong Piling's efforts were ruined, and all her efforts to build up her emotions were in vain.
Xiaomu, girl, we are a family. Even if we don't mention the betrothal gift, you two will be husband and wife for life. There's really no need for that. Fong Mu grinned.
Aunt, give this money as a betrothal gift to my wife.
I can take it back when I need it. If I lend it to you, it will be for life.
I'm afraid I won't be able to get it back in my lifetime.
You, Xiaomu. How can you talk like that?
Aunt, as the old saying goes, if you borrow, you must repay.
It's not difficult to borrow again. First, you should return the 30,000 yuan my father lent you when I went to college. Then we'll discuss other things. Fong Mu gets angry when talking about this matter.
That year, I borrowed money from my aunt's family, which almost made me unable to pay my tuition.
Fortunately, I had a student loan.
Fong Piling had been in a car accident at that time, but it wasn't actually that serious, otherwise she wouldn't have been in the mood to suck blood everywhere. The driver who caused the accident paid compensation, and it is said that he is still being asked for money every year. Shuidiku also raised money that year, and after deducting medical expenses and various other expenses, there was still some money left over.
Even relatives were not spared and borrowed money to varying degrees. Fong Qingji felt sorry for his second sister at the time and gave her 30,000 yuan. Later, even though he had the money, he didn't mention paying it back. Fong Piling didn't want to pay back the money she borrowed before, and now she wants to take the opportunity to borrow more. The calculations here can be heard clearly even on the other side of the ocean. Fong Piling finally saw clearly that her nephew was ruthless. So, knowing that there was no hope of borrowing money, Fong Piling stopped pretending to be a good sister or good aunt. Forget it. Xiaomu's marriage is more important. What about the job in Shanghai? Is it stable? The cost of raising a child is very high these days. As she spoke, Fong Piling looked at Yi Wanchuang, then glanced at her belly and continued, "Don't let the time come when you can't afford to give birth but can't afford to raise the baby." Such sarcastic tone made Yi Wanchuang frown. She also realized that this elder sister had completely given up pretending and started to say unpleasant things. So Yi Wanchuang didn't tolerate her and directly responded to Fong Piling's sarcasm. Then don't worry about it. I own a company, so why should I worry about not being able to support a child? When Fong Piling heard that Yi Wanchuang actually started a company, she felt as if her heart was stabbed with a knife and felt very uncomfortable. How could such a beautiful and rich woman become Fong Mu's wife? Fong Piling was very indignant, unwilling, reluctant, and unwilling. So she glanced at Fong Mu, who was smiling, and said sarcastically, "Isn't this just living off a gigolo?" However, what Fong Piling did not expect was that Fong Mu nodded in agreement calmly. "Yeah, the doctor said I have a bad stomach and need to eat more soft food. Soft rice is just right. By the way, cousin should also want to be a gigolo, right? TSK, it's a pity that he can't have it. Hiss. These words really hurt my heart. Chapter 34, if you can't borrow the money, do you still want to take away the things you gave away? She is polite. Nonsense. Your cousin is fine, his hands and feet are intact, why would he live off her? Fong Peeling defended herself, but she felt uneasy in her heart, because she had heard her beloved son say many times that he wanted to be kept by a rich woman. Therefore, she became even more jealous of her nephew Fong Mu. Yi Wanchuang is so beautiful, young, and rich. It would be great if she were my daughter-in-law. Fong Peeling thought this over and over again. Yi Wanchuang also disliked her, so after Fong Mu finished teasing her, she also spoke up to help. Aunt, my husband is also very capable. He just found an antique a few days ago and made a profit by selling it. How much did you sell? Fong Peeling asked hurriedly. Yi Wanchuang was wondering why she hadn't used up her brain enough to bring this up. This aunt came to borrow money. Just as Yi Wanchuang hesitated, Fong Qingji spoke. I sold a lot, bought a house, and renovated the house, so it was just right. Fong Qingji said this, but Fong Peeling didn't believe it at all. Yi Wanchuang also understood what her father-in-law meant, and she didn't want to lend money to her aunt from the bottom of her heart. Quite a lot, how much is it? Fong Peeling asked again. To be honest, she really has a kind of perseverance and determination to get to the bottom of things, comparable to a certain host named Lu. They are also quite disliked. Dong dong dong. Someone's coming. I'll go open the door. Fong Mu ran to open the door and took the opportunity to slip away. When the door opened, it turned out to be Su Huiwan, whom I met at the sales office of Jiangnan Academy. Aunt Huiwan. Hey, Mumu, your mom called me and said something happened. What is it? Auntie, please tell my mom. Please come in. Oh, okay. Before entering the door, Su Huiwan rubbed the dust off her feet on the doormat. To be honest, I like this aunt more than the eldest aunt in the family. When she came to the living room, Su Huiwan felt a little apologetic when she saw Fong Peeling. Sister Ma, you have relatives. Should I come later? Seeing that she was about to leave, Ma Xiaochan quickly stood up and pulled her back. Don't worry, it's okay, just wait for me. With that, Ma Xiaochan ran back to the room. When he came out, he had a box of Yeezy Cosmetics samples in his hand, which were the ones Yi Wanchuan brought back. Sister Ma, what are you doing? Su Huiwan also recognized the brand Yeezy, but she didn't dare to reach out to take it, as she felt it was too expensive. But Ma Xiaochang just smiled and stuffed it into her hand with a tough attitude. We all know that this Leaf Cosmetics are great, right? Try this, it's full of samples of the latest styles. After hearing this, Su Huiwan felt even more embarrassed to ask for it. Sister Ma, this is so bad. It's okay. They're all made by my daughter-in-law's company. She brought some to me. You can try them out. If they're useful, please help promote them. Is that so? Okay, thank you, Sister Ma. Then I'll be leaving first? I'll find you later when I'm free. Okay, walk slowly. Su Huiwan was very surprised when she held the cosmetic sample. Although it was a sample, it could be used for a long time. And they really liked the cosmetics of the brand Leaf. Now Ma Xiaochang generously gave her a box. This kindness will really make Su Huiwan remember it until her death. But... hiss. Sister Ma just said this leaf is a product of her daughter-in-law's company? Oh my god. What a huge company that must be. The Fong family is so lucky. Mumu must be really capable and talented. On the other side, Fong Peeling, who was very angry with Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang, was also moved. The brand Leaf is quite famous in China and is very expensive. Although it is just a sample, she also wants it. What surprised her even more was that this leaf was actually a product of Fong Mu's girlfriend's company? How rich is that? Sister-in-law, do you still have this sample box? Give me a few boxes. If they work for you, I'll help promote it. While Fong Peeling was speaking, she was looking at Yi Wanchuang, as if thinking, you have to respect your elders. But Yi Wanchuang ignored her and turned her head away. Ma Xiaochang already disliked his sister-in-law Fong Peeling because of past events, so he shook his head without thinking. Alas, it's gone. I gave it all away. Second sister, you should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have kept it for you. Fong Peeling was stunned. Tell me earlier? How could I tell you earlier when I don't even know?
Knowing that Ma Xiaochang didn't want to give it, Fong Piling smiled awkwardly and sat there quietly with a sullen look.
I thought Fong Piling's mischief had ended here.
But who would have thought that she would really spare no effort for her lazy and gluttonous son at home? After knowing that Yi Wanchuan was a real rich woman, he actually set his sights on her again.
Xiaomu's wife, you are so rich, can you lend me a few tens of thousands?
I will pay you back as soon as your cousin makes money.
Tens of thousands? 90,000? Oh. Right.
90,000, actually 100,000 would be fine too, so I don't have to borrow from anyone else. Although Yi Wanchuan was asking, she was not simply asking a rhetorical question, but rather teasing. But Fong Piling actually thought it was possible and raised the price by another 20,000. To be honest, for a moment, Yi Wanchuan felt helpless. Yi Wanchuan, aunt, I respect you and call you aunt, but I haven't even married yet, and you're asking me to lend you money.
Is that appropriate? Fong Piling, it's suitable. Yi Wanchuan, suitable? Fong Piling, Yi Wanchuan.
I don't think it's appropriate, so I won't lend it to you. Yi Wanchuan slapped Fong Piling's hope to pieces.
Yi Wanchuan felt sorry for Fong Mu for having such a terrible relative. How did he endure all these years?
Finally, Fong Piling left after saying a few harsh words.
Before leaving, she even took away the box of 8 treasure porridge she brought with her.
Yi Wanchuan, speechless to the extreme, tilted her head.
Are there such people?
Ma Xiaochang was in a good mood. Not only did he not think that his son and daughter-in-law had done anything wrong, but he felt very relieved.
Lao Fong, your sister took away the thing she brought. She's really good at doing things. Fong Qingji's old face turned red, and he was speechless from the bottom of his heart about his second sister. Fong Mu on the side smiled. It's okay, Mom. That box of 8 treasure porridge is expired.
And, it's the box my dad took when he went to visit my cousin who had a hemorrhoidectomy 2 years ago.
It's marked, so it can't be wrong.
After hearing this, the whole family was speechless. When Fong Piling returned home, her son Xing Lei was still playing chess at the door. Then Fong Mu's cousin was dragged into the house by his ears. Then the voice of "I'm so disappointed in you" was heard.
Why don't you go find a rich woman? What's the point of just talking if you don't practice? Fong Mu has found a rich woman. Get out of here and go to the Magic City. No. Go to the Imperial City. Find a rich woman.
Chapter 35, A Beautiful Wife, Admiring Eyes, and a Little Fangirl Look.
In the evening, Fong Mu received a call from Zhuo Jinghe. Fong Mu is a hands-off boss, and Fong Yuan Investment is thriving under Zhuo Jinghe's management. It turns out that a company can run stably even without a boss.
Zhuo Jinghe called to tell Fong Mu that all the external risks of the Yi Group had been resolved.
Those who need to be suppressed should be suppressed. A warning for that warning. Even the Yi Group has become a close cooperation partner of Fong Yuan Investment.
According to Zhuo Jinghe, the Yi Group will only become more prosperous in the future, provided that internal troubles are resolved.
The internal trouble of the Yi Group is Yi Wanchuan's father Yi Ru.
As the biological son of the founder of Yi Group, Yi Ru's status in Mr. Yi's mind is far inferior to that of Yi Wanchuan, his granddaughter. Otherwise, Mr. Yi would not have handed over the full authority of the Yi Group to Yi Wanchuan. But even though Mr. Yi had made such an arrangement, Yi Ru did not give up. Instead, he often made small moves over the years and still had evil intentions. But just as old Master Yi said to Yi Wanchuan, Yi Ru's advantage is that he is ruthless, but his strategies are far from enough, so he is not a concern. But who would have thought that with the help of his stepmother Yi Wanchuan, Yi Ru had already had a considerable impact on the Yi Group. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a time bomb. Therefore, if the Yi Group wants to develop, it must lay a solid foundation and eliminate internal troubles. Compared with external troubles, internal troubles are often more deadly. After hanging up the phone, Fong Mu grinned.
Now that everything has been handled, can he tell his wife about his work as the boss of Fong Yuan Investment?
After all, I've been hiding it all the time, and it's really frustrating.
Just think about it, which man doesn't want to show off in front of his beautiful wife?
It's so exciting to think about the admiring look in my wife's eyes and the look on her face like a little fangirl. When Fong Mu came out of the bedroom, the living room was very quiet. It's not that there was no one there, but Yi Wanchuan and her parents were all silent. The atmosphere was very depressing, as if something had happened. Especially Yi Wanchuan, she was hugging the pillow with a frown on her face, her expression looked very ugly, as if water could drip out of it.
What's wrong? No, it's okay.
Yi Wanchuan made room for Feng Mu to sit down and said that everything was fine, but that forced smile didn't lie.
Schwanger, tell Feng Mu the truth. You are husband and wife, and you have to handle problems together.
Ma Xiaochang said, and Feng Qingji nodded in agreement. Only then did Yi Wanchuan tell Feng Mu the truth. Hubby, when you called just now, I also received a call from the Yi family.
They asked me to go back, to split up the family. Split up the family? Feng Mu was a little surprised.
He really didn't expect that his father-in-law would use such a mean trick.
Yes, the Yi Group has just stabilized with the help of Feng Yuan Investment. Dad's sudden decision to split up the family business will definitely have an impact on the Yi Group. By then, Feng Yuan Investment might withdraw its investment, and the Yi Group will be reduced to its original state.
Yi Wanchuan spoke with a complicated expression. He was obviously her biological father, but he treated her so cruelly, which made her feel sad. Yi Wanchuan felt even more sad when she thought that the Yi Group founded by her grandfather might collapse in her hands. When she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, which showed her inner turmoil. Hearing this, Feng Mu thought for a moment and spoke.
Does that mean that if Feng Yuan Investment doesn't withdraw its investment, the consequences won't be too bad? Yes, that's right. I have my grandfather's will in my hand.
He also anticipated this situation. The will states that if my father wants to divide the family, he should give him several branches of the Yi Group.
Losing those branches won't be a big loss for the Yi Group.
On the contrary, it will be easier for them to move forward and achieve better development.
But the prerequisite is to stabilize Feng Yuan Investment.
Hearing this, Feng Mu suddenly laughed.
Is there such a good thing?
Seeing him laughing, Ma Xiaochang kicked him in annoyance, thinking that he was too ignorant. But in fact, Feng Mu's smile really came from the heart. At the same time, I also admire Mr. Ye's decisiveness. His will can perhaps be said to be sacrificing one's own family for the sake of justice.
Is this what it means to be close to your grandparents?
For the sake of his granddaughter, the son still destroyed.
What are you laughing at? Hurry up and think of a solution. Ma Xiaochang said unhappily.
In fact, she knew that her son could not help much, but she could not laugh either.
Okay, I'll think of a way. Oh. I got it.
Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan, Ma Xiaochang and Feng Qingji all looked over.
Wife, why don't you just call the person in charge of Feng Yuan Investment and ask them not to withdraw their investment? Because I am.
You little bastard.
Are you looking for a fight?
Ma Xiaochang grabbed Feng Qingji's slippers and was about to hit him. I was surprised at how smart my son was, but I didn't expect he was just making fun of others.
He deserves a beating.
Even Feng Qingji silently pulled off his other slipper and wanted to play mixed doubles with his wife if they had a disagreement.
Instead, Yi Wanchuan threw herself in front of Feng Mu. Mom! Don't be angry. My husband is just teasing me. He wants me to laugh and be happy. It must be said that Yi Wanchuan's behavior and performance touched Feng Mu's heart. This fool is so pitiful.
But what I said was the truth. Why couldn't you wait until I finished speaking? Feng Mu hugged Yi Wanchuan with his backhand, then looked helplessly at his father and mother who were holding the slippers.
Dad, Mom, if Feng Yuan Investment is mine, would you believe it? I don't believe it.
Ma Xiaochang and Feng Qingji shook their heads together. Instead, it was Yi Wanchuan whose beautiful eyes widened, because based on her understanding of Feng Mu, the latter would not talk nonsense.
I knew you wouldn't believe it, but it had to be my wife. Even my wife believed it. Don't worry, wife, I'll let the person in charge of Feng Yuan Investment know.
As he spoke, Feng Mu rubbed Yi Wanchuan's head lovingly, then took out his cell phone and made a call directly. It only took 3 or 5 seconds for the other party to answer the call and called me boss as soon as he opened his mouth.
Boss.
Shout he, the Yi Group is about to face the division of its assets. You must take action at the appropriate time to help the boss lady preserve the foundation of the Yi Group.
Remember? Okay, boss. Oh, right, there's one more thing.
Feng Mu suddenly turned on the hands-free mode and asked, Xiaoyi, tell me your full name, and then tell me who I am. Zhuo Jinghan naturally had no idea what her boss was going to do.
But since it is the boss's request, just comply.
So, Zhuo Jingha answered truthfully, my name is Zhuo Jingha, and you are the boss of our Feng Yuan Investment. After he finished speaking, the slippers in Ma Xiaochang's hand slipped quietly.
Chapter 36, Investing is risky, and I accidentally hooked up with a rich woman. For a moment, Ma Xiaochang thought that Zhuo Jinghe was a babysitter hired by his son.
But Fang Mu made the call right under her nose, so how could he have the chance to find a spy?
Could it be that? Okay, Xiaohe, remember my words.
You must protect the Yi Group.
Yes, boss. Fang Mu hung up the phone with satisfaction.
When I looked up, as expected, both my parents and my wife looked extremely shocked and astonished. Although Yi Wanchuang trusts Fang Mu very much. But after listening to the call, she was still shocked. Especially the sentence just now, "We must protect the Yi Group," made Yi Wanchuang tearful. The Yi Group is my grandfather's hard work, I must protect it.
This is what Yi Wanchuang has always insisted on.
Now that Fang Mu is also helping her, Yi Wanchuang suddenly feels not alone anymore, but also very safe.
Yi Wanchuang was talking to Zhuo Jinghe on the phone.
She knew that this name represented the determination of Fang Yuan Investment, and she also remembered the voice that extended a helping hand to her in her time of trouble. But she didn't expect that the person who really protected and helped her was actually her husband. After thinking this through, Yi Wanchuang could no longer hold back, and tears as big as beans slid down her face. There was no lack of grievance in those tears, but more of it was touching and grateful.
Hubby, thank you, woo woo woo.
Yi Wanchuang was very emotional, and Fang Mu gently patted her back to comfort her. His wife's defenses were broken, and Fang Mu regretted it. He should have revealed his identity earlier.
It seems that the problem has really been solved?
Ma Xiaochang pulled her husband back to the room, leaving the space for her son and daughter-in-law. Although she also wanted to know what Fang Yuan Investment was and how capable her son was.
But now is clearly not the time to ask.
In the living room, Yi Wanchuang sobbed for a long time in grievance. Fang Mu coaxed her for a long time and finally calmed her down.
Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fang Mu felt very panicked.
Silly, my dear, I didn't mean to deceive you. The reason I didn't tell you was because I wanted to secretly help you clear up some of the Yi Group's external problems.
If I had known this would happen, I should have confronted you that day. Fang Mu explained the truth.
Seeing that Yi Wanchuang didn't say anything, he directly pulled up the latter's little hand and put it on his face.
Wife, if you are angry, just hit me twice to vent your anger.
In the bedroom, Ma Xiaochang nodded approvingly upon hearing this.
See? This is how you coax your wife, isn't it? The angrier you get, the more excited you become.
Next time we have a fight, if you ask me to wash your clothes, I'll spank you.
Fang Qingji, geese.
Yi Wanchuang couldn't bear to do it, so she gently stroked Fang Mu's face with her hand.
Thank you, husband. Thank you again. Didn't I tell you not to say thank you? Yeah, hubby, I love you. Wife, I love you too.
The two hugged each other tightly.
How could Yi Wanchuang be angry? She was just crying because she was simply moved.
Now that he had sorted out his emotions, Yi Wanchuang had too many questions he wanted to ask.
Hubby, you've always worked under me, so how did you suddenly become the boss of Fang Yuan Investment? Well, it's just developing in secret. Fang Mu evaded the question casually. So you're such a big boss now, why are you still working under me?
Hearing this, Fang Mu rolled his eyes and smiled wickedly.
Yeah, I've been eyeing the CEO of Yi Group for a long time. How could I not be moved by such a beautiful woman?
So I've been lurking in the dark, thinking that once Fang Yuan Investment becomes bigger and stronger, I'll buy the Yi Group, including you, and make you my wife. Fang Mu's words became more and more ridiculous, and his face didn't even turn red when he told lies.
Yi Wanchuang naturally didn't believe it.
As smart as she was, she didn't plan to ask any more questions.
Maybe this was Fang Mu's secret. But even if she saw through it, she didn't point it out. Instead, she cooperated by raising her swan neck. Oh, so you are the hunter. That's because high-end ingredients often appear in the form of prey. Hee husband, that saying high-end hunters often appear as prey is wrong. That's right. Fang Mu shook his head. I am the prey. You have captured my heart. I can't escape. There is no way I can escape.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red.
This earthy love confession is really powerful.
In the living room, the young couple was flirting. In the bedroom, the old couple were feeling awkward and embarrassed.
It was so sweet, too sweet, and so greasy, too greasy.
Especially Fang Qingji, he almost took out a small notebook to take notes word for word. I really don't understand how the young people nowadays can do it, and show off their love like this? I can only say that if you don't work hard when you are young, you will learn word for word when you are old.
When will you return to the Yi family? Tomorrow? Well, we'll have a farewell dinner tomorrow night.
Although I knew this day would come, it was still very sad when it finally came.
Yi Wanchuang forced a smile and nodded.
When she mentioned the farewell dinner, a complicated expression flashed across her face.
You still have me, your parents, and our baby.
Fang Mu held Yi Wanchuang's little hand tightly, then took her little hand and gently placed it on her bulging belly, where their baby was.
Fang Mu was there to comfort him.
Yi Wanchuang was sad for a moment, but then she recovered her mood. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in thinking too much. Furthermore, the Yi family's exclusion and targeting of her over the years have already worn away the few remaining feelings she has for the Yi family. It would be nice if we could go back and part ways tomorrow. A moment later, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji came out. Knowing that their son and daughter-in-law were going back to Shanghai tomorrow, the old couple felt somewhat reluctant to let them go.
Mom will make dumplings for you tomorrow, eat a few more.
Thousands of words are contained in this sentence.
Dumplings on the bus, noodles when you get off is really full of parents' most sincere feelings and reluctance. The separation is only temporary.
Under Fang Mu's playful coaxing, the reluctance on Ma Xiaochang's face disappeared, and he even asked about Fang Yuan investment.
It's just an investment company. If there are good projects, I will invest in them. When they make money, I will get dividends and benefits. Look, I invested in the Yi Group and brought you such a wonderful daughter-in-law. In response to Fang Mu's teasing, Yi Wanchuang just smiled and said nothing.
After all, she was the one who provoked Fang Mu in the beginning.
Fang Qingji was thoughtful after hearing his son's explanation, and after a moment, he spoke. Fang Yuan investment, Fang Yuan, the sky is round and the earth is square, it has great ambitions. Fang Mu was stunned.
He was indeed his father. What he said was so accurate.
It's better to have bigger ambitions. The prerequisite is to have the ability. Chapter 37, Green Smoke Coming Out of the Ancestral Grave? It must be black smoke coming out. Return to the room at night. Yi Wanchuang raised her hand and pushed Fang Mu down on the bed.
Then she took a step forward with her long and beautiful legs. That queen-like style makes her look like a big sister.
Hubby, you hit it so well.
Yi Wanchuang said with a smile, her slender fingers sliding from top to bottom on Fang Mu's cheek.
Ahem, honey, didn't you say you weren't angry anymore in the living room? Hee, I'm not angry now, I just want to deal with you. Why, is that not okay?
Well, then you can take care of me.
I'm ready. Don't be reluctant. Come on.
Fang Mu said this in a mean way, and pulled out Yi Wanchuang's pajamas, then covered her eyes with them.
That look, how shameless it is. Yi Wanchuang was amused and sat there smiling coquettishly.
Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her fingers. When she looked down, she found that they were bitten by Fang.
Don't bother your husband, it's so dirty.
A charming atmosphere permeates the entire room. To be honest, if Yi Wanchuang hadn't been pregnant, she might have lost control of herself due to Fang Mu's teasing.
But right now, I can only stop it in time.
Furthermore, the soundproofing of the room is really disappointing, and I feel embarrassed even if I want to do something.
Time flies and it is the next day. Fang Mu was still asleep when Yi Wanchuang woke up.
She woke up because she smelled a fragrance, like the smell of cooking dumplings. You know, Yi Wanchuang didn't really like eating dumplings. But because of her pregnancy, the secretion of hormones in her body changed, and the dumplings that she had not been very fond of before now made her crave them extremely. Look, even if you are sleeping soundly, you will wake up immediately when you smell the smell of cooking dumplings.
Husband, wake up, wake up. Fang Mu was shaken awake by Yi Wanchuang.
When he turned his head, he saw a glimpse of spring. It's nice to see the beautiful scenery right after I opened my eyes. Yi Wanchuang was confused by these words, until she lowered her head and realized that the spring scenery in the garden could not be contained.
TSK. It's all your fault.
You pulled the buttons off my pajamas while we were playing last night, humph. Yi Wanchuang hummed tenderly, and then began to change her clothes, because at this moment, she really wanted to eat dumplings.
Hurry up, honey. I'm so hungry.
Just when Fang Mu was teasing Yi Wanchuang, the latter actually moved her mouth and bit him.
Fang Mu cried out in pain.
Yi Wanchuang was startled, thinking that she had bitten too hard, and hurried forward to check. Who would have thought that Fong Mu had no martial ethics at all and bit back directly?
A cherry mouth is also a cherry, right?
When the couple changed their clothes and came out of the bedroom, they found that the volume of the TV in the living room was very loud.
Yi Wanchuang's face immediately turned red. Can't you see it?
The TV sound is just to cover up the noise they make in the bedroom. Ma Xiaochang pretended to have just seen Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang and immediately greeted them warmly. Come over here and eat dumplings filled with pickled cabbage and meat.
It smells so good.
Yi Wanchuang, who was originally feeling a little shy, was immediately overwhelmed by the aroma of the dumplings and took small steps to sit over. Being a jealous girl, she poured half a bowl of vinegar and then shared it with her parents and Fong Mu.
Honey, please help me get a bowl of dumpling soup. Okay, do you want it sour?
Want. The goddess is jealous and eats garlic, which damages her image a bit, but Yi Wanchuang doesn't care about these things, she just wants to eat. While eating this pot, Ma Xiaochang ran to cook another one. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law eating with their mouths full of oil, she felt extremely happy. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji did not eat together, but packed up their things. Soon, there were several packages and bags of various sizes on the ground. You don't need to ask to know that these are things prepared for Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang to take away.
Dad, can you help me find a urea bag? There are too many of them and it's hard to carry them.
Fong Mu said with a smile.
He didn't want to lose the things his parents brought on the road.
But Fang Qingji hesitated.
What about urea bags? Doesn't that look good?
Hey, Dad, what's so ugly about it? Besides, why should I care about other people's things?
I just want to be comfortable.
Fong Mu was too lazy to think about what others thought. If he did, life would be so tiring. Yi Wanchuang then gave Fong Mu a thumbs up and said, "That's right, as long as I'm happy, why bother about so many things?"
Fang Qingji quickly found a urea bag from the basement.
This bag was easy to use and sturdy, and could hold a lot of things. When he arrived at the airport, he didn't have to worry about it being damaged if he checked it in.
After breakfast, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang were about to leave home.
Ma Xiaochang looked at his son and daughter-in-law, his slightly frown unable to relax. "Schwanger, Mom will go to the Magic City to take care of you when the time comes.
Son, you must take good care of Schwanger."
When they really had to part, Ma Xiaochang gave many instructions, fearing that he had missed something. The first person whose eyes turned red was Yi Wanchuang. She lost her mother when she was young, and finally felt her mother's love again after many years.
How could she not be touched?
Before getting in the car, Yi Wanchuang stepped forward and hugged Ma Xiaochang, who gently tidied her clothes.
If you miss home, come back when you have time.
Okay, Mom, Dad, bye.
The two left in a car.
But even after the car turned the corner and disappeared from sight, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji still stood there and looked around for a long time. It was not until a neighbor passed by and greeted them that the old couple put away their disappointment. The news that Fong Mu paid full price for a house in Jiangnan Academy spread everywhere. Everyone in the community who knew Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang knew about it.
It was outrageous. So Fong Mu was also labeled as promising by his neighbors.
Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji also received unprecedented enthusiasm from their neighbors. Although most of the questions during their meeting were what does Fong Mu do in Shanghai, and how much is his salary, Ma Xiaochang still felt proud. What's more, the couple knew that their son and daughter-in-law both opened companies in Shanghai, and each one was bigger and more powerful than the other. So when they heard others say that their son was promising, the old couple did not show any modesty.
After all, he was really promising.
However, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji did not tell anyone else about their son and daughter-in-law starting a company, as they were afraid of causing unnecessary trouble for Fong Mu. This made the neighbors even more anxious, and like a cat scratching, they made all kinds of speculations.
Until one day later, they saw Fong Mu on TV. Only then did the neighbors realize that they had underestimated Fong Mu. He was not a promising person at all. He was simply asking for trouble.
On the other side, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuang arrived at the bus station. Just as I was about to get on the bus, a female voice sounded from the side. Turning around, it turned out to be the high school beauty, Luo Lingmei.
A vain woman. Chapter 38. What is wrong with you? Did I let you eat my stick?
I have the impression that Luo Lingmei's wish when she was in high school was to marry into a wealthy family. Several years have passed now. I wonder if you have achieved your wish. Although Fang Mu and she were high school classmates, they spoke very few times during their 3 years of high school, not to mention after graduation. She always looks superior.
Fang Mu was somewhat surprised that they greeted each other when they met today. But then again, even if it was just pretending to be a passerby, so what? It was no big deal. Fang Mu, long time no see.
Well, yes, let's get in the car first.
Fang Mu smiled politely, then took Yi Wanchuang's hand and walked towards the bus.
Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu's seats were double beds. She was on the inside and Fang Mu was next to the aisle.
Coincidentally, Luo Lingmei was sitting on Fang Mu's right, which was the other side of the aisle.
Seeing this, Fang Mu whispered in Yi Wanchuang's ear, "Wife, let's switch places." Yi Wanchuang thought Fang Mu was afraid that she would get jealous and misunderstand, so she shook her head. She didn't care about that.
But the fact is that Fang Mu didn't want to talk to Luo Lingmei and wanted to avoid her.
Since his wife refused to change, he had no choice but to take the seat. Sure enough, while the shuttle bus was waiting to depart, Luo Lingmei sat directly facing Fang Mu and asked him questions.
Fang Mu, that's your girlfriend. She's so beautiful.
Luo Lingmei looked at Yi Wanchuang praising her, but she felt resentful and envious in her heart, especially because the latter's temperament was so extraordinary. Hearing Luo Lingmei praising herself, Yi Wanchuang leaned forward and smiled at her. That smile made Luo Lingmei, who was also a woman, a little dazed.
This square wood is so lucky. Yes, my fiancé. Fang Mu corrected her. Now he preferred to introduce Yi Wanchuang as fiancé, and the latter also preferred it. Luo Lingmei was stunned when she heard this. Fiancé? Wow, Fang Mu, you're getting married soon, that's great. Unlike me, whose job is still unstable, how can I dare to think about getting married? By the way, Fang Mu, where are you going on the bus? Let's go back to the Magic City. Hey, I'm in the Magic City too, we're just on the same route.
Hearing this, Fang Mu nodded, but he was speechless in his heart and couldn't get rid of it.
In Luo Lingmei's opinion, Fang Mu was very different from the male colleagues working in the company. Maybe he is doing very differently?
So she wanted to start a conversation, thinking that maybe something might happen in the future when they were in Shanghai.
This is Luo Lingmei, the woman who could easily move around multiple men in high school. Even though she now knew that Yi Wanchuang was Fang Mu's fiancé, she would still want to poach her. No wonder Fang Mu avoided her. The shuttle bus started off. If most of the passengers on the bus were not killing time by sleeping, Luo Lingmei would definitely continue to chatter. But even so, she would still harass Fang Mu from time to time. Halfway through the journey, the shuttle bus pulled into the service area, giving passengers time to use the restroom. Yi Wanchuang also wanted to go, so Fang Mu stood up and followed her. When he turned around, he heard Luo Lingmei say in a low voice, "You still need my company when you go to the toilet." Although it was not stated explicitly, Fang Mu knew that they were talking about Yi Wanchuang, and he immediately felt unhappy. On the contrary, Yi Wanchuang didn't care at all, because in her opinion, she and Luo Lingmei were just a chance acquaintance, just passers-by on a journey, so there was no need to take it seriously with her. However, Yi Wanchuang is still very naughty. On the way to the bathroom, he teased Fang Mu a lot. "Hubby, it seems you are very popular with women." Fang Mu's forehead darkened when he heard this, and he knew. Okay, let's go to the bathroom. The road is slippery, so be careful. Hee, I got it, brother. Yi Wanchuang's clear laughter lingered in my ears, and she had already walked into the bathroom. While waiting, Fang Mu went to the supermarket next door and bought 2 boiled corns. It's really expensive, 10 yuan per stick. Soon Yi Wanchuang came out, shaking her washed little hands and splashing them all over Fang Mu's face. Fang Mu lovingly took her little hand and helped her wipe it clean, then blew on it to warm it up. Yi Wanchuang enjoyed it very much and teased with her pink fingertips from time to time. Back in the car, Yi Wanchuang sat back in her seat and prepared to eat corn. Then I heard Luo Lingmei saying thank you? Fang Mu swore that he absolutely did not say to buy Luo Lingmei a corn as well, but when this woman saw him holding the corn, she actually took it from him. By the time Fang Mu reacted, Luo Lingmei had already started eating it. This. Thank you, Luo Lingmei thanked while chewing corn. Fang Mu pulled the corner of his mouth but said nothing. Yi Wanchuang was speechless. How could there be such a shameless woman? How shameless? Yi Wanchuang complained directly. I don't know if Luo Lingmei didn't hear it, but she didn't care at all. Hubby, eat. You eat it. Fang Mu shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless, as he was filled with disgust.
Fortunately, the shuttle bus arrived at the station and reached its destination. Everyone in the car was anxious to get off, but Fang Mu held Yu Wanchuang down and prevented her from moving. There are so many people here now, it would be terrible if we got squeezed in, but there is no rush anyway. On the contrary, Luo Lingmei had no intention of getting out of the car, as if she was waiting for something. After everyone got off, Fang Mu took Yu Wanchuang's hand and got out of the car from the back. As soon as I got off the car, I heard the driver shouting, "Whose urea bag is this? Don't forget to take it. It's ours, it's ours." Yu Wanchuang shouted as she walked forward. Originally, Luo Lingmei wanted to add Fang Mu on WeChat so that they could contact each other in the future. But when I saw Fang Mu actually carrying a urea bag to pack his luggage, all the good impression I had accumulated along the way was instantly gone. Fang Mu no longer looks handsome, and instead looks like a loser. Especially when she thought about Fang Mu's reluctance to treat her to corn, Luo Lingmei felt even more disgusted. After picking up the suitcase and urea bag, Fang Mu and the other man prepared to take a taxi to the airport. But Yi Wanchuang was actually looking around as if looking for something. "Wife, what are you looking for?" Fang Mu asked doubtfully. He also looked around and found nothing wrong. Yi Wanchuang looked around seriously before saying, "Looking for that female classmate, eh? Why isn't she coming with us? Didn't we say we were going together? Brother, why don't you go look for her? She said she wants to go with you." Fang Mu's forehead darkened when he heard this. If Yi Wanchuang hadn't been in a good mood, he would have thought she was jealous and sulking. Brother doesn't like her. Be good and stop looking for her. Let's take a taxi to the airport. Brother, are you really not looking for me anymore? Fang Mu was helpless and raised his hand to tap Yi Wanchuang's fair forehead. His strength was not very strong, but something still happened. "Whoa, brother, did you hit me because of your delicate sister?" Yi Wanchuang rubbed her eyes like a child, with a sly smile on her lips as she lowered her head. Sure enough, women are born with the ability to act. Chapter 39, The one in silk stockings is mature and reliable, the one in white is? When boarding the plane to Shanghai, Luo Lingmei was still looking around. As expected, Fang Mu and her fiancé were nowhere to be found. So Luo Lingmei became even more convinced that Fang Mu was not doing well at all, otherwise how could he not even be able to afford to take a plane? In her opinion, since she didn't see Fang Mu and the other man, they must have gone to take the high-speed train. Little did they know that Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang were also on the plane, but in the first-class cabin. First class. Yi Wanchuang wanted to sleep as soon as she got on the plane. To be precise, I was dazed the whole way on the bus, but fortunately, I didn't get carsick. Yi Wanchuang only felt that she had just closed her eyes, but the next second Fang Mu called her to wake up. I glanced at the time and saw that we were almost in the Magic City. It felt like I had traveled through time. My dear husband. Yi Wanchuang leaned forward and kissed Fang Mu on the corner of his mouth. Luckily, no one saw it, otherwise he would have escaped the airplane meal but not the dog food, which would have been really annoying. It's really not easy to go back home. Taxis, shuttle buses, and airplanes all take turns. Fortunately, I can drive myself after returning to Shanghai. Although the Ferrari is not comfortable to sit in, at least you don't have to waste time waiting for the car. After leaving the airport and paying the parking fee, Fang Mu drove away. After picking up Yi Wanchuang, the two of them left. After the two left, a figure ran breathlessly to the place where Yi Wanchuang got on the car. That person was Luo Lingmei. As soon as she left the airport, Luo Lingmei saw Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang. Before she could figure out how the two of them came to the Magic City with her, she saw Fang Mu driving a luxury car past right under her nose. In an instant, Luo Lingmei realized that she had made a misjudgment. I also figured out why I didn't see Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang when boarding the plane. First class, first class. How much she wanted to ride in a luxury car and ask Fang Mu to give her a ride, but no matter how fast she ran, it was not as fast as 4 wheels. Looking at the friend list again, there was no Fang Mu's contact information, and Luo Lingmei regretted it deeply. Even though it had nothing to do with her, Fang Mu driving past her in a luxury car still made her feel like she had missed out on $1 billion. On the other side, Yi Wanchuang laughed teasingly. "Okay, honey, we can't see anyone anymore, drive slower." Yi Wanchuang was a little amused and helpless. She knew that the reason why Fang Mu stepped on the accelerator and accelerated was entirely because he saw Luo Lingmei. He looked so anxious that if you didn't know, you would think he was hiding from his creditors. "Hey, wife, you don't know, that woman had 2 nicknames when we were in school.
Nickname? What's that? Cow sticky candy and bone scraper. Huh, what's that?
Yi Wanchuang became interested and turned to look at Fong Mu.
She's called sticky candy because once she sticks to you, you can't get rid of her.
She's called bone scraper because she'll find ways to cut a piece of flesh off your body.
She's very powerful. Fong Mu laughed dumbly.
Luo Lingmei brought back many of his high school memories. It turns out that high school is not just about heavy academic workload, there are also so many fun things to do.
Yi Wanchuang also understood how powerful Luo Lingmei was. She thought for a long time before asking Fong Mu. Hubby, what about you? Do you prefer a gentle, cuddly girl or a cool, mature, and reliable older sister? Laugh. Fong Mu pulled the car over to the side of the road, then tilted his head and looked at Yi Wanchuang thoughtfully.
Don't say, you like me as long as it's me, Yi Wanchuang interrupted, directly passing up the universal formula.
I like them all. Hubby, you're greedy.
Ahem, I like the delicate and cuddly look of a woman in white silk stockings, and I also like the mature and reliable look of a woman in black silk stockings.
Wife, will you fulfill your husband's wishes? Hubby, just tell me you like stockings. Not really. Fong Mu shook his head. I don't like things that are too dark. Yi Wanchuang? Honey, you really picked it. Drive, let's go home. Home silk? Hubby, please be serious. I'm afraid.
Yi Wanchuang held her forehead and smiled bitterly. It turned out that her husband had such a secret and reserved side.
This kind of conversation was really abnormal. Fong Mu smiled.
I couldn't help but think, let you tease me. Yes, from the time he got on the bus to work to the time he returned to Shanghai, Yi Wanchuang teased him a lot along the way. Now, just consider it as revenge. When she got home, Yi Wanchuang felt exhausted and curled up on the sofa, not wanting to move at all.
But I have no choice but to move. I have to go back to Ye's house in the evening.
Whether she thought about it herself or told others, she was used to calling her home Yi family.
It seems that I am not a member of the Yi family at all.
In fact, this is indeed the case.
Apart from the fact that one's surname is Yi, who else would consider themselves a member of the Yi family?
My mother is gone, my grandfather is gone, and now the Yi family only has a group of people who have nothing to do with me. Yi Wanchuang felt a headache when she thought about meeting them in the evening.
But fortunately, Fong Mu was here. Honey, would you like to dress up for tonight? Yi Wanchuang asked.
Her idea was simple, that is to let her husband dress more handsomely and dazzle the eyes of the Yi family.
Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Fong Mu naturally understood what Yi Wanchuang was thinking. Besides, I'm meeting my father-in-law. Yi family villa.
Yiru sat on the sofa smoking a cigar, and Yi Wanchuang's stepmother, Zhou Xiaoyun, sat beside him. At first glance, he seems like a good person. But once he opened his mouth, he was undoubtedly a bad guy. Old Yi, Wenwei and Wenji are about to graduate from university. You must arrange good jobs for our children.
Yi Ru didn't say anything when he heard this.
He continued smoking his cigar, but he felt extremely depressed. It sounds nice to say that he is the general manager of Yi Group, but he has no real power.
He just holds an empty title and receives a monthly salary.
All major affairs of the huge Yi Group are managed by her good daughter Yi Wanchuang. When he thought of this, Yi Ru was filled with anger. Seeing that Yi Ru didn't say anything, Zhou Xiaoyun immediately began to stab him in the heart. I don't know what my dad was thinking, handing over such a large listed company to a little girl in her 20s.
If the Yi Group is destroyed by Wanchuang, she will be the sinner of our Yi family. Hubby, Wanchuang is your daughter. There's no example in the world of a father living under the thumb of his daughter, right? We have to find a way to take the Yi Group back. Yi Ru's expression became increasingly grim. It was obvious that Zhou Xiaoyun's words had struck a chord with him. Humph. Yi Wanchuang, my good daughter. Shouldn't the Yi Group be returned? Chapter 40. The intelligence is wrong. Is Yi Ru a moron? Yi Ru felt that this forcing the emperor to abdicate would definitely succeed.
In his opinion, the preparations made this time were completely sufficient and would definitely make it impossible for his darling daughter to cope.
Time flies and it is evening.
The Yi family's dinner started 2 hours earlier. The reason why they had to have dinner before it got dark was the idea of Yi Ru's current wife Zhou Xiaoyun, simply to discuss Yi Wanchuang. Yi Wanchuang worked hard to run the Yi Group, and it looked bright and beautiful on the outside, but the Yi family never thought about how much hardship and suffering she had endured in secret. From top to bottom, from old to young, the only thing they thought about was Yi Wanchuang took over the Yi group, which should have belonged to them. With such a twisted mentality, both Yi Ru and Zhou Xiaoyun, mother and son, hated Yi Wanchuang very much. This was something Yi Wanchuang could not have imagined. Yi Wanchuang was too lazy to explain because she knew it was useless. Instead of wasting her time, she might as well talk to one more client. After dinner, Yi Ru and Zhou Xiaoyun dressed up specially. Then I met with the guests. The so-called guests were actually Yi Ru's creation, but next to one of the elderly men was a fat ball-like man lying on the ground, and it seemed that the man was not very smart. But the strange thing is that both the Yi family's servants and Yi Ru himself are particularly respectful to that fool. As the sky gradually darkened, the leaf frost arrived as expected. Even though the bodyguards outside the door informed them in advance, Yi Ru and Zhou Xiaoyun ignored them and just chatted with the guests. It wasn't until Yi Wanchuang stepped into the living room that their eyes shifted over. Looking at the glamorous Yi Wanchuang, Zhou Xiaoyun's eyes became more and more unfriendly. In her opinion, all this should belong to her and her children, but now it was enjoyed by Yi Wanchuang alone, which made her almost angry to death. Looking at his biological daughter, Yi Ru didn't say a word and just snorted coldly. It seems that he wants to show his power to Yi Wanchuang. However, Yi Wanchuang had already anticipated this and didn't take it to heart at all. Seeing that it was useless, Yi Ru turned his attention to Feng Mu, who was accompanying him, and later even scolded him directly. "Who are you? This is our Yi family's family gathering. Get out, everyone outside." Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuang directly grabbed Feng Mu's arm, scared away the servant with a look, and then looked at Yi Ru with a cold expression. "Let me introduce you, this is my husband, Feng Mu." It was obvious that Yi Ru didn't understand why Yi Wanchuang emphasized the word husband. He just thought Feng Mu was his daughter's boyfriend. Yi Ru didn't have time to pay attention to these things, because in his mind, nothing was more important than controlling the Yi group. Seeing Yi Wanchuang coming, he winked at the man opposite. The man's name is Zheng Tianyu, a top-tier lawyer hired by Yi Ru at a high price. He is a well-known figure in the entire legal community of Shanghai. When his eyes swept over Yi Wanchuang, Zheng Tianyu couldn't help but be amazed. Not long ago, I had only heard that the Yi group had a gorgeous alpine snow lotus, but now that I have seen it in person, I know that it is true. Yi Ru had spoken, so Zheng Tianyu had to act according to the plan. "Ms. Yi, Uncle Yi, I don't think you two have reached the point of separating the family yet. It's wrong to split up the family, both emotionally and logically. Splitting up the family will not only affect the foundation of the Yi group, but also the relationship between you two." Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's expression became gloomy. It was not that she thought Zheng Tianyu was right, but she felt sad. Does the Yi family still have feelings? Feng Mu on the side also understood that this guy was the bad guy. Of course, this was also Yi Ru's arrangement. After all, if he could ensure that the Yi group fell into his hands without any loss, that would be what he would like to see most. After Zheng Tianyu finished speaking, another old man holding a crutch also spoke with a smile. Yi Wanchuang knew Xuehui because he was an old friend of her grandfather. The two once had a very good relationship. But now it seems that he has been bought off and is an enemy rather than a friend. "Xiao Shuang, do you still remember me?" Yi Wanchuang nodded, but did not speak. Seeing this, Yi Ru immediately shouted angrily, "Call someone." "Where's your manners?" "Ah, okay, we are all family, no need to be so polite," Xuehui said with a laugh. Without waiting for Yi Wanchuang to think about the meaning of these words, he continued acting. "The Yi group is a whole. It belongs to Xiaoshuang and your father. You are all family. There is no need to make such an ugly scene. How about today, for my sake, don't mention the matter of dividing the family. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one, especially since you are father and daughter." After Xuehui finished speaking, Yi Ru stood up and actually wanted to agree on Yi Wanchuang's behalf. That's what Schreiber said. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang was not that slow-witted. Seeing that the situation was not right, she immediately retorted. "Mr. Xue, are you confused because of your age? You also said that this is our Yi family's business. Why are you pretending to be a good person here? Is it your turn to meddle in the affairs between our Yi family?" Yi Wanchuang's temper was immediately triggered, and she said some very unpleasant things. Xuehui's face immediately turned extremely ugly, and he was muttering in his heart that he had not been able to trap Yi Wanchuang, this girl. But no matter what, his age is there.
Now that Yi Wanchuan was confronting him in front of so many people, he was very angry. However, just as he frowned and was about to scold, Shuezihua, who was lying beside him, actually clapped his hands and giggled. When he stood up, the Yi family servants waiting on the side couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. Because Shuezihua was 2 meters tall and so fat, an adult standing next to him looked like a primary school student. Shuehui was invited by Yi Ru. He was humiliated and Yi Ru's face was not very good. Relying on the fact that he was Yi Wanchuan's father, he cursed at Yi Wanchuan. Yi Wanchuan. You're getting more and more rude as you get older. According to seniority, you should call Shuebo grandpa. Okay, Yi Ru, let's get down to business. I still say the same thing, we are all family, so don't hurt the harmony. Shuehui, who was originally very angry, actually stood up to smooth things over because he saw that his grandson Shuezihua seemed to like Yi Wanchuan very much. Hearing this, Yi Ru nodded. With the help of gold medal lawyers Zheng Tianyu and Shuehui, Yi Ru also got down to business. Schwanger, come and sit down. Yi Wanchuan ignored him and sat down opposite him. When Yi Ru saw this, veins bulged on his forehead. Schwanger, if the family splits up, it will have a huge impact on the Yi group. You don't want your grandfather's hard work to be destroyed. I agree to the division. Yi Wanchuan suddenly interrupted Yi Ru. Yi Ru was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Because in his opinion, his daughter Yi Wanchuan would definitely attach great importance to the Yi group. After all, it was the old man's hard work. And this is indeed what Yi Wanchuan has done in recent years, doing her utmost to protect the Yi group. It was so fast and so difficult, but I managed to get through it. Originally, he was sure that Yi Wanchuan would not allow the separation to harm the Yi group, but now it seems that this is not the case. Schwanger, are you sure? Yi Wanchuan nodded without hesitation. Zhou Shouyun was delighted to hear this, but what she wanted was still the complete Yi group, so she pretended to step forward and smooth things over. Old Yi, why divide it? Don't divide it. It's not like there's no better solution. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan turned her head. She also wanted to see what her stepmother had to say and what kind of better solution she could come up with. Anyway, Yi Wanchuan believed that a dog could not spit out ivory. Until now, Yi Ru still doesn't believe that Yi Wanchuan will really agree to split up the Yi group. So I just thought she was just venting her anger. Schwanger, actually, Daddy doesn't want to make a scene like this either. Look, how about this? From now on, I'll be the chairman, and you'll still be the CEO, but you'll need to give up all your shares. Look, your younger siblings are about to graduate from college. When they start working, you can help them grow so that they can work for our Yi group in the future. Don't worry, I will give you a higher salary every month. Yi Ru became more and more excited as he spoke, and a bright smile appeared on his healthy and rosy face, as if his inner desires had been satisfied. But, this is all his fantasy, who would agree? Anyone who agrees is an idiot. But Yi Ru didn't let anyone interrupt him and just kept making arrangements. Not only did he become more and more excited as he spoke, but Zhou Shouyun beside him was also excited. I thought these demands were excessive. Who would have thought that something even more outrageous was yet to come? At the end of his speech, Yi Ru looked at Shuehui. Schwanger, Uncle Shui and your grandfather have been friends for many years, and the Shui group will also be a strategic partner for the future development of the Yi group. Your grandpa Shui's grandson, Shuezihua, is also a handsome man, although he is honest and a rare match. Even an idiot knew what Yi Ru would say next. Yi Wanchuan almost rolled her eyes in anger and immediately interrupted. Stop talking. Are you trying to say that even though Shuezihua is a fool? I'll say what you didn't finish. Besides, Zhou Shouyun, since he's such a good match, why don't you marry your daughter to him? When Zhou Shouyun heard this, she felt like her tail was stepped on. She stood up suddenly with anger boiling in her blood, pointing at Yi Wanchuan and cursing. She also said without restraint, my daughter will not marry a fool. After these words were spoken, even though Yi Wanchuan was angry, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. I thought to myself that my grandfather's words, your father and stepmother are brainless, are becoming more and more valuable. Isn't Zhou Shouyun's words going to offend the foreign-age Shuehui to death? As expected, after hearing what Zhou Shouyun said, Shuehui slammed the table hard, and only with a cold snort did he pull Zhou Shouyun back from the brink of losing her composure. I just don't know whether Shuehui's grandson Shuezihua is really stupid or just pretending. After hearing Yi Ru's words, he actually got up from the ground, then rubbed his hands and walked towards Zhou Shouyun. This fool likes young women? Zhou Shouyun, who was beside Yi Ru, changed her expression drastically. She really wanted to avoid this fool. The most hateful one is Yi Ru.
When he saw Xue Zihua walking towards Zhou Xiaoyun, he actually pointed directly at Yi Wanchuan, trying to divert the blame.
It's hard to imagine that this is something a biological father would do.
Although Yi Wanchuan was already used to the ruthlessness of the Yi family, she still felt a little upset.
Xue Zihua stumbled towards Yi Wanchuan in the direction Yi Ru pointed.
The moment he got close, Fang Mu blocked Yi Wanchuan behind him and kicked her out.
The kick was so powerful that the obese Xue Zihua was knocked over by Fang Mu.
He lay on his back and it was extremely difficult for him to stand up. Not only that, Fang Mu, who had an expressionless face but exuded coldness, took a big step and stepped over Xue Zihua, then punched him one after another.
By the time Xue Hui and Yi Ru reacted, Xue Zihua had been beaten into a pig's head. Fang Mu had no intention of showing mercy. Every punch hit the flesh, every punch was a critical hit. At that moment, he wanted to beat Xue Zihua to death. How outrageous! Someone come!
Yi Ru cursed angrily, and Xue Hui also called the Xue family bodyguards outside the door.
Soon 7 or 8 bodyguards ran in from outside the door.
When they saw their young master being beaten into a pig, they felt relieved, but they were bodyguards of the Xue family after all and had to work for their master. However, just when Zhou Xiaoyun thought that Fang Mu would be beaten up and thrown out by the Xue family's bodyguards, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 strong men walked in, and in front of them was Zhuo Jinghe. The moment he saw Zhuo Jinghe, Zheng Tianyu, the top lawyer who was originally sitting upright on the sofa, suddenly felt his legs and feet go weak.
Who are you? Yi Ru asked Zhuo Jinghe loudly. But the one who answered him was foreign aide Zheng Tianyu. Zhuo, Mr. Zhuo. Mr. Zhuo?
Yi Ru and Xue Hui were both puzzled. The latter's name sounded somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had heard it.
It was not until Zheng Tianyu mentioned Fang Yuan investment that Xue Hui suddenly woke up. Zhuo, Mr. Zhuo. It's you. Upon hearing that Zhuo Jinghe actually came from Fang Yuan investment, Yi Ru's face was immediately filled with smiles.
He had also heard about the good care that Fang Yuan investment had been giving to the Yi group during this period, so he expressed his loyalty directly to Zhuo Jinghe.
Boss Zhuo, I'm Yi Wanchuan's father. Once I take over the Yi group, I'll definitely give the profits to Fang Yuan investment. Today's matter is our Yi family's family affair.
I hope Mr. Zhuo will do us a favor and not interfere. Hearing this, Zhuo Jinghe was stunned.
Was Yi Ru's intelligence different from what the intelligence reported? Why did he look so idiotic? Zhuo Jinghe ignored Xue Hui and Yi Ru.
He came directly in front of Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan, then bowed his head respectfully and shouted,
Boss, ma'am.
The bodyguards behind him also shouted respectfully.
Naturally, Fang Mu called these people here to prevent any accidents.
Such a sudden change made Yi Ru and Zhou Xiaoyun unable to react.
Xue Hui's face also changed drastically.
He vaguely guessed something and hurriedly waved his hand, asking the bodyguard to take his precious grandson away.
Chapter 41 Xue Hui, fuck you. Fang Yuan investment is very famous in Shanghai. Yi Ru and Zhou Xiaoyun both knew about it.
However, when they heard that the official person in charge of Fang Yuan investment was so respectful to Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan, they felt incredible.
No, that's impossible. He's just a poor boy. How could he be the boss of Fang Yuan investment?
Zhou Xiaoyun felt a huge gap in her heart, and was even more unwilling to believe it, so she pointed at Fang Mu and started to expose him.
Zhuo Jinghe was speechless and couldn't help but turn her head away. What a mentally retarded woman.
Yi Ru, who had never shouted at Zhou Xiaoyun before, slapped her for the first time.
Shut up. You. Yi Ru. You've grown so strong. How dare you hit me?
Zhou Xiaoyun received another slap in the face in response. Obviously, although the couple are equally capable, Yi Ru is obviously a little smarter than Zhou Xiaoyun.
Schwanger, your boyfriend, is he really the boss of Fang Yuan investment?
It was already this late and Zhuo Jinghe had arrived, but Yi Ru was still confirming his identity, which made Fang Mu laugh.
Of course I'm not the boss of Fang Yuan investment, you are. Fang Mu retorted with a helpless smile. As he said this, a thought flashed through his mind, Yi Ru wouldn't take it seriously? Wife, do whatever you want to do.
Fang Mu still remembered that he came to the Yi family to split up the family and to cut ties with the Yi family.
It's better not to have this kind of family. Yi Ru was shocked. With his little brain, he couldn't imagine what Yi Wanchuan would do.
Mr. Yi was wise throughout his life. Yi Wanchuang is also extremely intelligent.
Only Yi Ru of the middle generation is unable to bear the heavy responsibility.
It turns out that skipping generations really does exist.
It turns out that atavism also applies to IQ.
Yi Wanchuan nodded, walked forward, and immediately took out an envelope from her hand. Inside the envelope was naturally the will left by Old Man Yi.
This is the will left by Grandpa. Grandpa doesn't let you touch the decision-making of the Yi group. I have always thought it was very wise. But Grandpa also anticipated that you would not be reconciled after his death, so he left this will. Yi Wanchuang read the will in front of everyone in a cold voice.
Yi Ru could naturally recognize his father's tone and manner. As he listened to the old man's rebuke and scolding of him in the will, his face became increasingly ugly. After the will was read, Yi Wanchuan was mentally prepared for her father to refuse to acknowledge it. But who would have thought that Yi Ru suddenly stared at Yi Wanchuan, and after a long moment, he asked, "Schwanger, are you pregnant?"
For a moment, everyone in the room was numb. What's that look? You just realized it? No, it's already this late, and you're still concerned about this? As a father, when have you ever cared about your daughter? Why are you pretending? Yi Wanchuan understood very well her grandfather's feeling of being disappointed with his children. I just don't understand how my grandfather managed to resist slapping my father to death for so many years. Zhou Xiaoyun poked Yi Ru from behind, and the latter finally realized that what they were talking about was a will. What will? I don't recognize it. Yi Ru shook his head in denial.
Zhou Xiaoyun, whose face was swollen, also hurriedly shouted, "Yi Wanchuan, you are so capable now, right?
You dare to fabricate a will? Aren't you afraid that your grandfather will scold you in your dreams at night?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Ru subconsciously shrank his head. Although he didn't know whether Yi Wanchuang had been visited by the old man in his dreams, Yi Ru knew that he was often visited by the old man in his dreams. In his dreams, the old man always beat him. Yi Wanchuang knew this would happen, and immediately looked up at the gold medal lawyer Zhang Tianyu.
You can ask the top lawyer to verify the authenticity of the handwriting. Here are the recordings and videos left by my grandfather.
Although there were audio and video recordings, Yi Wanchuang never opened them because she was afraid that she would not be able to help but miss her grandfather.
Fong Mu looked at Yi Wanchuan slightly depressed back and couldn't help feeling distressed. At the same time, I also admire Mr. Yi. He has really paid a lot for Yi Wanchuang. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your help,
Yi Ru said to Zhang Tianyu.
But Zhang Tianyu just stood there not daring to move, his eyes always wandering between Zhu Jinghe and Fong Mu. Mr. Zhang? No matter how Yi Ru shouted, Zhang Tianyu did not move until Zhu Jinghe spoke in a cold voice. How dare you disobey madam's words?
The next second, Zhang Tianyu slid down to his knees and came to Yi Wanchuan, then took the will with trembling hands.
As if to show off, Zhang Tianyu just took a look and announced the result. Yes, it's true. Such a dramatic scene left Yi Ru confused. Although he also knew that the old man's will in his daughter's hand must be true, why couldn't Zhang Tianyu, the gold medal lawyer he hired, understand his expression? Tear up the will. Otherwise, why would you deny it?
Little did he know that in Zhang Tianyu's eyes, among all the people present, the ones he dared to disobey the most were his Yi Ru family. Looking at Yi Ru, who was winking at Zhang Tianyu, Zhu Jinghe kindly reminded him.
Mr. Yi, please don't bother. Zhang Tianyu is a member of our Fongyuan Investment legal department.
But you can rest assured, he is not a spy arranged by us. Because we, Fongyuan Investment, have clear regulations, any employee who takes on private work will be fired and banned from the entire industry. Although we are in the investment business, it is not difficult to ban a lawyer, even if he is a top lawyer. Zhu Jinghe was reminding Yi Ru, and by the way, she was also announcing Zhang Tianyu's death penalty.
Yi Ru was shocked. Is there no way to help Zhang Tianyu?
As if desperate, Yi Ru turned his attention to aide number 2 Shui Hui.
Uncle Shui, you must help me make the decision.
From then on, Shui Hui started to move his but quietly, trying to sneak away. The person has also moved from the main seat on the sofa in the living room to the bench. He was about to slip away, but Yi Ru, that idiot, actually directed his firepower towards him. At this moment, Shui Hui wanted to curse. Yi Ru can't afford to offend Fongyuan Investment.
We can't afford to offend the Shui family. If Fongyuan Investment gives Shui Group a hard time, it will be the end of the game. Seeing everyone's eyes shifted to him, Shui Hui cursed without hesitation, Your mother is a Ms. Zhua. Mr. Zhua. I'm not familiar with Yi Ru. Really not. Zhua Jinghe didn't say anything, and Shuehui looked at Feng Mu again. Boss, brother. I'm really not familiar with Yi Ru.
I hope today's incident won't affect the relationship between our two families. Hearing this, Feng Mu turned his head and looked at Zhua Jinghe.
So, our family is still cooperating with the Shui family? Then let's retreat. The words "let's withdraw" broke Shui Hui's heart. But then Feng Mu asked Shui Hui to go home, wash up and wait. Because Feng Yuan Investment is going to conquer the Shui group. Feng Mu is just like that. If you give me an inch, I will give you a yard. If you offend me once, I will make you pay. If I don't show my power, people would think I'm Hello Kitty.
Chapter 42 Senior Management. We suspect that the father and daughter had planned this. Shui Hui left with his men cursing. He didn't want to get involved in the Yi family's affairs at all, and he regretted coming here today.
Aide number 1 Zhang Tianyu was scared out of his wits.
The second aide Shui Hui fled in panic.
Instead, Yi Ru himself remained silent.
But in fact, although he looked calm, he was extremely panicked inside and had even lost the most basic judgment.
Although the final outcome is determined once the will is made.
But Yi Ru, who had little ability to think, still came up with a trick of sassy operation. He trotted to a house, opened the door with a whoosh, and revealed several trembling people inside. The moment he saw them, Yi Wanchuan was stunned, because these people were all senior executives of the Yi Group.
The purpose of their appearance here at this time is self-evident. Has it been planned in advance? Yi Wanchuan. I'm your father. I deserve to be in charge of the Yi Group more than you do. They are all my people. So many top executives are on my side. Are you still qualified to be in charge of the Yi Group?
Seeing this, Yi Wanchuan shook her head, opened her red lips, and cursed harshly.
Hopeless.
But I still want to thank you for helping me uncover so many traitors. Just as Yi Wanchuan said, the top management of the Yi Group is not united, and it will not be easy to find the traitors in the future. But now, his father also helped him and took the initiative to find out the traitor.
Now it's good, just remove the faces one by one.
The people in the room never imagined that the new boss they were optimistic about was so stupid.
For a moment, some people even wondered if Yi Ru and Yi Wanchuan, father and daughter, had colluded with each other. This bullshit fight for the Yi Group, this is fake, right? The real purpose is to find a reason to get rid of them. Yi Ru's absurd behavior makes people laugh and cry.
Zhou Shouyun's legs were so weak that she could not stand steadily. She had already anticipated that after today, she would lose everything.
Grandpa's will said to divide your branch, do you still want it? Yi Wanchuan asked Yi Ru with an indifferent expression.
Yi Ru nodded when he heard this, but then shook his head. After working mysteriously all night, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He figured out that the branch the old man wanted to give him would be of no use at all and would become a burden instead.
Rather than being dragged down by those things, it's better not to have them. No, I don't want it anymore. Shuang'er.
I won't compete with you for the Yi Group anymore.
Calm down, calm down.
Yi Ru put on a flattering face and apologized to Yi Wanchuan.
Anyone who sees this scene will find it funny. Yi Wanchuan didn't feel relieved.
Looking at her biological father in front of her, she only felt sad.
Since you don't want it, forget it.
In his will, Grandpa told me to pay you a salary every month.
I obey him very much. Yi Ru was overjoyed.
Because he doesn't dare to ask for anything now, he just hopes to get money every month, that's enough. However, Yi Wanchuan changed the subject and looked at her stepmother, Zhou Shouyun, with a cold expression.
Dad, Grandpa told me to pay you a salary, but he didn't tell me to pay her a salary. I'll give you a salary every month, but it's only enough for you to spend. If it's someone else's story, go work and earn it yourself.
As Zhou Shouyun collapsed to the ground, Yi Wanchuan returned to Feng Mu.
Hubby, let's go home. Good. Feng Mu then picked up Princess Yi Wanchuan.
He knew that this fool was not feeling as well as she looked. Before leaving, Yi Wanchuan left a message, asking Yi Ru to take good care of the Yi family house, because the shadow of his grandfather could still be vaguely seen here. On the way home, Yi Wanchuan lay in Feng Mu's arms, feeling dazed.
Hubby, from now on, you're the only one for me.
Silly boy, you not only have me, but also the baby, our parents.
Feng Mu said softly. The next second, Yi Wanchuan's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, she still has them. Yi Wanchuang was just depressed for one night. The next morning I felt refreshed, as if nothing had happened yesterday. After breakfast, the couple went out and headed to Yi Group. Although the issue of the Yi family has been resolved, but the affairs of the Yi Group have not been dealt with yet. All the senior executives of the Yi Group who were won over by Yi Ru became the targets of Yi Wanchuang. Dismissal and accountability are the inevitable outcomes they will face. Yi Wanchuang took drastic measures to reorganize the Yi Group. Although there were many things to do, she felt so relaxed for the first time, and the burden on her shoulders seemed to have been lightened a lot. Not only that, she also took advantage of this momentum to directly shut down many industries that were dragging down the Yi Group, because she knew that quality was better than quantity. Rectification takes time, but now that all internal and external troubles have been eliminated, what Yi Wanchuang lacks the least is time. From then on, the Yi Group has been completely renewed and will get better and better under the leadership of Yi Wanchuang. Yi Wanchuang is busy with the affairs of the Yi Group here. Fong Mu's Fongyuan investment was also not idle. Zhuo Jinghe dealt with Zhang Tianyu yesterday, and this name will no longer appear in the entire legal profession. Zhang Tianyu is just a small fry. What Fongyuan investment really wants to deal with is the Shui Group. The founder of the Yi Group is Mr. Yi. Although Shui Hui and Mr. Yi are old acquaintances, he is not the founder of the Shui Group. Looking around Shanghai, the Shui Group is an old enterprise, but each generation is getting worse than the previous one, and it is barely surviving by relying on its old capital. This is also the main reason why Shui Hui dare not provoke Fongyuan investment. But Shui Group is an old enterprise after all. Fongyuan investment, although it is entirely possible to take it on one's own, it will take some effort. So at Fong Mu's suggestion, Zhuo Jinghe began to unite a number of companies to besiege and crack down on the Shui Group, including some of the Shui Group's rivals. Business wars are terrifying, so terrifying that they can wipe out an established company overnight. Business wars are also very interesting. You can strengthen yourself by eroding and annexing others. Fong Mu is the one who benefits from this. The Shui Group has been able to survive for many years thanks to the Shui family's battery and power supply technology. However, 2 generations of Shui Hui lacked the enterprising spirit, which resulted in the Shui Group failing to develop well even though it had a favorable advantage. Under the encirclement and suppression led by Fongyuan investment, the Shui family had no choice but to sacrifice the car to save the driver, and handed over the power supply technology, battery patents, and market share that the Shui family did not favor. As luck would have it, when Fong Mu signed in for 15 consecutive days, he obtained the perfect solid-state battery mature technology. It seems that we can move higher and wider by relying on the Shui Group. Chapter 43. Oh my god, can you add an off button to girls' imagination? In order to deal with matters related to the Yi Group, Yi Wanchuang went to the company every day for a week. With the help of Fong Mu and Fongyuan investment, Yi Wanchuang made all the arrangements. I believe that in the near future, Yi Group will appear before everyone with a brand new look. The burden on Yi Wanchuang's shoulders was lightened, but his body became heavy. It's almost 17 weeks of pregnancy. For safety reasons, Yi Wanchuang temporarily bid farewell to the Yi Group and was imprisoned at home by Fong Mu. All matters of the Yi Group are directly handled by Yi Wanchuang's secretary Song Shiwan, and she also directly contacts Fong Mu. In this way, Fong Mu's day was arranged to be fulfilling. Fongyuan investment, Yi Group, and home are all connected in a straight line. With Zhuo Jinghe around, even if Fong Mu doesn't go to the company, Fongyuan investment can still operate well. But the recent factory construction cannot be taken lightly, so Fong Mu will still make a trip every now and then. The purpose of building the factory is to prepare for the mass production of solid-state batteries, and then to build cars, new energy vehicles. This can be regarded as responding to the call, right? Prior to this, Fong Mu specifically verified the performance of the solid-state battery in his hand. Compared with traditional power batteries, his solid-state battery technology has higher energy density. With the same volume, its battery life will be longer, 3 times higher than that of ordinary batteries, which is more than enough. Moreover, the solid-state battery in Fong Mu's hand is resistant to high and low temperatures, and the cruising range is hardly reduced in cold and hot areas. The most important issue is safety. No fire, no explosion, it is completely a product of technological innovation. Unfortunately, Fong Mu is not good at naming, so he gave such a high-end product the title of Fong's solid-state battery. It's not bad, but it's definitely not great either. The factory for producing Fong's solid-state batteries is under construction. Various documents are also processed simultaneously.
industrial and commercial business licenses, environmental protection licenses, production safety licenses, special equipment operating licenses, and other certificates are applied for almost simultaneously. Because Fong Mu is the boss of Fong Yuan Investment, he has some conveniences when applying for these certificates. It is estimated that it will not take long before the necessary conditions such as the factory site and certificates are complete. The next thing to tackle is the many areas involved in car manufacturing, which requires a professional design team and technicians. Fortunately, Fong Yuan Investment has invested in more than 300 companies of all sizes, covering various fields and even all over the world. It can be said that Fong Yuan Investment has a very wide network of contacts. At Fong Mu's suggestion, Zhou Jinghe began to help recruit various talents. At worst, you can directly poach people from foreign automobile companies. As the old saying goes, if you use the hoe well, you can dig down any corner of the wall. So, as long as it is something that can be done with money, it is not a problem. Maybach walked slowly on the prosperous streets of Shanghai. Fong Mu, who was sitting in the back row, rubbed his temples. I was thinking about a lot just now, and I've been a little tired recently, so it's inevitable that my head is a little dizzy. Aquan, go home. Yes, boss. Both the Maybach and the driver and security guard Aquan were obtained by Fong Mu by signing in. The power of the system is far beyond imagination. After all, if you dare to call yourself a winner in life, the benefits and functions must be very impressive. Aquan, a retired soldier, is absolutely loyal. Fong Mu feels relieved to have him take charge of security. The Maybach under Maybach is a specially customized model. It has only one advantage: it is sturdy and durable. It is really an interesting gadget that you get for free when you sign in. Soon the car stopped at the door. Fong Mu felt his pocket and realized he had forgotten his key, so he had to ring the doorbell. Soon the door opened. Fong Mu opened his arms out of habit, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. The girl in front of him is not his wife. She is a head shorter than Yi Wanchuan. Fortunately, Fong Mu tried his best to brake, and finally fell straight to the ground, brushing against the girl's arm. Boom! The noise attracted Yi Wanchuan, who was making dumplings, to come over quickly, and then she saw Fong Mu lying on the ground with a depressed look on his face. Husband? What's wrong? Are there any coins on the ground? Yi Wanchuan came over in small steps, her two small hands covered with white flour, and then she smeared them directly on Fong Mu's face. It can only be said that Yi Wanchuan is pregnant and can't make trouble, otherwise she will have a place on this ground. With the help of Yi Wanchuan, Fong Mu stood up and looked at the girl next to him, who was covering her mouth and laughing, feeling a little confused. Hubby, let me introduce Wang Bo, a good sister of mine. Yi Wanchuan introduced Wang Bo to Fong Mu with her back to him, and when she finished speaking, she even used her mouth to gesture, Wang family. Fong Mu nodded secretly. Another nickname of the Wang family in Shanghai is Sea Shipping King. The power of the Wang family's sea blue transport at sea cannot be underestimated. Zhao Yuanchuan meant that if it was possible to make friends with the Wang family, they should do so. After all, if they wanted to sell their cars overseas in the future, they would inevitably have to cooperate with the Wang family. This is the strength of Yi Wanchuan. After learning about Fong Mu's future plans, he helped to make arrangements, and making friends with the Wang family was one of them. The Wang family also wanted to befriend Fong Mu, because an ocean shipping company under Fong Yuan Investment was developing very rapidly and was really chasing the Wang family. Fortunately, Wang Hainan, the head of the Wang family and Wang Bo's father, was very sensible and did not choose to confront Fong Yuan Investment head-on. After all, it is not a good thing for one company to dominate the market. We all know that a big tree attracts the wind. But if the two strong forces join forces, the benefits that can be obtained will be maximized. The era of competing for the first is long gone. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Fong Mu's mind, and then he extended his hand to Wang Bo enthusiastically. Hello, Wang Bo, please sit anywhere and don't be so shy. Fong Mu gently shook Wang Bo's fingertips and then began to entertain him warmly. When Wang Bo saw this, a light flashed in his eyes, and he had a deeper impression of Fong Mu in his heart. Not only is she beautiful, she is also the daughter of the Wang family. There are so many people trying to get close to her, they are swarming around her like flies. But there are not many people who can treat her as an ordinary girl like Fong Mu and maintain enough distance and respect. So in Wang Bo's mind, his evaluation of Fong Mu was very cunning. No wonder he is in charge of Fong Yuan Investment at such a young age. It turns out he is a master. Wang Bo thought so. If Fong Mu knew about this, he would definitely feel helpless. It would be great if there was a button to turn off girls' imagination. The reason why I want to keep a distance from Wang Bo is that I don't want my wife to misunderstand me. Although Yi Wanchuang wouldn't care. Chapter 44, Foot Soaking is Good, Foot Jade. Although Wang Bo looks careless on the outside, she is very tactful and polite in her dealings with others. It is hard not to think that they are indeed the children of wealthy families and have done very well in terms of their upbringing. Even Wang Bo spoke frankly. I was driven here by my father and grandfather to establish a relationship with Sister Schwanger. Oh, by the way, I also need to get close to my brother-in-law. You won't unwelcome me, will you? Although I know what it means, it's not so easy to be offended if I say it directly. Yi Wanchuang smiled and shook her head. Don't think too much about adult matters. Study hard, and that's the important thing. If you want to come again in the future, just let me know in advance. Really? Thank you, Sister Schwanger. And thank you, brother-in-law. Sure enough, what this girl said was impeccable. Apart from anything else, her mouth was really sweet. Even Yi Wanchuang, a cold goddess, was amused by her and laughed continuously. In this case, Fang Mu also hopes that this girl can come home more often to accompany Yi Wanchuang. Wang Bo is a sincere and unpretentious person. After dinner she rubbed her hands, as if she was too embarrassed to speak. Shabo, what's wrong? Sister Schwanger, your dumplings are so delicious. Can I take some back? Next time I come, I'll bring you some delicious food from abroad. So that's why. Without waiting for Yi Wanchuang to speak, Fang Mu went to the kitchen to get lunchboxes and brought a full box for Wang Bo. Wow! Thanks, brother-in-law. Wang Bo, holding the lunchbox, smiled with her eyes turned into crescents. Looking at her, Fang Mu couldn't help but look at Yi Wanchuang's belly. Is it a small cotton padded jacket or a leather jacket? Soon Wang Bo was going home, and when they parted, she became unusually serious. He looked at Yi Wanchuang, then at Fang Mu, hesitated for a moment, and then chuckled. Sister Schwanger, brother-in-law, I really enjoy playing with you. If you need anything in the future, you can always come to me. She then added, I'm a high school student. If you're not at home because of school, you can also contact my dad, Wang Hainan. After saying that, Wang Bo dived into the Audi. Before the car drove away, she did not forget to roll down the window and wave goodbye to Yi Wanchuang. Regarding Wang Bo and the Wang family, Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu conducted an analysis. The conclusions reached are very consistent, which is good. Wang Hainan has a good idea. He sent his daughter here first to test the waters. If he comes alone, he might not be as effective as Wang Bo. Yi Wanchuang also agreed with this. I've known this little girl Wang Bo for a long time, and I have a pretty good impression of the Wang family. Indeed, if I'm not at home in the future, you can often call Wang Bo to come and play with you. Fang Mu suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Hubby, I'm not a child. Then can I treat you like a child? Of course, hubby, I want a hug. It is common for pregnant women to not feel like moving after eating and drinking. Fang Mu also picked up Yi Wanchuang without saying a word, holding her high up in his arms, and he actually spoiled the aloof beauty of the Yi group into a little girl. On the other side, Wang Bo returned home. Wang Hainan, the head of the Wang family and Wang Bo's father, waited for a long time. Just as Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang said, Wang Bo was sent by Wang Hainan to find out the truth, so he had been waiting. After coming back, Wang Bo first stuffed a dumpling into Wang Hainan's mouth. Dad! Is it delicious? Hainan, the doting devil, actually savored the food seriously, and then ate another one, and another one. Soon Wang Hainan had eaten 1/3 of it, which made Wang Bo's eyes full of resentment. It's delicious. Really good. How do you feel? Wang Hainan asked. This time he was not asking anyone else, but Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang. Wang Bo pondered for a moment, and a hint of intelligence flashed in his beautiful eyes. I feel like he is a very nice person. Put. Ahem, girl, I'm afraid you've been bribed by Jiaozi? Wang Hainan sighed helplessly. Wang Bo hurriedly defended himself. No way. I really feel that Sister Schwanger and Sister Fang Mu are good people and worth making friends with. Besides, my brother-in-law is very capable and scheming, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Besides, Dad, even Fang Mu's brother-in-law Fang Yuan Investment, a small company down there, can rival ours. So, there's no harm in being friends with Sister Schwanger and brother-in-law Fang Mu. Maybe they can even help us out in the future.
Wang Hainan didn't say anything, but was thinking about his daughter's words.
Although my daughter is still young, only a high school student, her intelligence is known to everyone, so her proposal can still be considered.
What's more, Wang Hainan originally planned to make friends with Fang Yuan investment. Thinking of the last part, Wang Hainan slapped his forehead and said self-deprecatingly, I am really an idiot. The older I get, the more timid I become. Okay, Dad knows. You can go and have fun. Okay.
Seeing that Wang Hainan was about to make dumplings again, Wang Bo dodged and then slipped away with the lunchbox. This greedy girl. While talking about Wang Bo, Wang Hainan also took out his mobile phone and instructed the senior management of Hailan Transport not only not to go against the shipping company of Fang Yuan Investment, but also to provide help if there is a chance. The senior management immediately responded with received.
The prosperous development of the Wang family is inseparable from the correct leadership of Wang Hainan.
Since returning to Shanghai, Fang Mu would boil water for Yi Wanchuang to soak her feet every night. The water temperature was not too high and the soaking time was not too long, but a soak could always help her get rid of her fatigue.
Yi Wanchuang couldn't wash Fang Mu's feet because of her belly.
But she would give Fang Mu a considerate massage. The little hands were white and slender, and massaging his shoulders and neck always gave Fang Mu an electric shock feeling. Sometimes Fang Mu couldn't help but think, no wonder people like to go to massage parlors.
But he forgot one thing. Who goes to a massage parlor just for a massage? It's too small, too narrow-minded.
Yi Wanchuang fell asleep. While massaging Fang Mu, his head drooped down. The sudden drop of hair also startled Fang Mu, like something from a horror movie. It was obvious that Yi Wanchuang didn't take a nap. Fang Mu lovingly carried Yi Wanchuang to the bed, and then held her delicate feet.
Fortunately, they were not cold. After turning off the lights, Fang Mu also lay down next to Yi Wanchuang. But even though Yi Wanchuang had fallen asleep, she would still automatically navigate to Fang Mu's side, as if because his arms were warm.
Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang subconsciously knew that she could not face Fang Mu, otherwise the baby in her belly would be squeezed. But the truth is, when she had her back to him and was pressed against Fang Mu, it was just one word, torture.
Crystal clear earlobes, white neck, plump breasts, and faint fragrance. Oh my god, this is so torturous. Chapter 45 Stupid wife, if you act coquettishly, I will obey you.
Yi Wanchuang was dreaming. In her dream, she dreamed of a little snake. Yi Wanchuang, who was naturally afraid of snakes, was frightened. She is afraid of snakes, and even if someone just tells her one, it scares her terribly. While she was sleeping, Yi Wanchuang didn't know she was dreaming, so when the little snake swam towards her, she quickly retreated until there was no way to retreat. She wanted to scream, but found that no sound came out. So I could only watch helplessly as the little snake swam towards me. Just when Yi Wanchuang was about to be scared to the extreme, the little snake that was approaching suddenly changed and turned into a little dragon. Then, clouds and mist rose, and the little dragon turned into a little girl again. Yi Wanchuang's eyes widened, as if she had seen a magic trick, and she also felt genuinely close to the little girl. When she reacted again, the little girl had already taken her hand. The surrounding scenery changed, becoming green and beautiful.
Yi Wanchuang took the little girl to play in this environment all night long.
I don't know how much time passed, the little girl waved to her and seemed to be leaving. Just when Yi Wanchuang was extremely reluctant to leave, the little girl turned her head again and gestured to her on her left chest, where her heart was.
The next second, Yi Wanchuang woke up.
The bright sunlight shone through the curtains.
Yi Wanchuang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 7:30.
Rubbing his head, Yi Wanchuang carefully turned over and got out of bed. As soon as he left the bedroom, he smelled the scent of fried dumplings.
Before going to bed last night, she told Fang Mu that she wanted to eat fried dumplings this morning, so Fang Mu made them. When Fang Mu came out of the kitchen, Yi Wanchuang was already sitting at the dining table, her pair of jade feet swinging back and forth like a little girl. She is obviously a tall girl, but she has a touch of girlish playfulness. She is worthy of being Yi Wanchuang, and she has fascinated Fang Mu to no end. Good morning, husband. Good morning. Fang Mu leaned forward and kissed Yi Wanchuang lightly on the forehead, but the latter hugged him around the waist. Hubby. I had a dream last night. Hurry up and sit down.
I'll tell you. Otherwise I'll forget it in a while and won't be able to remember it clearly.
Fang Mu sat down next to Yi Wanchuang without spoiling her fun.
She took Fang Mu's hand and described her dream with great joy. But Fang Mu still interrupted.
Are you having a nightmare? I heard you screaming last night, and you even bit me. Fong Mu said with a helpless smile. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan blushed. She really didn't know she had done these things. Is it a nightmare? It doesn't seem to be one. Honey, listen to me and don't say anything for now. Fong Mu nodded cooperatively. Yi Wanchuan's description was so vivid that Fong Mu had an image of the little girl in his mind. And just after she finished speaking, Fong Mu and she thought of the same thing. Pregnancy dream. It's a pregnancy dream. The couple said in unison. Hubby, do you also think it was a pregnancy dream? Maybe. Hey. I think so. Honey, eat first, I'll check it online. Yi Wanchuan happily picked up her phone to check, but the answers to her pregnancy dreams were really varied. Honey, some people say that dreaming of a dragon means giving birth to a boy, but in my dream, the dragon was a little girl. How do I interpret this? A girl, I guess. Fong Mu said, then added, a boy would be fine too. He hubby, you tend to favor girls over boys. Is there? No. Yes. But it's also okay if we have a girl. We can have a second child then. Yi Wanchuan said excitedly. Fong Mu was also amused by her. Nowadays, many people don't want to have children, and some even have the idea that having a child means that I can have children. But my wife was thinking about having a second child even though the first one hadn't been born yet. Wife, since you have such an idea, I feel that the relevant departments owe you a banner. Yi Wanchuan was amused. Perhaps because she wanted a family so badly, she even thought about giving Fong Mu a few more babies. But Fong Mu would never allow it, because he knew that giving birth was very harmful to the body. As for Yi Wanchuan, Fong Mu only cared for her and didn't want her to suffer too much. Yi Wanchuan had no right to tell Fong Mu what she was thinking. If she said it out loud, she would definitely get a smack on the head. Fong Mu did not express his thoughts to Yi Wanchuan, otherwise the silly girl would definitely be moved to tears. After dinner, Fong Mu washed the dishes, and Yi Wanchuan followed behind with an apple in his hand. Husband, aren't you going to the company today? Hey, husband, take a bite. Fong Mu took a bite of the apple and shook his head. It's the weekend today, and I don't have anything to do at the company, so I'm staying at home with my wife. My husband is so nice. Fong Mu caught a glimpse of Yi Wanchuan's cunning smile from the corner of his eye, and immediately knew that something was wrong, so he asked casually. Want to go out? Bingo husband, you answered correctly, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Yi Wanchuan stood on tiptoe and kissed Fong Mu on the corner of his mouth, and licked him teasingly, like a clingy kitten. In fact, Fong Mu also had such plans, and took advantage of the weekend to take his wife out for a walk to relax. But teasing his wife is a very interesting thing, so he pretended to be embarrassed. Oh no, it's the weekend now. What should I do if I don't want to go out? Then, of course I won't go out, Yi Wanchuan answered without blinking. In her opinion, although she really wanted to go out and play, Fong Mu's rest was the most important thing. In order to comfort Fong Mu, she counted on her fingers what she could do at home if she didn't go out. We can catch up on dramas, do chores, and then figure out what to eat in the afternoon. That's pretty fun. In the past, Yi Wanchuan didn't have any extra time to rest even on weekends. She was completely tied to the Yi group. Now that I can finally relax and take a break, everything I do feels really interesting. Especially when you do it with your loved ones. There is no other idea. Yi Wanchuan's sensibleness made Fong Mu's heart twitch. This idiot didn't even know how to act coquettishly. Stupid wife, if you act coquettishly, I will take you out. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan shook her head, that would be nonsense. What if I want to see you messing around? Then, I won't show it to you, Yi Wanchuan chuckled. Being unreasonable will wear down the relationship between husband and wife. I don't want that. Fool, the feelings between ordinary couples are only a little bit, but the feelings I have for you are infinite, and it's okay for you to waste them however you want. Ugh, so corny. Yi Wanchuan deliberately shrank her body, as if she was a little disgusted by the corny words. But she insisted, unyielding, then my love for you, my husband, is a little greater than infinity. How big is that? It's just that big. To be continued. Chapter 46. Yi Wanchuan, most of the time, I am a very smart person. While waiting for Fong Mu, Yi Wanchuan went out with a broom and wanted to sweep the floor. It's just sweeping the floor, the easiest housework. But Yi Wanchuan still couldn't do it well. Yi Wanchuan came out of the kitchen with a broom and walked into the living room. The next second, Ha! What am I doing in the living room?
He stood there for a moment, thinking, and even turned around in front of the mirror on the wall to look at his stomach.
He couldn't remember what he was going to do in the living room. So she went back to the kitchen with the broom.
Fang Mu was also a little surprised.
Did they finish sweeping the floor so quickly? That's right, I packed up too, change clothes, and let's go out. Okay, husband.
Yu Wanchuang turned around happily, and seeing that she was about to leave with the broom in her hand, Fang Mu suddenly realized that this idiot might have forgotten that she was still holding the broom.
I was wondering, how come you can sweep so fast? While Yu Wanchuang wasn't paying attention, Fang Mu pulled the broom out of her hand.
The key point was that a certain idiot hadn't noticed it yet. When I went to the living room, I saw that there was no sign of sweeping.
For a moment, Fang Mu couldn't help but wonder, is this the legendary saying that pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years?
Until she changed her clothes and walked out the door, passing by the living room again, she didn't remember that the living room floor was not cleaned. After going out, the couple went straight to the nearest and largest pharmacy. After hearing this, Fang Mu jokingly said, "Go buy 2 boxes of melatonin to replenish your body." Yu Wanchuang didn't understand and didn't think much about it, because she was thinking about the Doppler fetal heart rate monitor.
Honey, was the dream I had last night a message from our baby?
And when we said goodbye, she touched the area where her heart was.
Was she saying, let me listen to the fetal heartbeat? That must be it.
Yu Wanchuang analyzed the situation in an orderly manner, and there was no trace of the pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years attitude at all. I asked the doctor during my prenatal checkup at the hospital and wanted to use a non-professional fetal heart monitor to hear the fetal heartbeat.
It was probably around 17 or 18 weeks. I'm in this period right now, maybe I can really hear our baby's fetal heartbeat. It would be great if I could hear it. I could know more clearly about the baby's development.
Yu Wanchuang's little mouth was like popcorn, making a ta-da-da sound non-stop. The key point is that Fang Mu thought it made sense, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the pharmacy. When the pharmacy clerk heard that Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang wanted to buy a Doppler fetal heart monitor, he actually looked hesitant.
Sorry miss, the basic model is sold out. Only the high-end model is left. And the high-end fetal Doppler monitor is a bit more expensive. Is that so? Then we don't want it, thank you. Yu Wanchuang turned around and was about to leave.
On the contrary, Fang Mu did not become suspicious when he heard the other party say that only high-end models were left. He even thought that as long as he could hear the baby's fetal heartbeat, it didn't matter if it was a little more expensive.
However, the daughter-in-law turned around and left. What happened? The clerk didn't expect Yu Wanchuang to be so straightforward and didn't even ask the price.
In fact, she did say that on purpose, saying that only the high-end models were left, with the intention of getting more commission. The moment the clerk saw Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang, he knew they were not an ordinary family.
With such a great opportunity, how could he not overcharge them? But who would have thought that Yu Wanchuang would not fall into the trap at all? The commission for selling a high-end Doppler fetal heart monitor is very high. The commission for ordinary models is much less, after all, the price is there. But if Yu Wanchuang left, the ordinary models would not be able to be sold, and there would be no commission at all, so the clerk became anxious. Miss. Wait a minute. Hearing this, Yu Wanchuang turned around with a smile. What's wrong, sister?
Miss, our other stores may have the regular ones.
How about you wait a minute and I'll call and ask for you? You look so pregnant, it's really inconvenient to walk around.
At the end of the conversation, the clerk felt a little guilty, because she felt that Yu Wanchuang had seen through her little thoughts, especially that gentle smile, which made her feel uneasy. Yu Wanchuang also took advantage of the situation and nodded in agreement immediately.
Okay, thank you for your hard work.
As he spoke, Yu Wanchuang found a bench to sit on, looking at the vehicles coming and going outside the window, waiting patiently. Now Fang Mu also understood that his wife had just had a game of chess with the store clerk.
Hiss. This doesn't seem like the saying pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years, right?
The clerk went inside to make a phone call, but I didn't know if he was really calling or just pretending. Yu Wanchuang saw the strange look on Fang Mu's face and couldn't help but ask with a smile.
Husband, what's wrong? Wife, you're so smart, but do you still remember what you were doing when you left the kitchen at home? When I left the kitchen? Yu Wanchuang repeated Fang Mu's words, then fell into deep thought.
Finally, she remembered it after Fang Mu reminded her.
Oh no! I was supposed to sweep the floor. But after I got to the living room, I forgot what I was doing. Eh? Where's my broom?
Yi Wanchuang hurriedly lowered her head to look for it, and even looked under her arm, but it was already too late, so how could she still hold it there?
It doesn't look like he's pretending. Fong Mu was even happier.
It seems that this one pregnancy makes one stupid for 3 years appears randomly, sometimes. Yi Wanchuang was also amused by her own thinking. She supported Fong Mu and said with a smile, "Husband, wait until we get home. I will sweep the floor after I find a broom."
Why is my brain so useless?
This happened to be heard by the shop assistant who just came out.
He immediately pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, thinking in his heart, "This is it, it's not easy to use? It's simply too easy to use, okay. Miss, I'll go get the goods for you. Please wait a little longer."
It's okay, go ahead." Yi Wanchuang waved her hand indifferently.
The clerk also rushed out on an electric bike. Fong Mu also asked the doubts in his heart. "Wife, shouldn't the high-end model be more practical?"
"Of course not, husband. The doctor said that except for the sophisticated instruments in the hospital, the ones sold outside are all similar and far inferior to those in the hospital. So there's no difference between buying the regular version and the high-end version. The only difference is that the packaging might be better, it looks more upscale, and the price is higher. But in reality, the functions are exactly the same, so you're just wasting money." Yi Wanchuang seemed to be possessed by the famous Detective Conan, and her analysis was very logical. Seeing Fong Mu's face full of enlightenment, she raised her swan neck proudly. "Hubby, even though we have money, we should save when we should save and spend when we should spend.
We can't be taken advantage of, right? With that money, it's better to save it to buy diapers for our baby. Most of the time, I am a very smart person. Yes or no?"
Chapter 47. The breeze blows across my crotch, and I look for a toilet on the street. Soon the pharmacy clerk who went to the branch to pick up the Doppler fetal heart monitor came back. In her hand was a square box, the packaging looked quite ordinary.
"Sister, how much is it?" Yi Wanchuang turned on the camera, scanned the code, and asked. 150. Okay. After transferring the money, Yi Wanchuan suddenly asked, "How much is that high-end model?" 1,500. Thank you."
The couple walked out of the drugstore with the Doppler fetal heart monitor. When returning to the car, Yi Wanchuan took another look at the pharmacy and blocked it in her heart.
So dark. If I wasn't so impatient to hear the baby's heartbeat, I would have bought it online.
Yi Wanchuan pouted and muttered softly.
Fong Mu couldn't help but think that with Yi Wanchuang as his wife, he would be able to keep the money. "Okay, wife, stop thinking about it. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go? The weather is pretty good today. How about we go shopping? Walk." They set off immediately. Fong Mu handed his phone to Yi Wanchuang and asked her to navigate.
In fact, for Yi Wanchuang, it doesn't make much difference where she goes shopping. The main thing is to relax, and then she has Fong Mu to accompany her. It can be said that even if you just take a stroll on the lawn in front of your home, there will be no problem as long as Fong Mu is with you.
However, in order not to spoil the fun, Yi Wanchuan chose a nearby shopping pedestrian street.
The reason why she chose that place was because Yi Wanchuang saw 3 or 5 children's clothing stores and maternity and baby stores on the map navigation at a glance. It wasn't a big deal before, but now that she is pregnant, Yi Wanchuang has become more sensitive to shops in this area.
Whenever I come across a maternity and baby store, I always want to go in and take a look.
Not to mention the children's clothing store, she even wanted to pack up all the pretty little clothes and take them away. They soon arrived at their destination, but when Fong Mu parked the car in the underground parking lot, Yi Wanchuang stayed there. The reason was that she actually thought the smell in the underground parking lot was pleasant.
The taste can only be described as complex. Even if it doesn't irritate your nose, it definitely doesn't smell good.
But Yi Wanchuan walked with her head down for several more minutes before coming out of the underground parking lot.
"Hubby, don't make a fuss. Many pregnant women have the same problem as me.
I've even seen online that some pregnant women like the smell of secondhand smoke." Fong Mu tried his best to get used to this weird hobby. As long as it didn't harm the body, there was no problem.
On the contrary, second-hand smoke was the one that was truly harmful, right?
After being cooped up at home for several days, Yi Wanchuang is in a good mood now that she is out. Even if her little white shoes were stepped on by children on the street, she didn't care, but instead told the children to be careful. Fong Mu, who was following beside her, could only feel the maternal radiance of Yi Wanchuang overflowing. She looked like a good wife and mother at first glance. However, when a pregnant woman goes out, the most important thing is to know clearly where there is a toilet nearby. Although the sun is shining. But if there is wind, it will still feel a bit cold.
For example, Yi Wanshuang. They didn't even visit any shops.
When a breeze blew by, the smile on Yi Wanshuang's little face froze. The ambition I had just now to walk down the entire street in one breath was thrown out of my mind, and now all I can do is, no,
Hey, honey, come with me to the bathroom.
Yi Wanshuang's pretty face was filled with helplessness. No wonder she wouldn't say she had to go out even if she had to stay at home for a week. It turns out that going out is nice, but finding the bathroom is as embarrassing as it can be.
You can't go out anymore.
When the baby grows up a little, every time he kicks me, I will have to go to the toilet.
That will be a headache.
Yi Wanshuang muttered softly, her fists clenched tightly. She wasn't angry, but was trying hard to hold back.
Outside the toilet, Feng Mu waited patiently.
Not long after, Yi Wanshuang came out, but before Feng Mu could go to greet her, she turned back and went back again. When Yi Wanshuang finally finished her work and came out, her face was a little red. After all, she was a pregnant woman, and it was really inconvenient for her to carry her belly.
Going back and forth twice is quite a lot of exercise.
Just when Yi Wanshuang felt that she could go shopping without worry, two men in white shirts and holding folders in their hands suddenly walked towards them.
I thought it was to promote some product.
However, the first thing the other party did was to ask if I wanted to donate.
Donate? Hearing these two words, Yi Wanshuang couldn't help but wonder, are scammers so blatant now?
Until the two of them said again, beauty, for only $1, you can save a child. For these children, $1 can save them. When Yi Wanshuang heard that $1 could save a child, she was moved. Children had become her weak spot.
Because in her opinion, this should be a charity activity in the poor mountainous areas?
So Yi Wanshuang began to rummage in her pockets. Unfortunately, only 6 yuan was found, and we still don't know why the 6 yuan was left there.
Excuse me, I only have $6. Can I scan the code?
Upon hearing this, Feng Mu subconsciously wanted to stop him.
He didn't even know if it was a scam, so how could he scan the code to pay?
But the two men shook their heads at this time. No, we only want cash. This doesn't look like a scam at first glance, because in this era of fast and convenient payment, as long as cash is accepted, the scammer will starve to death.
Never mind, $6 is $6. Come over.
One of them suddenly shouted towards the roadside, and then a Wuling van drove over.
$6, 6 kids, unloading.
As the van door opened, Yi Wanshuang saw that there were more than 20 children inside. Just when Yi Wanshuang was in a mess, the driver unloaded 6 children from the van and said, "You 6 are free." Upon hearing these words, which sounded like a typical gangster's tone, Yi Wanshuang immediately became anxious.
No. Give me all the children. All of them.
Sorry, pretty girl, $6 can only save 6 children.
Goodbye.
As he was about to close the car door, Yi Wanshuang was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and took advantage of the gap in closing the door to pull a child out of the car.
Yi Wanshuang never expected that what she thought was just an ordinary charitable donation would actually turn into a ransom?
At this moment, she just wanted to save one more child, otherwise she didn't dare to imagine the consequences. After all, human traffickers are rampant nowadays, and organ trafficking cannot be completely avoided.
Husband. Beat them.
Seeing that neither man was as strong as Feng Mu, Yi Wanshuang suddenly shouted. Feng Mu, who had been protecting Yi Wanshuang, also took action. With an over-the-shoulder throw, one of the men fell flat on the ground. The companions beside him didn't react to what happened.
Chapter 48 Yi Wanshuang, be a good wife and bring honor to your husband.
Stop, brother, stop making trouble.
Don't scratch it, sister.
Another person tried to stop him, but Feng Mu was quicker, and he was thrown to the ground as well.
Hello, brothers, 666, lie down together.
Just when Feng Mu was thinking about carrying all the children down from the van, a group of people suddenly surrounded him.
Among the group of people, some were holding cameras, some were holding microphones, and they looked like a film crew.
Seeing this, Feng Mu was also stunned.
What was going on?
A group of people first helped the two people on the ground up, and then hurriedly explained to Feng Mu and Yi Wanshuang, fearing that if they were any later, Yi Wanshuang would start scratching her face.
You two, please stop. We are from the TV station. Television station? Yes, this is our work ID. After the TV program crew finished explaining, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan realized that there was a big misunderstanding.
The intention was to capture how passersby would react in this situation, but who would have thought that when it came to Yi Wanchuan and Fong Mu, what was captured was their angry expressions.
Especially square wood. The open and closed posture is just like an angry bull.
The misunderstanding was resolved, and Fong Mu's face showed a slight embarrassment. Later, the program team even presented the gifts prepared by the TV station for the passerby guests. Yi Wanchuan held the gift and looked at the two people who were knocked down by her husband.
Well, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Miss, we're going to blackmail you then.
One of them laughed, while the other waved his hands, indicating that it was not a big deal. It's okay, it's not a big deal, it just hurts my butt. To be honest, the two of them were mentally prepared to be beaten at the beginning of the filming, but who would have thought that they would be beaten at the very beginning?
But both they and the program crew were very happy. That's right, I was happy even when I got beaten.
At least it proves that the Chinese are not that heartless. The program crew still has to continue filming. But Yi Wanchuan did not leave in a hurry with the gift. Instead, she hid where the director was, ready to see what would happen next. Whether it is eating melons or joining in the fun, these are genes imprinted in the DNA of the Chinese people.
However, what the program crew, Yi Wanchuan and Fong Mu, did not expect was that the two men who used the same trick again got beaten again.
The two brothers are also good at choosing people. They actually chose an older brother who looked like he had just come out of the gym. Even though the weather was a little cool, Big Brother didn't wear thick clothes, and you could even see his muscles. You can tell at first glance that he is someone who is not easy to mess with.
But the two good brothers in the program group still provoked each other.
The result was the same as the first time. When the Big Brother saw the children in the van, he didn't have even a second to react and attacked them brazenly.
Same position, same two good brothers, lying neatly.
If the director and the staff of the program team had shown up a minute later, the two of them would have been picked up by Big Brother like little chickens. After explaining everything clearly, the program team once again presented a gift prepared by the TV station.
2 gifts in exchange for 2 beatings from 2 employees. This deal isn't very cost-effective. Regardless of anything else, the duo who got beaten up backed down.
I'm stuck with the director, getting beaten up twice a day.
I really don't want to do this anymore.
There was no other choice but for the director to do it himself. It's just embarrassing to say that the director was more like a bad guy. He tried several times but no one paid any attention to him. In the end, this street test had to be abandoned halfway.
However, it can still be seen that Chinese people still hate human traffickers very much.
After parting with the crew, Yi Wanchuan seemed to have no interest in shopping anymore. Just as the two were about to go back empty-handed without buying anything, Fong Mu's cell phone rang.
It's a WeChat video call. The note shows, rebellious son Liang Yun. College roommate.
After saying something to Yi Wanchuan, Fong Mu pressed the answer button, and soon a handsome face appeared on the phone screen. But the smirk on this face kind of lowers the rating.
Son.
Fong Mu and Liang Yun spoke at the same time, and the moment they spoke they took advantage of the other. Such tacit behavior made Yi Wanchuan cover her mouth and laugh. Although I often see videos on Douyin talking about how good the relationship between boys is, I have never seen it with my own eyes. Although I don't know what kind of person the other person is at the moment, I can still feel that Liang Yun and Fong Mu should have a very good relationship.
What are you doing? Liang Yun asked with a smile.
Fong Mu, without even thinking, pulled up Yi Wanchuan's small, tender hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it, then asked, "Guess." Liang Yun on the other end of the phone was stunned after seeing this scene. How could he be fed dog food even through the phone line? No.
La Fong, you're so disloyal. You have a girlfriend, and you didn't even tell us brothers? How can I have a girlfriend? Fong Mu shook his head in defense, but his words were not convincing. Fuck you. You've already kissed me, and you still say I'm not your girlfriend?
No, that's my wife's hand.
Liang Yun was stunned when he heard this. Is there any difference? Of course, my girlfriend is my girlfriend, but my wife has a marriage certificate. She can only work with a certificate, understand?
Liang Yun just felt that his brain was a little not working properly, but before he could figure out what Fong Mu said, he heard what Fong Mu said to Yi Wanchuan.
Wife, come and meet Liang Yun, my college roommate.
The next second, a face comparable to that of a big star appeared on Liang Yun's mobile phone screen. If Yi Wanchuan hadn't waved her hand to greet him, Liang Yun would have thought that this was Fong Mu's AI creation.
Hello. Hello, sister-in-law.
Seeing that Fong Mu was serious, Liang Yun quickly changed his words.
His attitude and tone were extremely humble, far from the arrogance he had when talking to Fong Mu.
After saying hello, Fong Mu took the phone over, and the playful smile on his face was particularly eye-catching. Yu Wanchuang stood aside with a faint smile on her lips, feeling that Fong Mu was a bit childish at the moment. However, Yu Wanchuang still has the insights of a wife, which is to be a good wife and help her husband to win face. In that case, it is easy to grab a man's heart.
Lao Feng, when is this happening? You didn't tell us in advance. You have to wait until the wedding to inform us, right? The feelings have faded. Come on, when we really get married, won't you two come over and do the hard labor for me?
Fong Mu said with a smile, almost swearing that he would leave the dirtiest, most tiring and most difficult work to you.
How about getting together tonight?
After Liang Yun asked, Fong Mu turned his head and looked at Yi Wanchuang. I thought Yi Wanchuang would be embarrassed, and I also thought she would refuse, but who would have thought that Yi Wanchuang would open her mouth and ask?
What do you want to eat?
Looking at Yi Wanchuang's silly and cute face, Fong Mu smiled.
Liang Yun will treat you to whatever you want to eat.
Yi Wanchuang nodded when she heard that, but then shook her head.
Forget it, husband.
Since this is our first meeting, I'll treat you.
Hearing this, Liang Yun on the other end of the phone became unhappy and quickly refused. That won't do. How can I let my sister-in-law treat me? Sister-in-law, it must be tough for you in Laofang in Shanghai, right? It's so hard to make money. I'll treat you all. I just got my quarterly bonus today.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's lips curled up slightly, as if she and Fong Mu were not in such a difficult situation yet.
Honey, what do you think?
Yi Wanchuang was used to letting Fong Mu make the decision.
Then let's listen to Liang Yun and follow his arrangements. If we're not full, we can just go home and eat later. Fong Mu said this on purpose.
Liang Yun was fooled. He cursed as if his pride was hurt. Lao Fong, what you said is really disrespectful.
I'm treating you to a meal, and you're letting your sister-in-law go hungry? Fong Mu smiled and said, I've been waiting for you to ask. Fong Mu pretended to be disappointed and said, your sister-in-law eats a lot.
She eats alone, but it's like two mouths feeding each other.
What do you mean?
Hiss.
I shouldn't have asked so much. Liang Yun suddenly realized it, but it was too late. Chapter 49, 50 billion cash reserves.
Even after the call was over, Fong Mu was still grinning. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang smiled with her beautiful eyes and muttered in her heart, idiot.
Honey, should I put on some makeup tonight? This is the first time I'm meeting your friends, so I should pay attention to my appearance. Wife, you are so insecure about your face that you can do without makeup. Fong Mu spread his hands and pretended to be helpless.
Mainly, he didn't want Yi Wanchuang to wear makeup.
Cosmetics are chemical products, so using less will definitely not make a difference. Really? He.
Yi Wanchuang smiled happily.
Girls love to hear nice words. The time agreed with Liang Yun is in the evening.
It was only noon now, and Yi Wanchuang had no interest in shopping, so she wanted to go home first. Go home and try using a fetal Doppler to listen.
Maybe you can already hear your baby's heartbeat at home. Okay. Fong Mu was also looking forward to it.
On the way home, Fong Mu drove, and Yi Wanchuang opened the fetal heart monitor and read the instructions.
She quickly figured out how to use it. Have you learned it? Yeah, it's exactly the same as what doctors do in the hospital.
Just apply the coupling gel to your belly and use the stethoscope probe to find the fetal heartbeat. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang squeezed some coupling agent on the back of Fong Mu's hand, and then drew circles on it with the probe. It's not that Yi Wanchuang is too naughty, but Fong Mu is a big pig-ass hoof. Just drive carefully, but he refused and insisted on touching my thigh.
Humph.
For now, forget about the beating, it's just right for practicing using the fetal heart monitor. After returning home and changing her shoes, Yi Wanchuang opened her arms and ran back to the room in small steps.
Fong Mu followed closely behind.
When he entered the room, Yi Wanchuang was already half lying down, and she had lifted up her clothes, revealing her bulging belly.
Husband, come here quickly. Hearing Yi Wanchuang's tingling voice, Fong Mu's heart was moved, but the obstetrician's doctor's instructions were still lingering in his ears. For a moment, he didn't dare to have any evil thoughts at all. Honey, take a look at the instructions first. There's a picture with the location where the baby's heartbeat might be. Fang Mu nodded, then pulled down Yi Wanchuang's pants. Ahem, wife, there are a few seats that are lower down, I need to pull them up again. Aha!
Yi Wanchuang's face turned slightly red, but she did not stop Fang Mu.
Fang Mu quickly understood the possible locations of the fetal heartbeat based on the instructions. Wife, it's time to start. Yeah, okay. Honey, let's squeeze the coupling agent first.
Fang Mu picked up the coupling agent and was about to squeeze it onto the probe of the fetal heart monitor, but Yi Wanchuang interrupted him. No, hubby, just squeeze on my belly.
Huh? Are you sure? Fang Mu made a puzzled sound, because the instructions clearly said to squeeze it onto the probe. Honey, I'm sure this probe is too small. It will be very difficult to find the fetal heartbeat. It will be easier to just squeeze the coupling agent on my belly.
If you squeeze on the probe, find a position, squeeze a little, then change position, and squeeze a little more, it's very strenuous, and it's also very cold. What Yi Wanchuang said made a lot of sense, and it was the operating procedure she had silently memorized during her prenatal checkup in the hospital.
Okay, I'm going to squeeze the lubin then. It's a coupling agent. Yi Wanchuang corrected. Fang Mu didn't understand why he suddenly mentioned lubricant.
The coupling agent was very cool, and when it touched her skin, Yi Wanchuang let out a cry of "eh." The next second, her face turned red with embarrassment, which was very tempting.
Fang Mu could only helplessly chant Ba silently. I will abstain from sex. Hubby, that's enough, it's too much.
Yi Wanchuang looked at the coupling agent on her stomach and quickly called for a stop. She estimated that Fang Mu had squeezed out more than 1/3 of it.
Ahem, then what?
Then use the probe to search for the fetal heartbeat.
Don't make circles. Pick it up and put it down. Good. The probe is really good.
Fang Mu pinched it, picking it up and putting it down, as if he was pricking a needle.
And the baby's fetal heartbeat is really not easy to find. Fang Mu had planned it out.
He started searching from the first position on the instruction manual and searched all the way to the last one, but he still couldn't find the fetal heartbeat.
The instruction manual isn't very reliable either.
Later, the two of them discussed it and started a comprehensive search.
Searching from the top down, little by little. Fang Mu was fine, he felt fresh and not tired. But Yi Wanchuang was extremely worried.
When Fang Mu was looking for the fetal heartbeat, she was also trying hard to look over here.
It's been a long time, I'm so tired.
In the end, he simply lay down and left the task of finding the fetal heartbeat to Fang Mu alone. The square wood is like a robot, picking up and putting down, picking up and putting down, picking up and putting down.
The initial anticipation has been completely exhausted, and I can't help but wonder if it's not the right time yet?
Just when both of them were about to give up, a diss sound came from the loudspeaker.
Fang Mu was delighted and started to search from this point. Finally, the clearest sound was found right above Yi Wanchuang's belly button.
Fang Mu was filled with joy, and Yi Wanchuang also flapped her arms and legs with joy, trying to sit up.
Is it here? It seems to be a little bit like the sound I heard in the ultrasound room of the hospital. Hush, listen again. Yi Wanchuang nodded and quietly turned on the recording function on her mobile phone. She wanted to record the baby's fetal heart rate. As if the little guy felt that his parents were eavesdropping on him, he was very considerate and the click sound from the loudspeaker became louder and clearer. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang listened for a long time as if they had found a treasure. Later, Fang Mu was worried that it would be easy to catch a cold if the belly was always exposed, so he put away the Doppler fetal heart monitor. Afterwards, Yi Wanchuang raised her hand and placed it on the baby's heartbeat to feel it carefully. She was very happy. Later, she lay on Fang Mu's thighs again, counting on her fingers until the baby would be born. Well, it'll be a while before I can meet the baby. But I still hope the baby can be born after full term. I saw on TikTok that some babies who were born prematurely were so tiny and had to live in incubators. It was so miserable. Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips and muttered softly. Everything was for the baby, so she obediently handed over the Yi group to Fang Mu and Song Xiwan, and she went home to take care of the baby. During the break, Zhuo Jinghe called Fang Mu. Because making cars is a very expensive project, Fang Mu sent Zhuo Jinghe to raise funds as soon as he decided to make cars. Now that the task is completed, it is natural to report to the boss. But what Fang Mu never expected was that just the initial collection would bring him a cash reserve of over 50 billion. Preliminary. 50 billion. Cash reserves. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang was stunned, and the banana in her mouth quietly fell.
3 updates a day, asking for support, gifts, and free gifts.
Chapter 50, Hubby, you are the best. Stop bragging. Let me give you a kiss, okay?
What made Ji Wanchuan even more speechless was that when Zhuo Jinghe didn't hear Fang Mu speaking, she actually thought he was angry.
Sorry, boss, I've only collected this much at the moment. Subsequent dividends and the stocks you requested to sell will also be liquidated in due course.
It's okay, don't worry, thank you for your hard work. Fang Mu said with a smile. The starting capital was enough. The reason why he didn't say anything just now was because he didn't expect that he could come up with 50 billion in cash reserves after the initial collection. It seems that the reason why Fang Yuan Investment is so famous is because of its strong strength.
After finishing the call, Fang Mu noticed that Ji Wanchuan was distracted, and he couldn't help but want to laugh, and even dropped the banana. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Husband, you are a pervert. How can you talk about your husband like that? Come here and spank me.
Yi Wanchuan fled very quickly. The reason why she called Fang Mu a pervert was because of the terrifying Fang Yuan Investment. Compared with it, her own Yi Group was nothing.
Fang Mu smiled proudly at Yi Wanchuan's shock. The chosen one was so unreasonable and terrifying. Am I handsome, honey? Handsome. Honey, am I awesome? Sharp. Husband, Okay, honey, you're the best. Stop bragging. I'm going to kiss you. Yi Wanchuan giggled, threw herself into Fang Mu's arms and gave him a sweet kiss.
Although I really want to know how Fang Mu managed to develop Fang Yuan Investment to such a large scale, but what's the point of knowing it?
In the blink of an eye, it was night. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan are going to meet Liang Yun and Su Xinghe.
Like Su Xinghe and Liang Yun, they were both Fang Mu's college roommates, and the three of them had a very good relationship. Since they all work in Shanghai, the three of them get together often. However, even if they are all in Shanghai, it is still quite difficult to see each other, because they are in 3 different directions. In order to make it convenient for Fang Mu and Su Xinghe, Liang Yun chose a compromise location, the Xintiandi Shopping Plaza. Xintiandi is located in a bustling area, and there are many universities nearby, so there are many college students who come here to shop, eat, and drink. When crossing the traffic light, the zebra crossing was crowded with college students. After getting out of the car, Fang Mu smiled and said to Aquan, go look around.
I might not be able to finish here for a while. Yes, boss.
Although Aquan responded, Fang Mu knew that he would definitely wait here until he came out.
Why was he so stubborn?
Many people around saw Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan getting out of the Maybach, and many of them had envy in their eyes. In their opinion, the two are so young, have luxury cars and drivers, they are definitely rich second generation.
If only I could get to know someone like this. As expected, the brilliant lights of the Magic City are only for the rich. The place Liang Yun chose to treat the guests was a local restaurant.
I put a lot of thought into choosing where to eat. The three of them didn't meet often, and Fang Mu was bringing his girlfriend with him, so he couldn't just deal with it casually. So Liang Yun didn't work in the afternoon and slacked off the whole time just to find a good place.
Fang Mu came over according to the message sent by Liang Yun. Before entering the door, I heard Liang Yun teasing Su Xinghe. Fang Mu pushed open the door, Liang Yun and Su Xinghe looked up at the same time, and smiled after seeing who was coming. If it were Fang Mu alone, neither of them would move at all. But this time it was different.
Yi Wanchuan, Liang Yun and Su Xinghe all hurriedly stood up to greet them.
Sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law.
Liang Yun and Su Xinghe shouted enthusiastically. Liang Yun and Yi Wanchuan met when he was having a video call with Fang Mu.
Su Xinghe had only heard that he was a computer genius, or a hacker.
The three of them lived in the same dormitory in college and had a good relationship.
They could be said to be together all day long.
Liang Yun hurriedly invited Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan to sit down, and then took paper and pen from the waiter outside the door.
Sister-in-law, order first. You order and I'll write. Oh. Xiao Yunzi has good eyesight. Fang Mu teased with a smile.
He and Liang Yun were like this to each other. If they didn't ridicule each other when they met, the other would feel uncomfortable. Because of Yi Wanchuan's presence, Liang Yun could only glare at Fang Mu fiercely, otherwise he would definitely punch or kick him.
The food here is not cheap. Yi Wanchuan looked at the menu and shook her head.
It's not that she was reluctant to do so, but she was afraid that Hua Liang Yun would have too much money. It's not easy for someone to make a living alone in Shanghai.
However, her words made Liang Yun unhappy. Sister-in-law, what you said is true. I said it's my treat. Just order whatever you want. If you don't want anything, just look at the photos and order whatever you like. Liang Yun is full of heroic spirit, and what he says is very pleasant to listen to. Although Su Xinghe on the side looked taciturn, according to Fang Mu, he was quite reserved. When Liang Yun patted his chest and said, "I'm not short of money," he also quietly came over. Sister-in-law, pick the most expensive one. At worst, we can just leave Lao Liang here to wash dishes to pay off the debt. Old Su, you're absolutely right. Puchi Yi Wanchuan covered her mouth and laughed. This was a good idea. After all, Yi Wanchuan is the head of the Yi group, and he was once a so-called rich kid, so he has unique insights when it comes to eating. Even if you have never eaten here before, you can still roughly know what you can order and what is not recommended by comparing the menu. Then, one dish name after another flew out of her mouth. Liang Yun wrote them down one by one. The only embarrassing thing was that he knew some of the words and could read them, but he couldn't write them. He had to copy them down according to the menu. How embarrassing. Yi Wanchuan didn't order too much, just enough to eat. When Yi Wanchuan went to the bathroom, Fang Mu took the opportunity to order some food and asked the waiter to send it to a Quan who was waiting in the car. Fang Mu couldn't bear to let him wait there boredly. In the box, Liang Yun and Su Xinghe were teasing Fang Mu. When my sister-in-law goes to the bathroom, Lao Fang has to follow her. It's so disgusting. If you had a girlfriend, you would be even more annoying. Su Xinghe hit the nail on the head. Liang Yun glared at him unhappily but did not argue. Soon Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan came back hand in hand. Although they separated when they reached the door of the box, they were still seen by Liang Yun and Su Xinghe. It seems I won't be able to eat much tonight. Liang Yun muttered softly, and Su Xinghe nodded in agreement. What are you two talking about? Tell me, how have things been lately? Fang Mu asked with a smile, then looked at Liang Yun. However, when asked this question, Liang Yun's face suddenly changed. He looked very strange and helpless, and it was hard to put it into words. I'm telling you, there's a rich woman chasing me, do you believe it? Liang Yun sighed. Chapter 51, Reject the Rich Woman for the Sake of Child Marriage. Based on Liang Yun's understanding of Fang Mu and Su Xinghe, they should burst into laughter when he said this. After all, how could such a good thing be so easy to come across? But who would have thought that both Fang Mu and Su Xinghe actually nodded? Lao Su, do you believe it? Old Fang, do you believe it too? The performance of the two people made Liang Yun lose confidence. Fang Mu nodded calmly, then glanced at his wife beside him without leaving a trace. Yi Wanchuan had a feeling and guessed what he was thinking, so she put her little hand under the table and pinched his thigh directly, pointing at someone. Why wouldn't you believe this? But it just so happens that I'm also pursued by a rich woman. Fang Mu said happily, and grabbed Yi Wanchuan's restless little hand under the table. The latter couldn't break free, so he had to tickle him. What do you mean? You? A rich woman is pursuing you too? Liang Yun shook his head in disbelief. Old Fang, you better be careful with your words. Your sister-in-law is still here. If she misunderstands, she'll kick you out of the house, okay? Before he could finish his words, Liang Yun suddenly reacted, then looked at Fang Mu, and then at his sister-in-law Yi Wanchuan. No, brother, is it your sister-in-law who is pursuing you? I guess so, but we are in love with each other. Fang Mu said this, but Yi Wanchuan actually started to defend herself. That's right, I was the one who pursued him and had been plotting something bad towards him for a long time. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuan bared her teeth and grinned at Fang Mu, causing Liang Yun and Su Xinghe opposite her to roll their eyes. Through their conversation, Liang Yun and Su Xinghe extracted many key words. Woman chasing man, rich woman. Their sister-in-law is a rich woman. Ah, this is so unfair. God is so unfair. Liang Yun screamed with his head raised. Su Xinghe cursed angrily, come on, don't you also have a rich woman chasing you? But who would have thought that these words would make Liang Yun scream even louder? All right, stop howling. What's going on? Fang Mu interrupted. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Sure enough, the sadness on Liang Yun's face was not fake, but real. Please listen to me. The rich woman I'm talking about is really rich, and also a real rich woman. She's over 40 years old and weighs twice as much as me.
Liang Yun didn't continue, but everyone present understood that there was a rich woman who wanted to support him. She's our boss and she's always harassing me.
It's a headache. It can be seen that Liang Yun is really having a headache. No wonder I wanted to call Fong Mu and Su Xinghe to get together today. If you ask me, just give in. It will save you many years of detours. Su Xinghe was indeed very reserved and patted Liang Yun's shoulder to comfort him.
If the rich woman knew about this, she would probably give Su Xinghe a big red envelope. Liang Yun's face turned pale, and he became even more envious of Fong Mu. Soon, all the dishes were served. Liang Yun invited everyone to eat, but he drank a can of beer first, looking really depressed.
Later I learned that Liang Yun had been doing well in recent years.
With his eloquence and humorous personality, he quickly became the company's gold medal salesperson. But on the day he became a gold medal salesperson, his photo was hung on the wall, and then he was targeted by his boss. It can only be said that being a widower, middle-aged, and rich, these words put together would have made him a very scary existence.
The other party started pursuing Liang Yun.
If he was willing, he would have had a luxury car and a house long ago.
But I'm engaged to my child, and I'll never obey you.
Liang Yun held the beer bottle angrily, tilted his head back and took another big sip. Yi Wanchuan was a little surprised when she heard this. After all, in this day and age, there were still child marriages. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Liang Yun with admiration.
Right now, I can't bear to leave this job, but I'm constantly thinking about escaping. It gives me a headache.
Just when Liang Yun was about to drink again, Fong Mu snatched the beer bottle away, then looked at the two of them and asked,
Lao Liang, Xiao He, do you want to come and work with me? Fong Mu was not doing this without purpose.
On the one hand, he wanted to help Liang Yun and Su Xinghe, and on the other hand, he really needed talents. As a top salesperson, Liang Yun's abilities are unquestionable, even though he studied programming in college.
But you can rest assured when your own people use it. Not to mention Su Xinghe, who is a true computer genius.
He participated in many competitions when he was in college and won the first prize every time. Many companies offered him jobs before he graduated, but he didn't go because he wanted to have fun.
It's so easy for a genius to make money. Su Xinghe was a foreigner in Shanghai. He didn't work, but he never lacked money. He even lent money to Liang Yun for a circumcision.
Now Fong Mu took advantage of the time when everyone was gathered together to speak out what was on his mind. Liang Yun and Su Xinghe misunderstood and thought they were asked to go to work at Yi Wanchuan's company. After all, she was a rich woman.
Lao Fong, when I really can't stay in our company anymore, I'll come find you, okay?
Su Xinghe pondered for a moment and said, I want to play for a while longer.
I'll go whenever Lao Liang goes. Fong Mu was not disappointed, but agreed with a smile. Everyone has their own pursuits, so how can I interfere too much? But deep down, I really want them to come over.
Liang Yun complained a lot, but later his mood recovered and he laughed awkwardly.
Su Xinghe always makes jokes about Fong Mu and Liang Yun. He either doesn't say anything, or when he does, he shocks them.
The thing Fong Mu did most was to help Yi Wanchuan pick up food and remove fish bones. Even when he was chatting with the two of them, he did not neglect his wife.
Yi Wanchuan was still very happy.
Not only did I get to know Fong Mu's good friends, but I also heard a lot of gossip and Fong Mu's embarrassing stories. It is no exaggeration to say that if girls joked like this between each other, they would have flipped the table a long time ago.
But boys don't do that. Instead, they joke with each other. This kind of atmosphere is really enviable to girls. Time flies. Liang Yun was depressed and drank too much.
His face turned red and he spoke with a slurred voice. Not to mention paying for the meal, he even had difficulty walking in a straight line. Just when Yi Wanchuan went to pay the bill, Su Xinghe got there first. Although he was not as lively as Fong Mu and Liang Yun, he was still enthusiastic and righteous.
Brother Fong, why don't I take Lao Liang home? Su Xinghe said. Fong Mu shook his head and let him go first. You go ahead. I'll take care of Lao Liang. Be careful on the way and call me when you get there. Then, okay.
After watching Su Xinghe leave, Fong Mu helped Liang Yun back to the front of the car.
With the Quan's help, Liang Yun was tied to the passenger seat.
On the way to Liang Yun's residence, this guy woke up. Looking at the extraordinary decoration inside the car, I couldn't help but think, Fong Mu was really being kept by a rich woman. He even takes a luxury car when he takes a taxi.
Chapter 52 Wife, I think you have misunderstood the meaning of fat. You are plump, okay?
It was already late at night when Liang Yun was settled and returned home. Yu Wanchuang was so sleepy on the way that before she reached home, she leaned her head against Feng Mu and fell asleep. It was not until Feng Mu carried her into the house that Yu Wanchuang sat up in a daze and looked around, her head feeling dizzy. She lay down again only after seeing that it was the familiar bedroom, her cherry lips mumbling as if she was talking in her sleep. Feng Mu couldn't help but feel amused when he saw this, but he still climbed onto the bed and helped change clothes. When taking care of Yu Wanchuang, Feng Mu's hands were obviously much lighter. You know, when Feng Mu was helping Liang Yun to get on the bed, he almost threw him over his head. If he had used a little more force, Liang Yun would have been thrown off the bed. But now, whether he was taking off his shirt or putting on his pajamas, Feng Mu's movements were as gentle as possible, as if he was afraid of hurting Yu Wanchuang. Even if it didn't hurt, it would be bad if it woke her up. Only after finishing all the work did Feng Mu have time to lie down on the bed and rest for a while. But unexpectedly, Yu Wanchuang approached quietly, turned close to him, and even took Feng Mu's hand and put it on her body.
Yu Wanchuang curled up like a cat.
Feng Mu liked this feeling very much, but he still moved back cautiously to avoid accidentally touching his wife's belly when he fell asleep at night.
In the second half of the night, Yu Wanchuang woke up and wanted to go to the bathroom.
When she came back, she didn't forget to pull Feng Mu's arm again and then snuggled into his arms, feeling warm and comfortable. The next day, Feng Mu woke up slowly. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to look for his wife, and then he looked at Yu Wanchuang, who was staring at him eagerly. There was no sleepiness in Yu Wanchuang's eyes, obviously she had not just woken up. In other words, after waking up, Yu Wanchuang didn't play with her phone or do anything else, she just stared at Feng Mu.
Why, is there something on my face?
No, I just wanted to take a look. Yu Wanchuang shook his head and chuckled.
Charge. Bore. Yu Wanchuang kissed him directly. Husband, is that enough?
Feng Mu smiled mischievously and kissed Yu Wanchuang back. That's enough, there's more, I'll give you the change. Neither of them was in a hurry to get up, but instead played and frolicked in bed for a while.
Later, Yu Wanchuang's stomach growled and the couple got up.
Since becoming pregnant, Yu Wanchuang's appetite has changed many times, from normal to 1/2, and now to 1.5 times.
It is no exaggeration to say that Yu Wanchuang's appetite is even bigger than Feng Mu's. Honey, I eat a lot now. Do you think I've gained weight?
As she spoke, Yu Wanchuang turned around in front of Feng Mu. Except for the belly, there is no change in other parts of the body.
How is that possible?
I feel like my thighs and buttocks have gained weight. Yu Wanchuang wrinkled her nose, feeling helpless. After all, she was a girl and she always cared about her figure.
But in Feng Mu's opinion, that meant she was plump and fuller, right?
It had nothing to do with being fat.
Ahem, my dear, I feel pretty good, really.
Forget it, husband, stop comforting me. But I also know the seriousness of the matter. I won't lose weight at this critical juncture.
I have to be responsible for the baby.
Yu Wanchuang waved her little fists, then picked up a steamed bun and put it into her mouth. In her opinion, even if you are fat, you still have to eat well. After all, you still have to provide nutrition for the baby.
This is indeed the case.
If one person consumes and two people consume, they will get hungry very quickly even if they eat a lot. Not to mention losing weight, Yu Wanchuang would feel empty in her stomach if she ate one bite less.
Diet? No way. Feng Mu is going out.
But you must be well prepared before going out. I helped my wife to the bed, then turned on the projector and found a show. Then you need to prepare snacks, fruits, and drinking water, and place them all next to Yu Wanchuang so that she can easily take them.
Feng Mu also thought about hiring some nannies to take care of her.
But Yu Wanchuang said that it was not the right time yet and postponed the plan.
Then I'll leave first? Goodbye, husband, be careful. Okay, call me if you need anything, or if you want something to eat.
Yeah, don't worry, husband. I'll find food when I'm hungry and drink when I'm thirsty.
Just go ahead and do your work, Numa.
On the bed, Yu Wanchuang waved her hand and blew a kiss goodbye. Looking at his wife's playful and cute appearance, Feng Mu smiled slightly. After going out, Quan drove Feng Mu to Zhongshan Building.
Several office buildings around our Zhongshan Building, but Feng Mu is looking for Guangling Paint Industry.
Since we are going to build cars later, we must find a reliable paint supplier, and Guangling Paint Industry is a company with a good reputation in car repair paint.
There is another reason for looking for Guangling Paint Industry. Thinking of this, Feng Mu took Quan into the Zhongshan Building and went straight to the 9th floor. An entire floor is occupied by the office area of Guangling Paint Industry. Fang Mu came to the front desk and explained his purpose, and the staff quickly led him to the general manager's office. The meeting with Guangling Paint Industry was scheduled a few days ago, so the other party was so enthusiastic after hearing about Fang Mu's identity. In the office, a middle-aged woman was looking through documents. When she heard the secretary report that Fang Mu, the boss of Fang Yuan Investment, had arrived, Gui Yanli quickly stood up to greet him.
"Hello, Boss Fang, I'm Gui Yanli."
"Hello, Mr. Gui." The two took their seats one by one. The cooperation between Fang Yuan Investment and Lingguan Paint Industry is inevitable because the conditions proposed by the former are very attractive, not to mention that the payment will be received within 60 days. Once the time comes, the payment will be made immediately. This alone is enough to make Gui Yanli's heart beat. Compared to some deadbeats who would rather drag it out than give even if they have the money, Fang Yuan Investment is obviously more sincere.
"Boss Fang, you could just send someone else for this kind of thing.
Look, you came in person."
Although Gui Yanli is the boss of Lingguan Paint Industry, she doesn't think she can stand shoulder to shoulder with the boss of Fang Yuan Investment.
She is still far from it. Now that the other party came in person, Gui Yanli felt flattered. In response, Fang Mu just smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Gui, I believe you are clear about the cooperation matters. If there is no problem, how about signing the contract?"
"Okay.
As long as Boss Fang lets us know, our products will be delivered as soon as possible."
"Then I wish you a happy cooperation."
"It's a pleasure to work with you."
Soon, Quan and Gui Yanli's secretary behind Fang Mu took out the prepared contract. After checking it and confirming that it was correct, Gui Yanli signed her name without hesitation.
But when it was Fang Mu's turn to sign, he stopped.
For a moment, Gui Yanli became nervous. "Boss Fang?"
"Sorry, Mr. Gui, I forgot something.
Liang Yun is an employee of your company, right?"
After hearing this, Gui Yanli became even more panicked.
Could it be that Liang Yun had offended Fang Mu?
But how could she know that the reason why Fang Mu came in person to sign the contract, Liang Yun, was another reason?
Chapter 53. You go be a cow and horse, I go to accompany my wife. "Boss Fang, Liang Yun is indeed an employee of my company. Did he offend you in some way?
If there is, I'll apologize to you on his behalf."
"I'm sorry."
As she spoke, Gui Yanli actually stood up and bowed to Fang Mu.
Fang Mu didn't expect Gui Yanli to be like this, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised.
"Mr. Gui, you misunderstood. Liang Yun did not offend me.
He's my good brother.
I need him for my project, so I want to take him with me." Hearing this, Gui Yanli was obviously relieved. After thinking for a moment, she could only nod in agreement.
She immediately asked her secretary to call Liang Yun. Fang Mu also took the opportunity to sign his name on the contract. After closing and folding, Fang Mu and Gui Yanli shook hands.
This scene happened to be seen by Liang Yun, who was brought along. When Liang Yun saw Fang Mu, his eyes widened, and his originally listless look due to being drunk last night suddenly became alert.
"Mr. Gui? Fang Mu?"
Gui Yanli was somewhat puzzled as to why Liang Yun would be surprised, but she did not say anything and just smiled.
"Liang Yun, Boss Fang wants to take you with him. Please pack your things later. Your bonus and salary will be settled this afternoon. Liang Yun, on behalf of Lingguan Paint Industry, I would like to thank you for your contribution to the company."
"Thank you." Gui Yanli was speaking from her heart. Even though she was somewhat reluctant, she could not disobey Fang Mu for the sake of the company. On the other hand, Liang Yun was stunned, thinking about Gui Yanli's words, and was lost in thought. It was Fang Mu who came over and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll wait for you downstairs."
"Oh, okay."
More than half an hour later, Liang Yun came down from the stairs carrying a few belongings. He stood at the door, looking left and right, but couldn't find Fang Mu. It wasn't until a Maybach pulled up beside him that he saw Fang Mu through the car window. The Maybach was driving on the wide road, and Liang Yun was confused.
"Lao Fang, what's going on?"
"I told you and Su Xinghe to help me last night."
Fang Mu said with a smile. "Did you think I was joking?"
"No, this is a Maybach and a company, are you serious?"
"Stop talking nonsense. How about I take you to play with mud and playhouse?" Fang Mu rolled his eyes in annoyance. "What's the big deal?"
"Actually, as for. I thought they were all employees, but Fang Mu suddenly became a big boss."
"Who wouldn't be shocked by this?" It's good enough that Liang Yun didn't hug me and call me godfather on the spot.
Lao Feng, Mr. Guo said you need me. What do you need me for? You'll know when you get there. Feng Mu kept it a secret and then asked Daquan to speed up.
Soon they arrived in the suburbs and could hear the sounds of construction from a distance. When he got closer, Liang Yun was shocked. Because even if you were sitting in the car, you can see a large industrial area through the window. Although it is still under construction, its scale is already obvious and it is huge. The most important thing is that the industrial zone is being constructed simultaneously from 4 directions.
God knows how efficient it will be.
Lao Feng, don't tell me that this huge industrial zone is yours. Liang Yun's mouth twitched, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. When Feng Mu smiled and nodded in agreement, Liang Yun leaned down and tried to hug his thigh.
Get lost.
Feng Mu pushed Liang Yun away with disgust, then opened the door and got out of the car.
With such a large industrial area, what are you going to do? Build rockets? Building a rocket?
Not a bad idea, but I won't consider it right now. Seeing Feng Mu thinking seriously, Liang Yun resisted the urge to punch him.
Let's not talk about rockets for now.
I want to build cars, new energy vehicles.
Feng Mu said so. He had nothing to hide from Liang Yun.
Liang Yun was even more surprised when he heard Feng Mu was going to build a car. Looking at the endless industrial area, he murmured almost numbly, so building a car requires such a large area.
What are you thinking? If such a large place is producing cars, how terrifying must the production capacity be? As he spoke, Feng Mu gestured towards Liang Yun.
That side is the battery production plant, and this side is reserved for the automotive intelligent manufacturing park.
What about over there? Liang Yun asked.
Feng Mu, who hadn't given it much thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "You can build a rocket."
Fuck you, be serious. Okay, stop messing around. I didn't recruit you here just to watch me show off. Tell me, do you want to work with me? Feng Mu asked with a smile.
Liang Yun rolled his eyes in annoyance, turned around and hugged Feng Mu's arm.
Fuck. The company fired me. If I don't work with you, what else can I do?
Well, when we start building the car, you'll be in charge of spray painting.
You know that.
Feng Mu originally intended to let Liang Yun take charge of the management, but who would have thought that before he could develop his vision, he stared at the huge factory in front of him, his face changed drastically. Damn it.
Such a large factory can produce so many cars a day.
I can spray paint it all day and I still can't finish a few cars.
Hearing this, Feng Mu was almost angry to death. Idiot. This piece of land cost me 1.5 billion. You don't think I can't even set up a fully automated production line, do you? You're asking me to spray paint manually, do you think I'm the king of hell?
Oh, yes, the production lines are all automated, very advanced. Liang Yun scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He was usually a smart man, but now his brain was short-circuited by Feng Mu's shock, so he said such stupid words. Alright, even though the industrial zone hasn't been built yet, you can't just sit there doing nothing.
Go to headquarters tomorrow. I'll have someone pick a group of people for you, and then you'll lead the team. Where are you going? Liang Yun interrupted.
Visiting seniors, learning from their experiences, and having in-depth discussions with senior people in the automotive industry. In short, it all comes down to learning.
A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. It is better to learn more and ask more questions than to work in isolation.
After saying that, Feng Mu patted Liang Yun on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I'll have to trouble you from now on.
But you have to grow up quickly, too. You have to help me, right?"
Hearing this, Liang Yun was silent for a moment. He could see that Feng Mu wanted to promote him. It can be said that if Feng Mu is willing, he can find ready-made talents, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, that is no problem.
Such friendship is as heavy as a mountain.
Liang Yun felt moved but also felt pressured. He couldn't help but think that he must study hard, keep up with the pace, and not let Feng Mu down.
Lao Feng, I'm going to study, what about you? Me? Of course I have more important things to do.
Feng Mu smiled teasingly and said, "My wife is pregnant, I have to accompany her." At the same time, at home, Yi Wanchuan, who was eating a banana, sneezed.
Who's talking about me? Chapter 54. Yi Wanchuan opened up the run and do meridians. Liang Yun knew Feng Mu was joking.
He also knew that as the boss, Feng Mu would have a lot of work to do.
Just keeping control of the overall situation must be quite exhausting.
Thinking of this, Liang Yin felt even more urgent. After leaving the industrial zone, Fang Mu sent Liang Yin back and then went home. Yi Wanchuang, who was originally leaning on the sofa in the living room, suddenly heard some vague noise, then stepped on slippers and quietly came to the door. So when Fang Mu opened the door, he saw his wife opening her arms for a hug.
Honey, give me a hug?
Okay, hug. As he spoke, Fang Mu walked forward and hugged Yi Wanchuang, then picked her up in his princess carry. Although Yi Wanchuang was pregnant and had a bulging belly, it was not difficult for Fang Mu, whose physical fitness had been improved by genetic drugs, to hold her. He could do it with one hand without any problem. But for safety reasons, he decided not to waste time. Yi Wanchuang hugged Fang Mu's neck and giggled. Sometimes she would wonder why her husband was so awesome.
Hubby, you are so strong. That's right, your husband is very strong.
Fang Mu was just stating the facts, but Yi Wanchuang's face still felt slightly hot because she always felt that he was driving. Back in the living room, Fang Mu sat on the sofa, and Yi Wanchuang immediately got down from his arms. No matter how strong your body is, you still need to take a break.
What should you do if you are tired? What have you been doing this morning? Hey, dictionary, guess what?
Yi Wanchuang asked with a smile.
Fang Mu also guessed seriously, I guess you are naming the baby.
That's the correct answer, but there's no reward.
Why is there no reward? Because it's so hard to pick a name. I haven't been able to come up with one this whole morning. If you're not happy, I won't give you a reward. Ding. Triggering time limited task, name. After completing the task, you can get the full recovery potion. Task deadline, before the baby is born.
Although my wife didn't give me any rewards, the system came forward to offer me some warmth. Although the mission still had a long time to go, Fang Mu couldn't help but be tempted when he saw that the complete recovery potion could improve the physical condition of Yi Wanchuang and the fetus.
Thinking of this person, Fang Mu picked up the dictionary and encyclopedia. Husband? Come on, let's work together and try to come up with a nice name. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang smiled. Don't worry, honey. It's still early for the baby to be born, and we don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, so how are we going to name it? That makes sense, but it's not a big problem.
You can pick a few more names, both for boys and girls.
Fang Mu said with a smile, but Yi Wanchuang blinked repeatedly.
Hubby, I haven't picked a single name in the whole morning, and you're still trying to come up with a few more.
Ugh. I think you're just bragging. Come on, try it first.
As he spoke, Fang Mu opened the dictionary, his face full of seriousness and earnestness.
You can't name a child carelessly. It's not like a battery. Calling it Fang is simple and clear. While Fang Mu was thinking, Yi Wanchuang tapped the paper with her pen and muttered, Fang-yi? Depend on? Fang Mu asked back.
Yi Wanchuang shook her head and wrote on the paper.
Number 1. Fang Mu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It sounds pretty good, and if you really call me Fang-yi, there are benefits. Benefit? Yeah, it's easy to write.
For example, during the exam, Xian Bing de finished several questions one by one while still writing his name. Yi Wanchuang smiled slyly and said, "This is called winning at the starting line, hee."
Fang Mu was also amused. It had to be his wife.
Her train of thought was not simple. It turns out that naming is not easy. Fang Mu looked at the dictionary for more than 10 minutes but still had no idea. He was almost sticking each word behind to compare.
Hubby. An old person in the family is like a treasure. Let's call Mom and ask her.
Yi Wanchuang suddenly said.
Ask for outside help? Good idea. The couple hit it off and called Ma Xiaochang.
When Ma Xiaochang heard that his son and daughter-in-law were racking their brains over how to name their child, he couldn't help but laugh.
That's easy, son. What does Fang mean? Fang? Fang Zhang? Direction? And, just now? Fang Mu thought for a moment and then answered.
After all, it was his last name and he had known it for a long time. When he was in school, he had thought about the meaning of the word Fang a lot.
But what does it have to do with naming? After Fang Mu finished speaking, Ma Xiaochang nodded in satisfaction and immediately said with a smile, "Not bad, isn't this the idea behind naming?"
Seeing that Fang Mu still didn't understand, Ma Xiaochang gave an example. Think about it, let's use the meaning of Fang Zhang as the name.
Fang Zhang, doesn't it give us a sense of dignity and grandeur? So, we can choose names that mean upright and dignified. Ginger is indeed spicy when it is old. Ma Xiaoqiang just patiently persuaded them for a while, but Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang felt like they had been enlightened. Hiss. Mom, you're so smart. Haha, yeah, okay, you two can pick a name first. Remember to send it to me when you're done. Okay, what are you doing, Mom? Nothing. Your dad took me out to drink milk tea and eat hot pot. Ma Xiaoqiang told the truth despite her husband's obstruction. Fang Mu also smiled. Seeing his parents so happy, he, as their son, was also happy. Eat well, drink well, bye. Mom, bye, say hello to Dad for me. Okay, your dad heard it, bye. After hanging up the phone, Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang both felt a sense of clarity. Especially Yi Wanchuang, she is a genuine top student and loves ancient poetry the most. Fang Yui. Honey, how's it going? Fang Mu repeated the name Fang Yui and nodded continuously. Not bad, better than I thought. Tell me about it, it might be very interesting. Encouraged by Yi Wanchuang, Fang Mu spoke. Fang Qizheng, Fang Jingji, isn't that a bad thing? Why do I think of He Qizheng? It's okay, it sounds more like a boy's name. Let's write them down first and then choose them at the end. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang wrote down all these names on paper. Her handwriting was just like her personality, and her beautiful handwriting was as pretty as her. Yi Wanchuang seemed to have opened up her run and do meridians. Under Ma Xiaoqiang's guidance, I actually learned to draw inferences about other situations by analogy. Fangkai means just now, and seems to have a kind of unexpected encounter beauty. You only know it exists when you meet it. This person is like a rainbow. You only know it exists when you meet him. When the rain continues, I don't realize that spring has gone. When it clears up, I realize that summer is deep. The east is about to break, don't say you are leaving too early. They all sound nice. It would be great if the baby is a boy. These names are all great. If it's a girl, then I'll have to give birth again. In order to use these names, I have to give birth to another child. It seems like I have to cook 2 more dishes for a bag of salt? Well, only Yi Wanchuang would have this idea. Chapter 55, Cashier, you're still here even though you're pregnant? I don't understand, but I respect you. Yi Wanchuang seemed to be addicted, or had an epiphany, her little mouth chattering away like a naming maniac. If you use direction to name something, I think adding a directional word would have a good effect. Fang Dongshu. Fang Yonan. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountains. And Fang Shiza, water shimmers over Shiza, grass and trees rustle in autumn. Hehe, I'm awesome, right? Fang Mu nodded repeatedly, and kept raising his thumb. These names sound good at first glance, and they're also good when you listen carefully, but hey, wife, we have east, south, and west, but what about north? Fang bye-bye? Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang rolled her eyes in annoyance. Hubby, you're really bad at naming. Fang Bebe? You might as well call her Fang Bebe. His Fang Bebe, this name, sounds like a pet dog. Hubby, do you want to be spanked? Come here. Don't move. Let me spank you. Just once. Yi Wanchuang chased after Fang Mu, waving her little fists. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of the couple laughing. Such a warm scene would make people smile involuntarily. After calming down, Yi Wanchuang wrote down all the names mentioned above in the small notebook, except for Bebe. After flicking the paper, she sent it to her mother-in-law Ma Xiaoqiang, but received no response. According to Fang Mu, my mother must be busy with the hot pot and can't take care of it, so I'll have to wait until later. No one knows a mother better than her son. Ma Xiaoqiang was indeed busy with the hot pot, she was struggling with the tripe. Near noon, Yi Wanchuang's stomach took the opportunity to make a gurgling sound. When Fang Mu looked at her, she pointed at her bulging belly and nonchalantly shirked responsibility, saying, "Husband, your baby is hungry." Well, big baby or little baby? Fang Mu asked with a smile. Looking at his wife's lovely appearance, he really had the urge to ravage, no, to pamper her. It's the little one who's hungry. Yi Wanchuang said stubbornly, but the big one's almost hungry too. Fang Mu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then asked, "Big darling, little darling, what do you want to eat?" Let me ask. I got it. The little darling said he wants to eat braised pork. Eating braised pork with rice, sizzling so fragrant. Hearing this, Fangmu stood up and said, "Okay, let's have braised pork. We don't have much meat at home. I'm going out for a while."
Yi Wanchuan also stood up and came behind Fangmu like a little tail.
Husband, I want to go too." "Well, it's good to go out and get some fresh air." "Yeah. Thank you, husband Numa."
Just this alone made Yi Wanchuan happy like a child. She hugged Fangmu's arm and rubbed it, looking like a little cat. If you didn't know, you would think she was using Fangmu's arm to tickle him. After changing their clothes and going out, the couple came to the nearest supermarket. Originally, Fangmu wanted to go straight to the meat area, but Yi Wanchuan wanted to browse around from the beginning, one shelf after another.
Especially when I walked to the snack area, I couldn't move for a while.
Whether it was potato chips, spicy strips, or instant noodles, Yi Wanchuan was envious of them all.
You can eat it when you are not pregnant. But now she is pregnant. Even if the doctor says she can eat a little to satisfy her cravings, Yi Wanchuan doesn't dare to do anything rash. Looking at the food additives on the back of the spicy strips packaging that looked like a short essay, Yi Wanchuan gave up. After pushing the spicy strips into the shelf, she pulled Fangmu and hurried away. "I'm afraid that if I take a step slower, my rationality will be eaten away by the gluttony." Soon we arrived at the meat area. While Fangmu was selecting the 5-floured 3-layer dish suitable for making braised pork, Yi Wanchuan ran to the fresh food area nearby, either making eye contact with the turtle in the fish tank or watching the clams in the pond blowing bubbles. If the senior executives of Yi Group saw Yi Wanchuan, who looked like such a little girl, they would definitely be stunned, and then they would be extremely curious about one thing. How did Fangmu train her? In fact, Fangmu sometimes feels fresh when seeing Yi Wanchuan's playful and cute side. But if you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. Everyone has a childish side, and Yi Wanchuan is no exception. It's just that she would only show her defenselessness in front of Fangmu. Therefore, except for Fangmu, it is really not easy for others to see this side. After choosing the meat, Fangmu called Yi Wanchuan and went to buy a lot of fresh ingredients. These are all used to feed the daughter-in-law. Looking at Yi Wanchuan, Fangmu suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from nurturing her, as well as a faint sense of guilt. What a damn sense of guilt. After walking around and making sure there was nothing they needed to buy, Fangmu pushed the shopping cart and Yi Wanchuan pushed Fangmu, and they walked towards the checkout counter together. There weren't many people waiting to check out at the checkout counters, but you still had to queue. Bored, Yi Wanchuan looked at the shelf next to the cashier. There were Snickers, Kinder Surprise eggs, and Wrigley's gum, which she had never bought before. Just as she was thinking about grabbing a box of candy, it was their turn to pay. Fangmu took out the items from the shopping cart one by one, and the cashier was efficient and completed the scanning quickly. Just as he was about to pay, Yi Wanchuan suddenly took a box of something down from the shelf. And this? Fangmu was busy packing things into bags and didn't look up. He didn't know what Yi Wanchuan bought. It was not until he left the supermarket and returned to the car that Fangmu habitually checked the receipt and suddenly discovered the word Durex. "What's wrong, husband?" Yi Wanchuan blinked suspiciously. Fangmu pointed at the last item on the receipt in surprise. "Durex? Do what?" "Lace." "Lace? What?" "Husband, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Fangmu had no choice but to turn around and search in the bag. When he came back, there was an extra box in his hand. "Honey, this is the candy I bought. Do you want to have one?" "Sugar?" "Wife, do you think this is candy?" "Huh? Isn't it?" Yi Wanchuan took the box from Fangmu suspiciously, looked it up and down, and then found that it was not candy. "But Tao." "No. I was clearly holding candy, how did it turn into this?" For a moment, Yi Wanchuan recalled the cashier's look of not understanding, but respect. The cashier might have been thinking, "I'm pregnant, why would I still come?" Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuan blushed immediately. She had only heard of this thing and had never seen it, but now, she actually bought a box in public? Oh my god. I. Yi Wanchuan became a little stutterer and wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. Finally, I just grabbed it and put it in my pocket. Chapter 56, 3 No Product? Husband, are you trying to murder me? Yi Wanchuan's thoughts were very simple. If I return it, they definitely won't give it back, so just keep it. What to keep it for? I don't know, just pack it up first. Out of sight, out of mind. But Fang Mu's expression turned strange, as if he had misunderstood. No, wife, didn't we agree before that we can't do anything stupid before the baby is born? Hubby, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. Real? Well, really, this is all a misunderstanding.
Yi Wanchuang held her forehead with her jade hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Why did she feel as if she wanted it so badly? Fang Mu was also a little amused and helpless. His silly wife was too naive. She actually mistook Durex for candy. Thinking of this, he smiled. But the more he laughed, the more embarrassed Yi Wanchuang became. Finally, she tilted her head, snorted, and ignored Fang Mu.
Ahem, okay, I won't laugh anymore. Humph. Laugh. If you don't go back to cook, the baby will start to cry again. It can be seen that Yi Wanchuang is trying hard to find other topics and doesn't want to talk about this misunderstanding anymore. After returning home, Fang Mu went to organize the ingredients, putting those that should be put in the refrigerator and those that should be put in the cabinet. Yi Wanchuang quietly slipped into the kitchen, found a secret place, and hid Du Mousy. Just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, as if hiding it can pretend it never happened? After a long while, Yi Wanchuang came out of the bedroom and prepared to go to the kitchen to see if she could help in any way. But as soon as Yi Wanchuang stepped into the kitchen, she heard Fang Mu's teasing. Hidden? What am I hiding? Nothing. Yi Wanchuang tilted her head to defend herself. Fortunately, Fang Mu did not continue to tease her, otherwise, she would have blushed again. Go to the living room and watch TV. I'll stew the braised pork first. Yi Wanchuang nodded, and just as she walked out of the kitchen, she turned back and said, Honey, let me steam the rice first. When I approached the rice cooker, I found that the square wood had already been steamed. Honey, you're so fast. Hearing this, Fang Mu's forehead darkened. If he didn't know that his wife was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper when it came to matters between men and women, he would have thought that Yi Wanchuang was deliberately teasing her. Go watch TV. I'm leaving now, honey, thank you for your hard work. Heart. After Yi Wanchuang left the kitchen, Fang Mu also started making it. Braised pork is a very classic dish, and there are many different ways to prepare it, as many as 20 or 30. Fang Mu wants to try Su Shi's method of slow fire and less water. Cook it slowly with less water, and it will be delicious when it is cooked enough. This is also the authentic cooking method of Dongpa pork. It is said that to conquer a woman, you must conquer her stomach. It can be seen how important the role of food is. In the living room, Yi Wanchuang turned on the TV and watched Douyin. Half an hour passed in a flash. But it's quite boring to just keep scrolling through Douyin, so she would occasionally run to the outside of the kitchen in small steps, hold onto the doorframe, and quietly peek inside to see Fang Mu busy at work. Men who can cook are really handsome. Looking at Fang Mu's busy back, Yi Wanchuang stuck out her tongue. I just don't know if she is craving Fang Mu or braised pork. Fang Mu had already noticed it, but he ignored Yi Wanchuang and continued cooking. After taking care of everything, Fang Mu went to the system. The name is chosen, you can use it directly when the time comes. Here's the reward. The system cursed and handed over the complete recovery potion, which was a blue bottle, but the thickness of a thumb. Fang Mu did not hesitate, poured a cup of warm water, then opened the complete recovery potion and poured it into the cup. The complete recovery potion dissolves instantly in water, and there's no noticeable difference. It feels like it's been medicated. But who would have thought that this scene happened to be seen by Yi Wanchuang, who climbed up the doorframe? Stop peeking, come here and take your medicine, and some water. The next second, Yi Wanchuang walked in. Husband, are you trying to murder me? What did you add to the water? Speak. Explain clearly. Otherwise, the baby will kick you. Yi Wanchuang's playful threatening and her acting skills are remarkable. It would be a waste if she didn't act as an extra. It's a multivitamin. Be good and drink it. I understand you wouldn't want to poison me, so I'll drink it. Cheers. Yi Wanchuang drank it in one gulp. Maybe it was because the full recovery potion tasted good, but after drinking it, she actually licked the rim of the cup with her tongue. It was quite tempting. It's sweet, the kind that's sweet. It tastes really good. Honey, what kind of multivitamin is this? Yi Wanchuang picked up the small blue bottle out of curiosity and checked it, only to find that it had no name, no manufacturer, and no production date.
Well, it turned out to be a product without any quality assurance.
Since my husband asked me to drink it, it's a 3-no product, so let it be a 3-no product. Yi Wanchuang waved her hand indifferently. Fong Mu angrily flicked her head. This is a good thing. If it's put out there, even if it's sold for 100 million, there will be a lot of people rushing to buy it. Ha? Really? What a shame. I actually drank a small goal.
When Yi Wanchuang heard Fong Mu say that this little blue bottle could improve the physical fitness of pregnant women and babies, she stood on tiptoe without thinking and put it on Fong Mu's mouth.
He muttered while chewing. Hubby, hurry up, while there's still some, give you a bite too, so we can improve our health as a family of 3.
Yi Wanchuang spoke very seriously, but in reality, she just wanted to take advantage of Fong Mu.
Look, the latter's mouth is almost bitten red. Okay, stop making trouble. Gnawing on me won't make you full. It's time to eat. Go get the bowl and chopsticks. Okay.
Yi Wanchuang ran to get the bowls and chopsticks with a smile, and Fong Mu followed behind with rice. Looking at his wife in front of him, he couldn't help but imagine his future life. His wife and children ran to the kitchen to help get things.
The scene was extremely warm. Fong Mu went to the kitchen to get the braised pork.
Yi Wanchuang was sensible and added rice to the 2 bowls. Suddenly, she felt her stomach move, but she didn't pay much attention to it.
She just thought she was hungry and made a growling sound. When Fong Mu brought the braised pork, Yi Wanchuang's eyes lit up.
She couldn't resist it as soon as she smelled the fragrance just now, and now she finally waited for it to come out of the pot.
Hubby, hurry up. Pour some soup on the rice in my bowl. Fong Mu did as he was told.
While pouring soup into Yi Wanchuang's bowl, Fong Mu couldn't help but recall what he saw on Douyin, and then he laughed.
Hubby, what are you laughing at? It's okay, it's fine, just eating oily soup is fine. Ha?
Yi Wanchuang was puzzled. Until Fong Mu's gaze stopped on her chest.
Chapter 57 Fairy Wife, Naughty Baby. Honey, what do you want?
Yi Wanchuang squinted her eyes and asked in a fierce tone.
It's okay.
I heard that oil soup has a certain milk-inducing effect.
Eat it. Increase milk production? Really? Then I have to eat more.
As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang poured some more oil and soup into the bowl, and then mixed it with the rice. Fong Mu didn't expect his wife to eat more oily soup in order to get more breast milk, so he immediately persuaded her to stop.
Okay, my dear, you're tired of it. It's okay even if you don't have breast milk. There are so many good formulas to choose from.
Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuang shook her head and then explained seriously. Hubby, breast milk is very important. If it means my baby can grow up drinking breast milk, I would rather endure a little more hardship. Although formula is good, it's still not as good as breast milk. Yi Wanchuang's beautiful face was full of maternal radiance.
Fong Mu opened his mouth but said nothing more.
In fact, what Fong Mu wanted to say to Yi Wanchuang was that before loving your children, you should love yourself. The reason why he didn't speak was because he knew that it was useless to speak. This is mother's love.
The braised pork stewed by Fong Mu was delicious. The author didn't eat it, but Yi Wanchuang did. Yi Wanchuang was seen eating piece after piece, and the delicious taste lingered on her lips and teeth.
When Yi Wanchuang saw that Fong Mu intentionally picked up only lean meat, she smiled slightly, then picked up a piece of fat and lean meat, and then bit off the fattier meat. The remaining lean meat was placed in a square wooden bowl.
Hey, honey, if you don't like fatty meat, you can give it to me. Hearing this, Fong Mu smiled, my fairy daughter-in-law. The braised pork stewed by Fong Mu is soft and delicious.
Even the fat tastes good.
It is slightly chewy when you take a bite.
Worried that Yi Wanchuang would feel sick of it, Fong Mu specially stir-fried a dish of rapeseed to help relieve the greasiness. But in the end, neither of them took many bites. According to Yi Wanchuang, hubby, although this fried vegetable dish is also delicious, the meat is more fragrant.
If it smells good, eat more.
After that, Yi Wanchuang didn't have time to talk anymore, because every time she spoke, she would eat a second slower, so it was better to wait until she had filled her stomach before saying compliments or anything like that. The fragrant, glutinous, and refreshing fragrant rice paired with the bright red braised pork will make everyone fall in love with it. Yi Wanchuang was so excited that she drank 3 bowls of white rice in one breath. By the end of the meal, I felt full, warm in my stomach, and comfortable all over. When she was still a little pregnant, Yi Wanchuang still wanted to help Fong Mu wash the dishes after dinner. Although she was always rejected, she still had the intention. But as the pregnancy weeks increased, Yi Wanchuang no longer had that idea. She felt that she was not competent enough and could only help carry one end of the dish and put it into the sink.
Fong Mu doesn't care.
She is a pregnant woman, so she just needs to rest quietly. While the meat was stewing, Fong Mu started to clean up, so looking around the kitchen, he only needed to wash the dishes and wipe the cabinets. When Fong Mu finished packing and came out to look for his wife, he found that Yi Wanchuang was not in the living room.
Young married woman?
When he returned to the bedroom, he saw Yi Wanchuang leaning against the head of the bed, lifting up her clothes and staring at her belly.
What's wrong?
Shoo! Yi Wanchuang didn't let Fong Mu make a sound and continued to stare at his belly.
Fong Mu felt curious, so he tiptoed over and stared at it eagerly, imitating his wife.
Even though my eyes were sore, I still couldn't tell what was wrong. After several minutes, Yi Wanchuang shook her head with a slightly disappointed look and then pulled down her clothes.
Honey, when I came back to the bedroom just now, I thought I felt the baby move.
Oh?
Fong Mu was surprised. The baby moved? Fetal movement?
Yeah. That's right, husband, it should be fetal movement, if I'm not mistaken. Before eating, Yi Wanchuang felt her stomach move a little, and she thought it was just a rumbling of hunger. But after the meal, just when she wanted to take a nap, her stomach started moving again. This time, the feeling was particularly clear, so Yi Wanchuang stared at her belly eagerly, wanting to confirm it.
However, after looking for a long time, I didn't see it again. For a moment, I couldn't help but think it was an illusion. There will be fetal movement around 18 to 20 weeks. Calculating the time, it's about time. Maybe it's really the little one moving.
Yes, husband. Yi Wanchuang nodded, and gently placed her jade hand on her belly. Baby, can you hear me?
If you can, move for me, okay?
Yi Wanchuang's gentle voice sounded, and her palm was placed lightly on her belly. I didn't have much hope at first, after all, the baby is still young.
However, as Yi Wanchuang's voice fell, the little guy inside actually responded. Ah!
Husband!
The baby just kicked my palm.
Yi Wanchuang shouted in surprise, then quickly pulled the clothes to the top, pressed them with her chin, and wanted to see with her eyes. However, the baby seemed to have a premonition and stopped moving when her parents were looking at her. She seemed very naughty.
Okay, wife, put down your clothes quickly, don't catch a cold. Fong Mu reached out to pull the clothes, feeling both amused and helpless.
But the next second, his hand was grabbed by Yi Wanchuang.
Hubby, talk to the baby again. You're the baby's father.
Maybe she'll listen if you talk to her.
Okay, I'll try it then. After nodding in agreement, Fong Mu cleared his throat.
I was trying to speak normally, but as soon as the words came out, they turned into a gentle tone. Not to mention mothers, fathers are also gentle.
Baby, I'm daddy. You have to grow up healthy in your mother's belly, do you hear me?
You can move a little, but don't make too much noise, or you'll disturb your mother's rest.
Whenever you move, your mother has to go to the bathroom. It's very tiring. Rather than talking to the baby, it is better to say that Fong Mu is warning the little guy.
The central idea is to understand mom. So, after hearing these words, a smile suddenly appeared on Yi Wanchuang's beautiful face, feeling both moved and warm.
Hubby, you're so nice.
Come on, husband, put your hand over here.
Yi Wanchuang took Fong Mu's hand and placed it on her belly.
The next second, the latter felt a bounce on the palm of his hand. Seeing the surprise in Fong Mu's eyes, Yi Wanchuang smiled.
Husband, right? Did you feel it?
Yeah, I feel it.
It's quite powerful.
Fong Mu subconsciously took his hand away, wanting to see how the baby moved, but the little guy didn't give him any face.
Even through the belly, one can seem to imagine the naughty look of that little cutie.
Suddenly, Yi Wanchuang put her hand on her belly again, and only raised her head seriously after a while.
Honey, the baby said she wants to eat ice cream.
Hearing this, Fong Mu rolled his eyes.
What kind of plot do you like to watch? Daily life? Business?
It's better to push it a little bit, but the data is poor. Chapter 58: The first step in car manufacturing, supplier bidding. Yi Wanchuang smacked her cherry lips. It goes without saying who wants to eat ice cream. Seeing that Fong Mu didn't say anything, Yi Wanchuang had no choice but to turn her head away with a puffy face and not look at him.
Yi Wanchuang's coquettishness, cuteness, and tempered tantrums are rarely seen by outsiders, but Fong Mu sees them every day and sometimes he is really amused by them. I'll give it to you if you tell me clearly. Who wants to eat it, Dabao or Xiaobao?
Hearing this, Yu Wanchuan quickly turned around and corrected him, "Debeo."
It's Debeo who wants to eat. Can I eat it, husband? Husband. The tingling sound is unbearable.
So Fang Mu nodded deliberately, "Since it's Debeo who wants to eat it, okay, I'll make an exception." However, before Fang Mu could take a few steps, Yu Wanchuan spoke again.
Hubby, forget it, I'm not going to eat it. It's cold now, not like summer. I'm afraid I'll get diarrhea if I eat ice cream.
At the end of her speech, Yu Wanchuan muttered, "Pregnant women are most afraid of having stomach upset." Although she was very greedy, Yu Wanchuan held back when she thought about the consequences. Ice cream, spicy noodles, instant noodles, woo, after the baby is born, I must eat to my heart's content. Yu Wanchuan was lying on the bed, mumbling non-stop. When she opened her mouth, she was talking about spicy strips, and when she closed her mouth, she was talking about instant noodles.
Yu Wanchuan is really craving for those high-calorie fried snacks.
It's strange, but before I got pregnant, I had no interest in these things at all. But after I got pregnant, every time I saw it on Douyin, I couldn't help but drool, drool, drool.
Fang Mu couldn't bear it. Actually, it's okay to eat less. The doctor said it should be eaten in moderation. Forget it, forget it. I won't eat it anymore. Once I eat it once, I'll want to eat it a second time.
It will never end. Yu Wanchuan couldn't help but think, how could she, the CEO of Yi Group, not even have this little self-control?
Spicy noodles. We had the braised pork left over from lunch for dinner.
Although eating 2 meals in a row might make you feel sick, who can blame Yu Wanchuan for loving to eat meat? Besides, I don't eat greasy food every day, so it's not a big problem. After soaking her feet as usual in the evening, Yu Wanchuan, feeling relaxed all over, quietly got into bed. After the lights were turned off and both of them lay down, the problem arose. I don't know if the baby in her belly woke up, or if it was because Yu Wanchuan ate some meat and absorbed rich nutrition, becoming stronger, and she became unusually active at this moment. Yu Wanchuan closed her eyes slightly and put her little hands on her belly to feel it. The little one must have thought her mother was high-fiving her, so she kicked even more happily. Today was the first day they felt the fetus moving. It was so active at night that it made Yu Wanchuan and Fang Mu feel insecure.
They didn't know if it was a good thing or.
Finally, the two of them discussed and listened to the fetal heartbeat. The Doppler fetal heart rate monitor has been used many times, sometimes even several times a day.
Whenever she feels uneasy, Yu Wanchuan will take it out and monitor it.
The baby's movements were so frequent that Yu Wanchuan had already become distracted.
Practice makes perfect.
Now, both Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuan are very skilled at using the fetal heart monitor to find the location of the fetal heart. In just half a minute, the two found the location of the fetal heart. As the probe was aimed at the location of the fetal heart, a steady and powerful fetal heartbeat soon came out of the loudspeaker.
After the collection time is over, the fetal heart rate is displayed as normal. As long as it's normal. Now the couple felt relieved and just thought that the little one was just being naughty and active.
Late at night, Yu Wanchuan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes because the baby in her belly started moving again. Aside, Fang Mu was still sleeping. Yu Wanchuan couldn't bear to wake him up, so she just felt it quietly by herself. Feeling her belly jumping up and down from time to time, Yu Wanchuan felt a little helpless, but more of it was funny.
This little baby has been a lively and active kid since he was young. Time flies and it is the next day.
When Fang Mu learned that the baby had moved again last night and woke up Yu Wanchuan, he felt helpless and distressed.
No wonder his wife was yawning when she woke up in the morning. I won't go to the company today. I'll accompany you.
Hearing this, Yu Wanchuan quickly shook her head and persuaded gently.
Hubby, I know you're worried about me, but I can rest during the day.
I don't have to worry about the company's affairs, so I can rest any time.
If you were at home with me, wouldn't the supplier bidding have to be postponed? Work still has to come first, because delays lead to changes.
Yu Wanchuan knows what is important and what is not. Although she is very attached to Fang Mu, she still has company matters to take care of. In order not to worry Fang Mu, Yu Wanchuan rubbed her face and eyes to make herself look more energetic.
Okay, husband, look, it's the same as usual. Fang Mu shook his head gently.
This silly girl really made him feel like he didn't know how to love her well.
Okay, I'll be back soon after I finish my important work. Okay.
After breakfast, Fang Mu was about to go out, but Yu Wanchuan stopped him, helped him straighten his collar, and gave him a kiss before letting him go. Feeling the lingering warmth at the corner of his mouth, tenderness emerged between Fong Mu's brows. Quan, who was in charge of driving, smiled knowingly after seeing his boss's expression. He understood that even heroes can hardly find comfort in gentleness. When he arrived at the company, Zhuo Jinghe followed behind him to report the important work content. Among them is the newcomer Liang Yun, who has already taken people to study. In addition, the most important thing during this period is what Yu Wanchuan mentioned as the supplier bidding. Building a car is easy to say, but it is actually very difficult. To outsiders, it looks like just assembling parts on an assembly line. It looks simple because you can say the words build cars just by touching your upper and lower lips. But in reality, there is not much involved. The first step is to solicit bids for suppliers. Because Fong Yuan Investment is making cars for the first time, its credibility in the automotive field is equal to zero. It is not an easy task to find excellent suppliers and convince them. In the office, Fong Mu was thinking while listening to Zhuo Jinghe's report and opinions. Zhuo Jinghe is indeed an elite. She has taken care of every aspect very well and prepared the plans and programs in great detail. After seeing it, Fong Mu gave considerable affirmation and encouragement. But Xiaohe, we want to build cars, but our influence is very low, so if we want to attract excellent suppliers, the conditions must be in place. If the conditions are not in place, why would they choose us? What suppliers value most is the fund settlement cycle. Please modify this to 60 days, all cash settlement. I estimate that it will take about 20 days to pay the supplier, right? After all, we at Fong Yuan Investment are not short of money. Chapter 59, San Carlo Confinement Center, Not Resisting the Poor. The changes in Fong Mu clearly explain what it means to be rich and powerful. Under Zhuo Jinghe's shocked gaze, Fong Mu grinned and said, "We have money, which is our greatest advantage. We must know how to make use of it." Zhuo Jinghe nodded, and couldn't help thinking that her vision was much smaller than her boss's. The general matters of supplier bidding are explained clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuo Jinghe reported another matter to Fong Mu. "Boss, the company's website has been attacked by unknown forces. We have organized personnel to resist. For a company, it would be very uncomfortable if its own website was targeted, and it is likely to cause huge losses. But for an investment company, especially Fong Mu's Fong Yuan Investment, the impact is not that great. Although some core information is stored on the server, what use is it even if it is obtained by others? I think those companies that hope to get investment from Fong Yuan Investment will not be so bored as to hire hackers to attack Fong Yuan Investment to obtain information about which companies Fong Yuan Investment will invest in. If you confirm to invest in them, everyone will be happy. But if you don't plan to invest, you will end up losing both the wife and the army, which is heartbreaking." Fong Mu believed that Zhuo Jinghe would handle it. "But I still keep this matter in mind. Although the impact is not significant, it is still somewhat disturbing that my company's website was hacked. If you have the opportunity, you still need to hire a big shot to maintain the security of the website." Thinking of this, a face appeared in Fong Mu's mind, Su Xinghe. It was almost noon when I finished the work at hand. In order to prevent Fong Mu from worrying, Yu Wanchuan at home would send a message to report every once in a while. For example, drink water on time and eat lunch seriously. But the more well-behaved and sensible she was, the more uncomfortable Fong Mu felt. After finishing all the work, Fong Mu prepared to leave. Before leaving, he asked Zhuo Jinghe, "Xiaohe, where can I find a reliable babysitter in Shanghai?" I was just asking casually, but I never thought that I would actually ask the right person. "Boss, we have invested in a confinement center before. I can help you contact it." "Oh? No need. Send me the address and I'll go take a look." "Okay, boss." After getting the location information, Fong Mu drove there with Quan. San Carlo is a large confinement center that is deeply trusted by pregnant women. There are not only comprehensive facilities, but also many experienced baby nurses. This was on the way to San Carlo. Fong Mu searched for some information on the internet and even took a look at the official Douyin account. It does look good in the video. I just hope I can find the right person. Soon the two arrived at their destination. As soon as Fong Mu got out of the car, several people surrounded him enthusiastically. Fong Mu was originally surprised that the service was so enthusiastic. Later I learned from the other party that it was Zhuo Jinghe who had informed them in advance. The people in front of him were all senior executives of the San Carlo Confinement Center, and the leader was the main person in charge.
It's not surprising that several people are so enthusiastic.
After all the buildings of the San Carlo Maternity Center, including the 39-story maternity center, were invested and built by Fong Yuan Investment.
It is no exaggeration to say that Fong Yuan Investment is our real father.
Fong Mu is the boss of Fong Yuan Investment, so he is like a real father to him.
Mr. Fong, please. Fong Mu nodded gently. When Fong Mu walked into the confinement center, he smelled the scent of money. It costs about 300,000 yuan for a new mother to stay here for 40 days, and the daily cost is nearly 10,000 yuan. Such a cost is really outrageous. However, those who choose to come to the San Carlo Confinement Center are basically wealthy people from local and other places who are not short of money. Even some celebrities like to come here to recuperate after childbirth. It can be said that the concept of San Carlo at that time was, don't cheat the poor. Of course, we can't say that we want to cheat the rich. Rich people who come here to recuperate after childbirth will definitely feel that it is worth the money.
After learning about this, Fong Mu realized that it was no wonder that the dividend return from the San Carlo Confinement Center to Fong Yuan Investment was also an outrageous figure.
Fong Mu looked at the time and politely declined the person in charge's offer to take him to the office. Deanly, please find a room. I have something else to do. Okay, Mr. Fong. Several people took Fong Mu into a VIP room on the first floor.
Then someone placed the information of all the nannies in the confinement center in front of Fong Mu.
Dean Li Jiankai stood in front of Fong Mu and introduced them one by one. President Li, please sit down. Everyone, please sit down.
After Fong Mu spoke, several people smiled and sat down, but even after sitting down, they only dared to sit halfway. They had a natural fear of Fong Mu. He was their financial sponsor.
The San Carlo Confinement Center has many nannies, over 300. There are so many people that it's dizzying. Until a girl named Lu Tianshu appeared. Is this Lu Tianshu still here? Mr. Fong is here. Okay, that's her. Call her over so I can take a look. Okay, Mr. Fong.
Soon, at the invitation of Dean Li Jiankai, a young girl in a blue uniform walked in.
The girl is about 1.65 meters tall and has a pretty face.
The reason why Fong Mu chose her was that she was only 21 years old but had 8 years of work experience. The most important thing is that Fong Mu signed in this morning and received an additional reward for signing in continuously, Practical Handbook of Physiognomy. The moment I received the reward, a dense array of face-reading related skills flooded into my mind. After that, Fong Mu was able to put on sunglasses, hold up a banner and set up a stall. However, the name Blind Fong is really not very nice. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Although the name of Practical Handbook of Physiognomy is not very good, it is really practical.
With Fong Mu's current ability, it is not difficult to judge a person's character by his face. The girl's name is Lu Tianshu.
The first time Fong Mu saw her, he knew she was an honest girl. Judging from his complexion, he has a strong character.
I didn't look down anymore. After all, if I kept staring at a girl, I might be mistaken for a hooligan. Anyway, he has seen what he wanted to see.
Lu Tianshu was very suitable to be hired into his home to help him take care of his wife.
Lu Tianshu, you.
Fong Mu interrupted Dean Li Jiankai, then stood up and walked towards the girl.
I'll have to trouble you from now on.
As he spoke, Fong Mu smiled and stretched out his hand.
Li Jiankai didn't even receive this kind of treatment, so Lu Tianshu was flattered. Chapter 60. Call me Sister Schwanger. Sister Schwang, don't call me Madam.
In Lu Tianshu's opinion, someone who could gain such respect from the dean was definitely not an ordinary person. And being able to work for such a person is undoubtedly a good thing.
Lu Tianshu, who knew his own identity clearly, did not shake hands with Fong Mu, but bowed slightly to show respect.
Li Jiankai was very satisfied with this performance.
Fong Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this vigilance?
Fong Mu gave Lu Tianshu some time to pack her things. During this period of time, he needs to leave home to take care of company matters, so if he lets Lu Tianshu come to help earlier, he can feel at ease sooner.
While waiting, Dean Li Jiankai kept chatting with Fong Mu.
Quan was perceptive and took advantage of an opportunity to send Li Jiankai and others away. When they came outside, the dwarf next to Li Jiankai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, and the next second Li Jiankai covered his mouth. In his opinion, with Fong Mu's status, there was no need for him to pay attention to these minions.
It was good enough that they didn't make any trouble. How dare they speak so arrogantly?
Director Fong, please be careful with your words.
If you do it again, I might not be able to protect you. Mr. Fong is not someone you can offend. Of course, I have no right to do so either. Director Fong quickly shut up. He originally thought that the dean would join him in complaining, but who would have thought that the dean didn't even have the courage to complain at all? The reason for this is that the identity of the person inside is too terrifying. Thinking of this, the people around Li Jiankai no longer dared to feel dissatisfied. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Tianshu, who had gone back to the dormitory to rest, came back. The staff of the San Carlo Confinement Center are provided with staff dormitories, and Lu Tianshu has lived there since he started working there. She didn't bring much with her, and her personal belongings were so few that she only had a mobile phone. The rest of the things in the box were things she would need when she went to Fong Mu's house. Mr. Fong, I'm ready. Okay, let's go. After leaving the San Carlo Confinement Center, I didn't go anywhere else. As usual, when Fong Mu turned the doorknob, Yu Wanchuan, who had keen hearing, had already come over and was standing at the door waiting. When Fong Mu pushed the door open, Yu Wanchuan took small steps and threw herself into his arms. Yu Wanchuan, who was about to ask for a kiss, suddenly noticed that there was a girl following Fong Mu, and couldn't help being a little surprised. When Lu Tianshu saw Yu Wanchuan noticed her, she hurriedly greeted her respectfully. Madam, you can just call me Xiao Shu. Fong Mu immediately took over the conversation and introduced, Lu Tianshu, I hired him to take care of you. I'm busy with work and often can't take care of you. Xiao Shu is very experienced and is a gold medal nanny at the San Carlo Confinement Center. With her around, I can rest assured. Yu Wanchuan did not refuse as Fong Mu imagined, because she knew that this was her husband's concern for her. If you refuse again, you will be ignorant. Is that so? Hello, Xiao Shu. Hello, ma'am. Hearing this, Yu Wanchuan waved her hand and corrected him, you can call me Sister Schwanger or Sister Schwang, but don't call me madam. Oh, and remove the you too, just say you. We're not some wealthy family, nor are we royal relatives from ancient times. There's no need to be so reserved. Remember that? Lu Tianshu did not answer, but lowered her head slightly. In her opinion, how could Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan not be rich and noble families? The San Carlo Postpartum Care Center is so famous that many big stars and some rich and powerful people will give priority to coming here for confinement, which also makes the decision-makers extremely arrogant. Especially since Li Jiankai is the dean, his status cannot be underestimated. However, this person, who Lu Tianshu thought was very powerful, was surprisingly obedient in front of Fong Si and didn't even dare to speak loudly. As expected, this is absolute suppression in terms of status. As of now, it may be difficult for Lu Tianshu to relax. Yu Wanchuan didn't force her to do anything and understood that it was just a new encounter and they would get used to it slowly. Afterwards, Yu Wanchuan and Fong Mu took Lu Tianshu to her room. There were many empty rooms in the villa, but Lu Tianshu refused the room chosen for her by the two and instead chose a small room on the side of the master bedroom. The reason is that this place is close to the master bedroom, so it is convenient to call her if there is anything. Yu Wanchuan didn't know how to refute this explanation for a moment. This is a democratic era, there is no need. In the end, the words were not said out loud. I can only leave it for later, when we get along better. Lu Tianshu is responsible for his work and does his best. I just arrived at Fong Mu's house, put my personal belongings in place and started working. Cleaning and clearing away debris are all done very carefully. As for Lu Tianshu, Yu Wanchuan also likes him. In her words, Lu Tianshu has a familiar smell. After much thought, Yu Wanchuan's explanation was very similar to me, like my former self. In order to manage the Yi group well, Yu Wanchuan almost abandoned all distractions. Later, under the targeting and harassment of the Yi family, he abandoned his feelings and became like a robot that only knew how to work frantically. Later, she met Fong Mu and finally came out of that state. At this moment, I actually smelled this scent again on the little nanny Lu Tianshu. In Yi Wanchuan's opinion, Lu Tianshu has a story. But it's nothing. I can feel that this little girl is very good. I have to say, women's sixth sense is still very scary. After cleaning, Lu Tianshu came over to ask if there was anything else to do. Fong Mu shook his head and asked her to sit over. Looking at the reserved Lu Tianshu, Fong Mu took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to her. Xiao Shu, here's 50,000 yuan. It's our food allowance for this month. Take it and be responsible for buying groceries for our family. My wife is pregnant, and her daily diet needs a nutritional balance. I believe this won't be difficult for you. Holding the thick envelope in his hand, Lu Tianshu was shocked. Is this what a rich person is? A month's food expenses are 50,000 yuan.
Mr. Fong, please rest assured.
Well, okay, go and have some rest.
We don't have that much housework to do at home. Looking at the clean and tidy room, Fong Mu felt a little amused and helpless. The floor was so clean that it was almost glistening.
Yes, Mr. Fong, please call me if you need anything.
Just when Lu Tianshu returned to her room to rest, the doorbell rang and she ran to open the door. The person who came was Song Shiwan. When Song Shiwan learned from Yi Wanchuan that the pretty young girl was actually the new nanny, a look of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Although I haven't seen it, I have heard that some rich men will look for a younger wife after she becomes pregnant. Chapter 61 Bargaining Expert, Yi Wanchuan. In Song Shiwan's opinion, Fong Mu is the boss of Fong Yuan Investment, so he can no longer be described as rich.
Just in case. Thinking of this, Song Shiwan couldn't help but worry about Yi Wanchuan.
Especially when he saw that the latter had no vigilance at all, he became even more anxious. Finally, she got a chance to have a private conversation with Yi Wanchuan.
Fong Mu went back to his room to answer the phone. Song Shiwan thought for a moment and moved closer to Yi Wanchuan. Mr. Yi, the nanny at home is so young, is everything okay?
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what it meant.
That's right, a single man and a single woman. Song Shiwan said again.
Yi Wanchuan suddenly realized that this was what he was talking about.
Sister Song, you're worrying too much. It's okay. My husband and I have a very stable and good relationship. What you're thinking about is impossible.
Song Shiwan wanted to say something more to persuade her, but seeing Yi Wanchuan's confident expression, she shut up.
Although the little nanny just now looked pretty, she still looked very young after all.
No matter in appearance or means, he would never be a match for Yi Wanchuan. You have to know that Yi Wanchuan is the head of the Yi Group. Looking across the entire company, there are not many people who dare to disobey her, and no one dares to do bad things to her in person.
In this case, how big a wave can a little nanny make?
After Fong Mu came back, Song Shiwan reported to him some arrangements of the Yi Group.
After getting the signature, she said goodbye and left. Sister Song, is there anything else? Why does she seem to be hesitant to speak? Fong Mu asked puzzledly.
Yi Wanchuan shook her head decisively. No, with you, my husband, in charge, what else could go wrong? Yi Wanchuan did not tell Fong Mu about Song Shiwan's worries. On the one hand, her intuition told her that Lu Tianshu was not that kind of person. Besides, Fong Mu was already exhausted from handling all matters of Fong Yuan Investment and Yi Group by himself. As his wife, I couldn't help much because she was pregnant.
If you just continue to cause trouble, that would be totally wrong.
Thinking of this, Yi Wanchuan gently lay in Fong Mu's arms and murmured softly, "Hubby, thank you for your hard work." Fong Mu smiled slightly and said nothing, his hand gently stroking Yi Wanchuan's hair, his heart peaceful and quiet. In the evening, Yi Wanchuan asked Fong Mu to steam a pot of rice.
No stir-fry.
Because Yi Wanchuan suddenly wanted to eat hot pot.
Hot pot? Rice? They don't go together.
But for Yi Wanchuan, eating hot pot must be eaten with rice, it is delicious.
Fong Mu was naturally satisfied, so the couple took Lu Tianshu to the vegetable market.
Lu Tianshu felt that it would be better for him to go alone. But Yi Wanchuan still wanted to go out for a walk, so how could she agree? So the three of them went to the vegetable market together. Before going in, Yi Wanchuan left Lu Tianshu behind, and sent Fong Mu to Guoquan food. She loved his frozen tofu very much, as well as the peeing beef balls. Here, Yi Wanchuan took Lu Tianshu to shuttle between the stalls.
Looking at Yi Wanchuan bargaining, Lu Tianshu couldn't help but wonder, can rich people be so down to earth?
In Lu Tianshu's eyes, his wife looked gentle and virtuous, with a quiet beauty, but when she started to bargain, she was almost a different person. "Uncle, this is not fresh, please make it cheaper."
"Auntie, there's not much left. Please pack it up for me." "Miss."
Yi Wanchuan was responsible for bargaining, Lu Tianshu was responsible for taking things, and then learning attentively. In the end, she just felt that she was terrifyingly strong, and that she could do it. Although Yi Wanchuan claims that she is not short of money, the best way is to save as much as possible. According to her, when she is at home, she can be a little white rabbit, because the gentle and quiet little white rabbit is lovable. But outside, if it is still a little white rabbit, it will definitely be slaughtered like a big pig's head.
Lu Tianshu was eager to learn.
Although she is a gold medal nanny at the San Carlo Confinement Center, she is like a novice in the vegetable market. Although she started working in her teens, she developed an introverted and fearful personality because of her original family. The psychological impact that Yi Wanchuan caused her was quite great. If such a wealthy lady doesn't care about being considered a shrew, then what should a little girl like me be afraid of? After thinking this through, Lu Tianshu felt that there seemed to be nothing to be afraid of. When Fang Mu came back, Yi Wanchuan had basically bought everything. He wanted to take the things from Lu Tianshu, but the girl shook her head and refused, even though she had a lot of things in her hands. There's nothing I can do but not let her carry the things I buy next time. Ever since entering the vegetable market, Yi Wanchuan has been watching Lu Tianshu's performance. Just as she guessed, Lu Tianshu must have had a not-so-good experience.
The mouth can lie, but the character cannot. The development of character is always influenced by the surrounding environment.
Looking at Lu Tianshu, Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but recall her past self. It really was like that.
So in Yi Wanchuan's opinion, Song Shiwan's worries were unnecessary.
A little girl like Lu Tianshu would only be busy curling up in herself, and would never have any sick thoughts. Since we are eating hot pot, we naturally need to eat hot pot meat. Yi Wanchuan loves eating meat now. Whether it is braised pork or something else, it can almost be said that no one can live without meat. Once upon a time, she was also a girl who could not eat more than a few bites and would feel sick if she ate one more bite.
But since I got pregnant, the things I didn't like to eat before have become delicious? Meat is one. Wangzhai fermented bean curd and stinky tofu are also the same.
When Fang Mu was buying sesame paste, Yi Wanchuan quietly took 2 bottles of Wangzhai, one red and one black green, and suddenly she wanted to eat them.
Although it is my memory, the last time I ate Wangzhai stinky tofu was when I was very young.
It's very strange that the memory that I had already forgotten suddenly reappeared at this moment.
She even remembered the taste of Wangzhai's stinky tofu.
When I ate it as a child, it didn't taste very good and I didn't like it very much.
Why am I feeling so greedy now, that I'm about to drool? Fang Mu only noticed the 2 bottles of Wangzhai fermented bean curd, one black and one red, when he was checking out.
When he turned to look at his wife, Yi Wanchuan had already turned her head away with her fingers interlocked, as if saying, "It has nothing to do with me."
Just pretend. Fang Mu's face was full of doting. But then again, it's understandable to add fermented tofu to sesame paste when eating hot pot, but will it taste better if you add stinky tofu? The sesame paste is fragrant. Stinky tofu is stinky. The combination of the two is really, smells bad but tastes good? Chapter 62 Sesame paste, coriander, and stinky tofu, a perfect match.
After returning home, the 3 of them divided the work. Lu Tianshu went to wash the ingredients, and Fang Mu went to the yard to process the hot pot base, that is, to stir-fry it.
Yi Wanchuan did some easy tasks to help out, such as making sesame paste.
In just half an hour, the 3 of them were already sitting around the table.
Yi Wanchuan considerately filled their bowls with sesame paste. Fang Mu is used to put ingredients into the pot after it boils.
Only Lu Tianshu seemed very reserved.
I even stood up and wanted to leave more than once.
She had never thought of having dinner with Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan, but the couple did not treat her as an outsider and pulled her to the table. This kindness alone is enough for Lu Tianshu to remember for the rest of his life. As a child who started working to support his family at a young age, Lu Tianshu has done many jobs. But no matter what she does, she always has a feeling that people are divided into different classes. The feeling that those who are rich are not necessarily virtuous is particularly strong. But what she saw, heard, and encountered today undoubtedly changed her inner thoughts. There is even a thought that no wonder Mr. Fang is so rich. If Lu Tianshu were to describe Fang Mu, she would probably use the word awe-inspiring without even getting angry. Because when he was at the San Carlo Child Care Center, Fang Mu's every word and action were enough to make the director Li Jiankai and other senior officials on high alert, and they didn't even dare to breathe.
Lu Tianshu felt fortunate when he was selected.
But more of it is anxiety.
What if I don't do well?
But now, the thought that I had in my heart has disappeared. Although he had only spent a short time with Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan, Lu Tianshu had no faults with their personalities and character. Whether it was the thoughtfulness of taking her to the room at the beginning, or the chatting and laughing afterwards, Lu Tianshu was touched. For a moment, the idea of doing his job well came to Lu Tianshu's mind. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan treated her so courteously, Lu Tianshu also wanted to do her best to serve them.
The food is steaming hot on the table.
After the ingredients were cooked, Fang Mu invited the 2 to start eating. Yi Wanchuang loves eating meat now, no matter it is pork roll or beef or mutton roll. After rinsing it, she dips it in sesame sauce and then puts it into her mouth.
Well, it's so comfortable at that moment.
But even so, Yi Wanchuang did not just focus on eating herself, but was very considerate and picked up some food for Fong Mu. After a while, the temperature in the room seemed to rise a little because of the heat, and the slightly empty and cold room became warmer. Not only that, even Yi Wanchuang's little face had a healthy blush. What puzzled Fong Mu was where were the 2 bottles of Wangzhai fermented bean curd? Wife, where's the stinky tofu?
Here.
As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang took out 2 bottles of fermented bean curd from under the table.
Why don't you add some to the sesame paste?
Hearing this, Yi Wanchuang hesitated. Hubby, the main thing is that I don't know if it tastes good.
I'll eat it for a while without adding fermented bean curd.
If it doesn't taste good with fermented bean curd, the sesame paste will be wasted. It has to be your own wife, who is thrifty and careful with money.
Fong Mu waved his hand generously, encouraging Yi Wanchuang to be braver.
It's okay, my wife, feel free to put it in. If it doesn't taste good, just pour it into my bowl so it won't be wasted.
Well, okay then.
After Fong Mu opened the 2 bottles of fermented bean curd, Yi Wanchuang immediately took the green and black stinky tofu and took a sip after unscrewing the bottle cap.
How is it? Taste?
Yi Wanchuang's eyes lit up slightly, and she immediately picked up a piece with chopsticks and threw it into the bowl of sesame paste.
Honey, it smells pretty good. Do you want some?
Looking at his wife's excited look, Fong Mu felt that it was real and not fake. But facing his wife's invitation, he still shook his head, took the bottle of red Wangzhai, put a little less in, and poured a little soup. Just like that, the originally yellow sesame paste was dyed into light red. Not to mention Yi Wanchuang's bowl of sesame paste, which has now turned into a green-black color.
Never mind appetite.
I took a sniff and it didn't seem very delicious.
But Yi Wanchuang didn't think so.
She picked up some meat, dipped it in the soup, and swallowed it in one gulp. His little face was puffed up and he was chewing hard.
It looked like he was enjoying it and didn't seem like he was pretending.
Honey, seriously, take a bite of the sesame paste in my bowl and try it.
Fong Mu shook his head and refused.
Yi Wanchuang also invited Lu Tianshu, who quickly shook his head.
It can only be said that the power of Wang Jihe's stinky tofu is still very strong. Adding stinky tofu to the sesame paste directly opened a door for Yi Wanchuang.
No matter what dish is in the pot, it will become very delicious after dipping it in water.
Of course, this delicious is only limited to Yi Wanchuang. Fong Mu and Lu Tianshu on the opposite side could not enjoy it. Lu Tianshu gave a reasonable explanation for this.
Sis Schwanger is pregnant, and her hormone levels are different than usual, so her appetite has changed drastically. It's normal to suddenly like something you didn't like before, and suddenly can't stand something you loved before. When I was at the San Carlo Confinement Center, I took care of a woman who had just given birth.
She actually loved the smell of cigarettes.
Whether she was sleeping or eating, she would always put a box of cigarettes on the bedside table and unfold the box so that she could smell the scent. Even though he had seen it many times, Lu Tianshu still couldn't help but sigh that giving birth was really a painful thing. After listening to Lu Tianshu's explanation, Yi Wanchuang suddenly realized that this was the original path.
Is this also the reason why I like the smell of my husband? Yi Wanchuang asked again.
After hearing this, Fong Mu quickly smelled his arm. There was no smell, only the smell of sesame paste and hot pot base.
Ha! Do I smell? Yes. It's a faint, particularly pleasant smell. I've never smelled it before.
Yi Wanchuang said thoughtfully. In fact, even she was confused, because she was usually the one who threw Fong Mu's clothes into the washing machine.
She has the final say on what laundry detergent and fragrance beads to add.
But even so, there was still a faint smell on Fong Mu's body, and the source could not be found. So sometimes when I smell this, I know my husband is around. Yi Wanchuang also felt strange and even asked Lu Tianshu to help smell it. But Lu Tianshu, like Fong Mu, only smelled the scent of hot pot base and sesame paste, but no other scent. But no matter when Yi Wanchuang went to smell it, she could smell it. It's very strange. Finally, Yi Wanchuang named the scent on Fong Mu that only she could smell, love.
Lu Tianshu was stunned. We agreed to eat hot pot.
Why is there still dog food?
Chapter 63. I understand the logic, but why did you attack our company's website?
Frozen tofu, meatballs, potato flour, meat, and rice. They were all Yuan favorite foods, and she had eaten them all. I even ate 2.5 bowls of rice.
After eating, Yuan's belly was obviously much bigger.
Lu Tianshu was shocked by such a large appetite. When she worked at the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, there were many young and beautiful women among the new mothers she took care of. Some crazy ones even clamor for dieting before they finish their confinement period, which makes the confinement center very embarrassed. The reason why they do this is because they cannot avoid the word weight loss. But Yuan never cared about her figure from beginning to end, let alone thought about the word losing weight. It seemed that being full, well drinking and comfortable was the only thought in Yuan's mind.
The reason why Yuan is so unbridled is that she has natural beauty.
Other girls gain weight if they eat a little. But for Yuan, even if she doesn't take care of herself deliberately, her figure will not go out of shape.
It is like there is a fixed value and it will be maintained around the fixed value. Fixed value makes it look slimmer.
It appears plump at a fixed value. In any case, it's enough to drive other women crazy.
Song Xuan, Yuan's secretary, was particularly aware of this and even became envious.
After the meal, Lu Tianshu drove away Fang Mu and Yuan, refusing to let them help at all. After all, I came here to do these kinds of work.
If all the work is taken away, then the salary will be very expensive. Fang Mu and Yuan were amused by this explanation and had to agree.
So while Lu Tianshu was busy, the couple returned to the room and listened to the fetal heartbeat as usual. It seemed that because Yuan was full and felt comfortable after eating, the baby in her belly became noticeably more lively and active. When the probe of the Doppler fetal heart monitor was placed on Yuan's belly, the little guy actually pushed the probe up.
Again, and again, so naughty.
Fang Mu was moved by what he saw and gently put his ear against Yuan's belly, wanting to spend some time with his child up close. Unexpectedly, his treatment was the same as that of the Doppler fetal heart rate monitor probe, and he was also kicked.
As soon as his cheek touched Yuan's belly, he felt like he was kicked.
Good boy, you know how to kick your daddy at such a young age. Fang Mu teased with a helpless smile.
As if hearing what he said, the baby nudged his mother's belly again, very obviously. The fetal heart rate is normal. Fetal movement is also normal.
Only then did Yuan and Fang Mu feel relieved. It was their first time, and they had no experience, so they would panic at the slightest possibility of a problem. Especially after I bought the Doppler fetal heart monitor, I missed it so much.
If I feel something is wrong, I will take out the fetal heart monitor and listen to it.
Not only that, even when Fang Mu was busy working in the company, he would ask Yuan if she had listened to the fetal heartbeat. It can be seen how much the little ones inside touched the hearts of their parents. What is even more exaggerated is that Ma Xiaochang, who was thousands of miles away, was also paying attention to the fetal heart rate. When she learned that she could monitor the fetal heart rate at home, she would ask about it every time she talked to Yuan on the phone. I can only say that the little guy has touched everyone's heart before he was born.
The next morning, Lu Tianshu prepared breakfast for Fang Mu and Yuan. After eating, Fang Mu was going to the company.
Before leaving, he asked Lu Tianshu for help again.
Fang Yuan investment.
Zhuo Jingha reports to Fang Mu as usual, and the supplier bidding will be held the day after tomorrow. Boss, so far, we have sent out more than 100 invitations, but we're not sure how many will come.
Zhuo Jingha expressed his doubts. Fang Mu didn't take this matter to heart.
After all, China is a vast country with abundant resources, and suppliers are springing up like mushrooms after a rain.
It's all about quality and reputation.
What Fang Mu couldn't believe the most was that with the influence of Fang Yuan investment, it couldn't even gather all the suppliers. Furthermore, the worst that can happen is that we can build our own factory and set up a production line to achieve self-sufficiency in a certain component. The idea of self-sufficiency is good, but the worst solution at this stage is not out of the question. In other words, once the industrial zone of Fang Yuan investment becomes complete, we may be able to consider our own production. But right now, there is no doubt that it is best to find a ready-made supplier. Although he finished his work early today, Fang Mu was not in a hurry to go home. He can rest assured that Lu Tianshu is at home to help take care of Yuan.
Now it's time to do something. Xiao He, call Liang Yun over.
Okay, boss.
Liang Yun came back last night and went to work as usual at the company today. He plans to go out for study after the supplier bidding is completed. Liang Yun arrived at the office in just a few minutes. Zhuo Jingha said hello and left.
Seeing that there were only 2 people left in the office, Liang Yun lay down on the sofa without hesitation, closed his eyes slightly, and wanted to rest.
Sleeping in the boss's office? Fine, I'll deduct your salary.
Upon hearing this, Liang Yun sat up immediately, looked at Fang Mu with disdain, and raised his middle finger.
Your sister. Leave. Where are you going? Go find Xiao Su.
Fang Mu said with a smile. What he needed to do today was to bring Su Xinghe to Fang Yuan Investment.
My roommate is a rare computer genius.
It would be a waste of talent if I don't bring him over.
Bring Xiao Su into the group? Great.
If we don't use him, it would be a waste of a rare talent.
Shun, you big-headed ghost.
That's called annihilation.
Lick who?
Fang Mu was speechless, knowing that this guy was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, he would be called a gold medal salesman, but these 2 little mouths were really cheap. The 2 went to find Su Xinghe without notifying him in advance. When he arrived at the door of his house, Liang Yun went forward and rang the doorbell. Soon Su Xinghe's voice was heard from inside.
Who? Lao Su, do you want a wife or not? Liang Yun is indeed a joker. I want your sister.
My sister is still young, otherwise I would really introduce her to you.
You damn good brother. With a creak, Su Xinghe opened the door and saw Fang Mu and Liang Yun coming to see him.
A smile appeared on his face.
Come in quickly.
When Fang Mu and Liang Yun walked in, what caught their eyes was a whole wall of figures, all kinds of exquisite figures, and another wall was full of shoes.
Liang Yun couldn't help but think, this is the dream house. But Fang Mu's attention was attracted by the running computer.
Following Fang Mu's gaze, Su Xinghe smiled and said, I'm bored, so I'll try some protection measures for the company website.
Seeing Liang Yun's astonishment, Su Xinghe said again, it's an attack.
I know, I understand, but it seems like you're attacking our company's website.
The recipe for immortality?
The data is so bad, it's so hard to persist, but I'm still persisting.
Chapter 64, I've never called family members for prenatal checkups before.
When Liang Yun said this, Su Xinghe was stunned.
Your company? What do you mean? That's exactly what it means.
So it turns out that the one who's been constantly attacking our company's website is you.
Boss, what should we do?
I'd say send this guy to the police station and lock him up for 10 days or half a month.
Liang Yun pretended to be vicious and said this. Su Xinghe didn't look like he was joking.
For a moment, they both looked at Fang Mu, waiting for him to speak.
Fang Mu came to the computer first and started tinkering with it.
After a moment, he turned around and smiled, a smile with malicious intent.
Xiao Su, tell me what I should do with you. Send you to the police station, or come to my company and help me. Fang Mu's true colors were revealed.
Based solely on the relationship between the 3 of them, it was impossible for him to hand Su Xinghe over to the police station.
I just wanted to use this incident to get him into the company.
It would be a waste if we couldn't bring in talents like Su Xinghe. Originally, Su Xinghe was used to wandering around alone. Now Fang Mu has caught him.
On the side, Liang Yun also captured Su Xinghe and escorted him to Fang Mu. Lao Su, tell me what you think.
Please don't make things difficult for Lao Fang and me. From beginning to end, Fang Mu and Liang Yun were the only ones chattering, and Su Xinghe hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Fortunately, as smart as he is, he was able to extract some useful information.
Brother Fang, is this, Fang Yuan Investment, your company? Su Xinghe asked in disbelief.
When he saw Fang Mu nod, he was even more shocked.
No. This, Fang Yuan Investment, is a very powerful company. Brother Fang, how did it become yours? Fang Yuan Investment, what do you think the Fang in the name means? Of course it means the Fang in Fang Mu.
Liang Yun said with a smile. Seeing Su Xinghe's face full of disbelief, Liang Yun felt quite pleased. Because when he first found out that Fang Mu was the boss of Fang Yuan Investment, he was as shocked as Su Xinghe. Everyone knows that a big tree provides good shade.
Given their relationship with Fang Mu, coming to Fang Yuan Investment is undoubtedly the best choice.
What's more, Su Xinghe is a real computer genius. After hearing Liang Yun say this, Su Xinghe was stunned.
In that case, of course I choose to join.
Su Xinghe said, although he also believed that even if he didn't join, Fang Mu and Liang Yun would not really take him to the police station. On the contrary, with the relationship between the 3 of them, if they could help Fang Mu, they naturally could not refuse.
Brother Fang, Why didn't you tell me earlier when we were having dinner?
If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have attacked your company's website and would have come to see you sooner.
Pa!
Liang Yun slapped Su Xinghe.
The sound was crisp, but it definitely didn't hurt.
He corrected her, it's our company's website. Since you've agreed to join Fang Yuan Investment, you need to straighten your stance as soon as possible.
During non-working hours, you can call me Brother Fong. During working hours, please address me by my professional title, boss.
Well, I joined earlier than you, so I'll call you senior for your information. When they were in college, Liang Yun liked to tease Su Xinghe because the latter had a quiet personality and looked easy to bully.
It is still the same today.
Su Xinghe glared at him unhappily, then shouted helplessly.
Son!
Hey!
Liang Yun responded quickly.
Then he was stunned. He was waiting for Su Xinghe to call him senior brother, but he didn't expect to be fooled.
Lao Su, damn it, don't run.
In the room, Liang Yun was chasing Su Xinghe. Fang Mu sat in front of the computer desk and laughed as he watched the two brothers chasing each other.
For a moment, I felt like I was back in college.
At that time, I was carefree. Xiao Su was studying code every day, Lao Liang was busy picking up girls from the nearby people on QQ, and I was just a well-behaved college student. Now that several years have passed, I really can't help but smile when I see the familiar scene again. Not long after, Liang Yun came back and waved his hand, panting.
Stop making trouble. I can't catch up. If I knock the figurines off your wall again, I'll have to pay for it. It's not expensive, come on, I see you're tired.
Su Xinghe teased with a smile.
Liang Yun rolled his eyes in annoyance. He really felt weak. After all, as a salesperson, how could he not drink?
He had gained some weight over the years.
But what Su Xinghe said about not expensive was definitely Versailles.
None of those figures on the wall looked like cheap stuff, so how could they not be expensive?
In the afternoon, Fang Mu brought Liang Yun and Su Xinghe back to Fang Yuan Investment.
Su Xinghe was somewhat surprised when he heard that Liang Yun was leading a team to study car manufacturing.
Fang Mu assigned Su Xinghe two tasks.
One was to be responsible for the security protection of the Fang Yuan Investment website, which was not worth mentioning to him at all. In addition, he was asked to lead the team to develop a car central control program. Looking at Fang Mu, who was talking so eloquently, Su Xinghe felt that his brother Fang had really put a lot of thought into building the car. In this case, I must do my best to help him.
Thinking of this, Su Xinghe nodded and agreed.
The next day, Fang Mu did not come to the company because tomorrow was the day when Fang Yuan Investment would officially invite bids for suppliers.
The general matters have been arranged, and the remaining details will be handled by Zuo Jinghe, so Fang Mu can rest assured and be a hands-off boss.
On this day, Fang Mu had to accompany Yi Wanshuang to the hospital for a routine prenatal checkup. Time flies, and I am already 18 weeks pregnant. Although it was a routine prenatal checkup, every checkup would make Fang Mu feel distressed for a long time.
Because prenatal checkups require blood draws.
I thought a routine prenatal checkup would be simpler, but unexpectedly, Yi Wanshuang still had to draw 5 tubes of blood, 3 large tubes, 1 small tube, and 1 medium tube.
After drawing blood, Fang Mu helped Yi Wanshuang press the needle hole, feeling heartbroken. It's okay, husband. You see, other pregnant women are like this too.
At worst, when we get home, you can just take good care of yourself and nourish me.
That's all we can do.
Lu Tianshu, who was standing by, also saw the concern on Fang Mu's face, and couldn't help thinking that brother Fang and sister Schwanger had such a good relationship, which was really enviable. After drawing blood, a color Doppler ultrasound will be performed. In the past, when Fang Mu was doing color ultrasound, he would be stopped outside the door and not allowed to enter. But this time, a few minutes after Yi Wanshuang went in, a young nurse came out and shouted, asking who Yi Wanshuang's family member was.
Are you Yi Wanshuang's family member? Yes, I am. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu immediately panicked. Could something have happened? Chapter 65 Xiaobao playfully kicks the probe. Fang Mu was extremely frightened.
However, when he followed the nurse into the color ultrasound room, he heard Yi Wanshuang's cheerful laughter.
Wife. What's wrong? It's okay, husband, don't worry, I'm just laughing at the baby being naughty.
In the color ultrasound room, Yi Wanshuang was lying next to the instrument, and the doctor was sliding the probe across her belly.
The reason why Yi Wanshuang smiled was because the baby was very naughty and was actually kicking the probe. Even the doctor was a little amused and confused. It was obvious that he rarely encountered such a naughty and active baby.
Seeing the doctor and his wife talking and laughing, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel relieved, but he still asked with concern.
Nothing else?
This time, Yi Wanchuang did not speak, but the doctor spoke instead.
Don't worry, family, everything is fine, but the depth of the amniotic fluid is a little below the standard.
When you go back, please remind the pregnant woman to drink more water.
Of course, it's possible that the baby drank the amniotic fluid. If that's the case, the depth of the amniotic fluid will be sufficient once the baby urinates.
But even so, you still need to drink plenty of water. I called you in because I was worried that the pregnant woman herself wouldn't remember to drink more water, so I still have to remind you as a family member.
After the doctor's explanation, Fang Mu felt relieved, but he still asked nervously, Doctor, is it serious? Is it a big problem?
It's not serious, don't worry. Only then did Fang Mu feel completely relieved. The doctor stopped talking after that and started operating the instrument to record other data. Whenever she encountered data that needed to be recorded, she would say it and then ask the nurse to type it out, which took 8 or 9 minutes. After the doctor handed Fang Mu some toilet paper, the color ultrasound examination was over.
Fang Mu first helped Yi Wanchuang wipe the coupling agent off her stomach, then helped her up.
After thanking the doctor, the two walked out with the color ultrasound results.
Honey, I also asked the doctor about the baby's gender.
Yi Wanchuang suddenly said. Fang Mu stared at the report in his hand without paying much attention, because he knew that he would not be able to get anything out of it. As expected, Yi Wanchuang shrugged helplessly. The doctor didn't say anything, but just pointed to a sign beside him that read, Medical staff are strictly prohibited from informing patients of the sex of the fetus. It seems that when preparing clothes for the baby, I should also prepare 2 sets, one for boys and one for girls, just like I prepared names. Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips and muttered. Although she liked both boys and girls, she just couldn't help wanting to know in advance. But now it seems that the doctors are keeping their mouths shut, and we probably won't know whether it's a boy or a girl until the baby is born. It's okay, as long as they are healthy, it doesn't matter whether they are boys or girls.
Fang Mu comforted.
He sincerely felt that as long as he was healthy, everything would be fine. God knows how fast his heart was beating when the nurse came out and called him just now. Afterwards, the 3 of them found a place with few people and seats in the hospital to rest. When I was drawing blood, the nurse said that the test results would be back in about an hour, so it wasn't worth going home. Besides, Yi Wanchuang was feeling heavy, so it would be better for her not to go out. After all, it was a hospital and there were a lot of people there.
While waiting for the test results, Fang Mu received a call from Zhuo Jinghe.
Tell him a piece of news, the test results of Fang's solid-state battery are out.
This is undoubtedly good news.
As early as the beginning, Fang Mu started working on the solid-state battery project. After absorbing the Shui family's factories and technologies in this field, he began to try manufacturing. For Fang Mu, who possesses perfect solid-state battery technology, it is not difficult to manufacture.
And today, all the data and tests of Fang's solid-state battery have finally been completed. Tomorrow is the day for suppliers to bid.
Today's completion of the solid-state battery test will undoubtedly be a great help. After hanging up the phone, Fang Mu looked at his wife, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. The considerate Yi Wanchuang smiled sweetly and said, Husband, after we send us home, you can go back to work, but don't work too hard. Yi Wanchuang knew that Fang Mu was also trying to create a good living environment for her and the babies, but she sincerely hoped that he would not be too tired. Fang Mu nodded, then instructed Lu Tianshu to make some soup for Yi Wanchuang after she returned home to nourish her body.
Just tell Xiao Shu what you want to eat. Or you can wait until I come back in the evening and make it for you. Well, don't worry, husband. I won't be hungry. If I am hungry, I will find something to eat by myself.
Yi Wanchuang said sensibly, with the intention of reassuring Fang Mu. More than half an hour later, Lu Tianshu came back with the test results, 7 or 8 of them. After all, they were not professionals, and none of them could understand the densely packed characters and numbers on the test results. After returning to the outpatient clinic, the doctor took the test results and looked at them, and also said some of the things the doctor said in the color ultrasound room.
Drink more water. No other problems. I'm 18 weeks pregnant now.
I'll need to schedule a 3D color Doppler ultrasound for my next prenatal checkup.
Today's hospitals are very thoughtful.
When the prenatal checkup is about to start, there will be a dedicated person to notify you by phone.
I can only say that I have to be considerate. There are far fewer newborns now than before. Some obstetrics departments in small places have closed down. In order to keep my job, I have to be more careful and thoughtful.
After leaving the hospital, Yi Wanchuan bought a roasted sweet potato. Next to the roasted sweet potato cart was a vendor selling hydrogen balloons. Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but think that she would buy one for her baby to play with after he was born. She even imagined how cute the baby would look playing with hydrogen balloons. After returning home, Fang Mu settled Yi Wanchuan and then drove to the company. After getting all the test results, Fang Mu was very happy. This was his biggest trump card in car manufacturing. Making cars is not easy, and it takes more than just spending money to achieve results.
But if you can burn money and have core technology, it will undoubtedly be much simpler. What Fang Yuan investment lacks the least is money.
After the first round of capital withdrawal, Fang Mu had 50 billion in his hands. According to Zhuo Jinghe's estimate, by the end of the year, at least another 60 billion could be raised. Whether it is the first 50 billion or the latter 60 billion, they are all cash, not real estate. Investing 110 billion to build cars. Apart from anything else, there is probably no existing car company that has such courage. Furthermore, with the support of solid-state batteries, Fang Mu doesn't even have to think about how well their cars will sell. In the left hand is money, lots of money. The right hand is technology, top technology.
For tomorrow's supplier bidding, we are determined to win the square timber.
Chapter 66. I didn't invite you here just to show my displeasure.
Time flies and it is the next day. Today is a big day. Fang Mu is going to meet with many suppliers.
Although it is a tender, this is the first time for Fang Yuan Investment to build a car, so its persuasiveness is not very high. Most suppliers are skeptical or have reservations. This is understandable. After all, in the eyes of these suppliers, it is not very reliable. If the cooperation contract is really signed and Fang Yuan Investment backs out, their suppliers will be the ones who suffer.
So even if they come to the bidding fair, they just want to watch the fun. There may not be many companies that really want to cooperate with Fang Yuan Investment.
At Fang Mu's suggestion, Zhuo Jinghe did not inform each party of the information such as the 60-day fund settlement, but wanted to stay on the scene to tell it.
The purpose is to see the attitude of these suppliers. Those with a neutral attitude can consider it.
If someone starts questioning Fang Yuan Investment's car manufacturing and speaks harshly, don't even consider it. Although Fang Yuan Investment needs suppliers to build cars, what China lacks the least is suppliers, and there is more than one supplier for each type of parts. Unless all manufacturers are blacklisted, Fang Yuan Investment will not be afraid. After all, there is still a large unplanned area in the industrial zone. Fang Yuan Investment, which has no shortage of money, doesn't mind setting up an assembly line and competing with those manufacturers for the market. When I went out, Yi Wanchuan was still sleeping, or to be more precise, she was catching up on her sleep and taking a nap. The baby was making a fuss again last night, and Yi Wanchuan stayed up until late at night. Otherwise, when Fang Mu went out, Yi Wanchuan would definitely come over to help him tidy up his clothes and give him a kiss. After explaining some things to Lu Tianshu, Fang Mu set off and brought a quan to the headquarters building of Fang Yuan Investment. There is still plenty of time, as there is more than an hour before the bidding begins. But some manufacturers' leaders were still present at the scene.
At Fang Mu's suggestion, Zhuo Jinghe arranged for someone to take note of them. The reason is simple.
Those who can arrive at the bidding site early are definitely willing to cooperate.
If you really want to reach a cooperation with Fang Yuan Investment, after the bidding meeting, you can be given some preferential treatment and priority. Time flies.
There were more and more people at the bidding fair. Looking around, everyone present was a senior executive of their respective companies, and there were even some bosses of small manufacturers.
Today's bidding meeting will be chaired by Zhuo Jinghe. Fang Mu stayed behind the scenes to prevent any other problems from arising. Fang Yuan Investment is well known in the investment community, but not so famous in the manufacturing sector.
Therefore, the larger manufacturers present naturally would not be respectful to Fang Yuan Investment. Although they also knew that Fang Yuan Investment was a large and powerful company with many investment means, in their opinion, it was the former that needed their help.
In this way, the attitude of some people is really speechless. Even when Zhuo Jinghe greeted them, he pretended not to hear.
In response to this, Fang Mu directly blocked him. After figuring out the other party's identity, Fang Mu smiled. It turned out to be Carter Technology. The lithium batteries produced by Carter Technology are well-known battery suppliers at home and abroad, and they often supply batteries to some well-known new energy vehicle brands.
Fang Mu smiled.
If it was any other supplier, he might have taken it seriously, but since Carter Technology was causing such trouble, don't blame him for being rude. A car is made up of hundreds of parts, large and small, and what Fong Mu fears least is problems with the battery supply. Apart from anything else, once Fong's solid-state battery is unveiled, it will definitely surprise everyone present. Zhuo Jinghe returned to the stage, and for a moment, the noisy sounds at the scene disappeared and became quiet. The first is the procedural thank you. According to the experience of everyone present, after expressing gratitude, one must also say some polite words and offer discounts. But I never expected that Fong Yuan Investment would not play by the rules at all. After expressing his gratitude symbolically, Zhuo Jinghe went straight to the point and got down to business. Next, I will list the prices for each component one by one. Friends who are interested in cooperating with our company, please listen carefully. We offer a price for the drive motor dual motor. We offer a quote for the drive motor single motor. Zhuo Jinghe didn't speak fast, and everyone present could hear her clearly. However, because of their different purposes, their performances are naturally different. The suppliers who wanted to communicate with Fong Yuan Investment were already listening with their ears pricked up, not daring to make a sound, for fear of missing something. Those business travelers who had stepped out to join in the fun were happily crossing their legs, not caring at all about what Zhuo Jinghe on the stage was saying. Building a car is not easy, and it requires a lot of parts. Even if some accessories need to be developed by ourselves, we still cannot do without various suppliers. This is also why some suppliers are arrogant. 20 minutes passed, and Zhuo Jinghe finished presenting the documents in his hand in one breath. In order to give the suppliers time to consider, Zhuo Jinghe announced the adjournment and everyone had a break of half an hour to an hour. We, Fong Yuan Investment, have prepared a lounge for everyone. Please come in. The suppliers in the room dispersed, and when they left, they were more or less talking with their companions or colleagues about the quote given by Fong Yuan Investment. Whether high or low, no one told the truth and each had his own ulterior motives. I had no intention of getting comfortable with the suppliers of Fong Yuan Investment. I just stayed in the lounge eating snacks. Some suppliers frequently called their bosses in the lounge to explain the details. At this moment, at Fong Mu's signal, Zhuo Jinghe led people to walk through all the lounges. They went not to express condolences but to distribute a document titled, The Funding Settlement Method Provided by Fong Yuan Investment to Suppliers. Originally, major suppliers thought that Fong Yuan Investment was no different from other car companies, or that it was inferior to other car companies. But when he saw the document with the stamp of Fong Yuan Investment in his hand, he was shocked, because it clearly stated that the fund settlement cycle was 60 days and the settlement was in cash. Almost no one understands what this short line of words means better than the suppliers. For a moment, the entire lounge exploded. Some suppliers who could make their own decisions hurried out of the lounge and headed to the bidding site. Those who are not qualified to make the decision should call the boss and inform him of the details. When the representative from Carter Technology opened the lounge, he was stunned. Hadn't they agreed to raise the price? Why were they rushing to the bidding meeting? This damn feeling of backstab. Chapter 67, Gossip Exchange Meeting? No, isn't this a bidding exchange meeting? For suppliers, how much profit they make is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to get the money. Compared with other car companies' long and boring settlement cycles that are like old ladies' foot bindings, Fong Yuan Investment's 60-day settlement cycle is extremely attractive. You know, even long-established suppliers sometimes want to call the police. You were clearly cooperating well with some companies, but they suddenly went bankrupt. Where can you seek justice or cry? Whether it is the ridiculously long fund settlement cycle or the acceptance, Fong Yuan Investment should not be too sincere in this regard. When Gu Xinghua, the representative of Carter Technology, returned to the bidding meeting, the suppliers who had originally agreed to raise their prices were shamelessly pushing forward. Damn it! Don't you care about your dignity? Where's the most basic trust between people? We agreed to do something bad together, and you. Before Gu Xin finished speaking in Mandarin, his voice suddenly stopped. Because he saw Zhuo Jinghe, the person in charge of the supplier bidding meeting of Fong Yuan Investment. Mr. Gu, what did you just say? Zhuo Jinghe asked with a smile. Gu Xinghua looked uncomfortable, and after a few dry laughs he quietly slipped away. As Gu Xinghua turned and left, the smile on Zhuo Jinghe's face instantly disappeared, and a cold look appeared on his face. Although everyone knew that Carter Technology had ill intentions, it was really intolerable that Gu Xinghua openly spoke ill of Fong Yuan Investment in front of other suppliers. Besides, there is no grudge between Fong Yuan Investment and Carter Technology. I really don't know what the other party is thinking as they are still so hostile to Fong Yuan Investment.
The only explanation that makes sense is that Gu Jingguoshan is the one who advocated it. Boss Zhuo, do you want to kick the people from Carter Technology out? On one side, someone suggested. Zhuo Jinghe shook his head and then smiled maliciously. No, that would make us, Fongyuan Investment, look impolite. Don't worry, Carter Technology's good days are numbered. I'm not saying that, my boss is. Among the many suppliers present, Fongyuan Investment was least worried about falling out with Carter Technology. After all, Fongyuan Investment has the most advanced and stable Fong solid-state battery. It is really exciting to see what the expression on the face of the representative of Carter Technology will be when the solid-state battery is unveiled. Zhuo Jinghe returned to the stage. This time, she did not stand, but brought a bench and sat down to talk with major suppliers. Standing up to speak and quote is a way of showing respect. Now, it's not certain who needs help from whom. Fongyuan Investment will not be restricted by anyone. Zhuo Jinghe and other Fongyuan Investment people have their own pride. Just as Zhuo Jinghe had expected, the situation changed. The supplier who was hesitant not long ago now seems like a completely different person, with a 180-degree change in attitude. The supplier representatives' voices softened, their words became sweeter, and their words were pleasant to the ears. Zhuo Jinghe really enjoyed talking to them. As the power module supplier Lingfei Science expressed its willingness to accept Fongyuan Investment's offer and enter into a cooperative relationship, the other suppliers also raised their hands like little children, hoping to seek cooperation. There are many suppliers of the same parts, and they are fighting each other in order to become partners of Fongyuan Investment. We had originally agreed to put aside past grudges, raise prices together, and seek greater benefits together. But now, the friendship boat can be overturned at any time. Not to mention raising the price together, they are afraid that the other party's price will be lower than theirs. Just like that, 2 or even more suppliers of parts started bidding in front of Zhuo Jinghe and other Fongyuan Investment people, but the direction of the bidding was downward. He lowered the price by 1 yuan, and the other company directly lowered the price by 2 yuan. In the end, the price was 1/5 lower than the offer of Fongyuan Investment. Although reducing it by 1/5 may not seem like a big deal, if every component is reduced by 1/5, the amount of money that Fongyuan Investment can save will be a terrifying figure. This is the benefit of a bidding meeting. Not only can you get a lower bid, but you can even get some aged melons. For example, someone is poaching someone else's employees. Or, for example, a factory manager whose personal life is chaotic. Zhuo Jinghe quickly paused. Although she really wanted to listen, today was the bidding meeting of Fongyuan Investment, not a gossip exchange meeting. If it weren't inappropriate, Zhuo Jinghe really wanted to add their contact information. How about creating a group chat? If you guys quarrel again, remember to add me in. Everyone, please be quiet. We at Fongyuan Investment really hope to establish a cooperative relationship with you. Our boss has clearly instructed that as long as you trust us, we, Fongyuan Investment, will definitely guarantee your interests. I know that many of you here are supplying the same spare parts, so you can submit your own part samples to us, Fongyuan Investment, and the best ones will become our partners. Zhuo Jinghe's behavior is a bit like being picky. Under normal circumstances, these suppliers might have started to complain, but now, they won't do that at all. Not to mention criticizing, they even directly claimed how excellent their own products are. For a while, the original bidding turned into exposing each other's secrets. He said their products are of good quality, while other manufacturers would say they are difficult to maintain. The bidding scene is bustling again. Didn't your company just sign a big deal with Mao Peng? Why are you still here? What's going on? Your company has such strong production capacity that you can have the best of both worlds? Get lost. What's it to you? I just spoke to the boss on the phone. If nothing unexpected happens, our boss is rushing to Moping's headquarters to demand the termination of the partnership. Moping is not as worthy of our Fongyuan Investment. Damn. How shameless. It was you who looked down on Fongyuan Investment just now. Shut up. Mr. Zhuo, our boss would rather turn down orders from other companies and still wants to cooperate with us, Fongyuan Investment. This intention is witnessed by heaven and earth. Zhuo Jinghe nodded seriously, then lowered her head to take notes, but in fact, her feet and legs were twisted together under the table. This is so cheesy. But even though it sounds disgusting, it makes people feel good. What's going on? Oh, it must be the refreshing feeling brought by the contrast. After all, not long ago, these suppliers were extremely arrogant. Now they raise their hands and shout, "Choose me, choose me, choose me." Chapter 68, Crushing the Opponent's Sense of Superiority. Zhuo Jinghe admires her boss very much. The boss just used a little trick to make these arrogant, contemptuous suppliers who look down on Fang Yuan Investment's car manufacturing plan behave like fools. Zhuo Jinghe and the rest of Fang Yuan Investment's staff are very efficient. The suppliers who were interested in cooperating with Fang Yuan Investment were quickly summarized and recorded. Many of them were suppliers of the same spare parts, and it was through their mutual fighting that Zhuo Jinghe learned a lot of inside information that was difficult for outsiders to know. Zhuo Jinghe recorded everything in the book. These conversations between them will be factors in determining who Fang Yuan Investment will agree to cooperate with in the future. It took about an hour for Zhuo Jinghe to back up the records of 98% of the suppliers present. Among the suppliers without backup records, the energy battery suppliers are mainly Carter Technology. To be precise, Fang Yuan Investment did not invite these new energy battery suppliers. Many of them got the news themselves and rushed over to join in the fun. At present, basically all suppliers are recorded, but those suppliers who can provide new energy batteries are excluded, which naturally surprises everyone. You know, how can we manufacture cars, especially new energy vehicles, without energy batteries? Fang Yuan Investment, only the suppliers who can provide energy batteries were left aside. This behavior is a bit puzzling. Not to mention other suppliers. Gu Xinhua, the representative of Carter Technology, couldn't sit still any longer. After the other suppliers returned to their respective seats, Gu Xinhua began to ask questions. "Mr. Zhuo, I wonder if you, Fang Yuan Investment, have already found a supplier of energy batteries?" Zhuo Jinghe still had a smile on her face and shook her head. Gu Xinhua immediately became unhappy. "Then I have to ask Mr. Zhuo, why did you, Fang Yuan Investment, invite me and others here? Are you making fun of us?" While he was questioning Zhuo Jinghe, another representative from Carter Technology who came with him kept pulling at his clothes. Gu Xinhua was very dissatisfied. He shook off his colleague's hand and questioned. Seeing this, Zhuo Jinghe was not angry, but instead turned his attention to another representative of Carter Technology. "Representatively, I noticed you had something to say just now." "Representative Gu, I'll answer your question later." "Representatively, please proceed." For a moment, most people's eyes were on representatively. There was no other way. In order to prevent Gu Xinhua from making any more low-level mistakes, representatively had to explain truthfully, "Well, I just want to say a few words to Representative Gu." Gu Xinhua frowned slightly, looking unhappy. "What are you talking about?" "Well, Fang Yuan Investment didn't invite us, Carter Technology." After hearing this, the unhappy expression on Gu Xinghua's face solidified. After a while, he stammered, no invitation?" After seeing representatively nod in confirmation, Gu Xinhua twitched the corners of his mouth and was speechless. Instead, many suppliers at the scene couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the shrill laughter, Gu Xinghua's face turned pale. After glaring at his colleague fiercely, he thought of ways to save his face. And then he really found a way. "I'm sorry, but I still have to say it. Mr. Zhuo, the most important thing about car manufacturing is solving the energy problem. You, Fang Yuan Investment, don't want to solve the energy supply problem first, but you want to sign contracts with other suppliers. Don't you feel like you're putting the cart before the horse?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the supplier representatives present suddenly turned not so good. Because no matter who you are, you can hear the sense of superiority and disdain towards other suppliers in Gu Xinhua's words. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Logically, a car needs a lot of spare parts, which makes sense. Why does this guy feel so superior? If you feel superior, then you feel superior. Why do you look down on others? Not only the other suppliers present had this idea, Zhuo Jinghe was also speechless and couldn't help but think of one thing: if this Gu Xinhua was his own employee, he really wanted to slap him to death. He speaks without regard for the occasion and has such a lack of emotional intelligence. Could he be the mistress of the boss lady of Carter Technology? How did such a brainless person get to a high position? If you keep making enemies everywhere like this, aren't you afraid that the situation will change and your competitors will take advantage of you one day in the future? However, since Gu Xinhua questioned him so shamelessly, Zhuo Jinghe naturally would not avoid answering. Looking at the arrogance on his face, Zhuo Jinghe smiled. "I think you're wrong, Mr. Gu. For us at Fang Yuan Investment, all partners are important.
There's no such thing as one that's more important than the other. Even if you provide us with just a screw, we, Fongyuan Investment, will treat it with respect. So, Mr. Gu, please refrain from making those arrogant remarks at our, Fongyuan Investment, bidding meeting.
It really seems disrespectful to everyone. Zhuo Jinghe is good at speaking. With just a few words, she pushed Gu Xinghua and Carter Technology to the opposite side of the suppliers. At the same time, it also showed Fongyuan Investment's attitude towards other suppliers and won over some people's hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, some suppliers who were upset by Gu Xinghua were appeased, and they even felt that there would be absolutely no accidents if they cooperated with Fongyuan Investment. Zhuo Jinghe was so disrespectful that Gu Xinghua had the urge to turn around and leave. At that moment, he really wanted to say something harsh so that Fongyuan Investment would not regret it. But before he could finish his words, which were not very threatening, Zhuo Jinghe spoke again. Whether or not they are invited by Fongyuan Investment, as long as they are willing to stay, we welcome them. As a result, Gu Xinghua, who originally wanted to pull other energy battery suppliers away, had his wish dashed. Mr. Gu, if you'd like to stay, please take a seat. The next item in our, Fongyuan Investment, bidding conference is about to begin. Gu Xinghua was originally not interested at all, until he heard what Zhuo Jinghe said next. To reassure everyone about cooperating with us, Fongyuan Investment, we want to showcase our latest scientific research results. And this scientific research result is Fong's solid-state battery. When the words solid-state battery came out of Zhuo Jinghe's mouth, the originally noisy bidding scene suddenly became quiet, as if even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Chapter 69 Isn't this more effective than advertising? Then, the whole audience was shocked. The suppliers present here basically deal with car companies as their main business, so they naturally know what solid-state batteries mean. Safer. More reliable. More durable. Although Zhuo Jinghe didn't say much, everyone present was shocked and their eyes widened. Especially the energy battery suppliers headed by Carter Technology were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Even laymen know what solid-state batteries mean, not to mention manufacturers like Carter Technology that specialize in energy batteries. Take Carter Technology for example. They have been deeply engaged in energy batteries for many years. Now, with the support of the new energy trend, they have soared to the sky and transformed from an unknown small factory into a well-known supplier at home and abroad. However, Carter Technology has too little ambition. After making money, its research funding has hit a new low every year. Because the senior management of Carter Technology generally believes that the current energy battery technology has reached a bottleneck and it will be difficult to break through for the time being. Since it is already difficult to make breakthroughs, why increase research and development efforts? Instead of wasting money, it is better to protect the original market. Now, today, Fongyuan Investment actually came up with solid-state batteries. How could this not shock Gu Xinghua? Gu Xinghua, who originally wanted to leave the bidding venue, was pulled to sit down by his colleagues. Zhuo Jinghe was not just talking. After the bidding site quieted down, the curtains were drawn by the staff, and soon the conference room was pitch black. Then, as Zhuo Jinghe left the stage, the projector that was ready started up. The image on the screen is a record of an experiment. In the laboratory, researchers are demonstrating solid-state batteries in their hands. Then, a shocking scene appeared. After connecting the solid-state battery to the light bulb, a staff member actually took a pair of sharp scissors to cut the solid-state battery in half. As the solid-state battery was cut by the scissors, the light bulb only went out for a moment and then became bright again. Not only that, the staff actually cut off another piece and the bulb remained bright. At this point, the experimental record of solid-state battery has been played. Although it was only a few minutes long, it still demonstrated the safety and reliability of solid-state batteries. As the representative of Carter Technology, Gu Xinghua really wants to say that it's all fake. But then I thought, if I did that, I would really offend Fongyuan Investment, and when I return to the company, I will definitely be scolded by the boss. But if you don't point it out, you will feel angry and it will be too uncomfortable. But in fact, even if Gu Xinghua was unwilling to admit it, he felt that the solid-state battery provided by Fongyuan Investment was very likely to be real. This can be seen from the fact that Fongyuan Investment did not invite energy battery suppliers to the bidding meeting. Moreover, Zhuo Jinghe, who was sitting above, was not worried at all about offending Carter Technology. All of this indicates one thing: Fongyuan Investment already has stable and reliable solid-state batteries. This is definitely not a good thing for traditional energy battery companies.
As soon as she thought of this, the bidding venue became brighter at Zhuo Jinghe's signal, and she walked onto the stage. The above is a solid-state battery that was completely developed and manufactured by us, Fongyuan Investment, and it is now in stable production. Zhuo Jinghe explained with a smile, and her admiration for Fangmu reached a peak. The display of solid-state batteries is undoubtedly proof that Fongyuan Investment is flexing its muscles. Although Zhuo Jinghe didn't say much, all the suppliers present knew one thing, that is, Fongyuan Investment was not just talking about making cars. Moreover, the solid-state battery technology currently possessed by Fongyuan Investment will definitely have an immeasurable impact on the automotive market. Thinking of this, many supplier managers and representatives had smiles on their faces. Fongyuan Investment will usher in a rapid development, so becoming a partner of Fongyuan Investment will undoubtedly be a very correct choice. Any hesitation for even a second is disrespectful to money. For a moment, many supplier representatives at the scene were feeling fortunate that they did not listen to certain guys and cause trouble here. Only Gu Jingguo from Carter Technology had an increasingly ugly expression on his face. In the end, he left in disgrace without even waiting for the end of the bidding meeting. Fongyuan Investment, the bidding process went smoothly. According to the original proposal that Zhuo Jinghe gave to Fangmu, the bidding would last for 1 week. Unexpectedly, in just half a day, all the suppliers were gathered together. Some local suppliers in Shanghai even came to sign cooperation contracts with Fongyuan Investment that afternoon. There are many suppliers who have directly turned down orders from other car brands in order to be on standby at all times in case Fongyuan Investment needs them. Fongyuan Investment was naturally grateful for this, so Fangmuyo offered a discount, which was that the costs of cutting spare parts and developing molds would also be borne by Fongyuan Investment. Now, suppliers don't have to bear any risks at all. All they need to do is work at full capacity and mobilize production capacity. Solid-state batteries were officially unveiled at the bidding conference. Among the many suppliers present, many are well known in the automotive field, and the news coming out of their mouths will undoubtedly bring considerable turmoil to the new energy vehicle field. During the video playback, Zhuo Jinghe did not forbid everyone from taking photos, but instead took the lead in taking photos. After the bidding ended, news about Fongyuan Investment's Fang's solid-state battery spread completely. When the news of the first batch of cars equipped with solid-state batteries came out, everyone was excited. When car companies on the market saw that solid-state batteries had been developed, their first reaction was disbelief, and their second reaction was to quickly find a solution. Either step up research and development, or find a way to purchase solid-state batteries from Fongyuan Investment so that they can gain the upper hand in the launch of new products. Then those car owners who had just spent a high price to buy new energy vehicles felt like the sky was falling. Solid-state batteries are already available before we've even had a chance to drive our new car. Are you kidding? The most nervous one is Carter Technology, a company that mainly sells energy batteries. If Fongyuan Investment's solid-state battery is real, then it's no surprise that Carter Technology will face a tough time. Chapter 70 World Innovation Conference. The suppliers' comments are much more useful than Fongyuan Investment spending money on advertising. Fongyuan Investment wants to build cars, which is nothing surprising to the outside world. At most, people who know Fongyuan Investment will be a little surprised, but there is nothing else. After all, ordinary people generally don't come into contact with Fongyuan Investment and naturally don't know how powerful it is. But for suppliers, Fongyuan Investment's plan to build cars is a big event that is enough to cause a sensation. After all, the boss of Fongyuan Investment has so much money in his hands that even if he just skips it on the water, it will still make a big fuss. Not to mention, Fongyuan Investment also holds the trump card of solid-state battery. For a time, those suppliers who successfully reached a cooperative relationship with Fongyuan Investment could not help but feel fortunate for their decision. Because in their opinion, it is only a matter of time before Fongyuan Investment becomes famous all over the world. However, there are still voices of doubt in the outside world. Especially energy battery companies led by Carter Technology, their voices of doubt are the loudest. This is understandable. After all, if Fongyuan Investment really masters mature solid-state battery technology, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to their energy battery companies. As we all know, there is no need to worry about competitors stealing your food, because everyone relies on their own strength to grab food, and everyone's abilities are similar. When it comes to products, they are basically the same, at most the names are different, but in essence they are similar. But colleagues are not afraid of stealing food, but they are afraid of overturning the table. Now, Fongyuan Investment has the capital to turn the table. In the eyes of energy battery companies such as Carter Technology, Fongyuan Investment already has the ability to crush them.
This is not something that everyone wants to see.
Therefore, even though solid-state batteries were demonstrated at the Fangyuan Investment Bidding Conference, executives from companies like Carter Technology were still unwilling to believe it, and even directly questioned it. When the news about Fangyuan Investment's solid-state battery came out, Carter Technology also released a piece of information an hour later.
The title of this news is "Honesty is the First Condition for Scientific Knowledge." People in the industry can immediately see that Carter Technology is specifically referring to Fangyuan Investment. With industry leaders taking the lead, more and more energy battery companies have voiced doubts about the authenticity of the solid-state batteries held by Fangyuan Investment. For a time, under the leadership of these companies, it seemed less surprising that Fangyuan Investment had mastered the issue of solid-state batteries, because everyone was watching the credibility of this matter. It's not just peers who are questioning it.
Even those experts who claim to be energy experts have come out like clowns. Anyone who knows the real situation knows that there is no difference between these experts and editors. They just search for some information on the internet and then start making up stories, or look at photos and start making up stories with emotion. But it is worth mentioning that the power of public opinion that these experts can bring about should not be underestimated. Especially since energy battery companies are leading the questioning.
Now some self-proclaimed experts have begun to question it.
The general public is also gradually doubting whether Fangyuan Investment has really mastered the solid-state battery technology. I'm becoming more and more skeptical about solid-state batteries.
If they really exist, why haven't you come out and explained them? I checked, it's an investment company, probably fake.
After all, these companies are either scamming investors or scamming investment projects.
Don't believe a single punctuation mark in what they say.
If it's really fake, then they're taking advantage of us consumers and deceiving our enthusiasm.
Damn it! There are many such remarks on the internet. Zhuo Jinghe sees hundreds of them every day.
At first she didn't think it was a big deal, but as time went on, and it happened every day and became more and more serious, she realized there was a problem.
There must be someone behind the scenes instigating this.
The astute Zhuo Jinghe quickly arranged for people to investigate, and sure enough, behind these experts and representative figures, there were companies such as Carter Technology. At the beginning, Carter Technology just used words to test the waters. However, when I saw that Fangyuan Investment did not raise any objection in the face of such doubts, I became more and more confident and more convinced that Fangyuan Investment was just pretending to be powerful. The top management of Carter Technology reached a conclusion after discussion. Fangyuan Investment, perhaps they have really entered the field of solid-state batteries or have achieved some success, but they have definitely not yet reached the stage of practical application.
Otherwise, why don't you stand up and defend yourself?
In this way, Fangyuan Investment had no time to explain and was regarded as guilty by Carter Technology.
In fact, Zhuo Jinghe also contacted Fang Mu to ask for his opinion and whether he should come forward to clarify the matter.
But Fang Mu didn't care. Instead, he thought it would be better if the voices of doubt were louder. Because the louder the voices of doubt are now, the greater the impact they will have when the time comes. After all, some people have questioned it, and slapping them in the face is the best solution.
And Fangyuan Investment should now slap itself in the face.
However, Fangyuan Investment was busy with other things and could not take care of it, so it ignored those doubts.
Zhuo Jinghe is a smart person. After the conversation, I understood what Fang Mu meant.
Therefore, behind the circulating voices of doubt, there actually appeared the water army of Fangyuan Investment.
That's right, it was the internet trolls hired by Zhuo Jinghe, whose purpose was to join them and increase the voices of doubt.
Just as Fang Mu said, the louder the voices of doubt are now, the greater the contrast will be when the time comes, which will help Fangyuan Investment to take advantage of the situation.
What Fangyuan Investment needs to take seriously is the annual World Innovation Conference.
It was precisely because they were busy with the World Innovation Conference that Fangyuan Investment was too lazy to pay attention to those questioning voices. Because as long as we win the gold medal at the World Innovation Conference, the voices of doubt will be self-defeating. After all, the central idea of the World Innovation Conference is to explore human innovation and development.
Fangyuan Investment can fully demonstrate its solid-state batteries at this conference. This conference is international.
If we can put on an outstanding performance at this international conference, it will undoubtedly be a show of strength in front of technology professionals around the world.
By then, the voices of doubt will only become a joke. Chapter 71, Grab the Food? No, I'll flip the table. The World Innovation Conference is held in Kyoto, the capital of China.
Long before all walks of life were questioning Fongyuan Investment's solid-state battery, Fangmu sent Liang Yun to lead the team. The Innovation Conference was a huge event. Many domestic and foreign companies will also bring their works to participate in the competition. Therefore, the Innovation Conference also has the same function as the exhibition. Although Liang Yun has never participated in such a conference, he is a genuine gold medal salesman after all, with both high IQ and EQ. So, after arriving in Kyoto, I quickly became friends with some domestic business representatives, and at first glance, the relationship seemed particularly good. This exposition really broadened Liang Yun's horizons, and he realized that there are so many wonderful things in the world. However, Liang Yun was not discouraged or ashamed. Instead, he was full of interest and even had a faint expectation. He is looking forward to the early launch of Fongyuan Investment's solid-state battery. The order in which products are presented at the Innovation Conference is determined based on the order of registration. Fongyuan Investment registered later, so it was later, but the difference was only 1 day. So from the very beginning, Liang Yun was waiting, and finally, he made it to the next day. The works submitted on the second day were obviously not as good as those on the first day. Some of the corporate representatives who attend the exhibition every year did not even come to the exhibition on the second day. However, when the booth belonging to Fongyuan Investment appeared, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. After all, the words solid-state battery are really too eye-catching. When the solid-state battery was unveiled, many people in the exhibition hall were attracted. Liang Yun was very happy and proud, but he had no time to enjoy the feeling of being worshipped by all directions, as he had to hurry to preside over the meeting. This was the task assigned to him by Fangmu. In Liang Yun's mind, he couldn't mess it up no matter what. If I really mess up, I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. Liang Yun is very eloquent. After calming the people on the scene, the introduction began. This time, the debut of Fongyuan Investment's solid-state battery was different from the video that went viral on the internet, but a real performance test. This testing includes low temperatures, high temperatures, and other types of extreme operating environments. Although the working environment of energy is harsh, its performance is very stable. After seeing this scene, everyone present vaguely believed that Fongyuan Investment had truly mastered solid-state battery technology. For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. What people from all walks of life did not expect was that Fongyuan Investment, which was surrounded by doubts, actually did something big in secret and actually participated in the World Innovation Conference. And he even won first place? As soon as the news came out, Carter Technology was completely numb and cursed. Because, damn, Fongyuan Investment is actually serious. When Fongyuan Investment learned that it had truly mastered solid-state battery technology, its peers felt as if the sky had fallen. The experts feel their scalps tingling because they are the most fierce in questioning and criticizing. At that time, I thought that Fongyuan Investment was in the wrong and felt guilty, so I didn't dare to refute. But now it seems that I don't have time to deal with this group of scoundrels. Now that Fongyuan Investment has quietly won first prize at the Innovation Conference and made a splash, it's time to punish them. Just as these experts guessed. On the day the World Innovation Conference ended, Fongyuan Investment issued a statement that it would hold these experts accountable one by one. Holding everyone accountable one by one means not letting anyone off the hook. God knows what the experts' faces would look like when they saw this notice. Peers were shocked, experts were frightened, and consumers were stunned. Especially when relevant footage appeared at the World Innovation Conference, consumers were shocked. Fongyuan Investment has mastered solid-state battery technology, which is undoubtedly a good thing for consumers. Apart from anything else, just being able to experience ultra-long battery life is enough to attract many consumers. After all, no one wants to spend money to buy a car and then worry about insufficient battery life. Insufficient battery life and the fact that car owners are not even able to turn on the air conditioner are undoubtedly a major concern. Another concern is queuing for charging on the highway. Now both of these problems will be solved by solid-state batteries, and consumers are calling it awesome. Consumers who previously had strong doubts are now directly attracted by Fongyuan Investment and are loyal fans. In addition, even foreign car companies were stunned by the news of the advent of solid-state batteries. Soon, foreign car companies contacted Fongyuan Investment and wanted to cooperate and import solid-state batteries. Not only that, even a number of energy battery companies such as Carter Technology will face the problem of their orders shrinking by more than half, and this half will naturally be attracted by Fongyuan Investment. Although direct sales of Fang's solid-state battery can also make Fangmu a lot of money. But Fangmu wanted to do more than just that. Moreover, if the Fong solid-state battery is sold directly now, it will undoubtedly be a favor to those car companies that use the Fong solid-state battery. At that time, those car companies will make a high-profile announcement about the first work of art using solid-state batteries. Consumers will only praise those car companies, but will not remember that Fong Yuan Investment is the founder of Fong's solid-state battery. It felt like the daughter that I had raised with great effort for 18 years was suddenly kidnapped by a yellow-haired boy.
Fong Mu doesn't want to experience this feeling.
So, without even thinking about it, he asked Zhuo Jinghe to reject a number of domestic and foreign car companies. When the news came out, Carter Technology was so grateful. After all, if Fong Yuan Investment really chose to sell solid-state batteries directly, then Carter Technology should have closed down as soon as possible.
The launch of Fong's solid-state battery has indirectly catalyzed technological innovation in the energy sector.
No one wants to be beaten to death by Fong Yuan Investment, so all companies have rolled up their sleeves and started working hard.
Invest heavily in scientific research funds. We strive to recruit talented people.
The purpose is to develop its own solid-state battery technology as soon as possible, so that it can withstand the impact brought by Fong Yuan Investment. Unfortunately, the idea is good, but it is too difficult to implement.
Solid-state batteries are really not that easy to study.
It is not uncommon to waste a lot of manpower and resources only to end up spinning in circles. It was a rare opportunity for Fong Mu to take some time off to rest and spend time with his wife and family.
It was a good year.
But the boss of Carter Technology didn't have a good year.
Chapter 72 My normal appetite is just a little bit.
A few months later, Yu Wanchuan looked at the date on her phone and fell into deep thought.
After a while, Fong Mu handed the milk to Yu Wanchuan and said, "Wife, what are you thinking about? You are so engrossed."
After hearing her husband's voice, Yu Wanchuan pouted and put the phone screen in front of Fong Mu.
She just complained, "Look. Huh? What's wrong? It's just a normal Tuesday, what's so interesting?"
Fong Mu was at a loss for words.
Today wasn't anyone's birthday or anniversary, so why was his wife so angry?
His brain was working rapidly, but he couldn't figure out what was special about today. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuan pointed to a small corner on her phone and said, "Today our baby is 38 weeks old." After saying that, she lowered her head and stroked her belly, complaining angrily, "Stinky baby, when are you going to come out of your mother's belly?
You can't stay in your mother's belly and not come out." Fong Mu finally understood that his wife was complaining to him about the baby.
Then he and his wife united as one and educated the baby in their belly. "Baby, I am your father."
Did you understand what Mom just said? If you didn't hear clearly, Dad, say it again.
As a good boy, you must not default on the rent.
Come out on time. It was so hard for Mom when she was pregnant with you. Let Mom be less tired.
If you don't behave, Daddy will spank you when you get out. Maybe the baby in the belly understood what Fong Mu said.
It was like hearing its father say he was going to spank it. The little guy was very reluctant and kicked Yu Wanchuan in the stomach. No one knows a child better than its mother. The baby was tossing and turning in her belly, and Yu Wanchuan knew what she wanted to say. Then, she slapped Fong Mu lightly on the shoulder and said coquettishly, "Hubby, keep your voice down. You just yelled at the baby. Also, you can't be so mean to the baby. Be a gentle father, okay?" Hearing these words, Fong Numa was stunned.
He was clearly speaking for his wife just now, but now he was being lectured. He felt like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express his pain. What's more, he didn't yell at the baby just now, so how could he bear to do that?
Didn't he just speak a little louder just now? He will be more careful next time. I understand. Fong Mu nodded. The most important thing to pay attention to is the late stage of pregnancy.
She dare not go far away for fear of giving birth halfway, so Yu Wanchuan's activities during this period are confined to home. Ever since the baby was 37 weeks old and full term, what she looks forward to most every day is the baby coming out of her belly, but there is no movement in her belly now. Unable to go out and play, and feeling extremely tired, Yu Wanchuan couldn't eat a lot of junk food she wanted to eat.
She was thinking about unloading every day. Suddenly, she saw a video on how to unload goods quickly.
After watching it, she came to Fong Mu happily.
"Honey, please watch this video."
Many sisters reported that they had a reaction that night after eating hot pot.
The baby was born the next morning. I also want our baby to be born, why don't we try it too?
Of course.
Fong Mu nodded.
He supported his wife in everything she wanted to do. Moreover, he saw the hardships his wife went through during her pregnancy and felt the pain in his heart. It would be a good thing if the baby could come into this world earlier, and he is looking forward to meeting the baby.
It's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the restaurants are open.
After getting her husband's approval, Yu Wanchuang started to change her clothes and put on maternity clothes. She originally wanted to put on her socks by herself, but her belly was so big that she couldn't bend down at all. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurriedly helped his wife onto the bench and complained softly, "Wife, this is just a small matter, just tell me to do it. Your belly is big now, so it's inconvenient for you to wear socks.
It's normal." "What? Are you shy about letting your husband help you put on your socks?"
Fang Mu was speaking loudly, and Yu Wanchuan pouted and whispered, "I just wanted to try it on.
If I could wear it, I wouldn't bother you." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Mu flicked his wife's forehead. He pretended to be angry and said, "What do you mean by trouble? We are husband and wife, and we are going to spend our lives together. This is not a problem at all. This brain bang is just a small lesson for you. Next time if you say something wrong, I will bite your lips."
Fang Mu said this domineeringly, because sometimes he felt that his wife was too distant with him, and he didn't like this feeling. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuang pursed her lips and responded softly. She felt that she was not treating her husband as her own. Then she acted like a wounded little white rabbit, tugged at Fang Mu's clothes, puffed out her cheeks, and said softly, "Husband, you hurt me. The pain will teach you a lesson, and you won't forget it next time,"
Fang Mu said heavily.
After helping Yu Wanchuang put on her socks, Fang Mu couldn't bear to see his wife's pitiful look, so he held her on his legs and gently blew on the place he had just touched.
"Does it still hurt?"
Yu Wanchuang heard this and laughed triumphantly. "Actually, I was lying to you.
It didn't hurt when I hit you." "Ah, you've been fooled."
After Yu Wanchuang finished speaking, she quickly got off her husband's lap and ran away. She was afraid of being punished by her husband. Seeing his wife jogging, Fang Mu worriedly chased after her. "Wife, run slower, don't fall." The working class people in Shanghai were still chinless, so the two of them had no problems along the way and soon arrived at a popular hot pot restaurant in Shanghai. After hearing recommendations online that this hot pot restaurant was delicious, Yu Wanchuang brought her husband here. The restaurant had just started and there weren't many people there yet, but soon after the two of them sat down, people started coming in one after another. It had been a long time since Yu Wanchuang had a good hot pot meal. Looking at the dishes on the menu, she was drooling with greed. "Waiter, 2 servings of this tripe, please."
8 plates of meat. Give me 2 servings of the meatball platter.
A copy of the ringing scroll.
1 serving of shrimp paste.
Yu Wanchuang read out the menu incessantly while the waiter took notes beside her. Until the other party stopped, the waiter looked at the notes above and fell into deep thought.
Before leaving, the server asked weakly, "Excuse me, how many people are there?"
Because she will be serving the dishes soon, she needs to know some information. There were 2 people at the table, but the food Yu Wanchuang ordered was more than the 4 of them could finish, and the waiter was a little unsure. At that time, Yu Wanchuang saw from the waiter's eyes that she was a big eater. She shyly lowered her head and answered, "Strictly speaking, 2 people. But it's not that I can eat more, it's the baby in my belly that eats more.
My normal appetite is just that little bit."
Chapter 73. Wife, Haven Tea. You heard of synthetic meat? The waiter heard this and nodded with a smile.
He took the menu and said politely, "Please wait a moment."
Soon, there were many plates of meat on the table, and vegetables only occupied a small corner. When Yu Wanchuang saw this, her saliva was about to flow out. The meat looked very delicious.
She couldn't wait to throw them into the pot for a bath.
After it was cooked, Yu Wanchuang ignored the heat, dipped it in sesame paste and put it in her mouth.
"Wow, so delicious. Hubby, come and eat, this meat is so delicious. It smells a bit like goat, so it must be real." Fang Mu smiled slightly when he heard this. "Wife, haven't you heard of synthetic meat?
In order to make more money, many hot pot restaurants mix lamb with cheaper duck and chicken so that it tastes like lamb, so they think it is real lamb, but it is not. Although it's not that authentic, at least there are no additives."
However, after hearing this, Yu Wanchuan looked at the meat on the table in disbelief. "Ah? Is this true? I thought it was real lamb. It's really like being fooled every day, but it's different every day."
Yu Wanchuang sighed, but it did not affect her mood for eating meat at all. In a short while, the 5 plates of meat were eaten up. At this time, a family of 3 came to the next table. The couple were not very old, about 35 or 36 years old. The one walking in front was their son, about 8 or 9 years old, with a shaved head and wearing a school uniform. He was playing with his phone as he walked, and the sounds of the game could be heard from time to time. As soon as he sat on the bench, the child stared at his calves and shouted, "I'm hungry, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Hurry up and order some food. I'm starving." "Okay." The woman touched her son's head lovingly, "Mom, hurry up and order." After she finished speaking, the woman stood up and rushed around, yelling, "Waiter, waiter, we want to order, come here quickly." Maybe it was because my daughter's voice was too loud, or maybe she was just arrogant, but the eyes of the people eating around her were all focused on her. The woman was unfazed and continued to speak to herself, "Where are the people? My son is almost starving to death. Can you bear this responsibility?" The customers in the restaurant were shouting loudly and affecting the meals of other customers. Seeing that there were not enough staff, the manager of the hot pot restaurant came to the few people with the menu. "I'm so sorry for neglecting you guys just now. The store was a bit busy. You know we've neglected you, but you still don't want to compensate us. How about this, I'll give you a chance and give us a fruit plate for free." Hearing this, the woman looked them up and down, then reluctantly flipped through the menu. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, the woman closed the menu and said unhappily, "What? It's just a fruit plate, and you guys don't want to give it to me? That's really stingy. I didn't mean to blackmail you. Who made you keep us waiting for so long?" In fact, it didn't take long, only 3 minutes. The store manager saw that the customer was difficult to deal with, and if he didn't agree to his request, he was afraid that they would cause trouble in the store. After weighing the pros and cons, the store manager smiled and nodded, "Miss, as an apology, we will give you a fruit plate. You may order now." "That's good enough." After achieving her goal, the woman nodded with satisfaction. During this period, the little boy would kick the back of the chair when he was playing with his mobile phone or when he encountered something unhappy. Yi Wanchuang happened to be sitting in the back. The sound of his footsteps made her feel very confused. Seeing this, Fong Mu came to the next table and said to the couple, "Can you please control your child and stop him from kicking the bench? My wife is pregnant and she can't stand the noise." After hearing this, the couple reluctantly pulled their son's legs and said, "Stop kicking. People are coming to find us." After Fong Mu left, the woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "It's just a pregnancy, you're so delicate. You still think our son is noisy? If you have the guts, why don't you just sit here and eat? Without money, there are more problems." Fong Mu heard everything the two were talking about. He wanted to go up and argue with them, but was stopped by Yi Wanchuang. "Hubby, don't bother with them. I'll go sit with you. You should never reason with people like them, because they will never listen." "Okay." Fong Mu nodded. His wife was right. God would take care of such people. There are many people eating now, so the dishes are served very slowly. The little boy's cell phone ran out of battery after playing, and he pulled the woman's clothes and said, "Mom, your phone is out of battery, please charge it for me, I'm done." "It can't be charged now, so you play with your dad's phone." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the man refused, "No, I still have work to deal with. Son, go play with your toys by yourself. Didn't I bring you a toy machine gun when I left? Go play with that." "Okay." The little boy nodded, then wandered around the hot pot restaurant with a machine gun. Without the noisy children around, the couple had a rare moment of silence, but the other diners suffered. There are small bullets in machine guns. Even if they are not real, they will still hurt a little when they hit people. A fat young man in the store became the little boy's target, and he shot the man in the back. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens too many times, even a person with a good temper can't help it. He ran to the couple with the little boy and complained, "Can you two keep your kids under control? He's hit me with this damn gun so many times it's all red." The woman said nonchalantly, "How much can a toy gun hurt? You're such a delicate person with thick skin. You couldn't dodge when my son hit you? You're so stupid." Lil. The boy's mother was unreasonable and the little boy was provoking her. The angry little fat boy raised his arms and wanted to beat the little boy up to vent his anger. At this time, the boy's father spoke up, "What's the matter? What do you want to do? Do you want to hit someone? He's still a child. Why are you arguing with him?" After saying that, the man looked at everyone and complained, "Everyone come over and see, this guy is going to hit the child. He dared to lay hands on my child when he was so young.
It's really abominable. Everyone, give me some advice. The guests around looked at the family of three as if they were clowns, and some of them even felt extremely sorry for the fat man. It's really unlucky to run into their family. I've never seen a child spoiled like this. Sooner or later, he'll develop bad habits. These parents are too indulgent towards their children. They will definitely regret it in the future. This naughty kid is so abominable. He just hit me several times. It really is true that like parents, like children. The guests around were talking about it, but the family of three seemed not to hear it and continued to do as they pleased. Chapter 74, Chobao, when will you come out? The fat man was so angry about his family's attitude that his liver hurt. He gasped for breath and tried to hold back his anger. But later, when he found that he couldn't hold it in anymore, he took out his cell phone and hurriedly made a call. The fat man was trembling all over. When he heard the voice from the other end of the phone, he said earnestly, "Dr. Liu, I can't control my emotions anymore. There's a kid here and his parents who are clearly in the wrong and won't apologize. Isn't it said that a mentally ill person who kills someone doesn't need to go to jail? Help me prove it when the time comes." After saying that, the fat man hung up the phone and looked coldly at the family of three opposite him. Now the couple realized that their son had met a tough guy, and the other party was not pretending, because the look in his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat the three of them. The woman quickly pushed her son in front of her and said in a panic, "You little bastard, hurry up and apologize to your uncle." When the man saw his son didn't speak, he slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Speak. Say you're sorry." At this point, the naughty kid spoke reluctantly. Although he said it, he did not realize his mistake in his heart. Seeing this, the fat man's red eyes slowly returned to normal, and then he waved his hand, "Watch your children." After he finished speaking, he paid the bill and left the hot pot restaurant. At first, the old couple took care of the children, but after the meat came, the couple ate on their own. After calling the child several times, he didn't respond, so the two of them simply ignored him. Soon, the little boy completely forgot the lesson he had just learned, and now he has become the troublemaker in the hot pot restaurant. Just as Yu Wanchuang stood up to get some snacks, the little boy pointed the machine gun at her stomach. When Yu Wanchuang discovered the small infrared dot on her belly, she looked up and saw the little boy smiling triumphantly at her. She turned her body away, then glared at him unhappily, complaining, "You're still a child, how abominable." The little boy not only aimed the infrared ray at the person's stomach, but also at the person's forehead. When people around them were dissatisfied with the child's behavior and complained to the couple, they became desperate. "I just yelled at him, but he ignored me. I can't control this kid anymore. Whoever wants to control him can do it. His father, all he does is play games. Having a child is my own business, right? You should take care of it as soon as possible." The man frowned as he looked at his phone. "I'm so busy every day, how can I have time to take care of the children? You go and take a look." The two of them were arguing over the child, while the child was happily running around in the hot pot restaurant. At this time, the sound of serving dishes came from the kitchen. "Quickly move aside, quick move aside, the hot pot base is hot." The person serving the food was a woman in her 50s, who carried the food very carefully. At this moment, the little boy suddenly jumped out and bumped into the aunt's knee. Due to unstable center of gravity, the hot pot base spilled on the back of the naughty child. He cried loudly due to the heat, and the hot pot base seasoning was also on his body. If the guests around them hadn't reminded them, the two of them would still be busy eating and not paying attention to anything else. At this time, the woman ran to her son and said distressfully, "Baby, where are you hurt? Does it hurt?" The little boy pointed at his back and sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Seeing this, the father angrily pointed at the aunt and cursed, "Are you blind? Didn't you see my son? How dare you pour hot pot soup base on him? I think you did it on purpose. You murderer, you are not allowed to leave for a moment. You must pay compensation." The old lady looked very innocent when she heard this. "I was just walking normally. Who told your son to suddenly jump out and bump into me? I didn't do anything wrong. Why do you ask me for compensation? Who told you as parents not to keep an eye on your children? This naughty kid is running around in the store. I told him not to run around or he'd get burned. He can only blame himself for not listening." After hearing this, the man was speechless for a moment, but seeing his son's condition, he still insisted, "I don't care, it's you who poured the hot pot base on my son. You have to pay today, whether you want to or not." You can't get away with it anyway. The aunt had never seen such shameless people.
Today was her first day at work and she couldn't bear it anymore, so she poured the remaining hot pot base on the two of them.
The whole hot pot restaurant was filled with the wailing of the two. Today is the aunt's first day at work.
She has a lot of house demolition compensation in her hands, so she comes to work in the hot pot restaurant to pass the time. She had never suffered any hardship in her life, but now that she had encountered this terrible thing, she could not bear it any longer and said domineeringly,
"This time you are the ones begging me for help.
I'll pay for the medical expenses no matter how much they are.
I have money." Soon the ambulance took the family of 3 into the car, and the aunt left in a leisurely manner.
Although the incident did not happen to them, everyone felt particularly relieved. When a naughty child meets a pair of inactive parents, everyone thinks that paying compensation is unnecessary. Watching several people being carried onto stretchers, Yu Wanchuang secretly said in her heart, "If you don't seek death, you won't die." After she finished speaking, she took Fang Mu's arm and walked out of the hot pot restaurant, sighing, "Husband, when our baby is born, we must not spoil him like they do.
Right is right, wrong is wrong. You can't lower your boundaries just because she's acting cute.
It's okay to spoil them a little with food and drink, but you must teach them how to behave in society."
Honey, are you listening?
Seeing Fang Mu in a daze, Yu Wanchuang patted him on the back. Fang Mu sensed this and nodded in agreement. "Okay, don't spoil your children.
Teach them the correct outlook on life and values."
"But honey, the babies are still young, so don't we need to teach them so early?"
"That's wrong." Yu Wanchuang shook her finger and replied, "Children's education should start from a young age."
"Okay."
Fang Mu nodded without objection. After coming out of the hot pot restaurant, the two strolled around the mall. Not only that, Yu Wanchuang also bought a cup of ice cream.
As she walked, she felt a little pain in her stomach and thought she was about to give birth, so the two hurried back home from the hospital.
"Baby, can't you wait and want to come out of your mother's belly? Come out, Daddy and Mommy are ready to welcome you." However, as soon as she got home, Yu Wanchuang's stomach didn't move at all.
She sat on the sofa and complained in frustration.
"Why can other people have children after eating a hot pot meal, but I can't? Stinky baby, when are you going to come out? Mommy is getting anxious waiting." Chapter 75. What? About to give birth?
The next day, Yu Wanchuang stared at her belly, which was as big as a ball. At this time, Fang Mu came over and she hurriedly pulled her husband to her side.
"Honey, we must have eaten hot pot the wrong way yesterday.
I saw another video this time where someone said they had barbecue that night and the baby was born before midnight.
How about we try again?"
After hearing this, Fang Mu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
"Wife, if I didn't know how badly you wanted the baby to come out of your belly, I would have thought you were trying to cheat on me and that's why you came up with these rotten ideas. Hey, let's give it a try. Okay, let's leave it yesterday's time. Now you can take an afternoon nap." "Yeah."
Yu Wanchuang nodded, then ran to the bed contentedly to sleep. In the afternoon, before 5:30, the two appeared in a barbecue restaurant.
Today there was no naughty kid like yesterday.
The two of them enjoyed the meal very much. Fang Mu was responsible for grilling the meat, and Yu Wanchuang was responsible for eating the meat. The division of labor was very clear. At this time, a young couple came to the next table, pushing a baby stroller. When Yu Wanchuang saw this, she quickly whispered to Fang Mu, "Honey, look at the baby in the stroller.
How cute. How many months old is she?" Fang Mu also likes children very much.
He smiled and said, "It looks like it's about 6 months old.
She is so well behaved."
While Mom and Dad are eating next to her, she is responsible for sleeping. "I wonder if our baby is obedient." After Yu Wanchuang finished speaking, she touched her belly unconsciously. The baby in her belly felt the warmth of her palm and actually kicked, and she smiled knowingly.
"Baby, you've eaten hot pot and barbecue, now you can come out of Mommy's belly. If you want to come out, kick your mother once. If you don't want to come out, kick her twice."
Not sure if the little guy was sincere or intentional, Yu Wanchuang felt her stomach being kicked up and down at the same time. Maybe the little guy's hands and feet were exerting force at the same time. It seems that the little guy still doesn't want to come out so early. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang smiled helplessly and then said to Fang Mu, "Husband, I just asked our baby, and she said she doesn't want to come out."
Fang Mu laughed loudly.
This little baby was really stubborn and refused to come out. However, the desire of Yu Wanchuang to unload the goods as soon as possible was extinguished by the baby himself. To be honest, the meat in front of him no longer tasted good. Seeing his wife's discouraged look, Fong Mu quickly comforted her. "Wife, let the baby come out whenever she wants. She won't be able to stay for 2 days anyway." "Okay." Yi Wanchuan nodded. After returning home, Yi Wanchuan played for a while and then fell asleep holding her phone. After seeing this, Fong Mu put his phone aside, covered his wife with a quilt and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Yi Wanchuan was having a sweet dream when suddenly a warm current flowed under her body and she suddenly opened her eyes. Then she woke up Fong Mu, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and said anxiously, "Husband, please wake up, husband?" Fong Mu opened his eyes drowsily and turned on the bedroom light. "Wife, what happened?" Yi Wanchuan answered with some fear, "It seems that my water broke." "Is the baby coming soon?" Hearing this, Fong Mu's sleepiness disappeared. He quickly lifted the quilt and found a water stain on the bedsheet. After all, Yi Wanchuan was a first-time mother and had no experience. Looking at the pool of circles, she asked Fong Mu, "Honey, that should be amniotic fluid, not urine. It just flowed out of my body unconsciously." Fong Mu nodded affirmatively after seeing it. "It's amniotic fluid, let's go to the hospital right now." His wife is about to give birth soon, and he has watched a lot of videos about what to do if the amniotic fluid breaks or if there is spotting. Fortunately, Fong Mu was not a headless fly now. He first helped Yi Wanchuan lie down on the bed, and then lifted her buttocks up. "Honey, don't move. I'm going to pack my delivery bag first. Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Okay." Yi Wanchuan nodded. Her heart was pounding now. She was about to give birth. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. While she was nervous, she was also a little excited, because she would be meeting her baby soon. After Fong Mu settled his wife down, he took out the delivery bag and baby's things that he had prepared long ago. At this time, he first called the director of the private hospital and said, "Director Zhang, my wife's water has broken. We will go to the hospital soon. Please get ready first." "Okay, Mr. Fong." After the director hung up the phone, he quickly called back the obstetrics experts and experienced nurses to be ready to receive the distinguished mother at any time. In addition, Fong Mu's parents were also worried about the baby in Yi Wanchuan's belly all the time. After hanging up the phone, he called his mother again. It was time for him to fall asleep. Ma Xiaochang answered the phone just as it was about to be hung up. "Son, what's the matter with you calling so late?" "Mom, Wan Shuang's water broke. We'll be going to the hospital soon." "You can go directly to the hospital then." "Okay, we got it." Ma Xiaochang hung up the phone, his excitement still lingering for a long time. "Oh, that's great." Then, she happily slapped Fong Qingji on the face. "Old Fong, wake up quickly." "Huh?" He looked confused and didn't understand what was going on. He looked outside and saw that it was still dark. He said with a sullen face, "Why did you wake me up? It's still dark. What's going on? You won't let me sleep?" Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang said angrily, "Why are you sleeping? My son just called and said Wan Shuang is about to give birth." "What? The baby's about to be born?" Fong Qingji sat up immediately after hearing this. "It's not that bad. Hurry up and get dressed. Let's go to the hospital." "Yeah." After changing their clothes, the old couple drove to the hospital. On this side, Fong Mu put the delivery bag in the trunk, and then carried Yi Wanchuan into the car. Although his wife gained 20 pounds during pregnancy, that little weight was nothing to him. Fong Mu drives a nanny car, which has enough space and his wife can lie down comfortably. It is worth mentioning that he also put a small pillow under his wife's buttocks. After the amniotic fluid breaks, the pregnant woman should lie flat to prevent the amniotic fluid from flowing out. If the amniotic fluid is lost too quickly, the baby in the belly will lack oxygen and be in danger of life. Afterwards, Fong Mu ran to the driver's seat and drove the car. Accompanying him was Lu Tianshu, the confinement nanny he hired at a high salary from the confinement center. At first Yi Wanchuan didn't feel anything, but gradually she felt a little pain in her lower abdomen. Ouch. This kind of pain comes every 10 minutes or so, and it's not very regular. Seeing this, Lu Tianshu held Yi Wanchuan's hand and comforted her. "You are starting to have contractions now, don't be afraid." Chapter 76. Congratulations to you too on the birth of your daughter. Seeing this, Lu Tianshu held Yi Wanchuan's hand and comforted her. "You are starting to have contractions now, don't be afraid." When Yi Wanchuan heard the word contraction, her eyes were filled with fear.
Ah, contractions? I don't want the baby to be born in a car. Husband, drive quickly. Yi Wanchuang urged. She even began to resist the contractions, but this thing was not something she could resist. After hearing this, Fang Mu quickly comforted her, "We'll be at the hospital in 10 minutes, honey, just hold on a little longer." To be honest, he was very panicked. If it wasn't a manual transmission, he felt like his foot would cramp if he pressed the clutch. Seeing Yi Wanchuang in pain, Lu Tianshu quickly comforted her, "Madam, starting contractions doesn't mean the baby will be born immediately. Once we get to the hospital, it's very likely to take 5 or 8 hours for the baby to come out of my belly. Don't worry about the baby being born in the car. Now listen to my instructions. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale." After hearing this, Yi Wanchuang did as she was told, but the pain in her stomach did not subside. Fortunately, there were not many cars at night, so Fang Mu arrived at the hospital smoothly. At that time, all the obstetricians and experienced nurses had been waiting at the hospital entrance for a long time. I saw the nanny car parked in front of the hospital. I opened the door and saw Yi Wanchuang lying on the seat with a big belly. Hu Suxian, the director of obstetrics, quickly ordered everyone, "First, lift the woman onto the stretcher." After she finished speaking, she looked at Fang Mu beside her and asked, "How is the mother doing now?" "My wife's water broke around 1:35 a.m. "Well, okay, come with me first, I need to understand the basic situation." After Hu Suxian finished speaking, Fang Mu followed him to the office, and Lu Tianshu accompanied Yi Wanchuang into the examination room. After checking, the nurse determined that the mother was now 2 fingers dilated. She's dilated quite quickly, so the birth should be quick. Are you planning a vaginal birth or a C-section? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang frowned and replied, "Normal birth, I want a natural birth." She didn't want to have a cesarean section and didn't want to have a centipede-like scar on her stomach. "Okay, you can get the epidural after your 2 fingers dilated. Let's go into the delivery room." After saying that, the nurse pushed Yi Wanchuang into the delivery room. Each pregnant woman could be accompanied by 1 family member. Now Fang Mu was reporting on his wife's pregnancy condition, while Lu Tianshu was patting Yi Wanchuang's side. After the report, Fang Mu replaced Lu Tianshu. Now after the epidural, Yi Wanchuang feels much less pain. It must be said that epidural is really a savior for mothers. Gradually, Yi Wanchuang no longer felt the pain. After a while, the nurse came over to check the dilation of her cervix. Very good, the cervix is dilating very quickly. She is now 7 fingers dilated and will be able to give birth once she is 10. After the nurse finished speaking, she looked at Fang Mu and said, "You can go buy some energy drinks, chocolate, etc. Giving birth to a child is very physically demanding." "Yeah, okay." Fang Mu nodded, and then told Lu Tianshu to buy it. His wife was about to give birth, and he didn't want to leave Yi Wanchuang at all. Seeing her pale face, Fang Mu felt extremely distressed. "Wife, I'm sorry for making you suffer." "It's okay, it's not hard." Yi Wanchuang forced a smile to comfort Fang Mu. From water breaking to dilation, her condition was very fast. The patient in the next bed had been in the delivery room for a day and there was still no movement. To be honest, she was actually a little envious of others who were in so much pain. Soon, Fang Mujing's functional drink was brought to the delivery room. Not long after Yi Wanchuang finished drinking it, her cervix was already dilated to 10 fingers. At this time, the director of obstetrics and an experienced nurse were guiding Yi Wanchuang to push harder while checking the situation below. Finally, after Yi Wanchuang's unremitting efforts, a loud cry was soon heard in the delivery room. Hu Suxiang first gave the baby a quick rinse, then brought her to the baby's parents and said gently, "Congratulations on the birth of your daughter." Yi Wanchuang smiled happily. Now the two of them finally had the fruit of their love. Compared to his wife's reserved smile, Fang Mu seemed very excited. The moment he heard the word daughter, he felt as if all the muscles in his body were cheering. It is said that a daughter is a father's warm and cozy little cotton padded jacket, and now he has one too. At this moment, he wanted to hold the baby out and tell everyone in the hospital, "This is my daughter, she was just born and is still warm." After giving birth, Yi Wanchuang was pushed to the VIP ward. She had a super quick natural birth without an episiotomy. Now she is very energetic and doesn't look like she just gave birth. Fang Mu held his precious daughter in his arms for a long time, reluctant to let go. At this moment, he suddenly thought of 2 people. Why hadn't his father and mother come yet? Maybe something had happened on the way. Worried, he quickly called the old couple, and the call was quickly connected. Son, we just arrived at the hospital. How is Wan Shuang now? Is she giving birth yet?
Fang Mu heard this and replied with a smile, yes, she gave birth to a big fat granddaughter for you, weighing 7 pounds and 2 ounces.
Little Ro is chubby, you will definitely like it when you see it. Ha, that's good.
Ma Xiaochang nodded with a smile and quickened her pace.
She couldn't wait to see the baby. Fang Qingji couldn't keep up with her pace, so he quickly pulled her arm and said, slow down, wait for me.
After hearing this, Ma Xiaochang angrily threw his arm away and said, it's all your fault. You didn't even know the car was out of gas. Luckily a taxi passed by, otherwise we would have had to walk until dawn to get to the hospital.
After being scolded, Fang Qingji touched his head and said nothing.
Ma Xiaochang hurriedly urged, hurry up, your eldest granddaughter is waiting for us in the ward.
When Fang Qingji heard this, he ran forward happily and asked, what the hell? A baby? Give us a granddaughter? Ha, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. I'm happy with my granddaughter too. Fang Qingji laughed and then jogged after him.
In the ward, Yu Wanshuang saw her husband walking around with the baby in his arms, which made her dizzy.
Husband, please sit down and rest for a while. Not tired, I'm not tired at all. Fang Mu shook his head and said with a smile.
Soon, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang came to Yu Wanshuang's bedside to show concern.
Wanshuang, you just gave birth, you need to rest more, and let Fang Mu take care of the child. Mom came in a hurry today. This is the red envelope we prepared for you and the baby.
We will prepare a bigger one after you are discharged from the hospital.
Thank you, Mom and Dad. Yi Wanshuang thanked with a smile.
She was a little sleepy after giving birth, and she fell asleep soon. At this time, the old couple looked carefully at the baby in Fang Mu's arms. Seeing the little guy sleeping soundly, the old couple became more and more happy.
Chapter 77. The baby has a name.
This little guy is so white, soft, and sticky.
I really want to take a bite. Fang Qingji looked at the baby with an uncle's smile on his face. Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang slapped him a few times in annoyance. Do you think it's a big pig's trotter? Just nibble on it if you want. Stay aside.
He was pushed aside in disgust, then he smiled and took his eldest granddaughter into his arms and instructed Fang Mu.
Son, we'll need to get a birth certificate after the baby is born. Have you decided what to name my eldest granddaughter? I had already thought of a name before the baby was born. I had a name for a boy and a girl. Now that we know it's a girl, we'll call the baby Fang Yuyi. What do you and my dad think? Fang Mu looked at the two of them. After all, it's only good if everyone says it's good. After hearing this, Ma Xiaochang nodded in agreement. Yuyi, it's a very nice name. My precious granddaughter, your name is Fang Yuyi.
From now on, when grandma calls Yuyi, you just answer her, okay. Fang Qingji came over and said with a smile, when grandpa calls Yuyi little baby, you have to answer him.
Oh, after the two said that, the little guy closed his eyes and pouted his little mouth to form the letter O.
Seeing the little girl like this, they thought she was responding with okay. In fact, the little girl was doing something bad, but a few people didn't know it. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open and the nurse came in. Family members, please bring your child with you.
We need to take the baby to get vaccinated. Yeah.
Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang turned his head and looked at his son, Xiaomu. You stay in the ward to take care of Wanshuang.
Your father and I will take the child to get the vaccine.
Fang Mu nodded, then replied, let Lu Tianshu go with you.
She knows more about the baby than you do.
Soon, Yi Wanshuang and Fang Mu were the only people left in the ward. He held his wife's hand tightly and stayed by her side. At this moment, a mechanical system prompt sounded in Fang Mu's head.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for getting a new role in Life Dad. The Life Winner system has been updated to version 2.0, where you can get rewards by pampering your wife and children. The system has detected that the host is a first-time father, and is offering a special gift package for the birth of a baby, including a bag of super absorbent diapers, a pack of super soft wipes, and a can of super nutritious milk powder. In addition, the system detects that the host has chosen a good name for the baby and rewards them with 10% of Ferrari Group's shares and 15% of Balenciaga's shares.
Fang Mu really didn't expect the system to send so many things this time.
As soon as the system finished speaking, the prize of the baby birth gift package appeared in front of him through the air.
Looking at the products with nothing written on the packaging, Fang Mu complained to the system in his mind, fuck, aren't these 3 no products? System, can't you even install them?
Soon, the mechanical voice replied again, "Host, rest assured, the system's products are of the highest quality. You can use them with confidence, there will be absolutely no problems." Fang Mu believes that the products produced by the system must be high quality, but only a few products were given away. How can they be enough for the baby? You should know that the title of money-eating beast is not for nothing. Such a small baby needs 3 or 4 cans of milk powder in a month. As the milk intake increases, it will stabilize to 6 cans a month in the future. Diapers and cloud wipes are also consumables, and they will be used up within 2 or 3 days. At that time, the baby was used to using the prizes issued by the system, and there was no place to buy more when they were gone, so Fang Mu didn't even have a place to cry. Then he asked, "System, can I buy the baby birth gift package?" "Don't buy it. As long as you sign in every morning, the system will give it to you for free." After hearing this, Fang Mu secretly gave the system a thumbs up. This service was really thoughtful. Soon, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Fang Mu immediately noticed Fang Qingji with red eyes. "Dad, did you cry just now? What's going on?" After saying that, Fang Mu looked at Ma Xiaochang and asked, "Mom, who bullied my dad?" "You weren't the one yelling at my dad, were you?" The girl is stronger than the boy in his family, so Fang Mu often worries that his father will be bullied by his mother. Ma Xiaochang was immediately sad when he heard his son's words. "Xiao Mu, I didn't bully your dad. It was your dad who cried on his own, I didn't yell at him. If you want to know why, you have to ask your precious daughter." "Huh? What's going on?" Fang Mu was puzzled. Could it be that his little cotton-padded jacket was so powerful that he could bully his grandfather? Then, Ma Xiaochang said with a smile, "Originally, Yuyi was sleeping when she was getting the vaccine. Maybe he felt the pain, so he cried a few times, but he stopped crying when the needle was pulled out. As a result, your father was so distressed that his granddaughter got stabbed twice that he burst into tears." After hearing his wife's description, Fang Qingji felt so embarrassed that he quickly covered his wife's mouth. With this move, her glorious image was shattered. Ma Xiaochang pushed his hand away and said with a laugh, "What's the matter? Are you embarrassed?" "Humph." Fang Qingji waved his hand and left angrily. What's the matter? He just felt sorry for his precious granddaughter. If he could get an injection instead, he would do it without hesitation. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurried to comfort his father. "Dad, you still love Yuyi the most. This child will definitely be close to you when she grows up." Really? Fang Mu nodded and coaxed his father with just one sentence. "It was mainly because our daughter was a good girl." At this moment, he suddenly remembered and asked, "Mom and Dad, what took you so long to come here? Isn't it just over an hour from the scenic BB I rented for you to the hospital?" "Stop talking." The car ran out of gas and stopped halfway. After saying this, Ma Xiaochan looked at Fang Chengji with a resentful look on his face. This guy always lets down at critical moments. Seeing his mother complaining about his father again, he quickly changed the subject. "How was the scenery in the scenic area? Did you have fun?" "I'm happy. The air in the mountains is so good. I must go there more often when I have time. If you like, don't go back to your hometown. I'll buy you a house in Shanghai so it will be convenient for you to visit your eldest granddaughter." Fang Mu was also reluctant to let his parents go. After all, he was the only son they had. This? The two looked at each other after hearing this. After a while, Fang Qingji tentatively asked Ma Xiaochang, "My dear, how about we just listen to our son? Wan Shuang just gave birth, and I have to take care of her during the confinement period. If we stay, we can help look after the children." "Okay, then I'll listen to you and stay." Ma Xiaochang smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that he must take good care of his eldest granddaughter and his daughter-in-law. Chapter 78 Discharged from the hospital. At this time, the baby in Fang Mu's arms was sobbing all over, and then the sound of wailing filled the ward. The little girl in his arms was crying so sadly that he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Although he watched a lot of videos before his wife gave birth, such as when the baby is hungry and when the baby has urinated. At that time, Fang Mu thought he had learned very well, but at this moment his mind was blank and he could not remember any of the knowledge he had learned. Fortunately, he hired a gestational nurse in advance, otherwise Xiao Yuyi would have suffered. "Mr. Fang, the baby must be hungry. He hasn't had any milk since he was born." "Then I'll go make milk powder for the baby now." "Yeah." Fang Mu nodded, then pointed to a suitcase beside him and said, "The bottles are inside. They've been sterilized. Use the milk powder on the table."
1 level scoop of milk powder, 30 milliliters of warm water.
There was nothing written on the milk powder, so Fang Mu could only give a reminder.
Lu Tianshu nodded, but when he saw the milk powder can with nothing written on the outer packaging, he couldn't help but be stunned.
She thought that maybe Fang Mu bought the milk powder from abroad at a high price, or it might be customized milk powder, so there was nothing written on it.
A family like theirs would only give their baby better material things, so Lu Tianshu didn't think much about it.
After pouring 30 milliliters of water, scrape a flat spoonful of milk powder into the bottle and shake it evenly. After the bubbles disappeared, Lu Yunshu handed the bottle to Fang Mu, who was holding the baby. The moment the little guy's mouth touched the pacifier, he stopped crying instantly, and then there was the sound of the baby swallowing milk.
In less than a few minutes, the baby drank up 30 milliliters of milk.
She did not open her eyes, but continued to sleep, and the quiet ward returned to peace again.
It was still dark when we arrived, but now it is daylight and we had a simple breakfast.
After giving birth, the mother is at her weakest, so Ma Xiaochang planned to go to the vegetable market to buy an old hen to make some chicken soup for his daughter-in-law. Yu Wanchuan wanted to refuse because she had seen a video saying that women who had just given birth should not drink milk soup because it would easily cause blockage. But then I thought that this was a little gift from my mother-in-law, and it shouldn't be a problem if she drinks a little less. It is really hard to find a daughter-in-law as sensible as Yu Wanchuan, but compared to the more professional Lu Tianshu, she immediately rejected it when she heard that Ma Xiaochang wanted to stew chicken soup.
She is a professional maternity nurse.
It is her duty to take good care of the mother and the baby, so she said it tactfully.
Auntie, madam can't drink the soup yet.
Her milk hasn't come in yet.
Drinking the milk soup now will not only not help but will hurt madam.
If it's too gentle, it may cause milk blockage, fever, and in severe cases, mastitis.
This is all passed down from the older generation. I really don't know. After hearing these words, Ma Xiaochang took a breath.
She looked at everyone and explained, I really wanted Wanchuan to take good care of herself, but I didn't expect it to be so harmful.
We were all like that back then.
Yu Wanchuan comforted her after hearing this, Mom, I know how good you are to me, thank you. Seeing that her daughter-in-law understood her, Ma Xiaochang stroked her hand and said, Wanchuan, we were different back then. If there's anything I do wrong, just tell me directly.
You all are all about raising children scientifically these days.
From now on, we'll do whatever you say about how to raise the baby.
Mom will listen to you on this matter. Thank you, Mom.
Yu Wanchuan smiled and thanked after hearing this. When she was pregnant, she watched a lot of videos of those old-fashioned mothers-in-law. Seeing her mother-in-law's attitude, she felt that she was the luckiest person.
If the milk-inducing soup can't be drunk, then make something else nutritious. Then Ma Xiaochang asked Lu Tianshu, what can my daughter-in-law drink now?
I'll make her something nutritious that she can drink. Lu Tianshu smiled and said, Auntie, the mother has just given birth and her stomach function is relatively weak.
You can make some food that is easy to digest. If you want to make soup, you can make crushing carp soup.
It can stimulate lactation and help your milk come in sooner so your baby can drink breast milk.
Oh, okay.
Ma Xiaochang nodded, said something to the young couple, and then took Fang Qingji back to his son's house to cook. Although private hospitals also have restaurants, the food prepared at home is cleaner and uses more ingredients, so Ma Xiaochang is hesitant to buy it from outside.
After the baby had eaten her fill, Fang Mu placed her in the crib.
He turned to look at Yu Wanchuan and said, Wife, you should get some sleep.
Yeah, okay.
The discharge time for normal delivery was early. Just 3 days later, Yu Wanchuan was able to be discharged from the hospital. Fang Mu completed the discharge procedures, and the group came out of the ward carrying large and small bags. Fang Mu was afraid that his wife would get hurt, so he wrapped her up tightly. It wasn't until he got in the car and stepped on the accelerator that he suddenly felt something was missing in the car.
After glancing around, Fang Mu hurriedly asked, Where's Xiao Yuyi? Who's holding her?
This sentence was like a bombshell that exploded all around, and everyone looked at each other.
Fang Mu realized that his baby girl was still lying in the stroller.
He immediately got out of the car and ran back to the ward at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, fearing that the bad guys would take his daughter away. Pushing open the door of the ward, little Yuyi was lying quietly in the stroller, as if the noise outside had nothing to do with her.
Fang Mu held his precious daughter in his arms with fear and murmured, Little Yuyi, Daddy forgot to take you away.
Sorry, I'm going home with Dad now.
Go back to our own little home.
In the car, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji complained to each other, You were the last one to leave.
I asked you if you had lost anything, and you said no. Your precious granddaughter is lying in the stroller and you can't see her. What are you doing with your eyes? Then you didn't see it either, so now you're blaming it on me? It was not until Fong Mu opened the car door and got in with the baby in his arms that the two stopped arguing. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the baby, and everyone felt guilty. Yu Wanchuan didn't even think about her precious daughter. Who would have thought that she was fine when she came, but would have to take care of a baby when she goes back? It's normal to forget. Fortunately, the baby has no memory yet, otherwise he would definitely remember it for the rest of his life. After returning home, Yu Wanchuan got out of the car alone. She recovered quickly from the natural birth, so she didn't feel any pain at all now. Fong Mu put the baby on the big bed and then started to move things out of the car. To be honest, although I only stayed in the hospital for 3 days, I brought a lot of things with me, almost my entire family. Chapter 79, Almost a Fallout Between Father and Son. Maybe the baby got used to the hospital these 2 days and was a little clingy after returning home. Maybe it's because the room is so big that I don't feel safe. As a dad, Fong Mu works hard and holds his caring little baby without any regrets. Lu Tianshu was responsible for preparing postpartum meals for Yu Wanchuan, while the elderly couple Fong Qingji serve as logistical support personnel, and they are always there wherever there is a need. The baby's eyes were not open when he was born. Now, after a few days, little Yuyi slowly opened his eyes. The little guy's eyes are round, maybe because he just woke up. Xiao Yuyi, you haven't woken up yet. Open your eyes and look at daddy. You said that all you do now is eat and sleep. You've become a complete slacker. You won't be able to find a boyfriend when you grow up like this. Fong Mu was just joking with his daughter, but Yu Wanchuan, who was lying on the bed, was not happy about it. Hubby, Xiao Yuyi is so young, all she does is eat and sleep. Besides, she's grown up. If she brings you a boyfriend one day, you won't have anywhere to cry. Are you still disgusted with our little baby this time? Fong Mu imagined the scene his wife described in his mind, and he felt his blood pressure rising. In his opinion, no handsome young man was worthy of his precious daughter. Don't mind. It would be better if you never find a boyfriend. I will support Xiao Yuyi for the rest of her life. I just saw that our daughter was busy sleeping, so I wanted to play with her. Wife, what do you think is going on in our daughter's little head? Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuan covered her mouth and smiled. How could I possibly know? But I know what she's thinking next. Seeing his wife's mysterious look, Fong Mu wondered, what are you thinking about next? It's time for your little Yuyi to drink milk. It's been almost 2 hours. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll start crying soon. Oh my god. Hearing this, Fong Mu instantly remembered that it was time for the baby to drink milk. I don't know if it's his daughter or all babies are like this, but every time she cries, she stops crying as soon as the pacifier is put to her mouth. Fong Mu has been busy these days. After a few days of observation, he has become confident in making milk powder and changing diapers. Now Yu Wanchuan's breast milk has not come in yet, so Xiao Yuyi can only drink the milk powder given by the system. Normally, breast milk from a normal birth will come out quickly. Some mothers will have milk to feed their babies in less than 3 hours. But it has been 3 days and there is still no movement from her. For example, mothers who have undergone cesarean section can still produce milk in about 3 days, and may even suffer from milk blockage due to not allowing the baby to suck in time. All I can say is that people are really different, babies are different too, not to mention the mothers of babies. Fong Mu put his baby daughter on the bed first, held the little one's chin with his hand, and with a slight force of his arm, the baby lay on Fong Mu's arm. The little guy was very small to begin with, and when Fong Mu held him like this, he was like a little chick, letting his father hold him in his arms. He just learned this way of holding a baby today. He said it is called airplane hold, and that babies will feel comfortable when held on the belly in this position. I saw him holding the baby in one hand and pouring water with the other, then adding 2 spoonfuls of milk powder. Now the baby has a big appetite, and 1 spoonful is not enough for Xiao Yuyi to drink. Looking at her chubby figure and the little flesh on her arms piled up in circles, you can tell that she has a good diet. Soon, Fong Mu prepared the milk powder and put the bottle into the little girl's mouth before she started crying. Just as the little guy finished drinking, there was a knock on the master bedroom door. After hearing the sound coming from the inner room, Fong Qingji pushed the door open and went in. Now his daughter-in-law is in confinement after giving birth, and it would not be a good idea for him as a father-in-law to go in rashly, so he is very sensible and always waits until others tell him to go in before entering. After coming in, he said with a smile, "Wanchuan, Xiaomu, lunch is ready, you can come out to eat." I know. Fong Mu answered while turning around.
The baby had been drinking for a while now, and he learned the technique of burping from Lu Tianshu. Then he picked up little Yui upright, let him lie on his back, and patted him with his bare hands. When Fang Qingji saw this, his brows furrowed and his face turned pale. Seeing his son clapping non-stop, a black line appeared on his forehead. He angrily walked up to his son, slapped Fang Mu on the back of the head, and then scolded him, "I'm not saying, how can you be a father? Why are you slapping my precious granddaughter so hard? I feel like you're just a stepfather, and you don't care about Xiao Yuti at all." After saying that, Fang Qingji snatched his precious granddaughter from Fang Mu's arms, looked at the little baby in his arms with heartache and said, "Granddaughter, your father was too harsh. Let's not let your dad hold you anymore, let grandpa hold you, okay?" When Fang Qingji saw the little girl pursing her lips, he thought that his eldest granddaughter had been wronged, and his anger grew even greater.
"Xiao Yuyi, did daddy hurt me? Grandpa will help you get revenge."
Pa. In the end, Fang Mushi received 3 slaps from his father on the back, but it didn't hurt. However, Fang Mu was still quite puzzled. "Dad, you are trying to sow discord between us."
Fang Qingji rolled his eyes after hearing this. "You just hit my eldest granddaughter so hard, I'm lucky I didn't make things worse. She's such a small child, why are you using so much force? Are you bullying us because we are young and can't talk?"
After hearing these words, Fang Mu grinned. No wonder his father slapped him a few times for no reason. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Then he quickly explained, "I was just burping my baby girl. Burping her after she finishes drinking milk will help get the air out of her stomach and make her feel better."
"Oh, Dad, you really wronged me. How could I bear to hit your precious granddaughter?" Fang Qingji looked up and down when he heard that. "Really? Were you really burping just now? Really? Why would I lie to you?" Fang Mu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why did he look like his stepfather? At this moment, the baby in Fang Qingji's arms suddenly made a sound, hiccup. Now that the baby was there to testify, he believed it, but he still gave instructions in a bad mood. "Just burp me, why are you using so much force? Xiao Yugi is still so young. What if you lose control of your strength and hurt us? Be gentler next time. If you still use such heavy hands, I will beat you up." Finally, Fang Qingji raised his arm to show Fang Mu a warning. Fang Mu saw this and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had used a very gentle blow, but the sound from his bare palm was very loud. God knows, how could he bear to use such harsh means on his sweet little girl? Later, Fang Mu did not explain because his father only believed what he saw. Really, the father and son almost turned against each other. I can only say that the relationship between generations is really too strong. Chapter 80. Everything looks green. In the restaurant, Yi Wanchuang's confinement meal had been prepared. It was a standard meal of 3 dishes and 1 soup, very light. Fang Mu supported his wife while carrying little Yuti out like a chicken. After a few days of rest and recuperation, Yi Wanchuang can walk by herself without any help. However, in the eyes of her husband, his wife is still too weak and needs to be taken good care of. What if her legs go weak and she falls? Yi Wanchuang could only be forced to accept Fang Mu's deep love. After settling his wife on the chair, Fang Mu carried little Yuyi to Ma Xiaochang. "Mom, what are we having for lunch?" "Stir-fried broccoli, stir-fried lettuce, stir-fried mushrooms with rapeseed." After hearing about the dishes mentioned above, Fang Mu was overwhelmed. Now everything he saw looked a little green. They eat green leafy vegetables every day and no meat at all. Could it be that they are all little white rabbits? Then he said tactfully, "Mom, Wan Shuang is in confinement after childbirth, and there are antenatal nurses making her confinement meals. We don't have to go through confinement, so why do we eat vegetable leaves every day? How about you make braised pork? Or shredded pork with Beijing sauce would be fine too. Boiled pork slices would be great too. What do you think?" Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang put the rapeseed into the pot and shook his head, "No." "Why?" Fang Mu didn't understand, and even Fang Qingji beside him wanted to know why. The food has been seriously deteriorating during this period, and he has lost 3 kilograms. If he loses any more weight, he will become unrecognizable. Ma Xiaochang looked at Yi Wanchuang, who was eating the confinement meal beside him, and then whispered to the 2 of them. Now Wan Shuang can only eat light food during her confinement period. She cannot eat anything greasy or spicy. If we make something spicy or greasy, she'll definitely want to eat it, and that won't affect her recovery.
So, if we don't let her think about it, Wan Shuang won't want to eat these things.
Awesome.
Fang Mu silently gave a thumbs up to his mother in his heart. She is definitely the best mother-in-law in the world. She treats the whole family very well for her daughter-in-law. For the sake of his wife's recovery, Fang Mu was the first to support his mother's idea. While eating, he looked at the stir-fried wheat and muttered to himself, "This is braised pork, this is braised pork." Maybe the hypnosis was successful, he really felt like he was eating meat. The weather is very good today. The warm sunshine in the bedroom makes me want to sleep very much. Fang Mu hugged his wife and took a good sleep, while the baby slept alone in the stroller. In his dream, Fang Mu returned to the day when his wife gave birth, and he was waiting anxiously outside the delivery room. Everything was so real that he could even feel the tension in the dream. I don't know how much time passed in the dream, but finally the door of the operating room was pushed open and the nurse came out holding a wrapped ball.
Is Yi Wanchuan's family here?
Here.
Hearing the call, Fang Mu stepped forward quickly.
When the nurse saw him, she smiled and said, "Congratulations, your wife has given birth to a son for you."
What? Fang Mu muttered to himself in confusion, isn't it a daughter? How did it become a son?
When the dream reached this point, Fang Muting sat up suddenly.
He didn't notice that he woke Yi Wanchuang up while standing up.
She opened her eyes drowsily and saw Fang Mu getting off the bed and walking to the stroller. At this time, Fang Mu opened the baby's diaper and saw it clearly, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground.
Fortunately, I didn't turn into a bird. Phew, I was scared to death. Seeing Fang Mu mumbling, Yi Wanchuang hurriedly asked, "Husband, what's wrong with you? Did Xiao Yuyi cry just now?" "No." Fang Mu shook his head and sat next to Yi Wanchuang.
Maybe it was because of the nightmare just now. He hugged his wife in his arms and complained in his heart.
"Wife, I just had a dream. I dreamed that you gave birth to a son for me. It was so scary. I'm still scared now."
Yi Wanchuang smiled when she heard this. "I was wondering why you got up."
"Are you afraid that your daughter will become a son?" Fang Mu nodded.
"I'm just afraid that the dream is real and you really gave birth to a son."
"I would be heartbroken." Yi Wanchuan smiled and said, "Why, if I had given birth to a son, wouldn't you have been happy?" "I'm willing."
Fang Mu continued, "But now my daughter has become a son and I don't want to. I still want my sweet little cotton padded jacket. Before giving birth, I thought it didn't matter whether it was a boy or a girl. It's just that girls are so cute, and sons are too naughty. Girls are better."
Even Fang Mu didn't realize that he has become a daughter slave.
The first thing he sees when he wakes up in the morning is his daughter. He looks at her more than 10 times a day and feels itchy when he can't see her for a while. Yi Wanchuan couldn't imagine what Fang Mu would do if his daughter grew up and went to kindergarten, school, or went on a long trip.
Maybe he would become a daughter-watching stone.
After saying that, Fang Mu suddenly leaned forward and whispered in Yi Wanchuang's ear, "Wife, a daughter alone is a bit lonely, so you should give her a child to keep her company."
"Hate it."
Yi Wanchuang said shyly, then gently pushed Fang Mu. I can't do that right after giving birth, husband, please bear with it."
"I know." Fang Mu nodded and kissed his wife on the forehead.
"When your body allows, your husband will try his best to make you pregnant with twins at once." After saying that, Fang Mu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It would be even better if I could have triplets, but quadruplets is also something I could consider."
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan said coquettishly, "You treat me like a sow, giving birth to so many piglets? Hee, we should be bold in our thinking and actions. What if you get pregnant with 5 babies at once?" Yi Wanchuan couldn't imagine it.
She quickly hugged her husband and lay back on the bed.
"Go to sleep. You can dream about anything."
Shortly after that, when Xiao Yuyi was less than 3 years old, Fang Mu, through his unremitting efforts, and Yi Wanchuan successfully gave birth to quintuplets, 4 daughters and 1 son, which meant that they now had both sons and daughters. Fang Mu had just laid down when he heard the crying of little Yuyi from the stroller next to him. Hearing his daughter crying, he didn't dare to delay for a moment. He quickly got out of bed and came to his daughter's side.
The little guy was crying loudly. Hearing the cry, Fang Mu knew without hesitation that the baby was hungry. Now Fang Mu has been trained. He quickly prepares the milk and puts it into the baby's mouth.
I have to say that Fang Mu felt quite satisfied as the little guy gulped down the milk. After all, it was the milk he made himself. After the little guy had eaten and drunk his fill, he burped. After a few days, he finally opened his eyes, his beautiful dark eyes looking blankly in front of him. Seeing this, Fang Mu said with a smile, "Xiao Yuyi, this is our home. Next to you is Mom, I am Dad, call me Daddy."
Chapter 81 Xiao Yuyi Sunbathing.
In the blink of an eye, half of Yi Wanshuang's confinement period has passed. During this period, her breast milk finally came out, but it was so little that it could be said that it was almost the same as having no milk at all. People say breast milk is good, and she also wants to give her child the best, but there is no way out. Recently, Yi Wanshuang has been frequently searching online for milk-inducing soups, hoping to produce more breast milk. "I drank pig's trotter soup, chicken soup, loofah and egg soup, and crushing carp soup, but none of them helped." She was extremely envious when she saw other sisters who had given birth making milk-inducing soup according to the instructions in the video and found that after drinking it, milk flowed out like a faucet. "My crops are obviously not smaller than others, so why is the output so pitifully low? What went wrong?" Seeing Yi Wanshuang was worried about the breast milk problem, Fang Mu quickly comforted her, "Wife, if you don't have it, then you don't have it. Babies who drink milk powder can still grow up to be plump and white. Don't think too much, being happy is the most important thing."
"Yeah." Yi Wanshuang nodded.
After all, this thing cannot be forced, so if it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. Seeing that the baby had grown taller than when he was born, she felt much better. At this time, Xiao Yuyi, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly frowned, and then her little mouth twitched, and she was about to cry out in the next second. Seeing this, Yi Wanshuang hurriedly called out to Fang Mu, "Husband, your precious little girl is about to cry.
Here she comes."
Fang Mu heard the voice and hurried over, holding little Yuyi in his arms. In fact, it's not that Yi Wanshuang doesn't want to hold the baby, but that she simply doesn't know how to hold it. She is now a new mother and has no experience. Since the birth of the child, Fang Mu and her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang wanted their daughter-in-law to rest more and not be too tired, so she has not held the child yet, but this does not affect her love for her baby daughter. People say that holding a baby will cause back pain, so several people basically avoided this problem during the confinement period. Now, Yi Wanshuang wanted to secretly hug the baby, but she was afraid of hurting her, so she didn't dare to do it. She was very shocked to see that little Yuyi stopped crying after her husband comforted her gently. After a moment, she gave Fang Mu a thumbs up and said, "Hubby, you are so awesome."
No, Fang Mu said modestly.
Although there is a nanny at home, he still doesn't feel comfortable leaving the child in the care of outsiders. Since the birth of his child, Fang Mu has shouldered the responsibility of taking care of the baby.
He has now been trained to be a qualified father.
I saw him skillfully feeding the baby and changing diapers.
The whole process was done in one go and he looked like he was enjoying it.
At this moment, a mechanical system prompt sounded in Fang Mu's head.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing 100 feedings. Your intimacy with your baby has reached 95%.
Reward, master level touching skill. As soon as the system finished speaking, many massage techniques flooded into Fang Mu's mind.
He knew every acupuncture point of the baby so clearly that he could find them with his eyes closed. However, Fang Mu was rather puzzled by the intimacy value the system had just mentioned.
He casually asked, "System, what is the intimacy value used for?" After hearing this, the system replied, "The intimacy value shows how much your baby depends on you.
For example, when a baby cries, it's very effective for the host to comfort the baby, but since there's little emotional connection between the baby and the mother's comforting effect will be very poor."
"Oh, I see."
Fang Mu nodded, then contentedly scratched the tip of the baby's nose and said with a smile, "It seems that Daddy's coaxing of our little Yuyi was not in vain. She is closest to Daddy, right?" Wow, at this time, the baby in my arms opened his mouth and yawned, which meant he was sleepy again. But in Fang Mu's opinion, this is his beloved daughter's response to him, she is closest to her father. After the baby wakes up, he may be covered with sweat because the quilt is too thick.
There was no other way. Grandpa and Grandma always felt that their precious granddaughter was cold when she slept, so they covered her with another layer. By the time Fang Mu discovered it, the baby had already woken up from the heat. The old couple meant well, but Fang Mu later explained to them that babies have a fast metabolism and are most afraid of heat, so they don't need to be covered too much. Perhaps realizing their mistake, the old couple nodded in shame. The baby was now covered in sweat.
Taking advantage of the good weather, Fang Mu filled a basin of water and placed it next to the floor-to-ceiling window.
"The weather is nice, so I can take a bubble bath and get rid of my jaundice."
Then Fang Mu took off Xiao Yuyi's clothes and put her on a bathing backrest, so that the baby could lie down and take a bath, which was very safe. Afraid that the baby's belly would catch a cold, he covered Xiao Yuyi's belly with a towel and splashed water on it from time to time. Little Yuyi was taking a simple bath, surrounded by onlookers, some of whom were holding their mobile phones to film the baby leisurely taking a bath. Fang Mu warned, "Don't spread our Xiao Yuyi's bathing photos around. After all, she's a little girl." Maybe she was very comfortable. Little Yuyi lay in the bathtub very obediently, and from time to time she looked at the group of people holding mobile phones next to her with puzzled eyes. The little baby was very confused. What are they holding? They've been holding it for so long, aren't they tired? When the water was not too hot, Fang Mu wrapped the little guy in a bath towel and put him on the changing table. After taking a shower, it's a good time to try out the skill that the system just gave me touch. Then, Fang Mu poured the baby-specific massage oil into his palms and rubbed them to warm them up, then stroked the back, calves, and feet bit by bit. Maybe it was because Dada's massage skills were so good, little Yuyi was enjoying it so much that she couldn't even lift her eyelids. She lay down, and when Fang Mu stroked her back, the little one fell asleep. For the first time, Xiao Yuyi slept on her stomach, and it seemed that the massage was really comfortable. After seeing this, Yu Wanchuang couldn't help but give Fang Mu a thumbs up. "Husband, how come you were so awesome? Our precious daughter fell asleep comfortably. Where did you learn that? There are many massage tutorials on the internet." Fang Mu replied casually. After all, no matter how well the videos teach, they are definitely not as good as those taught by the system. Yu Wanchuang had been observing Fang Mu's performance during this period. Seeing her husband covering their baby daughter with a quilt, she stretched out her finger and pulled her husband to her side with emotion. "Hubby, it's great to marry you. You're such a good father. Seeing how much you care about your baby, I really want to give birth to a few more for you. This way our home will be lively and bustling. It's a good idea." Fang Mu was excited when he heard these words. He smiled and said, "Honey, you said you wanted to have more children. I didn't force you. How about this? It's not too many. Calabash Brothers has 7 brothers, so you should give me 7 too. I'll take them to find Grandpa when the time comes." Chapter 82, The Surprise Prepared by Mother-in-Law and Father-in-Law. My daughter-in-law is about to leave the confinement period, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law have to prepare some gifts for her and the baby. That day, after breakfast in the morning, Ma Xiaochang pulled Fang Mu to his side. "Son, your father and I are going out today, so the burden of taking care of Wan Shuang and the baby will fall on you." "No problem." Fang Mu nodded and continued, "What are you going out for with my dad? Could it be that you want to spend some time alone together? You're just a kid, stop asking questions." Ma Xiaochang rolled his eyes when he heard that, then went back to the house to pack up. After changing their clothes and carrying their bags, the old couple went out. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yu Wanchuan came to Fang Mu and asked, "Honey, are my parents out?" Fang Mu smiled and nodded, "Yeah, maybe he went to celebrate some anniversary. He's been so secretive and won't tell me even when I asked." "Oh." Yu Wanchuan pouted, "It's great to be able to go out. I want to go out too." Fang Mu knew that his wife had stayed at home long enough, but there were still a few days before she was due to leave the confinement period, so he had to persevere, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. Then, he comforted her, "Wife, there are still 3 days left, just hold on. When the time comes, I'll go wherever you want to go. If you want spicy noodles or hot pot, you can eat whatever you want and enjoy it to your heart's content." He, really? After hearing what her husband said, her eyes sparkled with stars, and she could already imagine the scene of herself eating and drinking to her heart's content in her mind. At the same time, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji came to a large shopping mall in the center of Magic City. Entering the first floor, you will see shops selling jewelry, gold, and other accessories. Ma Xiaochang saw a jewelry store with relatively high-end decoration and walked in. When the salesperson saw the customer coming in, he greeted her with a smile, "Hello, welcome. What can I do for you?" Ma Xiaochang looked around and asked politely, "I want to see the gold bracelet the baby is wearing." After hearing this, the salesperson smiled and said, "Sure, no problem, please follow me." Then the old couple followed. During the process, the salesperson enthusiastically asked, "How many months is the baby? Is it a boy or a girl?" Ma Xiaochang replied with a smile, "It's almost 1 month old, a girl." "Oh, girls are good, they are sweet and sensible. Auntie, you are so lucky to have a granddaughter at such a young age." He. Ma Xiaochang smiled and agreed. Soon, the salesperson brought the two to a large cabinet, and when they looked down, they saw small gold bracelets inside. There are many styles and varieties, and maybe because they are small, they look delicate and cute. Uncle, Aunt, you two take a look at the styles first, and I'll show you whichever one you like.
Okay.
Ma Xiaochang nodded, quickly pointed to a pair of small gold bracelets in the middle and said, I want to see this.
No problem.
The salesperson took the jewelry tray next to him and placed the small gold bracelet on it.
Auntie, you have a good taste.
This little bracelet is the latest design this year. The classic round bracelet shape is engraved with the Tibetan word He Lotus, full of good wishes.
I wish your baby health, happiness, and good fortune.
Our bracelet is made of antique materials and has a push-pull design, which allows for adjustable size and is very convenient. Newborn babies have very delicate skin, so this product is skin-friendly and not prone to allergies, highlighting its exquisite texture.
Yeah.
Ma Xiaochang nodded, feeling very satisfied, but she still asked her husband for his opinion.
Old Fong, what do you think of this bracelet for our eldest granddaughter?
Okay, it's pretty good.
After replying, Fong Qingji looked at the salesperson and asked, Is this the best bracelet?
Yes.
The salesperson nodded and complimented, or I should say that Auntie has a very good taste. She picked the best one at first sight. If it were someone else, they might not have such good eyesight. He. Ma Xiaochang laughed out loud when he was praised.
Anyone else would be happy if they stopped to receive praise. Then, he waved his hand and said, Please wrap this little bracelet for me.
Okay. The salesperson nodded and continued to ask, Auntie, do you need anything else?
I'm looking at the longevity lock.
Okay, Uncle and Aunt, come here with me.
In less than 10 minutes, the small longevity lock was chosen. This was the first time the old couple was so happy to buy something, probably because they were buying it for their precious granddaughter. They didn't care about the price and just wanted to buy the best. If you are going to spend $300 to $500 and still have to bargain for the price, consider whether it is worth it. As expected, the love of grandpa and grandma is like a flood, very fierce. Soon, the small bracelet and the longevity lock were wrapped up, and Ma Xiaochang ran to the jewelry cabinet to take a look. The gift for the eldest granddaughter has been bought, but the old couple still don't know what to buy for their daughter-in-law. Looking at the bracelets in the cabinet, Ma Xiaochang thought to himself, how about buying a bracelet for Wanshuang too? Knowing that jade can nourish people, she called the salesperson and said, I'd also like to see this jade bracelet.
Can you take it out?
Of course, Auntie. The salesperson said with a smile that the more the customers bought, the more commission she would get, and she hoped that the two of them would buy more and look more.
Ma Xiaochang chose a light green jadeite, which is very transparent and looks gentle and generous. Seeing this, the salesperson recommended, Auntie, this bracelet doesn't show your temperament. This dark green jade bracelet is more suitable for you.
Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not going to wear it, I want to buy it for my daughter-in-law.
Oh, so that's how it is. The salesperson nodded. The style you have on your hand would be perfect for your daughter-in-law.
Then she started to compliment him, You are such a kind mother-in-law.
You chose such an expensive bracelet for your daughter-in-law. I'm so lucky to be your daughter-in-law.
Ma Xiaochang smiled slightly. In fact, it was her blessing to have a sensible daughter-in-law like Wanshuang.
Please wrap this for me too. Okay, please wait a moment.
A moment later, 3 packaging boxes were placed in front of Ma Xiaochang.
Auntie, the bracelet is 12,892.
I'll round off the price for you and charge you 12,800. The longevity lock is 9,864, and I'll charge you 9,008.
The jade bracelet is 88,683. I'll round off the number for you, so the total is 100 and 200 yuan. Yeah.
Ma Xiaochang nodded, then took out his bank card and soon received the payment information. After picking up the 3 packaging bags, the old couple returned home. It must be said that today was the most comfortable day for them to spend money. After all, the old couple, who are used to saving money, only feel that the money is worth spending when they buy things for people they care about. Maybe most relatives and elders are like this.
Chapter 83 is over. My parents are working hard behind my back.
Before 10:30, the sound of a door opening was heard at the door. When Fang Mu saw his parents coming back, he walked over to them in confusion and asked, Why did you come back so soon?
Why don't we go out for a walk, watch a movie, and enjoy some time together as a couple? What's the point of enjoying a world of two?
After hearing this, Ma Xiaochang was a little confused. The two were not going out to play, they were going to do serious business.
Seeing his mother's reaction, Fang Mu wondered, Weren't you celebrating some anniversary? What anniversary?
We didn't go out to have fun, we went out to do something serious.
What's the serious matter? Tell me about it.
Fang Mu looked gossipy, but Ma Xiaochang didn't want to pay any attention to his son at all. He walked towards his room with his bag. When leaving this morning, Fang Mu saw his mother carrying a shoulder bag. When she came back, the bag was full, so it must have been filled with something. After following his mother back to the room, he snatched the bag while Ma Xiaochang was not paying attention.
Hey! What are you doing grabbing my bag, you prodigal son? Give it to me now. No, I want to see what's in the bag. Fang Mu proudly opened the bag in front of Ma Xiaochang.
Seeing his son's serious look, Ma Xiaochang quickly closed the door of the guest bedroom, fearing that Ji Wanchuan would see it. After all, this was a gift she prepared for her daughter-in-law in advance. If she saw it now, it would not be a surprise.
Fang Mu didn't notice his mother's behavior, his entire attention was on the bag.
After opening it, I saw 3 packaging bags from a gold shop.
Mom, what are these? Since his son has seen it, Ma Xiaochang will not hide it anymore.
As she opened it, she complained unhappily, "This is a postpartum gift your father and I prepared for Xiao Yudi and Wanshuang. You, this wasteful thing, almost got seen by Wanshuang."
Fang Mu nodded. Oh, so this is what you went out to buy today? Not so good.
You almost ruined the surprise I prepared, and you still have the nerve to say that. In response to his mother's complaints, Fang Mu grinned and said, "It's his mother's fault for being so mysterious. You have to know that the Chinese people's love for watching fun and gossip is ingrained in their nature." However, he quickly reacted and looked at his mother with a reproachful look.
Why didn't you tell me when you and my dad prepared a gift?
So you guys have prepared a lot, so I won't have anything to give you when the time comes.
Really? Mom and dad are secretly working hard just to get their son to do something. If your daughter-in-law gets angry because I didn't give her a gift, you are the culprit.
After hearing what his son said, Ma Xiaochang was speechless. After all, what his son said made a lot of sense. Ma Xiaochang, who had been so high and mighty, judging everything, softened instantly.
Mom didn't think about it.
She was only thinking about preparing gifts for them. Now that you've discovered it, hurry up and prepare.
There's still time. Okay then. Fang Mu nodded, thinking about what gift to prepare. At the same time, Yi Wanchuan couldn't find her water cup. Her brain wasn't working well lately.
She couldn't remember where she had put the things she had just put down in the blink of an eye.
Could it be that pregnancy really makes people stupid for 3 years? She searched the whole house but couldn't find Fang Mu.
It was only after her father-in-law Fang Qingji reminded her that she pushed open the door of the guest bedroom.
Husband? Yeah.
The moment Fang Mu saw Yi Wanchuan, his mind went blank. After 2 or 3 seconds of buffering, he hurriedly hid the 3 jewelry boxes behind his bag. Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang stood in front of his son to protect him and said with a smile, "Wanchuan, what's wrong?"
It's okay. Yi Wanchuan shook her head and then asked in confusion, "Honey, what was that red box just now?" Huh? What red box? There's no red box here. Fang Mu waved his hands awkwardly, then pulled Yi Wanchuan out of the guest bedroom.
He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be exposed.
After coming out, he looked at his wife and asked, "Wife, what do you want from me?" Yi Wanchuan smiled bitterly and said, "I can't find my water cup.
I remember putting it here, but I looked everywhere and couldn't find it." Fang Mu heard this and comforted him, "I'll find it for you, don't worry." Then he looked around and found the cup on the bedside table.
Fang Mu quickly handed the cup to Yi Wanchuan and said, "I found it. Here you go."
She saw the scene clearly, and now she was complaining in her heart, "Strange, I just looked on the bedside table, and there was nothing.
It's over. Is there something wrong with my brain and eyes?" Fang Mu was very aware of his wife's recent behavior of frequently losing things.
He could only try his best to comfort her, as a woman in labor should not let her mind run wild. Seeing his wife still puzzled, he quickly pulled Yi Wanchuan to his side and said, "Wife, maybe you just didn't pay attention just now.
It's not that my brain isn't working properly. Stop imagining it, I'm here for you.
If you can't find anything, just call your husband, and he will find it for you and give it to you."
My husband is still the best. Yi Wanchuan threw herself into Fang Mu's arms with emotion.
She had to say, it felt so good to have a husband. Fang Mu opened the gifts his parents prepared for his wife and daughter and took a look at them. There were small gold bracelets, a safety lock, and a jade bracelet.
Now the question is, What should I give myself as a gift? Fang Mu thought about this problem all night but couldn't figure it out.
Just when he finished telling the story to his baby daughter, the system prompt sounded in his head.
Ding!
The system detected that the host was telling a story to the baby, and the baby's happiness value reached 90%. The system rewards a large cashback card, which is only valid for one purchase. To prevent the host from taking advantage of you, you can only buy what you need and not make large purchases.
The minimum usage amount of the large cashback card is 50 million, and the cashback multiplier is 2.
After the system finished speaking, Fang Mu couldn't help but give it a thumbs up.
This system was really rigorous and completely blocked his way.
When he heard about large cashback cards, the first thought in his head was to buy all the expensive ones home. After all, the system not only pays for it, but also gives rewards.
What a big abuse! This is like a pie falling from the sky. Anyone who doesn't pick it up is crazy. It's like the system is a worm in my stomach, adding some more requirements.
Although I can't make a lot of money from the system, it's still pretty good. Since the system gave him a large cashback card, he would not be polite. Since I don't know what to buy, I'll go to the most expensive shopping mall in Magic City tomorrow to see if there is anything my wife and daughter need. After making the decision, Fang Mu stopped thinking about the gift and went to bed so that he would have the energy to spend money tomorrow.
Chapter 84 Wife, please bear with me for 2 more days. Today is still 2 days away from the end of the confinement period.
Before leaving, Fang Mu fed his baby daughter and coaxed her to sleep. When he left, he kissed Xiao Yuyi on the forehead before reluctantly leaving the master bedroom. He came to Ma Xiaochang and said, "Mom, I have to go out for something.
Your precious granddaughter has eaten and is now asleep.
She will probably sleep for about 2 hours.
I will be back then. Just in case, you'd better keep an eye on it."
"Okay, go ahead and don't worry."
Ma Xiaochang nodded.
He would definitely do his best to take care of his precious granddaughter.
Then, Fang Mu went to the door to put on his clothes.
At this time, Yu Wanshuang just came out of the master bedroom. She had been staying at home for too long and was thinking about going out all the time. When she saw her husband getting dressed to go out, she immediately ran up to him and begged him.
"Hubby, where are you going? I want to go with you.
I feel like I'm going crazy staying home.
Just take me with you."
When Fang Mu saw his wife coming out and acting coquettishly towards him, he smiled and refused without hesitation. "No, honey, you'll be out of confinement in 2 days.
Don't let me down at this critical moment. Be good, honey, you better stay home. When you can go out again, I'll take you wherever you want to go."
Just now, Yu Wanshuang saw her husband smiling at her. She thought she would have a chance if she went out, but she didn't expect her husband to directly refuse her.
She felt very disappointed.
Seeing his wife was very disappointed, he made up an excuse and said, "I'm going out because there are some things at the company that need my attention."
"You just gave birth and you're already running around with me. What if you're wearing yourself out?"
"Wife, bear with it for 2 more days, be good." At this time, Fang Mu winked at his mother, and Ma Xiaochang immediately understood what he meant when he saw it. Judging from the way his son is doing, he must be preparing a surprise for his daughter-in-law.
If Wanshuang had gone there, we would have known.
Then, she pulled Yu Wanshuang's arm and agreed, "Xiaomu is right, Wanshuang, don't take your body lightly.
Confinement is a tradition passed down by our ancestors, so there must be a reason for it.
There are only 2 days left, it's not long, just be patient and it will pass. When you're ready to leave confinement, if Xiaomu doesn't take you with him, Mom will be the first to disagree." After hearing what her mother-in-law said, Yu Wanshuang nodded and said, "Okay." Then she looked at Fang Mu and instructed, "Husband, go early and come back early."
"I understand." Fang Mu put on his clothes and left home.
He drove the car, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight for the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. Maybe he wanted to finish his work and go back to take care of his baby daughter as soon as possible, so he drove very fast on the way and arrived in less than 20 minutes. Arriving at the shopping mall, Fang Mu looked around.
Large cashback cards had minimum requirements, so they couldn't be used to buy ordinary things.
After thinking about it, he finally came to the jewelry store. His mother bought a small gold bracelet, a longevity lock and a jade bracelet, so he just had to avoid these. After making up his mind, Fang Mu came to a magnificent jewelry store. Just by looking at the decoration, he knew that this store must be powerful, so it must have good products. At that time, there were many people choosing jewelry in the store. Some were looking at wedding rings, some were looking at silver necklaces, and some were looking at 3 or 5 gold wedding items.
To save time, Fang Mu directly asked the oncoming salesperson, "Where are your most expensive jewelry?" The sound was neither loud nor soft, just enough to reach everyone's ears. The bride-to-be, who was choosing the 3 golds for her wedding, was so attracted by Fang Mu that she almost went up to him to ask for his contact information. Seeing the other person's big tone, he immediately said enviously, "Oh my god, so manly. This man is not only handsome and rich, but also fair and just." Seeing his fiancée looking at Fang Mu with an infatuated look on his face, the man clenched his fists angrily and muttered softly, "Bah! Such a show-off, what a show-off! Look at his clothes, there's not even a well-known brand on them. It's obvious he's faking it. I guess you're not as rich as me. At least I'm wearing Adidas, and the whole outfit costs over 1,000. Next to them was a fat man wearing a big gold chain and a big watch, hugging a petite woman and choosing a jewel necklace. Dressed like a nouveau riche, he was looking at rubies worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Add to that the flattery and fawning of the salesperson, and he felt extremely satisfied. When he heard the young man enter the jewelry store and asked to see the most expensive jewelry, his face was full of disdain. He patted his clothes and kindly stepped forward to remind him, "Young man, the most expensive jewelry in this store is worth tens of millions. Can you afford it? You didn't say it wrong just now. You were asking about the cheapest jewelry, right?" The nouveau riche pointed to the farthest cabinet with a self-righteous look. "Look, right there. Those silver necklaces and silver earrings are only 100 or 200. You can definitely afford them." Fang Mu pushed him aside and walked forward, saying expressionlessly, "I'm right. I want the most expensive one. I don't even like cheap ones." Then he looked at the salesperson beside him and continued, "Please take me to see it." "Oh, okay. The saleswoman nodded bewilderedly. After all, it wouldn't hurt to look at the jewelry, so she enthusiastically led the way. Seeing Fang Mu's nonchalant demeanor, the upstart sneered, "I'm just giving you a kind reminder, but you don't even appreciate it. I want to see how a poor young man like you can afford such expensive jewelry. Don't be kicked out because you can't pay. That would be embarrassing." Fang Mu ignored him. After all, it would be better to go back and hug his precious little cotton padded jacket than to waste time talking to such a person. Soon, the salesperson took Fang Mu to a luxurious cabinet where there were ruby necklaces and sapphire necklaces. The gemstone necklaces displayed here are not of the same quality as those that the nouveau riche see. What they see are just broken diamonds and scraps. The ones displayed in luxury counters are high-end goods. My wife Yuan Shuang has fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and a swan neck. Any necklace looks good on her. As the saying goes, the most expensive is the best, which is absolutely true. So, Fang Mu asked directly, "Which one here has the highest price?" "The highest one," the salesperson asked doubtfully, while internally muttering, "You're not really going to buy it, are you? But this outfit doesn't look like something you can afford." Since the customer asked, she would answer. At worst, if the customer thought it was too expensive, she would just recommend something cheaper. Then, the salesperson pointed to the pink gemstone necklace hanging in the middle, on the necklace holder, and said, "Sir, this is our store's most valuable treasure. It's called Romantic Star, and the price is 123.2 million. Chapter 85, It's so frustrating that I didn't get any advantage from the system. This necklace features a rose-shaped oval pink gemstone in the center, weighing 59.6 grams. It has excellent clarity, polish, and very good symmetry. The salesperson introduced the unique features of this romantic star one by one, but Fang Mu didn't pay attention and was only immersed in the diamond necklace. After a moment, he nodded in approval. "Yeah, not bad, very nice, my wife will probably like it." The salesperson smiled and replied, "No girl can resist a diamond necklace. If there is, it's definitely because the diamonds on it are too small and not bright enough." Fang Mu smiled slightly, nodded, and then replied, "Well, I am very satisfied with this necklace. Please help me pack it." "Well, okay." The salesperson responded lightly. After a moment, she suddenly realized what Fang Mu said and said in disbelief, "First, sir, do you really want to buy this romantic star necklace? This is a diamond worth 123.2 million. It's not a small sum. Why don't you think about it?" The upstart had been paying attention to Fang Mu's situation and heard everything the two had just said clearly. Although the pink diamond necklace was very beautiful, no one asked about the price, not even the nouveau riche. Knowing that he couldn't afford it, why bother worrying about it? However, he saw that Fang Mu was dressed like a poor student, so how could he have so much money?
Seeing that he insisted on taking on the job even though he didn't have the necessary skills, the nouveau riche couldn't help but walk up to him and mock him.
Little brother, just look at the jewel necklace. Can you afford it? I'm telling you, you can't even come up with a fraction of 100,000, and yet you're dreaming of buying a necklace worth over 100 million? That's just wishful thinking. Little brat, go back to where you came from. This place is not something you can get your hands on.
Fong Mu frowned when he heard these words, puzzled.
Strange.
This mall clearly doesn't allow dogs in, so why can I still hear stray dogs barking? When the people around heard it, they covered their mouths and tried to hold back their laughter.
It's quite an apt description.
Although the upstart's words were rather harsh, no one present doubted Fong Mu's ability.
This man is so young, can he really come up with so much money at once? I think he's just here to brag. It's a wonder he can afford it. At this time, someone in the crowd said something in opposition. Hey! Who knows, maybe he can actually afford it. You know the pants he's wearing? They're custom made.
I saw online that high-quality, hand-knitted fabrics cost over $1,000,000 per meter, and they're still in short supply.
Not everyone can afford them. I'm really looking forward to the moment when he takes out his card. It's bound to be so cool.
After hearing this, the nouveau riche said with certainty, impossible, you must be dazzled, he can't possibly afford it.
Those pants look no different from ordinary pants to me. Do you understand? If you don't talk nonsense here.
Seeing the nouveau riche's rude expression, the girl who had just finished speaking shut up, but she still grumbled in her heart, isn't it just that I envy him for being young and handsome, while I am fat and big-eared, and the only thing I can show off is the dazzling gold on my body? I want to see how you can still stand here after someone buys it.
Fong Mu was too lazy to argue with everyone.
After all, having strength means having strength, and no matter how he pretends, it will not change this fact. Then, he said very seriously, I'm sure you'll buy this necklace.
Wrap it up for me. Okay. The saleswoman nodded.
Her hands were shaking with excitement and her heart was beating wildly.
There is no other reason, the main reason is that the price of this necklace is really outrageous. She can earn more than 1 million in commission alone.
The salesperson was so excited that she instantly became a millionaire and wanted to run naked 3 times. At the same time, the colleagues around looked at the salesperson with great envy. They all regretted in their hearts why they did not run up to greet the man when he entered the store. If I were the one receiving the guests, then the pie would fall on me.
Women's jealousy is sometimes very scary.
When they see that such a big order is not theirs, they even sneer in their hearts.
Tisk, even though I said I'd buy it, anything could happen until I pay.
Not everyone can come up with a cash flow of over 100 million yuan at once, otherwise he wouldn't be able to buy the necklace. The boy is quite handsome, but he has a serious brain problem and should see a psychiatrist.
Fong Mu did not hear these doubts. He just took out his bank card and handed it over in a smooth motion. Swipe the card. Okay, please wait a moment.
The salesperson excitedly took the card to the POS machine. Her heart rate had not dropped at this moment. Because once the swipe is successful, it means that her commission of more than 1 million is set in stone. She prayed in her heart, God bless, God bless. At this moment, everyone in the store focused their attention on the POS machine, and everyone stared at it intently. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, the salesperson swiped it lightly. In less than a second, the pleasant sound of money being credited echoed throughout the jewelry store. Zhen Duo received 123.2 million. The salesperson was the happiest to hear this voice, after all, she was the beneficiary. Then she took small steps to Fong Mu and said, Sir, please keep your card. At that time, everyone had not yet reacted to the sound of the money being credited.
I just authenticated a transaction worth hundreds of millions. Oh my god, I'm really accomplished.
Oh my god, their bank cards can really handle so much money, while my bank card can only handle 3,000 at most.
That's the difference. What right do I have to laugh at them?
The nouveau riche covered his head with his hands, his face filled with disbelief. This is unscientific.
How can he afford it? Why can he afford it? He really can afford it.
The nouveau riche was devastated. Nini murmured as she walked out of the jewelry store. In the end, only the beautiful woman beside her was left admiring the gold necklace she had just chosen worth over 200,000 yuan.
Hey, don't leave. Who will pay if you leave? Honey, wait for me. Now the jewelry store has finally quieted down. Fang Mu successfully made everyone shut up with his strength.
Sir, your necklace has been packed.
Please keep it. Yeah. Fang Mu nodded.
At this time, he also received the double reward amount sent by the system. Suddenly he realized that the system had previously stated that the purchase could only be made once, so no matter how much he needed it, there would be no such benefit if he bought it a second time. I have bought a gift for my wife, but I haven't chosen a gift for my daughter yet. If I pay for $1, the double reward will also be $1. Now Fang Mu feels like he has missed out on hundreds of millions of dollars. It's really sad that he didn't get any advantage from the system. Chapter 86, A Cup of Milk Tea, No Pearls, No Milk Tea. Just as he was about to leave the store, Fang Mu noticed a variety of small jade ornaments on the cabinet next to him. He was originally planning to go shopping in the mall to look for a gift for his precious daughter. Now it seemed like something far away was right in front of him. Fang Mu shouted towards the inside, "Please help me take out the things in here so I can take a look."
Okay. Here I come. No problem.
When the salesperson in the store heard Fang Mu's voice, he ran over without caring whether he had finished serving customers or not.
There's no way around it.
The things these people buy are worth only a few 100,000 yuan at most, while Fang Mu spends hundreds of millions at a time.
There's no comparison at all.
Even if tens of millions are sold from my own hands, the commission will be hundreds of thousands. It would be strange if I am not jealous.
Xiaohong is the salesperson who just served Fang Mu.
She ran too slowly just now. When he saw so many people in front of him, he quietly stepped aside. Seeing this, Fang Mu waved at her and said, "Can you help me get it?" The meaning of this statement was so obvious that the other sales clerks reluctantly stepped aside after hearing it. There was even one person who unbuttoned his clothes to his groin, but when he saw that it was useless, he walked away with his but twisted. Of course. Xiaohong walked forward with a smile on her face when she heard this, and then took out the small ornaments from the cabinet.
The service is the same for everyone. Fang Mu will place an order if he likes it, but the commission is not the same for everyone.
When Fang Mu first entered the store, some people didn't want to serve him because of his ordinary clothes, and they would probably have to talk their heads off to buy something that cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars. He didn't want to let these profit-seeking people earn the commission for nothing.
Xiaohong provided good service and she deserved the commission. Xiaohong placed the small ornaments on a sponge tray. She looked at Fang Mu in confusion and asked, "Sir, excuse me, who did you buy these for?" "My daughter." When Fang Mu answered, the figure of Xiao Yuyi unconsciously appeared in his mind, and even the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously.
Although he had been separated from his daughter for less than an hour, it felt like so much time. Seeing Fang Mu's doting eyes when he talked about his daughter, Xiaohong said, "Sir, if you want to buy something for your daughter, I recommend you choose from here, such as the longevity lock, the pass-through lock, the peace lock, the jade gourd, and the baby Buddha. Longevity locks like this can help children lock their lives, ward off evil spirits and avoid disasters, and help them grow up healthily. Lulutong means that life is smooth and everything goes well, and the fact that it can turn back and forth symbolizes a steady flow of wealth. The shape of the ping and ko is flat and smooth, similar to ancient copper coins, which can ward off disasters and evil spirits and ensure safe travel." Xiaohong explained one by one, and Fang Mu felt good after listening to her, thinking that they were all good for the baby.
He looked at these small ornaments and said calmly, "Pack them all up. I want them all."
"What?" Xiaohong was just as surprised to hear Fang Mu say these words as she was to hear him want to buy the romantic star necklace. She covered her mouth and said in disbelief, "Sir, it's not too late for me to make a decision after I tell you the price.
Although these are certainly not as expensive as those jewelry, the total amount of money is still not small." Fang Mu appreciated Xiaohong's kindness.
He shook his head and said, "No need. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs.
I'm in a hurry."
After all, he was anxious to go home and hug his baby daughter.
"Oh, okay." Hearing this, Xiaohong quickly put the small items into the gift box.
In less than 3 minutes, everything was packed up, and she said respectfully, "Sir, the total is 55.8 million. When talking about the price, Xiaohong deliberately looked at Fang Mu's expression. When he heard so much money, he didn't even blink and responded indifferently. Seeing this, Xiaohong complained inwardly, "My God, how rich does one have to be to not care about such money?
Why do I feel like people buy expensive jewelry like they buy cabbage?"
After swiping the card, Xiaohong respectfully handed the bank card to Fang Mu. When she saw the customer leaving, she walked him back to the door of the store. There was no other way, as he was her god of wealth and she had to treat him well. After coming out of the jewelry store, Fong Mu was about to go to the underground parking lot. At this time, he noticed that there was a milk tea shop in the mall. Some time ago, Yu Wanchuang told him that she wanted to drink milk tea, so this time he had to reward his wife. Then, he came to the milk tea shop and said to the staff, 2 cups of pearl milk tea, one with extra pearls, and the other without pearls or milk tea. The salesperson recorded it on the machine, but there was no case of not wanting milk tea. Only then did her mind come to her senses and she asked doubtfully, "Sir, if you don't want pearls or milk tea, then all you have is plain water." Fong Mu nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, I just want a glass of boiled water." "Okay." The salesperson nodded and handed it over to his colleague. Soon, a cup of milk tea and a glass of water were handed to Fong Mu, and he couldn't wait to rush home. He was so anxious and excited that he forgot to drink the glass of boiled water he ordered for himself. In less than half an hour, Fong Mu returned home. Before leaving, he hid the gift in his clothes. The first thing he did when he got home was to go to his father and mother's room and ask them to hide the gifts he had prepared. While hiding, Ma Xiaochang was very curious. "Son, what did you buy for Wanchuang and Xiao Yui?" "Let me see." After saying that, she prepared to dismantle it. Seeing this, Fong Mu hurriedly stopped it and said, "You can't tear it down. In 2 days you will know what I have prepared." At this time, he heard Yi Wanchuan's voice coming from outside the house. "Husband, are you back?" "Yeah." Fong Mu nodded. Before leaving, he warned his father and mother to behave themselves, "Don't peek." Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang snorted coldly, "Tisk, if you don't want to look, then don't look. It's definitely not as good as we prepared." "That's right." The old couple was very confident that the gifts they prepared must be the best. On the other side, outside the house, Yu Wanchuan saw her husband coming out of his parents-in-law's room and asked in confusion, "Husband, what did you just do?" "Oh, my mother asked me to bring some things for her." Fong Mu lied with good intentions, but fortunately Yu Wanchuan did not doubt it. In order to divert his wife's attention, he quickly handed the milk tea he had prepared to Yu Wanchuan. "Wife, didn't you say you wanted to drink milk tea a while ago? I bought it back for you." "Well, can I drink it?" Yu Wanchuan's eyes lit up when she saw the milk teacup. What girl doesn't tea like milk tea? I have no resistance to it at all. Chapter 87. Xiao Yui is 1 month old. Seeing this, Fong Mu smiled and nodded. "Of course, I bought this cup of milk tea especially for you." To be honest, Yu Wanchuan couldn't quite believe it. After all, for the sake of her health, her husband had not allowed her to eat any of the junk or unhealthy food during this period of time. Then, she asked again unsurely, "Can I really drink it?" "Drink it," Fong Mu said with a helpless smile. Yu Wanchuan raised the corners of her mouth, and then excitedly inserted the straw into the cup. She took a sip and put it into her mouth, feeling it carefully, but there was no taste. She even suspected that there was something wrong with her sense of taste, and she didn't doubt the milk tea. She took a few more bites, but still had no taste. Fearing this, she walked over to Fong Mu. "Honey, I can't seem to taste anything." Fong Mu wondered, and after a moment he suddenly realized what was happening. He then took his wife's cup of milk tea and took a sip. After drinking it, he said with a wry smile, "Wife, this cup is just water, it must have no taste." After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan puffed out her lips angrily and punched Fong Mu's chest with her little fist. "Husband, you are so mean. You actually fooled me with boiled water. If you don't want to buy me milk tea, then don't buy it. I was wondering why you were so kind today, but it turns out you were just trying to play a trick on me. How did you come up with these dirty tricks? Humph, deceiving people's feelings." Yu Wanchuan turned sideways and ignored Fong Mu. It was her fault for seducing him with milk tea and finally settling the matter with plain water. I swear to God, Fong Mu really wanted his wife to drink milk tea, but fate played such a trick on him. Now the most urgent thing is to coax his wife. Then he squatted in front of Yu Wanchuan and said sincerely, "Wife, I didn't mean to fool you, I really bought you pearl milk tea. I accidentally got the wrong one just now. The glass of water you drank was the boiled water I ordered." "Wait a minute, husband, bring the cup of milk tea over. Once you taste it, you'll know I'm telling the truth." After saying that, he quickly walked forward and handed the milk tea to Yu Wanchuan. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan pursed her lips and huffed, "What? Do you want to play a trick on me again? I'm not going to be fooled this time. You came up with this stupid idea because you didn't want me to drink milk tea. After hearing what his wife said, Fong Mu really felt like he couldn't get rid of the feeling even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He begged bitterly, "Wife, please take a small sip. I really didn't lie to you." "You really didn't lie to me?" Seeing Fong Mu so sincere, Yu Wanchuan felt a little shaken. "I'm not lying to you. Just take a sip and you'll know whether what I said is true or not." "Okay, I'll trust you again." After Yu Wanchuan finished speaking, she took a sip. It was indeed a familiar taste. She had been craving it for a long time. Seeing this, Fong Mu said proudly, "What do you think, wife? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Yu Wanchuan waved her hands happily, "No, no. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, husband." Muai, in order to show her sincerity, she also kissed Fong Mu on the cheek. "I was so happy to drink milk tea." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yudi is already 1 month old, and today is also the day Yu Wanchuan is released from confinement. In order to give Xiao Yudi an unforgettable full moon ceremony, the family started preparing early. Regardless of other things, the villa is definitely big enough. In an empty room of 70 square meters, Fong Qingji was blowing up balloons. It also says, "Little Fong Yuyi is 1 month old." Soon, the room was almost decorated, and Ma Xiaochang and Yu Wanchuan began to change the baby's clothes. Yu Wanchuan specially bought a red dress to wear when she was 1 month old. It had tassels on it and was very beautiful. Xiao Yuyi is very fair and looks good in any clothes. The red color makes her fair face stand out even more. Yu Wanchuan was holding little Yuyi in her arms, and she put her hand on her little face with great happiness. "My dear girl, I finally have you in my arms. Hey, I've been eating well this month and I've gained so much weight." The first month after a baby is born is the time when the baby gains weight the fastest. Fong Mu came over with a scale. "Come, let's weigh Xiao Yuyi." After saying that, Yu Wanchuan gently placed her precious daughter in the small basket, 12 pounds and 8 ounces. The basket weighs 8 taels, which means Xiao Yuyi weighs 12 jin. She was 7.2 jin when she was born. She gained 4.8 jin, 2.6 jin in just 1 month. Fong Mu took a deep breath when she heard this number. Her precious daughter had absorbed so much in this month. Don't say that, Xiao Yuyi is chubby, with all the flesh piled up together, so it's normal for her to have this weight. Although the baby is fat, he has grown a lot in this month. Now he is 60 centimeters tall, which is very tall. In short, Fong Mu took very good care of his precious daughter during this month. Next is the full moon banquet ceremony. The baby is still relatively small and his resistance is too weak, so only Fong Mu's family celebrates and no other relatives are invited. Xiao Yudi was born in the year of the dragon, so Fong Mu prepared a whole box of dragon year moutai. The next step was to seal the wine and press the footprints. At this point, the ceremony is over. After lunch, Yu Wanchuan held little Yuyi and played with her. At this time, Fong Mu and Ma Xiaochang sneaked back to the house. Seeing them coming back, she asked in confusion, "Husband, what have you been doing?" "Nothing." Fong Mu shook his head. At this time, Ma Xiaochang took the lead in taking out the gift he had prepared, and Fong Mu took advantage of the situation to hold his precious daughter in his arms. Ma Xiaochang said, "Wanchuan, thank you for your hard work in bringing a new member to our Fong family. This is a gift your father and I prepared. I hope you like it." After saying that, she opened the box. When Yu Wanchuan saw what was inside, her mouth opened wide. She shook her head and said, "Mom, this bracelet is not cheap, I can't accept it. I appreciate your kindness, but you can keep the bracelet." "Silly child, Mom bought this for you. If you don't keep it, I will be unhappy." Ma Xiaochang said, deliberately pretending to be unhappy. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan could only accept it with a smile. In fact, with her wealth, bracelets worth millions would not catch her eye, but this bracelet was given to her by her mother-in-law. It is her token of love, and she will treasure it well. Although this bracelet cost 80,000 yuan, it also cost half of the money the old couple had saved. Their daughter-in-law is also a family member, so they are willing to spend money on Yu Wanchuan. Yu Wanchuan was very touched. She was really happy to have such a family. Then she put the bracelet on her hand in front of her mother-in-law and praised it. "Mom, you have good taste. This bracelet is very beautiful. I like it very much." "Thank you, Mom." Ma Xiaochang happily patted his daughter-in-law's hand and said, "Why are you being so polite to Mom? As long as you like it, it's fine. I'm also worried that you young people won't like the perspectives of us older generations." "How could that be?"
My mother has the best vision. If anyone dares to refute her, I will be the first to disagree.
Ma Xiaochang was very happy with what Yi Wanchuang said. It was hard to find such a good daughter-in-law even with a lantern, but her son found one.
How could he be so lucky? Chapter 88 Full Moon Gift.
After making my daughter-in-law happy, I'll go and coax my eldest granddaughter. Now little Yuti is not sleeping, she is lying in Feng Mu's arms and playing. The little girl's eyes were staring blankly upwards, and no one knew what was going on in her little head. Ma Xiaochang took out a small red box and took out the small gold bracelet with a smile.
Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang asked, "Mom, did you buy this bracelet for Xiao Yui?" Ma Xiaochang nodded when he heard this. "Yeah, it looks good, right? It looks nice, but it's a bit expensive."
Ma Xiaochang knew what his daughter-in-law was about to say next, so he interrupted her. "Hey! This bracelet was given by your father and I to our precious granddaughter. What you said is useless. By the way, you and Xiaomu must not try to steal our little gold bracelet." After hearing this, Feng Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom, it's definitely not possible."
"Hee, that's right,"
Ma Xiaochang said with a smile, then happily took the bracelet out of the box. "Granddaughter, this is the full moon gift that Grandpa and Grandma gave you.
Let's try it on."
In less than a minute, 2 shiny little gold bracelets were worn on Xiao Yui's arms. I wanted to admire it, but the flesh on Xiao Yui's arms was lumpy, and after putting it on, it was buried in the flesh. If Yi Wanchuang hadn't bent the little guy's tender white flesh, no one would have known that we were wearing small gold bracelets. Seeing this, Feng Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Daddy's darling, you can't eat so much anymore. You should lose weight. The ones with more meat are like sausages, with sections. We are little girls, so we will look better in clothes if we are slimmer." After hearing this, Ma Xiaochang quickly patted Feng Mu's mouth and said angrily, "You little bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? It's so good to be able to eat. We are blessed because we are fat. Others envy us for having so much meat. It's a waste to eat a lot but not gain weight. After all, you haven't gained any weight at all. Besides, our baby is so plump and doesn't eat other brands' milk powder."
They say whatever they want. It's all caused by jealousy.
After teaching his son a lesson, Ma Xiaochang smiled and touched Xiao Yui's little face and said gently, "Granddaughter, eat and drink when you should, and don't listen to your father's nonsense.
What's wrong with being a little fat? Being fatter is healthy and looks better." It must be said that little Yui is definitely her grandmother's dream grandson. Feng Mu felt helpless about what his mother said. If he spoiled his granddaughter like this now, what would happen to her when she grows up? The small gold bracelet is also heavy. Ma Xiaochang just wanted his granddaughter to try it on to see if it was suitable. After all, the little one's arms would become weak if she wore it for a long time. Just as she was taking off the bracelet, little Yui's little fingers were curled up, as if she didn't want the bracelet to be taken off. When Yi Wanchuang saw this, she covered her mouth and trembled as she said, "Stinky baby, what's wrong? You can't bear to part with your little gold bracelet." Then, she looked at Feng Mu and complained, "Hubby, what do you think is going on in our little girl's head? At such a young age, you already know how valuable a small gold bracelet is. Who does this money-hungry person look like? Fortunately, our daughter is still young. If she were older, she would definitely show off." To be honest, Yi Wanchuang already had a picture in her mind. "Look at the gold bracelet my grandparents gave me. Hee, you don't have it, right?" Feng Mu grinned when he heard this, then whispered to his wife, Maybe she inherited our family's fine tradition." After saying this, he gently caressed his baby daughter and said lovingly, "Xiao Yui, you like gold, right? Daddy will buy it for you. When the time comes, Daddy will make you a phoenix crown out of pure gold for your wedding. My daughter likes it, Daddy will definitely satisfy you." After Feng Mu finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Which brat dared to covet his precious daughter? Don't let him know who it is, otherwise he will definitely beat him so badly that even his own father won't recognize him. On this side, Ma Xiaochang saw that her precious granddaughter liked the gift she prepared very much, and she couldn't stop smiling. When she bought it, she knew her granddaughter would like it, and now it turns out that her guess was right. After showing off the gifts his mother bought, it was his turn now. Feng Mu took out the jewelry bag behind him. What catches the eye is a pile of beautiful little jades, small, delicate and cute. Feng Mu was very confident that the gift he prepared would definitely surpass his mother's small gold bracelet. Feng Mu happily introduced it to Xiao Yui. "My dear girl, this is the peace locket that Daddy prepared for you. This is the baby Buddha, and this is the jade gourd.
Little Yuyi looked at him in a daze. Her chubby little hands were a little naughty, and she was always trying to reach for what her father was holding. Seeing this, Fangmu happily put it in his precious daughter's hand and said, "Baby, take it." After receiving it, Xiao Yuyi started playing with it like a toy. In Fangmu's eyes, this was definitely a gift that the baby really liked. Afterwards, Fangmu put all the little gadgets he bought around Xiao Yuyi's neck, hoping that these things he bought could bless his precious daughter. Now the little guy has something to play with. There is a lot of stuff on my chest, and soon the little guy falls asleep by himself. When she fell asleep, Xiao Yuyi still held the peace locket tightly in her hand, and it was a bit difficult for her to take it out. This was enough to prove that she was very satisfied with the gift prepared by her father. At the same time, Ma Xiaoqiang put his baby granddaughter in the crib and did not disturb the young couple from enjoying their own world. At this time, Fangmu took out the gift he had prepared for his wife. Seeing the box, Yi Wanchuang asked in confusion, "Honey, is this for me?" "Yeah, that's right." "Me too?" Yi Wanchuang was very surprised. She really didn't expect that her husband also prepared a gift for her. "Of course I have, you are the great contributor to our family." Fangmu said lovingly, then slowly opened the red box. The crystal clear pink gem came into view, and Yi Wanchuang fell in love with it at first sight. "Wow, what a beautiful gem necklace. Hubby, I love you so much." "Woo woo." When Yi Wanchuang saw the gift, she was so moved that tears came to her eyes. In fact, it was also because of her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Her family background was very bad, so she wanted to be loved very much. Here she could truly feel everyone's love for her. Now Yi Wanchuang finally understood that she had suffered in the first half of her life in order to enjoy happiness in the second half. She was really grateful to her husband and parents-in-law for their care and love. Seeing his wife crying, Fangmu hugged her in his arms and comforted her. "Wife, I will give you double the spoils you didn't get before. Don't forget, we will always be your family and your strongest support." "Woo woo." Yi Wanchuang cried even harder after hearing this. Who told her husband to be so sentimental? Chapter 89, Living in a World of Two. Some time ago, Yi Wanchuang had very little breast milk. After a period of adjustment, she successfully went from producing a little bit to not being able to suck out any breast milk at all. Now Xiao Yuyi is fed with milk powder. She even cried secretly because she did not provide the baby with better nutrition. But when you ask Yi Wanchuang now, she's not sad at all, because she doesn't have to follow any dietary restrictions since she's not breastfeeding. Today is the first day after her confinement, and she wants to indulge herself and eat whatever she wants. After waking up from her nap, Yi Wanchuang stretched out her finger and poked Fangmu's back. "Husband." Fangmu turned around and caressed her head lovingly. "What's wrong? Does what you said before still count?" "What?" Fangmu had said too much and he didn't know which sentence his wife was referring to. Yi Wanchuang didn't get angry after hearing this, but asked cautiously, "Of course you said that after I leave the confinement period, you will take me out to eat delicious food and have fun." "Ah." Fangmu nodded. He did say that. Seeing that her husband didn't continue, Yi Wanchuang pouted and said coquettishly, "What's the matter? Don't you admit what you said before? You're just trying to trick me, huh? You stinky man, you don't keep your word." Fangmu heard this and comforted her gently. "I didn't say I wouldn't take you. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go." But now he wants to stay at home with his daughter more, but seeing his wife's yearning for the outside world, he still spoke to her lovingly. "Tell me, where do you want to go?" Yi Wanchuang heard this and thought, I want to go out and eat something delicious. Let's have some spicy hot pot." "Okay." Fangmu nodded. Today was the first day his wife came out of the seal, so let's spend some time together as a couple. Then he told his wife to change her clothes, and he went to the guest room and pushed the door open. Ma Xiaoqiang and Fang Qingji are watching short videos in bed to earn gold coins, and the gold coins are automatically converted into money at midnight every day. People like them work so hard but can only earn a few dollars a day, but they feel it is a pity not to do so. Fangmu has tried to persuade the old couple several times, but they remain indifferent. When the two saw their son coming in, they hurriedly asked, "Xiaomu, what's the matter?" Fangmu got straight to the point and said, "Wan Shuang wants to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. I came over to tell you guys. I'll leave Xiao Yuyi in your care. With Lu Tianshu's help, it won't be a big problem. It's just that you have to work hard." After hearing this, Ma Xiaoqiang waved his hands and said, "Why are you talking about hardship? It's not hard at all.
My eldest granddaughter is obedient. Besides, we old couple didn't help much, and we are a family, so why should we be polite?
After she finished speaking, she continued to instruct, Wan Shuang has been holding it in for a long time, from her pregnancy to her confinement.
You two should go out and relax. If there's anything you want to eat or buy, you can't be stingy as a husband.
You two don't need to come back early tonight. Xiao Yuyi has us here, so you two can have fun without worry.
Okay, go quickly.
After saying this, Ma Xiaochang urged Fang Mu to clean up, while she went to the master bedroom to take a look at her precious granddaughter.
Xiao Yuyi is still sleeping now, and she plans to sit next to her so that she can discover any situation in time.
During the time when her husband was away, Yu Wanshuan thought about it and suddenly felt that she was a little selfish.
It is somewhat unkind to leave the children at home and go out with your husband to have fun.
Seeing Fang Mu coming back, she took her husband's hand and said, "Why don't we just stay home and have a hot pot?"
Fang Mu heard this and shook his head. Eating hot pot at home isn't authentic, let's go out.
The food in the store tastes different from the food at home.
Wife, you wanted to go out, why did you suddenly change your mind?
After hearing this, Yu Wanshuang smiled bitterly and said, "I always feel that it's not good to leave our daughter at home and go out to play by ourselves. What's more, it's a bit embarrassing to ask my mother-in-law and father-in-law to help us take care of the children." Ma Xiaochang happened to hear this when she passed by, and she hurried to comfort her. "Wanshuang, we are a family, there is nothing to be embarrassed about.
Xiao Yuyi is still so young, and there are too many people outside.
It's not good to take her out so early.
You two should stop hesitating and dawdling, and go out and have fun." Ma Xiaochang started to order everyone to leave, and Yu Wanshuang nodded obediently.
After both of them changed their clothes, Fang Mu worriedly asked before leaving, "Dad, Mom, I just changed Xiao Yuyi's diaper not long ago, you don't have to rush to change it. When she wakes up, she'll drink milk. Before feeding, test the temperature on your arm.
If it's not too hot, put it in her mouth." In addition, Fang Mu talked a lot, and Ma Xiaochang's ears were calloused from listening to him.
The old couple also knew how to take care of children, but Fang Qingji said disdainfully, "Just leave now, we know what you said."
Okay. Fang Mu nodded and pulled Yu Wanshuang towards the door.
Pushing open the door, Yu Wanshuang breathed in the long-lost fresh air and said with emotion, "The air is so good.
It felt really good to come out. The air smells sweet."
Seeing his wife like this, Fang Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Wife, it's because you haven't been out for too long. Let's go out for a walk more often in the future."
Yeah.
Yu Wanshuang nodded happily, and then the two got in the car and left. After not going out for a month, Shanghai has changed a lot. The two of them went straight to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. Looking at the dazzling array of goods and the endless stream of people, Yu Wanshuang was so happy.
It was great to be out.
She looked left and right, curious about everything. Soon Fang Mu brought his wife to the video game arcade. There are claw machines, various game machines, and dance machines inside, and there are a lot of people. Fang Mu also bought 2 small panda dolls for his wife, which Yu Wanshuang liked very much.
The main purpose of coming out today is to eat, drink, and relax.
This was the first time after giving birth that Yu Wanshuang felt truly happy from the bottom of her heart. Now she is no longer a mother, but just a playful little girl.
After having fun, Yu Wanshuang sipped the milk tea.
At this time, she looked up and saw the movie being promoted upstairs, and she said to Fang Mu on a whim,
"Honey, let's go to a movie. It's a comedy. Shen Tenger is in it. It should be very funny." "Okay, let's go and watch it." The two of them left immediately and soon arrived at the cinema on the 4th floor.
After Fang Mu bought the tickets, he specially bought 2 bottles of juice and a box of popcorn, as watching a movie is not possible without snacks. Fortunately, the two of them came up in time, otherwise they would have missed the latest movie.
Chapter 90, Xiao Yuyi recognized her mother?
No, she recognized her father. Before the movie started, Yu Wanshuan leaned on Fang Mu's shoulder and smiled sweetly. It has been a long time since the two of them enjoyed their own world like this.
Fang Mu suddenly regretted that he should have chosen a quiet corner when buying the ticket. Now they are in the middle position, which makes it inconvenient to do anything. The two of them sat there peacefully for 2.5 hours.
The good news was that they watched the movie from beginning to end, and Fang Mu could even tell what the movie was about. It was really worth every penny of the money spent on the movie.
When we came out of the cinema, it was dark.
During the confinement period, Yu Wanshuan was craving hot pot, so the two of them went straight to a hot pot restaurant for dinner. Maybe it's because today is not a weekend, I have never met such an unlucky child again. Having been out for too long, Feng Mu began to miss his precious daughter and couldn't help but eat faster. Yi Wanchuang and her daughter may have telepathy. She felt that Xiao Yuyi missed her mother at night, so she ate quickly and didn't pay any attention to her image. At the same time, in the villa, Ma Xiaochang, Feng Qingji and his wife, and maternity nurse Lu Tianshu gathered around the baby carriage. At first, after the couple left, Xiao Yuyi was very obedient and slept for 2 hours before waking up. After waking up, he drank some milk, played for a while, and then fell asleep again.
When I opened my eyes again, it was already now.
After drinking milk and changing diapers, little Yuyi was still whining. Look, Ma Xiaochang put her in the stroller and pushed her, and the little one finally calmed down for a while. However, just 10 minutes later, little Yuyi seemed to not want to stay in the stroller anymore. She sobbed with her mouth open. Seeing this, Lu Tianshu held little Yuyi in his arms, holding her in the airplane position. From her professional point of view, she thought that the baby should be whining in February because his little belly was uncomfortable. So when she holds the baby in an airplane position, she presses on his belly, which makes the little one feel better. At first, she carried the baby back and forth, and the little guy was obedient for a while. But soon, he started to disobey again, and she started to squat. The little guy's expression changed instantly, and he even smiled occasionally. Seeing his precious granddaughter being so naughty tonight, Ma Xiaochang asked in confusion. She was very obedient when Feng Mu was with her. Why is she so naughty today?
Could it be that you've reached the stage of recognizing your mother? Do you want your mother to coax you at night?
Lu Tianshu gasped when he heard this and said, that shouldn't be the case. The baby only recognized his mother when he was 3 months old.
Xiao Yuyi is only 1 month old, it can't be that fast. Oh. Who knows that? Ma Xiaochang couldn't figure it out inside.
In fact, she thought about calling her son and daughter-in-law to come back, but later she rejected this idea. Wanchuang hasn't been out for a long time, so she must have fun and eat to her heart's content. So, Ma Xiaochang imagined that the 3 of them would take turns to coax Xiao Yuyi.
How could 3 adults be no match for a little baby in diapers? In fact, 3 adults really can't tease a baby.
Whenever Lu Tianshu stopped, Xiao Yuyi would stare at her calves and hum. She started to squat, and the little guy became quiet and didn't cry at all. After just 10 minutes of squatting, Lu Tianshu felt like her thighs and calves were not her own.
Sweat was pouring down her forehead and she was breathing heavily.
Upon seeing this, Feng Qingji hurriedly took his precious granddaughter into his arms and started to do the same.
During this time, the little one fell asleep.
He wanted to put Xiao Yuyi in the stroller, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, the little one opened his mouth and cried aggrievedly. Seeing this, Feng Qingji hurriedly hugged him with a distressed look on his face. Baby, Grandpa won't let go, won't let go.
If you want Grandpa to hold you while you sleep, then hold me while you sleep. Grandpa has plenty of strength.
It can be said that in order to make the baby sleep, be obedient and stop whining, the 3 of them now have no rules and no bottom line. In this way, Feng Qingji held the baby on the plane until he heard the sound of the door opening. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he finally saw his savior.
He ran over excitedly.
When Feng Mu saw Xiao Yuyi sleeping on her father's arms, he asked in confusion, Dad, why don't you put her in the crib?
It's so tiring to hold her like this. Feng Qingji heard this and grumbled quietly, how could I not know, but your daughter doesn't want to.
I have to be held, then I'll cry if I let go.
There's nothing I can do about it.
After hearing this, Feng Mu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He originally wanted to take his precious daughter over, but at this time Ma Xiaochang said,
let Wanchuang hold little Yuyi.
Maybe she's recognized her mother.
The little one becomes more naughty when it gets dark.
Oh. Yi Wanchuang nodded, then awkwardly took her precious daughter into her arms. She was not yet comfortable with the holding position. She was just about to lower her head and cuddle with her precious daughter, but the next second she saw little Yuyi grinning and crying. Feng Mu has been the one coaxing the baby recently, so she panicked immediately when she saw the baby crying. Seeing this, Feng Mu hurriedly took his precious daughter into his arms. He didn't know why, but as soon as he held her in his arms without moving, little Yuyi stopped crying and slept very soundly. After holding her in his arms for another 5 minutes, he put little Yuyi in the stroller to sleep. Before putting them in the crib, Ma Xiaochang tried to stop them, saying that they would cry after trying it, and asked Feng Mu not to try it easily. Just when the 3 thought the baby was going to cry in the next second, they saw little Yuyi pursed her lips and fell asleep peacefully. Seeing this moment, Ma Xiaochang sighed. It turns out that Xiao Yuyi is not recognizing her mother, but her father. Fang Mu was quite happy to see his daughter relying on him so much. This meant that his 1 month of coaxing was not in vain. His precious daughter recognized him, so what else could he do? He looked very proud. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan patted his shoulder and said, "Husband, a daughter is a father's little cotton padded jacket."
It's absolutely true. The baby recognizes his mother, so I'm just a porter for you too. I'm so sad.
Upon hearing this, Fang Mu hurriedly comforted her, "Wife, I'll be responsible for pampering my wife and taking care of the baby, and you'll be responsible for looking beautiful.
I'll be there to comfort the baby if he's naughty.
There's no other father in the world who cares about his family as much as I do."
That's right.
Yu Wanchuan actually felt that what Fang Mu said made sense, and she was no longer angry. After all, she no longer had the pressure of taking care of a child. In fact, it feels good to give birth to a child by yourself and have your husband take care of the child. The baby doesn't take up much of your time.
You can go out and play whenever you want.
Your husband will take care of everything. The more Yu Wanchuan thought about it, the more she felt that she had fallen into a blessed nest. The misfortune of her original family made her very eager for family affection. She also wanted to have more babies, and Fang Mu was her courage to have babies.
Sisters, if you meet such a good husband, marry him. Chapter 91. It's strange. I've been sucking for so long, but why is there no milk at all?
From the moment the baby was born, Fang Mu took on the burden of taking care of the baby. When the baby wakes up in the middle of the night, he always feeds the baby and changes diapers by himself. Fortunately, Xiao Yuyi is well behaved. She goes to sleep after eating and doesn't act naughty at night, so Fang Mu can sleep well. Not to mention Yu Wanchuan, she found a good husband and slept until she woke up naturally. Early in the morning, Yu Wanchuan woke up and stretched. Yesterday afternoon, she hadn't had so much fun playing in a long time. She fell asleep shortly after dinner in the evening and didn't even know what time her baby daughter went to bed. After waking up, she suddenly heard sucking sounds in the room. At first, Yu Wanchuan thought it was a kitten or a puppy, but later she realized that there was no pet at home. The more carefully he listened, the closer the sound seemed.
Yu Wanchuan got out of bed and looked around in confusion.
She tilted her ears to listen carefully and finally set her sights on Fang Mu. Looking at her husband's back, Yu Wanchuan wondered, was Xiao Yuyi leading her father astray? He snores when he sleeps, but he sucks his lips when he sleeps? With a question mark in her mind, she tiptoed to behind Fang Mu. In order to record this unforgettable moment, she took out her mobile phone to record it. When the mobile phone camera was pointed at Fang Mu's face, Yu Wanchuan covered her mouth and tried to hold back her laughter. The scene before her was really too funny. Fang Mu was seen hugging his precious daughter to sleep, while little Yuyi was sucking her father's nose. No wonder Yu Wanchuan could hear the sucking sound as soon as she woke up. It turned out that the culprit was right next to her. Little Yuyi closed her eyes, her little mouth moved, and from time to time she would stick out her little tongue to lick Fang Mu's nose. Yu Wanchuan watched from the side, and when she saw her baby daughter's adorable scene, her whole body trembled, but she didn't dare to laugh out loud. But she was a little puzzled. When her baby daughter sucked her husband's nose, Fang Mu didn't notice at all. It seemed that he was sleeping very soundly. Just when Yu Wanchuan was thinking this, Xiao Yuyi suddenly increased her strength. Maybe the little guy was also thinking in his heart, "It's strange, I've been sucking for such a long time, why is there no milk at all?" When she sucked hard, Fang Mu suddenly frowned. He felt his nose was wet, as if someone was sucking it. He was just dreaming that a little black kitten was sucking his nose, and now he still thinks he is dreaming. Suddenly, he thought to himself that he didn't have a cat at home, so what was sucking his nose? He closed his eyes and stretched out his hand tentatively, then he touched a fleshy lump. After touching it carefully, it seemed like a small head. Fang Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and then saw Xiao Yuyi facing him with her eyes closed. Only now did he realize that the one sucking his nose was not a kitten, but his own precious daughter. Fang Mu unconsciously turned his head away, and Xiao Yuyi, perhaps feeling that her pacifier was gone, immediately opened her mouth and started crying. Tears were streaming down my face, as if something I loved was taken away. I felt so pitiful. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan, who was standing next to her, didn't bother to record the video. She quickly put her phone aside and comforted Xiao Yuyi. "My dear girl, be good and don't cry. Mommy will hug you, okay? Mommy, give me a hug. Be good. Our little Yuyi is the most obedient baby." Oh, Yu Wanchuan comforted him. Only then did Fang Mu notice his wife beside him. But he didn't think about it carefully, because his baby daughter was hungry and he had to make milk quickly.
In less than 3 minutes, Fangmu was defrosting the bubbles while comforting the crying little Yui. Baby, Nanai is coming, don't cry, don't cry. Dad will be ready soon, just wait a moment.
Almost there, almost there.
Fangmu expelled the air from the bottle and then quickly brought it to Xiao Yui.
When the pacifier touched Xiao Yui's lips, the little one sucked it and stopped crying, then closed his eyes and reached for the pacifier with his little mouth. When he got the pacifier, the little guy sucked it with big gulps and even sighed, as if to say, I finally get to drink milk.
The little guy gets hungry quickly and drinks quickly.
In less than a minute, 90 milliliters of milk was finished. It is said that the fat on our bodies is not grown in vain. The milk supply is there, and not a drop of milk is drunk in vain. After Fangmu burped the little girl, he put his baby daughter on the big bed and Xiao Yui continued to sleep.
At this time, Fangmu looked at his wife and pulled her into his arms, whispering, Wife, what are you laughing at? Did you do something bad and don't want me to find out? No.
Yi Wanchuan pouted and continued, I just took a cute video, and I just want to laugh when I think about it.
Do you want to see it? Yeah. Fangmu nodded, and then he saw the scene in the video. He laughed so hard that his whole body shook. Our little Yui used my nose as a pacifier. When did this little stinker start sucking on it? I didn't even feel it.
Haha, Yi Wanchuan giggled when she heard that. The baby was sucking when I woke up. Maybe our daughter is also wondering why her belly is still flat after sucking milk for so long.
Fangmu grinned.
It would be a novelty if milk could flow out of his nose.
Raising a child is fun, and waking up every day is a surprise.
While Xiao Yui was taking a nap, Fangmu's family hurried to have breakfast because they had to go out soon. Yesterday, Fang Yui's baby turned 1 month old and received a shot of vaccine, so we have to go to the health center to get the vaccine today. Little Yui woke up only after the adults had eaten and drunk their fill. Fangmu put his baby daughter on the changing table, washed her face, wiped her hands, and petted her.
These are the basic daily operations, and Fangmu is now able to do them with ease. After that, change the baby's diaper and put on clean and beautiful clothes.
After changing clothes, it is time for Xiao Yui to drink milk. She will only act naughty when she is full before going out.
Nowadays, going out is not like before when you can just take your mobile phone with you.
After having a baby, you need to bring diapers, cloud wipes, and wet wipes. I was worried that there would be many babies needing vaccinations and the waiting time would be long, so I also brought a bottle and some milk powder.
Add a little bit of this and that, and the diaper bag is full.
Now everything is ready, except for Xiao Yui to finish her milk and set off.
Before leaving, Fangmu looked at Fang Qingji and said with a smile, Dad, why don't you not go for the vaccination today?
When little Yui was just born, you cried your eyes out of heartache.
This time, I'm afraid you still can't control your emotions.
Upon hearing this, Fang Qingji rolled his eyes at Fangmu and said unhappily, You little bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?
When did I cry? I was so happy to have a granddaughter.
The tears I shed were tears of joy. You are talking nonsense, be careful or I will complain to my daughter-in-law.
Okay, I won't say anything.
Fangmu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. In his heart, he was complaining, let this old man make amends.
Who would believe it if I told others? Chapter 92 If you dare, give me another shot.
After Xiao Yui finished drinking her milk, the group went from home to a nearby health center.
In less than half an hour, Fangmu appeared at the door of the clinic holding his baby daughter. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the baby's heart-wrenching cry.
When everyone saw this, they immediately turned to look at Xiao Yui, for fear that their own baby would be infected by the crying of another baby. Just when everyone was worried, the little guy blinked his eyes and shook his head, as if listening to where the crying came from.
Seeing this, Fangmu smiled and said, Okay. You've been worrying for nothing.
Our little Yui won't be led astray so easily. Everyone laughed, then sat in the public seats and waited for their number to be called. It might be because of the ride in the car, and babies at this stage are either eating or sleeping, so Xiao Yui's eyelids were drooping. Her little head was shaking, which made Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji very happy. The number was called very quickly and it would be their turn soon, so Ma Xiaochang shook Xiao Yui's body and said gently,
Granddaughter, we can't sleep now.
We're going to get vaccinated soon, let's go to sleep afterward, okay? Even if the baby is sleeping, he should be woken up during vaccination, because giving the baby an injection in the arm while sleeping will scare the baby and wake him up. The baby would also be scared, so Ma Xiaochang didn't want his precious granddaughter to sleep now. Seeing this, Fang Mu also shook his precious daughter. Xiao Yuyi, you can't sleep, be good and listen. After the fight is over, Daddy will put you to sleep. Baby, look what's playing on the wall. In order to cheer up Xiao Yuyi, Fang Mu held her upright and pointed at the TV on the wall. A cartoon was playing on the screen, and the picture was flashing, which attracted little Yuyi's attention, but soon the little guy lost interest. In order to keep his baby awake, Fang Mu carried Xiao Yuyi around. At this time, two little boys of 3 or 4 years old were running around in the hall of the health center, and Xiao Yuyi was attracted by the sound of their running. The little boy was a little tired from running, and sat on the bench panting. One of the little boys with a buzz cut might be a villager. When he saw Fang Mu and his daughter, he said politely, "Uncle, the one you are holding is my little sister, right?" "Yes, that's right." Fang Mu nodded with a smile. The little boy chuckled when he heard this and asked, "Do you know how I guessed it?" "Huh? How did you guess that?" Fang Mu asked cooperatively. The little boy replied proudly, "Hey, because she is wearing a pink dress. My sister is wearing pink. Well, I'm awesome, right?" "That's amazing." Fang Mu gave a thumbs up and praised. The little boy wearing a hat next to them should be the friend of the Shinyu kid. He blinked his big eyes and watched the conversation between the two. The little boy was rather shy. After a moment, he looked at Fang Mu and said weakly, "Uncle, this little sister is so chubby and cute. Can I touch it?" "Of course." Fang Mu nodded with a smile, then squatted down to make it easier for the little boy to touch it. Seeing that his uncle agreed, the little boy in the hat walked forward shyly, then stretched out his tan little hand to touch Xiao Yuyi's little face. Little Yuyi blinked her eyes, then suddenly stretched out her little hand and hit the little boy on the face. After being hit, the little boy was not angry but happily shared it with his good friend. "She touched my little face, woohoo!" The little boy wearing the hat was very happy. In fact, when Fang Mu saw his daughter fighting, he wanted to go forward to comfort the little boy, but he didn't expect that he was not needed at all. Seeing this scene, the little boy with a buzz cut excitedly said to Fang Mu, Uncle, I want to touch the little sister too." "May I?" "Sure, you can touch it." Fang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't believe that there were little boys who would ask to be beaten. It turned out that only children themselves could understand their happiness. Then, the little boy with a crew cut touched her directly, and as expected, Xiao Yuyi hit her back again. Maybe she didn't want others touching her face. After being hit by the little sister, the two little boys hugged each other happily. The little sister also touched my little face, so happy." Afterwards, the little boy looked at Xiao Yuyi blankly and said innocently, "This little sister is so cute. I want my mother to give birth to one for me too." After hearing this, Fang Mu smiled and said, "Give birth to the child. It's nice to have a younger sister." "Uncle, how did you give birth to your sister?" "I'll go back and tell my mother." This. Fang Mu was a little amused. He was indeed a good boy in the community, asking anything. Soon, the call machine announced, "Number 54, please go to vaccination room 1, number 55, please go to vaccination room 2. Yu Wanchuan's number was 54. When she heard her number called, she quickly called out to Fang Mu, "Husband, it's our turn to get vaccinated. Here we are." Then the group came to an inoculation room. The vaccination room is not large. There are 2 tables inside and a cabinet for storing vaccines in the middle. Shortly after Fang Mu and his group entered, another family of 5 came with their grandson to get vaccinated. The little boy was dark and thin, about 5 years old. Children nowadays are smarter and know that they come to this place to get injections, so they are instinctively resistant. He squatted on the ground with a frown on his forehead. The little boy's father held him in his arms and comforted him, "Son, we'll be done soon. Dad will buy you a popsicle after we get out." At this time, the vaccination staff saw that the small room was almost full, so she shouted, "Only 2 parents per child should stay in the room, and the others should wait outside." As soon as these words came out, Ma Xiaochang pulled Fang Chengji out, only to see him say reluctantly, "Why are you pulling me? I still want to stay in here with my precious granddaughter." "Come on, I'm afraid you'll go in laughing and come out crying." The grandparents of another family who were getting vaccinated also came outside to wait. At that time, in the vaccination room, the staff were ready, and little Yuyi's fair and tender little arms were exposed. When the needle was inserted, Fang Mu's heart was in his throat, for fear that his precious daughter would cry out. Unexpectedly, the calmest person was Xiao Yuyi. She blinked her eyes and pursed her lips, as if the arm she was hit was not her own. The moment the needle was pulled out, little Yuyi turned her head and her chubby little face drooped. She didn't cry or make a fuss, but glared at the young lady who was getting the injection, and even revealed a murderous look in her eyes, as if to say, "If you dare, give me another injection."
Chapter 93. This is God's proud daughter.
When the girl who gave the injection destroyed the needle, she seemed to feel the baby's resentful gaze. There is no way in her line of work that she won't offend the baby. Even when she turns her head to look at the baby, one can read from her eyes, "Woman, I'll remember this shot for you."
Although she felt threatened, the little girl overcame her fear when she saw the chubby baby's cuteness.
She gently instructed the young couple, "Don't let water touch the needle hole for 24 hours.
Okay. The two nodded and quickly put on their clothes. At this time, the little boy next door was about to get an injection.
When he saw the syringe, he burst into tears. He even kicked his legs and waved his hands to resist the injection.
To be honest, it looked harder to press than a pig during Chinese New Year.
Seeing this, the little boy's father said in a gentle voice, "Baby, look at that little sister. She is so small, she didn't even cry when she got the injection."
"You're a man, why are you crying? Just push the needle and it'll be done quickly. Be good, stop struggling, it will be fine soon."
In this way, the little boy received the vaccination under the force of his parents. Seeing him crying with tears and snot, and his chubby little hands wiping his tears with his sleeves, Fangmu couldn't help but smile like an uncle. To be honest, it was hard for him to imagine what it would be like for his precious daughter to get vaccinated when she was his age. Maybe he was the one crying his heart out.
You cannot leave immediately after receiving the vaccine.
According to the nurse's instructions, the baby needs to go to the observation area for half an hour after vaccination.
You can leave only if no adverse reactions occur within half an hour.
Little Yuyi is very well behaved. She doesn't cry, make a fuss or make a fuss. She just nestles quietly in her father's arms. Looking at his daughter's cute and lovely appearance, Fangmu felt a warm current flowing through his heart, as well as a touch of heartache.
My daughter is so young and yet she has to get an injection. As a father, I feel very uncomfortable seeing this. Fortunately, Xiao Yuyi didn't cry.
If she had cried, her father would have been very upset.
I don't know if it's because I didn't sleep well last night, or because I got up early this morning, or because Fangmu's embrace was particularly warm. After staying in the observation area for a few minutes, Xiao Yuyi actually started yawning. One yawn after another. When yawning, the little guy will make cute sounds from his mouth, like humoring. After yawning a few times, Xiao Yuyi's eyelids seemed to become heavy, and then, she fell asleep. The sleeping little Yuyi sometimes pouts and sometimes opens her mouth slightly to breathe, which is so cute. Fang Qingji became anxious when he saw his granddaughter fall asleep. Is there something wrong with the vaccine?
As soon as he said this, Ma Xiaochang kicked Fang Qingji directly.
Pa! 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 If you say anything bad again, I'll sew your mouth shut when I get home.
After saying that, Ma Xiaochang glared at him angrily.
Fangmu was a little amused when he saw this.
His father was so concerned that he was confused.
Dad, don't worry, it's okay. Yuyi is just sleepy and it's time to go to bed.
That's good, hey. There's a mother and baby restroom over there, let's go over there and stop sleeping outside.
Yeah, okay.
Just like that, Fangmu and his family came to the lounge. There was a family in the lounge at this time, but there were only 4 of them, one less than Fangmu's family. They were obviously worried and came alone.
The 2 families smiled knowingly and understood. They all understood.
When the other party saw Xiao Yuyi sleeping, he hurried to make room.
Put it here to sleep, don't hold it all the time. Fangmu nodded and thanked him.
However, before he could put his daughter in the crib in the lounge, little Yuyi actually opened her eyes. The little guy's eyes were watery like gems, and he was staring at Fangmu with a hint of suspicion. This look, this little expression, can melt thousands of years of ice, not to mention Fangmu's heart of flesh and blood.
Baby, go to sleep, go to sleep. Fangmu spoke softly, then gently coaxed her to sleep.
Normally, when at home, this way of coaxing Xiao Yuyi to sleep can make her continue to sleep, but it seems to be ineffective outside.
Not to mention taking another nap, little Yuyi actually became more energetic the more I coaxed her, huh? Okay, I won't let you sleep anymore. If you don't want to sleep, then don't sleep. Half an hour will pass in a short time.
If you fall asleep, you'll sweat easily, and you'll catch a cold easily if the wind blows.
Mama's right, husband, let me hold Yuyi for a while, you take a rest.
Yi Wanchuang went forward to pick up Xiao Yui, but Fang Mu refused to let go.
It's not that I'm reluctant, but I don't want to tire my wife out.
After all, she just got a full month of confinement, so she still needs to rest.
Okay, stop fighting, let me hold you, you go and rest for a while.
Yi Wanchuang naturally knew that Fang Mu was concerned about her, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. Looking at her son and daughter-in-law, Ma Xiaochang smiled, and at the same time, she nudged her husband with her elbow without leaving any trace. Fang Qingji immediately understood it, went to watch, remember and learn.
The notebook in the phone is so useful. Fang Qingji clearly explains what it means to have a good memory but a bad pen. Xiao Yudi is very sensible.
Even if she only sleeps for a few minutes, she doesn't act naughty after waking up. Seeing this, Fang Mu tried to put his baby daughter in the crib, next to another family's child.
Didn't cry?
Now, no one has to hold the baby, and Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang can sit by and keep the baby company. The little baby in the crib looks older than Xiao Yui, probably 2 or 3 months old. Although she is older than Xiao Yui and is her older sister, she does not seem as calm as Xiao Yui. I guess it was because he came out to get vaccinated and the surrounding environment was unfamiliar, so he was a little timid and scared, and looked like he would cry if he didn't agree with anything.
No, it's not like I'm about to cry, I'm actually crying. Woo, woo.
The little baby's grunts are sweet and inexplicably cute. However, just when the baby's mother was about to pick him up, Xiao Yui next to her smiled.
He.
Xiao Yui not only laughed, but also laughed out loud. The chuckle was very small, but everyone in the lounge heard it. Normally, a newborn baby will not laugh out loud until 3 months later, but Xiao Yudi was able to do it just when she was 1 month old.
There is no doubt that this is definitely the credit of the system.
After all, when Xiao Yudi was still in her mother's womb, Fang Mu had improved Yi Wanchuang's physical fitness.
Xiao Yudi's physical fitness is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary babies. This is a favored daughter of heaven. Who can compare with such treatment?
Speaking of other people's baby, just as she was about to cry and made a sound, little Yui started laughing. The moment the little baby heard Xiao Yui crying, he braked, stopped crying, and turned his head to look over. What made all the adults in the room laugh and cry was that after being warned by the little sister's eyes, little Yui actually stopped laughing, and the expression on her face seemed to be frozen, motionless.
My daughter is so young and can read people's faces? Chapter 94, This. Did Mengpa add water to the soup? No. My daughter's eyesight hasn't developed much yet, has it?
Although it's not right, this is the fact.
Xiaobao scared Xiao Yui with just one look. After scaring little sister Yui, Xiaobao grinned and started making noises again. But after a brief groan, Xiao Yui laughed again, and again, she laughed out loud.
Chuckle, chuckle.
Hearing the laughter, the little baby turned his head and stared at Xiao Yui for a long time, as if to say, "Sister, don't you give me face?"
On the other hand, after being stared at by the young lady, Xiao Yui's smile became restrained, and her eyes glanced to the side playfully.
Is this the damn desire to survive? After that, Xiaobao wanted to cry again.
But Xiaobao had experience this time. After making a grunt, he turned his head around as if giving a warning. Only after confirming that little sister Yui was not laughing did she continue crying.
Hangji.
As if she couldn't bear to see her little sister crying, Xiao Yui was silent for a moment, then quietly placed her little hand on the back of her little sister's hand.
This. Did Mengpa add water to the soup? After half an hour, Xiao Yui was in good health and the group returned home.
The little guy was already sleepy and fell asleep not long after getting in the car. When we arrived at the door, Xiao Yui showed no sign of waking up. Looking at the thin blanket on the little guy, Ma Xiaochang looked at Fang Qingji and said, "Old Fang, go home and get a thick quilt. It's very hot in the car, and Xiao Yui is sweating a little. If you hold her like this, the wind will blow and she'll catch a cold.
Xiao Yui's resistance is very weak, so we should be cautious."
Okay.
Fang Qingji nodded, and Fang Mu followed suit.
The main reason is that Dad doesn't know where Xiao Yui's things are, and no one knows better than him as a father. Just as the two got out of the car, Ma Xiaochang used the pillows in the car to surround his baby granddaughter, fearing that she would be blown by the wind. After entering the bedroom, Fang Mu found the thickest bag and put it in the car. Yi Wanchuang and Ma Xiaochang wrapped up little Yui before slowly getting out of the car. After all this tossing and turning, the little guy still hasn't woken up, but his little face is red from sleeping, like an attractive red apple.
As the days passed, Xiao Yui gradually grew up and slept less and less. But recently, the little guy has been a little naughty. He always wants to be held, and sometimes he even cries as soon as he is put on the bed. Fang Mu thought that Xiao Yuyi's temper was all caused by him. After all, he liked to hold his daughter in his arms when he had nothing to do. Until this day, he saw his precious daughter clenching her fists, and even her little face turned red, as if she was exerting all her strength. Fang Mu thought the baby was using so much force to poop, but after a moment, he felt a burst of heat coming from his palm, followed by a puff sound. I have to say that the fart sound was quite long. If Xiao Yuyi hadn't been next to him, he would have thought it was someone else's fart. Fang Mu thought that the baby's farts were just poop, so he opened the diaper a little and took a look. The baby's butt was clean and there was nothing there. He pinched the baby's chubby little face and said, "Our little Yuyi has become stinky. Daddy can smell it and can't see where she is ugly." Xiao Yuyi looked serious when she heard this. She was still concentrating on her thoughts, and soon another loud fart rang out in the room. Seeing his precious daughter fart so forcefully today, Fang Mu couldn't help but wonder, is our little Yuyi suffering from flatulence? So you always want to fart? Just say our baby is very well behaved. If he wasn't feeling unwell, he wouldn't stay in my arms. After saying that, Fang Mu put Xiao Yuyi on the bed. Afraid that she would cry, he even placed a wind chime on her head to divert her attention. After that, he rubbed his palms to warm them up and gently rubbed Xiao Yuyi's belly. Soon, several farts came out in succession. At this time, Fang Qingji saw it and asked his son in confusion, "Xiao Mu, what are you doing? My eldest granddaughter has a stomachache?" "Yeah." Fang Mu nodded. Fang Qingji was heartbroken when he heard this. He patted his son's shoulder and said anxiously, "Your daughter has a stomachache, why are you still standing there? Go to the hospital right away. You can't mess around with such a young child. You still have to listen to the doctor. Don't listen to what you hear online. Don't trust any of these folk remedies or that folk remedy." Seeing his father's anxious expression, he quickly explained, "Dad, all newborn babies will have stomach discomfort for a while. This is what's called February trouble in short, which means bloating. Because the baby's stomach and intestines are the least useful when in the mother's womb, but after birth, the stomach and intestines are the most important, so it takes some time to adapt. Let's help the baby get rid of the gas, and she'll feel better." "Oh, so that's how it is." Fang Qingji nodded. If his son hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about the February disturbance. He didn't know if it was because it was too long ago or his memory was distorted, but he seemed to remember that children at that time were all very obedient, and there were few naughty ones, unlike now, when babies have all kinds of things to say. Nowadays, everyone pays attention to scientific child rearing, so Fang Qingji didn't say anything else. Instead, he asked, "Xiao Mu, how do we help my eldest granddaughter pass gas?" "Oh, is it because Xiao Yuyi wanted to fart when her face turned red?" He suddenly remembered that when he held his eldest granddaughter in his arms in the morning, the little girl was tense all over, and she might be doing something bad. "Yeah." Fang Mu nodded, and then said, "I'm rubbing her belly to help her pass gas. There are also many baby gas exercises, and airplane holds can also help relieve it. Putting warm water on your baby's tummy will also help." Fang Qingji nodded and said, "Okay, then you can help my eldest granddaughter to line up more, and she will feel better." "I know." Fang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. It sounded as if he didn't feel sorry for her. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, they were relatives of a different generation. After a while, little Yuyi farted more than a dozen times, and her stomach felt better. The little guy was willing to lie on the bed and play. During this period, the little guy woke up after sleeping for a while, and Fang Mu never thought that the baby had stomach discomfort. After this massage, Xiao Yuyi slept for 2 hours before waking up. Seeing the little girl so well behaved, he lovingly held his precious daughter in his arms. "Baby, Daddy doesn't know you're feeling bad, I'm sorry. Now Daddy knows. From now on, Daddy will rub your little belly every day." While Xiao Yuyi opened her mouth, as if to say, "Thank you, Dad." Chapter 95 Xiao Yuyi, this pot is so big and black, so heavy. In the evening, the whole family sat together on the sofa watching TV, and little Yuyi fell asleep in her father's arms. The volume of the TV was quite loud, and the little guy slept soundly without being disturbed at all. The main thing is that Fang Mu consciously trained the baby, so that even if the TV is not turned on, she will not be awakened by any noise when she is asleep. Children should be trained from an early age. During the commercial break, Yu Wanchuan turned her head to look at her precious daughter in her husband's arms. "Husband, is the baby still asleep?" "She's asleep." She can sleep for at least another half an hour. Fang Mu smiled lovingly and gently scratched the tip of Xiao Yuyi's nose. She curled up in her father's arms. Young babies will have a startle reaction, but they won't if their whole body is wrapped up, so Xiao Yuyi slept soundly. Half an hour later, little Yuyi opened her sleepy eyes and stared blankly at her father's chin knocking. At this time, Fang Mu had not yet realized that his beloved daughter had woken up. He was still immersed in the TV series. Maybe she was woken up by a fart, and Xiao Yuyi was using her little hands and feet to exert force. After a moment, a super loud fart echoed in the living room. After hearing this, Ma Xiaochang turned his head to look at Fang Qingji and whispered disdainfully, "Old Fang, please be careful about your influence. Your daughter-in-law is still here. Next time you fart, hold it back." "What?" Fang Qingji was concentrating on watching the exciting moments, and then he heard his wife mumbling in his ear. After he heard it clearly, he said very aggrievedly, "I didn't fart just now, please don't frame me." "Framed you? Who else could it be but you?" Ma Xiaochang said sarcastically. Normally, it would be fine if they didn't pay attention to the impact when they lived in their hometown, but now they are living in their son's house, so they must not let people dislike them. It must be said that Ma Xiaochang, the mother-in-law, was very thoughtful, but Fang Qingji still felt very aggrieved. Why should he be blamed for the fart noise? Why couldn't it be someone else's? It's not me anyway. Fang Qingji turned his head away proudly. Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang curled his lips and complained in his heart, "Tisk, you're pretending that I really misunderstood you, it must be you, I don't even want to expose you." At the same time, Fang Mu was also wronged because Yi Wanchuan was closest to him and she was very sure that the fart sound came from her husband. I have to say that both father and son are the scapegoats. Just when Xiao Yuyi farted again, Fang Mu felt the baby's strong calves. He looked down and saw that Xiao Yuyi's face was red. When her father caught her doing something bad, little Yuyi grinned as if to hide her embarrassment. She looked as if she was saying, "What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a fart?" The baby girl woke up. Yu Wanchuang volunteered to make milk for the baby, while Fang Mu picked up little Yuyi. As expected of the group's favorite, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji rushed over upon seeing this. Xiao Yuyi grinned so hard that her butt came out. The sound was heard by everyone present. Fang Qingji looked at Ma Xiaochang and said, "It really wasn't me who farted at that time. It must have been your precious granddaughter. I told you that you framed me, apologize now." Fang Qingji gradually became arrogant, relying on the fact that he was right. Ma Xiaochang nodded and said with a fake smile, Okay, I apologize. I apologize now." After saying that, she twisted the tender flesh on Fang Qingji's waist, then smiled smugly, "Are you satisfied this time?" "Satisfied." Fang Qingji grinned and covered his waist and nodded. She was so cruel. This woman has no martial ethics. When little Yuyi saw her grandfather's painful expression, it seemed like something was pierced into her funny bone, and she smiled with her little mouth wide open. At this time, Yi Wanchuang came over with a bottle of milk. "Fang Yuyi, little baby, drink milk." Oh. When little Yuyi saw the bottle, she reached out anxiously. Her arms were chubby and it was a bit difficult for her to bend them, but the little one still wanted to hold the bottle and drink by herself. Seeing this, Fang Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Baby, Daddy will get the bottle for you. You are still young now, and you can get it by yourself when you grow up. Be good. When the time comes, Daddy won't get you a bottle even if you ask him to. Hurry up, take your hands off." Maybe the younger she is, the more stubborn she is. Little Yuyi even grabbed Fang Mu's fingers, trying to pull his big hand down with her own strength. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang smiled dotingly, "Baby, listen to Daddy, the bottle is too heavy, you can't hold it." Be good then. She took Xiao Yuyi's little hand away and held it to prevent her from making trouble. Soon, the milk in the bottle was drunk up, and Yu Wanchuang stopped pressing her baby daughter. After a while, the little guy burped. Looking at the colorful TV in front of him, there was a lot of confusion in his eyes. If eyes could speak, they would say, "What is this thing? There are so many colors of light, it's amazing." Xiao Yuyi's attention was all on the TV. She opened her eyes wide and could only see the light and shadows moving on the TV, but she couldn't see clearly. Watching TV is not good for the eyesight development of such a young child, but since the show was only a few minutes away from ending, no one took it seriously. Maybe it was because he drank some ice water at night. Fang Qingji's stomach was rumbling. He wanted to finish watching this clip before going to the toilet. Suddenly, he felt something in his butt.
When he thought of his wife telling him to hold his fart back, Fang Qingji cursed in his heart.
You think it's that easy to hold it back?
You wish. However, he still did it. The TV series was playing an exciting moment, and Fang Qingji got so excited that he farted.
After hearing the sound, Fang Mu turned his head and looked at his precious daughter tenderly. Stinky baby, are you farting again?
Wait until daddy finishes reading this and gives you some gas exercises.
Be good.
When little Yuyi heard this, her little eyes were filled with confusion. She had unknowingly felt that a huge blame had fallen on her. Fang Qingji happily agreed when he heard his son say this. Xiaomu, don't forget to help my eldest granddaughter relieve her stress after we finish watching.
It will make your stomach feel better if you poop it out.
I didn't know how to make up for it, but then my son came to help me.
What a coincidence.
Fang Qingji then smiled and touched Xiao Yuyi's little face, and said in his heart, my dear granddaughter, Grandpa just took the blame for you, this time it's your turn to take the blame for Grandpa.
My eldest granddaughter has been filial since she was young. When you grow up, Grandpa will take you to buy delicious food. Ha ha.
On the side, Ma Xiaochang saw the old man smiling happily but didn't know what was so funny. Her intuition told her that there was something fishy, but she had no evidence.
But she still asked, Lao Feng, what are you so happy about?
Fang Qingji put away his smile and said proudly, nothing, I just think my granddaughter will definitely be a good child who was filial to her grandfather.
Chapter 96, A Blessing in Disguise.
Ever since little Yuyi had stomach discomfort and frequent bloating, everyone has been worried, especially her grandfather Fang Qingji. After returning to his room at night, he searched for information on short videos to see if there was any efficient solution. However, after searching, I found that it was almost the same as what my son said. At this time, he saw a very convenient video. In the video, the blogger poured moderate temperature on the diaper and then put it on the baby's belly.
It's very convenient and much safer than putting water in a milk storage bag. Fang Qingji was moved when he saw it, so he immediately boiled a pot of hot water and asked for a diaper.
When the water was at a suitable temperature, he poured it into the diaper. After feeling it and finding it wasn't too hot, he knocked on his son's room and said, Xiaomu, open the door. After hearing this, Fang Mu hurried to the door and asked, Dad, what's going on? I saw someone in the video put a diaper on the baby's belly. It is very effective in expelling gas.
You can try it.
After saying that, Fang Qingji handed the diaper to his son.
Okay, I'll try.
Fang Mu nodded, took it, and then came to Xiao Yuyi and put the diaper on the baby's belly. I turned off the lights, played with my phone for a while, and was about to go to bed when I heard Xiao Yuyi scream.
After hearing this, Fang Mu hurriedly sat up, even waking up Yi Wanshuang who was soundly sleeping. Honey, the baby is crying? Okay, I'll go and take a look.
You go to sleep first. He quickly came to his precious daughter, only to see the little girl crying loudly.
Be good, baby, daddy is here with you, don't cry, don't cry. Good boy, baby, oh. Are you having a nightmare?
Daddy is here, Xiao Yuyi, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Fang Mu felt so distressed when he saw his baby girl's eyes were red from crying. Usually he could just coax her to stop crying, but he didn't know what happened today. The baby kept crying for 3 minutes without stopping. Xiao Yuyi was crying so sadly that Yi Wanshuang had no desire to sleep. She came to Fang Mu and said, Hubby, how about I hold Xiao Yuyi and try?
Okay.
Fang Mu nodded, then put his daughter in his wife's arms. He thought that coaxing her mother might help, but it was of no use. At this time, the crying sound had already reached the next room, and Fang Qingji, Ma Xiaochang, and maternity nurse Lu Tianchu all came over.
Xiaomu, what's going on? Why has Xiao Yuyi been crying for so long? I don't know. I've been crying since I woke up. Fang Mu shook his head. At this time, Lu Tianchu asked, Sir, have you checked the diaper? Could it be that the baby has poop? Oh, I forgot.
Little Yuyi was crying so sadly just now.
Fang Mu was thinking about coaxing his precious daughter first, and then he forgot about it.
Then, he put the little Yuyi on the changing table and took off the diaper.
The baby didn't poop or even urinate much.
Lu Tianchu checked and found that the baby's buttocks and thighs were not submerged, and he touched the baby's body and found that he did not have a fever or anything, so why was he crying? Just as everyone was puzzled, Fang Mu noticed that Xiao Yuyi's chubby little hands were touching her belly, as if she wanted to take something out.
After seeing this scene, Fang Mu wondered, could it be that the baby wanted to take off the diaper that was applying hot compress on his belly? I don't know why the baby is crying, so I can only try everything. After taking off the diaper,
Fang Mu lifted it up to check the baby's white and tender belly, and found that the baby's belly was red. Now he knew why the baby was crying. It was probably because the diaper was too hot and burned his skin a little. Sure enough, after taking off the diaper, Xiao Yuyi's crying subsided a lot, and she stopped crying after a while. When Fang Qingji saw this, he was puzzled. When I poured the water, it didn't feel hot. How could this happen? After hearing this, Ma Xiaoqiang looked at him angrily and asked, "Did you do this? Look at the perm you gave to Xiao Yuyi. How do you handle being a grandfather?" Ma Xiaoqiang was really disappointed with her granddaughter. She felt very sad that her precious granddaughter had suffered this, but Fang Qingji felt the same way. He blamed himself and said, "I really didn't expect this to happen. I just wanted to help Xiao Yuyi relieve herself. If I had known this, I would never do this even if I were beaten to death." Fang Qingji patted his chest with regret. Seeing his precious granddaughter suffer so much because of him, he cried with heartache. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurriedly comforted her. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Wan Shuang, there is some burn ointment at home. Go find it quickly." "Yes, I'll get it." Yi Wanshuang came back jogging with the medicine box. Fang Mu hurriedly applied burn ointment on the baby's belly. In his experience, the baby's belly was just burned red, and the red would fade away after a while. However, in order to prevent burns, it would be safer to apply burn ointment. Seeing his mother blaming his father, Fang Mu said, "Mom, you can't blame my dad. I'm also responsible for this. I didn't check when I put it on Xiao Yuyi's belly. You can blame me if you want." "Oh." Ma Xiaoqiang shook her head and sighed when she heard this. Now that she had calmed down, she realized that she had spoken a little harshly to the old man just now. After all, he meant well. Unable to utter an apology, she comforted Fang Qingji. "Okay, stop crying. The redness on Xiao Yuyi's body has gone down. It's okay now. I know you mean well, wipe your tears. You're so old and still crying, isn't that a joke? Wow. I really didn't mean it." The more he was comforted, the more Fang Qingji wanted to cry. He never thought that his good intentions would lead to the wrong thing. However, he still found it hard to understand. He had clearly tested the temperature, so how could he have burned Xiao Yuyi? Later, Fang Mu thought that his father's hands were very heat resistant, so they didn't feel hot to him, but they were quite hot to Xiao Yuyi, so this situation occurred. Finally, after 20 minutes, the red on Xiao Yuyi's belly had all faded away, and there were no blisters or anything on her belly. It was really a thrilling experience. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Fang Mu's head. Ding! The system detected that the host has made a lot of efforts to help the baby pass gas, and the system also feels the host's father's sincerity. Impressed by your sincerity, the system is now issuing rewards. Baobao brand probiotics have been distributed to relieve flatulence. After the system finished speaking, Fang Mu felt his pocket sink. He didn't need to look to know that it was a reward from the system. He didn't expect that it would be a blessing in disguise, but he couldn't tell his father the good news. He would definitely be happy if he knew that his precious granddaughter's bloating was cured. Now that Xiao Yuyi is fine, Fang Mu sent the few people away and then poured probiotics into Xiao Yuyi's mouth. The baby slept soundly that night and his stomach no longer felt uncomfortable. Chapter 97, Taking Xiao Yuyi Out for a Walk. As the baby grows up, there are more and more baby things at home. Because Xiao Yuyi is a little girl, Yu Wanchuan often buys her some beautiful clothes or some cute toys. Just now, the courier called her and said that the package had been delivered to the post station. Perhaps because she had something to look forward to, Yu Wanchuan came to Fang Mu after hanging up the phone. "Honey, I want to pick up the package. The weather is nice today, how about we take little Yuyi out to bask in the sun?" "Okay." Fang Mu nodded. Now it has been 100 days since the baby was born. The weather outside has been very good recently, and he wanted to take the baby out for more walks. Yu Wanchuan bought a waist stool for holding the baby. Fang Mu wrapped it around his waist and then placed the baby in front of his chest. At first, the little guy looked very curious, and his chubby little hands touched the straps on both sides, which was very cute. After Fang Mu got dressed, he carried Xiao Yuyi to Ma Xiaoqiang in his wife's room and said, "Dad, Mom, let's take Xiao Yuyi out for a walk." "Go." The two nodded, then smiled, and sent them away. When she came out of the house, she was warmed by the sun, but little Yuyi looked around here and there as if she had never seen the world before, and her eyes were almost not enough to watch. The old grandfathers and grandmothers who passed by saw the chubby appearance of little Yuyi and couldn't help but admire her. Your child is really well raised, so plump.
She's white and cute. She must be a little girl. Yeah.
Yi Wanchuang nodded with a smile. Now when she goes out, the children are the focus. Xiao Yuyi is not only interested in new things outside, but also in people.
She usually only comes into contact with the same few people.
When she saw a stranger, her eyes stayed on that person until she turned the corner and could no longer see him. Seeing his precious daughter like this, Fang Mu couldn't help but smile and said, Xiao Yuyi, auntie is home.
Let's go to the front.
Look, there is a big yellow dog in front.
Wow.
At this time, the little guy turned his head. When he saw the yellow golden hair, the little guy stretched out his hand and was visibly excited.
Even Xiao Yuyi was hee to it.
Upon hearing this, the golden retriever's owner brought the docile dog to Fang Mu and greeted him. How many months old is your baby?
He's so white. My grandson has been black since he was born. I wish he could be half as white as you.
After hearing this, Fang Mu pursed his lips and smiled. My child doesn't go out much, so he's white.
Besides, he's a little boy, so dark is healthier, right?
Ha, that's true. The man laughed loudly, then hugged the golden retriever in his arms and said to Xiao Yuyi, Baby, do you like puppies?
You can pet them. They won't bite. Little Yuyi seemed to understand and walked over with her chubby little hands.
She was a little scared when her little hands touched the golden retriever. He pulled his hand back before it touched her, then reached out again, repeating this several times.
Seeing his daughter's timid and playful appearance, Fang Mu held Xiao Yuyi's hand and gently stroked the golden retriever's back.
Maybe it was because it was comfortable, the golden retriever let out a low growl, and when little Yuyi heard it, she shook her whole body with joy. Seeing this, Fang Mu couldn't help but wonder, my wife never went to a disco when she was pregnant, so why is my precious daughter jumping around all the time? If the waist stool hadn't been tied tightly, he would have been really worried that little Yuyi would fall off it. After leaving the community, turn right and walk for 5 minutes to see a post station. Yi Wanchuan walked forward excitedly and said with a smile, Hello, I'm here to pick up a package.
The courier just called me. Upon hearing this, the store staff immediately asked, Are you Yi Wanchuan, the owner of the phone number ending in 3379? Yes, I am. Yi Wanchuan nodded.
She didn't know if it was her illusion or what, but she always felt that someone was talking about her behind her back. Then, the staff led her outside and pointed to a mountain of parcels that was 1 meter long and 1 person tall and said, These are all your parcels. Now Yi Wanchuan finally understood why she always felt that someone was talking about her behind her back. When she saw this, she could only say, Awesome.
Even she herself was wondering if she bought all these things herself?
The two of them came empty-handed, and there was no way they could take so many packages back. At this time, Yi Wanchuan noticed the cart next to them and asked, Can you lend me that cart? A bald man playing with his phone on the side looked up at what he said and then said enthusiastically, Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'll return it as soon as I'm done using it. After saying that, Yi Wanchuan walked towards the pile of express deliveries. Seeing this, the man excitedly ran forward and said, You have so many parcels, I'll help you move them. The man was the owner of the express delivery station. Seeing that Yi Wanchuan bought so many express deliveries, he thought that Yi Wanchuan was his god of wealth. The post station is not doing well these days, but with such a big client, why not seize the opportunity to show yourself? He worked very hard. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuan could only thank him repeatedly, Thank you very much.
Thank you for your hard work.
Hearing this, the man panted and said, It's not hard. You can help me by leaving the package here in the future.
Okay.
Yi Wanchuan nodded, then pushed the cart to keep up with her husband's pace. When the employees saw their boss personally moving packages for customers, they all looked puzzled.
Some even complained directly, Is our boss mentally healthy? It would be great if he could take a break and play with his phone. Could it be that he has some evil thoughts because he sees that woman is pretty?
I think her husband is quite handsome and she has children.
I think your boss is just getting nothing.
One of the women rested her chin on her hand, thinking, I think what you're saying is wrong.
Our boss won't do anything without profit. He definitely won't do a business that loses money.
The boss could hear the employees' discussion, but he didn't want to waste his breath. He looked at Yi Wanchuang's back with his eyes half closed, then smiled smugly. According to your purchasing power, it won't be long before you can buy a toilet in the Magic City. On the other side, Fang Mu saw that Yi Wanchuan was having a hard time pushing the baby, so he took the initiative to take her over. Holding the baby did not affect his performance. Looking at the express parcels his wife bought, he said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Wife, the post station owner is almost worshipping you as the god of wealth."
Ah? Boss? Why didn't I see it?
It's the one who helps you move your things. Yu Wanchuang suddenly realized what was going on when she heard this and said, "I was wondering why he was so enthusiastic. It turns out he thinks I'm the goose that lays golden eggs."
Ha, that's a more apt description. It doesn't matter where the express is placed to her.
Since others have helped her, Yu Wanchuan will definitely not go back on her word. At this moment, Fang Mu felt something was wrong.
How could the normally noisy Xiao Yuyi be so quiet? This was not normal. Chapter 98. Huh? Why doesn't T crying help? If he's quiet and nothing happens, there must be something wrong. Fang Mu couldn't see what Xiao Yuyi was doing, so he asked Yu Wanchuan, "Wife, look at what our precious daughter is doing." "Yeah." Yu Wanchuan nodded, then took a few quick steps and saw Xiao Yuyi lowering her head and concentrating on humming something.
She watched closer and saw that her chubby little hands were picking at the tape on the express box. Xiao Yuyi seemed to have discovered her mother. She looked up, frowned, and smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Husband, our daughter is picking up the express delivery."
She just smiled at me.
I was afraid I'd find out and yell at her.
Ha ha. Fang Mu grinned and then moved the express delivery in front of Xiao Yuyi forward.
My baby daughter often sucks on her hands, and there is dust and other things on the express delivery. If she sucks on them and puts them in her mouth, there will be bacteria.
There was nothing to touch, so Xiao Yuyi sighed deeply, alas.
When Yu Wanchuan saw the little guy like this, she loved him so much. "This little stinky boy can even sigh, so cute. When we get home, Mom will find a clean box for you to play with." She pinched little Yuyi's chubby little face lovingly.
Maybe she was attracted by something else. Xiao Yuyi opened her little hands and looked very anxious. The little guy had a great time today. He wanted to see this and touch that, just like Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, full of curiosity. Soon, Fang Mu pushed the cart to the door of his house. After opening the door, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji, who were in the house, heard the noise and quickly came out. Seeing his granddaughter being hung on her father's chest, Fang Qingji asked with concern, "Xiao Mu, what is this thing? I hope my granddaughter won't feel uncomfortable sitting in it."
Fang Mu grinned when he heard this. "No, this is a waist stool specially designed for babies. It's very comfortable."
"Oh, that's fine." Fang Qingji nodded, then happily held little Yuyi in his arms.
Then, Fang Mu pushed the cart into the house, and then lifted it up, and the express rolled down from it. After clearing the express delivery, he returned it to the store owner. Ma Xiaochang was shocked when he saw the express deliveries piled up like a mountain.
How many things did his daughter-in-law buy? Then, he asked doubtfully, "Wanchuan, did you buy all this?" "Yeah."
Yu Wanchuan nodded, then smiled and said, "I've been stocking up on some things during the recent shopping festival, most of which I bought for Xiao Yuyi. Cloud wipes, cotton wipes, clothes, socks, and the like. The size 66 clothes you've been wearing lately are a bit too small, so I bought you a size 73.
Oh. Ma Xiaochang nodded.
She liked her daughter-in-law very much because she was so sensible and thrifty. Even if Yu Wanchuan bought something expensive, she wouldn't say a word.
Life is for the young couple, and she doesn't want to be a spoiler. As long as her daughter-in-law likes it, it's fine.
Seeing that Yu Wanchuan was unpacking all the baby's things, she said distressfully, "Wanchuan, you should buy yourself some clothes or something.
In a few days, Mom will take you to the mall and buy you a skirt."
Ma Xiaochang still remembers that his daughter-in-law loved to wear skirts before she gave birth. Since she gave birth, she only wears pants and dark-colored clothes. Hearing her mother-in-law say this, Yu Wanchuan quickly refused. "No need, Mom, I have clothes and skirts, enough to wear."
"No, how about we go to the mall tomorrow?" "It's decided," Ma Xiaochang said very domineeringly.
Yu Wanchuan smiled slightly when she heard it. It felt so good to be spoiled by her mother-in-law. Afterwards, she looked at Ma Xiaochang with a smile and said, "Mom, there are too many parcels. I can't open them all by myself.
How about you help me?"
"Okay."
Ma Xiaochang nodded.
When Fang Mu came back, all the express packages had been opened, but the items had not been put away yet and were scattered all over the floor. Looking at the mess on the ground, he joked, "Wife, we can hardly walk in the house. If you buy more, there will be no place for us to live." Yi Wanchuan chuckled when she heard this. Then let's buy a bigger villa.
It's not like we can't afford it.
After all, money is just a string of numbers to her, and the thing she has the most is money. After hearing this, Fangmu gave a thumbs up and squatted on the ground to help his wife clean up. He set aside a cabinet specifically to store the baby's things, and it is now full. Xiao Yuyi is only 3 months old, but she has so many things.
It's no wonder that girls usually have so many things.
The cabinet is filled with commonly used items, and next to it is the baby's wardrobe, which is now also full of hanging things. Looking at his wife's long row of clothes and then at his daughters, Fangmu must be the most pitiful one, because he doesn't even have 1/3 of his daughters. It is worth mentioning that the wardrobe is full of beautiful floral dresses. Now that the weather is hot, it is cooler for Xiao Yuyi to wear a skirt. When you open the shopping app, it's like someone can eavesdrop on your thoughts, know that you like beautiful children's clothes, and then keep pushing them to you. Yi Wanchuan couldn't choose, so she simply bought them all. She didn't have beautiful skirts to wear when she was a child, and now she has realized her wish through her daughter.
Isn't this a way to compensate herself?
As long as his wife likes her, Fangmu has no temper.
What else can he do? He can only spoil her.
He pressed his wife down on the bench and said domineeringly, "Just sit here.
Don't do anything.
I'll take care of it."
Oh.
Yi Wanchuan nodded and admired her husband tidying up the wardrobe. It was such a happy thing. After everything was packed, Fangmu carried Xiao Yuyi to the cloakroom. "Stinky baby, these are all your clothes.
Look how much your mother dotes on you. When you grow up, you must be filial to your mother."
While Xiao Yuyi stared blankly, then moved her lips slightly, as if responding, "I know."
After dinner in the evening, Fangmu lay on the bed, Yi Wanchuan lay on Fangmu's belly, and Xiao Yuyi lay on the bed and played by herself. When Fang Qingji went out, he bought a nitrogen balloon for Xiao Yuyi. Maybe because of its bright color, Xiao Yuyi liked it very much. Afterwards, Yi Wanchuan tied the balloon to Xiao Yuyi's ankle. The little one had been kicking her calves frequently recently, so the balloon moved up and down with her. Maybe it was the first time for the little guy to play. He was very happy, he laughed out loud, and then he kicked his legs even harder. Seeing that their baby daughter was having so much fun, the young couple did not disturb her. On the bed, the three of them played harmoniously without disturbing each other. Soon, Fangmu heard Xiao Yuyi's grinning voice, "Hey! Hey!" Maybe the baby knew that his parents were ignoring him, so he started to pretend crying. Woo! Woo! He cried for a long time without a single tear. While crying, Xiao Yuyi opened her eyes and looked at her father and mother. She must have been wondering, why isn't crying helping? Chapter 99, Stinky Baby Daddy's leg hair is funny.
At that time, Fangmu was pretending to be playing with his mobile phone, but he was actually peeking.
He noticed it when little Yuyi started crying.
Later, when he saw that the little girl wanted to cry but didn't want to cry, he covered his mouth and tried to hold back his laughter. As for the baby, seeing that her father and mother ignored her, she took a few deep breaths and stopped crying, as if the little girl knew this trick didn't work. In fact, there was a reason why we fake cried, and that was because the balloon flew onto the roof. Little Yuyi can't speak and can only express her needs by crying. Her confused parents are watching the fun from the side. After a long time, Yi Wanchuan looked up at the clock on the wall and suddenly felt that the scene in front of her was brighter.
After a moment, she finally realized, Husband? Where's our baby's balloon? When did you run up there? I don't know. Fangmu looked up after hearing that, shook his head and smiled bitterly, then took the balloon down and tied it around Xiao Yuyi's ankle. Baby, did you just tell Daddy that the balloon flew away? Our little Yuyi is smart. She knew to look for Daddy when the balloon was gone. Good baby, Daddy will tie you up tightly this time, come and play. Then, the two of them lay aside and ignored Xiao Yuyi, letting her play by herself. At this time, Yi Wanchuan saw a short video of a baby rolling over. She looked up at Fangmu and asked, Husband, when will our daughter turn over? Other babies can roll over as soon as they turn 3 months old. Parents nowadays are too sensitive. If other babies of the same age can do something that we can't, we get anxious. If we can do something that other babies can't do, we get anxious too. There is no solution. Fangmu, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. Wife, every child develops differently, so it's normal for them to roll over at different times. Maybe our daughter can find one for you tomorrow, but who can say for sure? Okay then. Yi Wanchuan nodded and thought it through.
And the little Yuyi below has been staring at her calves happily since her father tied the balloons to her again. Maybe because she practiced kicking more and more, Xiao Yuyi gradually found that she could do some different leg lifts. At this time, she lifted her legs with force and tilted her body slightly to the side, and then Xiao Yuyi felt dizzy. When I opened my eyes again, the scene in front of me was different from what I had just seen. Because Xiao Yuyi is chubby, it is a little difficult for her to lift her head. I saw the little guy putting his head on the bed, looking around with his big round eyes. At this time, little Yuyi found an interesting toy. She stretched out her chubby little hands, her eyes were very serious, and she was scratching and pulling at something with her little hands. At the same time, Fangmu felt as if his calf was grabbed. He looked up and found that his beloved daughter was pulling his leg hair. He was stunned by this scene. He patted Yi Wanchuan's arm and whispered, "Wife, come and see what our daughter is doing." Ah! After reading it, Yi Wanchuan covered her mouth with her hands, her body shaking with laughter. The two discussed in a low voice, fearing to disturb Xiao Yuyi, who was concentrating on pulling her leg hair. "Honey, when did our daughter turn over? Did she do it on her own?" "I don't know. It was already like this when I saw it. Let's be honest, my daughter pulled your leg hair, does it hurt?" "It hurts," Fangmu said in pain with a grin. Although the baby was not very strong, it was inevitable that a few leg hairs were pinched between his fingers. When the baby stretched out his hand, the leg hairs were also pulled, and it felt really sour. After hearing this, Yi Wanchuan gave Fangmu a thumbs up. "Awesome. Longwei is a good father." "Shu, it's all tears if you talk too much," Fangmu smiled bitterly. Fortunately, such things didn't happen very often, otherwise he would have wanted to remove all his leg hair. Xiao Yuyi played for a while, and it seemed as if she felt the gazes of her father and mother. She turned her head and met their eyes. I saw little Yuyi grinning and rubbing her fingers back and forth. Her chubby little hands were so cute. Seeing the baby's adorable scene, Fangmu quickly hugged his precious daughter in his arms and said lovingly, "Stinky baby daddy's leg hair is fun. Look at the leg hair you rubbed until it's all together. It's amazing." Hee little Yuyi seemed to feel that her father was praising her, and she laughed with her little mouth open. At this time, Yi Wanchuan took her beloved baby into her arms and said gently, "Baby, you just turned over by yourself, right? Mom puts you on the bed, you turn over by yourself. Then mommy let it go." After saying that, she placed little Yuyi on the bed with her back facing up. The little one raised her hands and feet without any intention of turning over. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuan urged, "Our little Yuyi can roll over now, can't you show it to mommy? Mom promises not to tell anyone." "You talk yours, I play mine, and Xiao Yuyi is indifferent." Seeing this, Fangmu quickly spoke up for his precious daughter, "Wife, our baby doesn't want to turn over now. She might be tired from lying down for too long. Take a break. I'll show you a good show tomorrow and dazzle your eyes." Yi Wanchuan heard this and said coquettishly, "You two are of the same mind, playing a double act for me." "Huh, so I'm an outsider, right?" "No, I'm an outsider from the beginning. You all have the surname Fong." Upon hearing this, Fangmu hugged his wife and comforted her, "Wife, you're wrong to say that. We can both have the surname Yi. We are a family and will be a family forever. So satisfied?" Yi Wanchuan curled her lips and said, "Okay, I won't argue with you guys. What time is it? How about putting our precious daughter to bed?" "Okay, Xiao Yuyi is sleepy too, so I'll make her some milk and coax her to sleep," Fangmu said, and then he made milk powder for the baby next time. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Yuyi fell asleep obediently on the bed. Fangmu gently turned off the light and crawled into his wife's bed. Facing her husband's random touching, Yi Wanchuan pursed her lips and said helplessly, "You. Go back to bed and sleep." Honey, isn't this what you meant by going to bed early?" Fangmu looked aggrieved. He thought it was his wife who invited him. "I'm really sleepy and want to sleep. Stop making trouble. My daughter just fell asleep. Don't wake her up." "It's okay. Our little Yuyi is in a deep sleep and can't be woken up. Let's move around a bit to improve the relationship between husband and wife." After saying that, Fangmu kissed Yi Wanchuan without any moral ethics. Faced with her husband's teasing, she lost all sleepiness and pressed Fangmu under her body, saying seductively, "Hubby, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. I will accompany you tonight." Chapter 100, Damn Mom, the baby is about to be squashed by you.
The next morning, Fong Mu heard the baby humming in a daze. He was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. He wanted to pat Xiao Yuyi's back to comfort her, while mumbling something to himself. "Good boy, Daddy is here with you, go to sleep, go to sleep." He rubbed his big hands on the bed, but he couldn't touch Xiao Yuyi's back after a long time. Weird? Fong Mu frowned, startled, fearing that his precious daughter would fall to the ground or be covered by the quilt and unable to get out. He quickly sat up and looked for Xiao Yuyi. After searching around, he finally found Xiao Yuyi lying on the bed. The little guy is still sleeping now, and sleeping soundly, but there is a pair of long, thin and white legs on his back. When I looked up, I saw that it was my wife's thigh resting on Xiao Yuyi's back. Fong Mu knew from the beginning that his wife was not a good sleeper, but he didn't expect that Ji Wanchuan would even bully their daughter. Now recalling the baby's humming sound, he thought that his daughter might be feeling under a lot of pressure and complained quietly. In response, Fong Mu gently lifted his wife's legs and placed them aside. Yi Wanchuan felt uncomfortable in this sleeping position and put her legs back up. When little Yuyi felt that weight again, she grinned and grumbled in grievance, looking so pitiful. Seeing this, Fong Mu had no choice but to move his wife's thighs away, then picked up his precious daughter and put her aside. The baby is still small, so he is placed on his back. The little guy has an open mouth, long eyelashes, a small nose, and is chubby and very cute. Now free of pressure, the little one sighed deeply and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, after Xiao Yuyi was moved away, Yi Wanchuan felt a little uncomfortable. She turned left and right but couldn't find a comfortable position. She was so angry that she simply sat up and didn't want to sleep anymore. When she opened her eyes and saw Fong Mu sitting in front of her, she asked in confusion, "Husband, are you awake?" "Yeah." Fong Mu nodded. "Why aren't you sleeping?" "I just can't sleep comfortably no matter how hard I try. I might as well not sleep at all," Yi Wanchuan said, then got down to get a glass of water to drink. Fong Mu heard this and complained in his heart, "Without our little Yuyi's tender little flesh, it's normal that she can't sleep." Then, he looked at Yi Wanchuan and asked, "Wife, why don't you sleep well? Don't you feel like you're missing something?" "Hearing you say that, it seems like something is missing." She thought carefully for a moment and replied, "It seems like something is missing." What could be missing? Yi Wanchuan looked at the bed and said in confusion. After hearing this, Fong Mu smiled and poked his wife's head and said, "Of course our little Yuyi is missing. When I got up, I saw your thighs resting on my precious daughter's back. You look so happy, you must have slept very comfortably." Fong Mu paused for a moment, then continued his rant. "Later, Xiao Yuyi became uncomfortable from being pressed down, so I took your thigh away. And you seem to be relying on your precious daughter and insist on putting your legs back. In the end, I had no choice but to move Xiao Yuyi to another position." "Huh?" Yi Wanchuan scratched her head in disbelief after hearing these words. "Hubby, you can't be making this up, right? I sleep very well, how could I possibly put my legs on Xiao Yuyi?" "Really? Here are the photos as proof," Fong Mu said very seriously, then took out his cell phone. When Yi Wanchuan saw the photo, she immediately shut her mouth because it was exactly what her husband had described. At this moment, Yi Wanchuan felt a little scared. Fortunately, she didn't hit Xiao Yuyi's nose and mouth, otherwise she would regret it for the rest of her life. In order to reduce the occurrence of such incidents, she suggested to Fong Mu, "Husband, don't let Xiao Yuyi sleep in the middle anymore. Let her sleep on your side so I can't press her down." "Okay." Fong Mu nodded. Although the bed was a double bed, it was a bit crowded for the three of them with a child. In addition, since he let Xiao Yuyi sleep at the very edge, he was a little worried that his precious daughter would fall to the ground. Now the little one can turn over when he sleeps. When he grows up, it will be really hard to keep an eye on him. It won't work without a fence around him. Fong Mu thought about putting a small spliced bed with railings next to the big bed, so that there would be more space and everyone could have a good sleep. Having made up his mind, Fong Mu planned to buy a small modular bed in the afternoon. Next to her, Yi Wanchuan seemed to have discovered something incredible in the photo, and she cried out in surprise. "Oh my god, why is little Yuyi sleeping on her stomach? I wasn't paying attention to that just now, I just realized it now." Hearing his wife's noisy voice, Fong Mu glanced at Xiao Yuyi. Finding that the other person was not awake, he made a hush gesture with his mouth. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuan nodded and whispered, "Hubby, when did Xiao Yuyi turn over and sleep?" "You're not going to sleep like this all night, are you?" "I don't know either. Our daughter is so capable." She gave us a surprise so early in the morning. Fang Mu covered his face and smiled. The young couple just admired the baby's sleeping posture. The more they looked, the more they liked it and the more they wanted to kiss it. Yu Wanchuang couldn't help but secretly kissed Xiao Yuyi's forehead. Seeing that her daughter was still sleeping soundly, she felt proud. After a minute, the little guy frowned and rubbed his chubby little hands on his face. The next second, little Yuyi opened her little mouth, rolled up her tongue and started crying loudly. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang regretted it in her heart. My precious daughter is so weak. She woke up crying after just one kiss. Little Yuyi was crying even though she hadn't woken up yet. She was in a very bad mood when she woke up. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurriedly coaxed his precious daughter, "Be good, my dear, it's time to wake up. The sun is about to burn your butt. The weather is nice today, Daddy will take you out to play this afternoon, okay? Our little Yuyi loves going out the most." The little guy seemed to understand and stopped crying. Seeing her baby daughter's eyes red from crying, Yu Wanchuang said distressfully, "Mom will never be so rude again." Then, she opened her arms and said gently, "Xiao Yuyi, come here, let me hold you, okay?" The little girl was stunned when she heard that. After a moment, she shook her little head and buried her head in her father's arms. Yu Wanchuang was stunned when she saw this scene. "Husband, did you see that?" Our daughter just shook her head. After she finished speaking, she dotingly pinched Xiao Yuyi's little face and said coquettishly, "Stinky baby, you don't want mommy to hold you, right? You little bastard." Fang Mu laughed out loud when he saw this. He really didn't expect the baby to shake his head. That scene was quite cute. Raising a child is like a surprise every day. Chapter 101 Xiao Yuyi, turn over, pinch it with your hands. During lunch, Fang Mu placed Xiao Yuyi on the crawling mat with a hydrogen balloon tied to her ankle. Not to mention, a balloon that costs only $5 is cheap and easy to use, and it's really a great tool to coax kids. At the dining table, Fang Qingji looked at Xiao Yuyi, who was having a lot of fun, and said with a smile, "My dear granddaughter, you want to play with balloons? Wait for Grandpa to buy you a few. Play, Grandpa will take care of it. When the time comes, we'll tie one on each of our little hands and feet. Our little Yuyi will definitely like it." After hearing this, Fang Mu grinned. Grandpa's love was like a landslide, so strong. The family chatted while eating, and Fang Mu excitedly shared, "Dad, Mom, your precious granddaughter can turn over. When I woke up this morning, I saw her sleeping on her stomach. I don't know when she turned over." Fang Qingji immediately became excited after hearing this. "Hey, my granddaughter can do it if she says she can. If anyone says my granddaughter is fat and can't roll over, I will tell him off. We are flexible, chubby little balls, not fat, that's all cute. Yes, you are absolutely right. Even eating can't stop your mouth." Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly put a large piece of braised pork into Fang Qingji's bowl. At the dinner table, Fang Qingji's position was right in front of Xiao Yuyi, and he could see her just by looking up. At this time, he found that his precious granddaughter actually wanted to lift her body, as if she wanted to sit up. With his mouth full, he quickly patted Ma Xiaochang beside him and muttered, $$%. I didn't hear a word you said." Ma Xiaochang rolled his eyes and complained. Fang Qingji finally remembered that his hands were still usable, and he quickly pointed at his precious granddaughter, and everyone followed his gaze and looked over. I saw Xiao Yuyi lift up her legs, then exert force on her upper body and flip over with a plop. Everyone saw the scene. Even Fang Mu saw his precious daughter turn over for the first time. He hadn't seen it the previous 2 times. Then, everyone excitedly said, "Oh my god, little Yuyi turned over, it's amazing. Baby Yuyi can roll over now. How come she's so amazing? My eldest granddaughter is amazing. She is my grandmother's pride." Everyone was talking at once. Fang Qingji quickly cleaned the rice in the bowl, then picked up little Yuyi with a smile. He petted the baby's tender little face lovingly and said complacently, "Little Yuyi is really too strong. It's not that we don't know how to attack. Our first move is a king bomb. You are Grandpa's pride. I will reward you with a few hydrogen balloons when the time comes. We earned this through our own strength, it's awesome." Although little Yuyi didn't understand, it seemed that her eyesight was pretty good. Seeing her grandfather smiling happily, she also laughed perfunctorily a few times. Perhaps wanting to press on, Fang Qingji then placed little Yuyi back on the crawling mat and said softly, "Little Yuyi, show Grandpa how to roll over again. Grandpa, please record it and let all our relatives see it. Our baby can turn over by himself."
Little Yui stared at the little feet happily, but did not react at all. The little feet were very powerful and it hurt a lot when they kicked her body.
Seeing this, Fang Qingji pleaded gently, "Baby, you can roll over now, right? Turn over for Grandpa. It's very simple. Our little Yui can do it easily. It's a piece of cake, right?"
Hee. Seeing her grandfather's excited look, little Yui grinned, and her chubby cheeks trembled, looking very cute. At this time, Ma Xiaochang came over after dinner.
She patted Fang Qingji's shoulder and scolded him in an unpleasant manner. "My granddaughter doesn't want to turn over now, how about you turn over one? What's the point of me flipping through it?" Fang Qingji waved his hands and frowned.
He grinned like a tough guy and said coquettishly, "I just want to post it on WeChat Moments to show off."
"Our granddaughter won't cooperate." "Then you can wait until he cooperates before recording. Ma Xiaochang is Xiao Yui's defense lawyer and fully guaranteed the rights and interests of his eldest granddaughter." Then, she suddenly had an idea and said, "Why don't you turn it over in front of us? Maybe Xiao Yui will actually give you face." "Okay then, I'll just give it a try."
Fang Qingji scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Then he lay down on the crawling mat, tilted his head to look at his precious granddaughter and said softly, "Xiao Yui, just look at how Grandpa rolls over, and you roll over the same way.
Grandpa is starting."
As he spoke, Fang Qingji raised his hands, then crossed his legs, exerted a little force on his body, and turned over. When little Yui saw this, she just grinned and giggled. Seeing this, Fang Qingji smiled helplessly. "This little bastard didn't do what I told him and is making fun of me."
"What's wrong? Grandpa looks like a monkey. You are laughing so happily."
Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaochan complained unhappily, "Our granddaughter is having fun watching it, hurry up and show a few more."
"Okay, it's my precious granddaughter who wants to see it."
After saying that, Fang Qingji flipped over several times in a row to make Xiao Yui happy. Seeing his daughter laughing so happily, Fang Mu said to the old couple with a helpless smile, "Dad, Mom, just keep spoiling little Yui. Sooner or later, she'll be spoiled by you."
Ma Xiaochang nodded. "Our granddaughter is definitely spoiled. Don't worry. There is no room for negotiation on matters of principle.
She will spoil such a small matter." The old couple's idea is very simple. They will try their best to satisfy their granddaughter's preferences. As for issues involving principles and worldviews, they will definitely guide her well. Fang Mu absolutely believed what his mother said, because he was taught by them. They had to go out in the afternoon, so the young couple went to pack their things, and the old couple played with little Yui in the living room.
Fang Qingji didn't know how many times he turned over, and he felt dizzy.
Just when he was about to turn over for the last time, little Yui suddenly became serious and imitated his grandfather's movements. I saw the little guy raised his chubby little hands, then lifted his legs upwards, and with a little force, he turned over.
Ma Xiaochan watched the whole process. After Xiao Yui turned over, she excitedly said, "Lao Feng, did you see it?
Just now, your granddaughter saw you flip one, so she flipped one too. As I said, if you work hard, there will be hope."
Ha ha. Fang Qingji laughed.
He really didn't expect that his granddaughter would follow her and flip over.
What should I do? I love my eldest granddaughter more and more. She is so cute and smart. I really don't want to leave her side for a moment.
Then, Fang Qingji picked up little Yui and kissed her cheeks and forehead. The chubby baby felt very nice to hold in his hands. He complained to himself, eating well is good for your health, and being fat is even healthier. Chapter 102. My daughter is amazing, she is worthy of being raised by her father.
Fang Qingji couldn't stop smiling because his precious granddaughter gave him such face, and he was reluctant to put Xiao Yui down.
Seeing his son and daughter-in-law coming out of the bedroom, he boasted happily. "Xiaomu, Wan Shuang, I just showed Xiao Yui how to do a somersault, and our little darling followed suit. Grandpa, your coaxing was not in vain.
You really gave me face. My granddaughter is amazing. Is it true?"
Fang Mu was a little bit incredulous when he heard that.
His daughter was too smart.
Fang Qingji looked at Ma Xiaochan proudly. These words would be more credible coming from someone else.
Then she nodded and agreed, "It's true. I was there at the time."
After she finished speaking, she also emphasized, "It's mainly because our little Yui is smart and can learn it just by watching.
Her grandfather is just a foil."
After hearing this, Fang Qingji said angrily, "You are just jealous of me. Come on, let me show you, otherwise you won't know how powerful I am." After he finished speaking, he looked at his precious granddaughter affectionately and said in a pleading tone, "Xiao Yudi, cooperate with Grandpa. Let Dad, Mom, and Grandma see that we are not holding back. Once we do, we will blind everyone's eyes." When Xiao Yudi heard this, she sucked her fingers attentively. Afterwards, Fang Xingji placed Xiao Yudi on the crawling mat and turned over in front of the little one. When little Yudi saw this, she stopped eating with her little hands, as if her DNA had awakened, and she quickly turned over. After seeing this, Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang excitedly praised, "Wow! Our little Yuyi is so great and amazing." The turning movement was very smooth, without any hesitation. "Mom gives you full marks. My daughter is amazing. She's worthy of being raised by her dad. She's very smart." Everyone around was praising Xiao Yuyi. Although no one praised Fang Xingji, he was very happy in his heart, mainly because his granddaughter had given him so much face today. He thought to himself that there would be enough balloons in the future and he would keep buying them as long as his granddaughter liked to play with them. The scenes seen when lying down and lying on one's stomach were different. It seemed as if the seal of Xiao Yuyi was revealed, and she turned over several times in a short while. As long as you put her on the bed or crawling mat, the little one will turn over. Now Xiao Yuyi can only flip forward and can't flip back, but she is still very capable. Today's exercise was very intense. In the afternoon, Fang Mu made 140 milliliters of milk for the baby, but it was still not enough. It can be seen that Xiao Yuyi is exhausted. Originally, Fang Mu wanted to take his baby daughter out for a while, but now that she has fallen asleep, he can only leave her at home and let the old couple take care of her. Yi Wanchuang put the prepared mother and baby bag aside, then followed Fang Mu out of the house with light luggage. After getting in the car and fastening their seatbelts, the two headed straight to the furniture market. The furniture market is very large, and Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang had a clear target, so they directly asked the clerk if they had cribs. I asked several stores, but none of them sold cribs. They did have wooden cribs, the kind we used when we were kids, but they weren't what two people needed. After looking around and not finding anything suitable, Fang Mu had a bold idea in his mind. "Wife, why don't we go to the building materials market and make one ourselves? Wooden ones don't need ventilation, so there's no need to worry about harmful substances entering the baby's nasal cavity." "Okay." Yi Wanchuang nodded. What her husband said made sense, but she frowned and asked, "But do you know where this kind of store is?" "I know, get in the car. Let's go early. Handmade things take time. Let's finish them today and take them home so we can use them in the evening." "Oh." The two nodded. In less than 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of an inconspicuous small factory. After getting off the car, they could smell the smell of sawdust. After entering, I saw an old craftsman with gray hair carving wood. When he heard footsteps at the door, he asked, "What are you doing here?" After hearing this, Fang Mu politely replied, "Master, we want to make a spliced bed. We have a baby now and the original bed is a bit small." "Oh." The old man nodded, then looked up at the two of them and waved, "Come in with me." There was only a simple desk in the room, with pencils and white paper scattered on it. The old craftsman picked up a pen and asked, "How big are your beds? How big are your modular beds?" To be honest, Fang Mu didn't know. He didn't measure it when he came. He originally wanted to buy one to take back. Besides, the house was bought by my wife. After hearing this, Yi Wanchuang also frowned. She bought the bed because she thought it was comfortable and didn't think about it at all. Well, let me make a phone call and ask." After a moment, Fang Mu said with a grin, 2 meters by 2.5 meters. "Yes." The old master nodded. Now that the length was confirmed, he continued to ask, "How long do you want it to be?" "About 1 meter, Fang Mu replied, then added, "Master, we're putting up a fence next to the cot. The baby's getting bigger, and we're worried she might roll over and fall to the ground." "No problem." The old master nodded. He was a carpenter and had been doing handicrafts for 40 or 50 years. He knew all these things well. After confirming it, he called the apprentices in the factory to start measuring the boards and cutting them. Everyone worked in an orderly manner. Seeing how fast everyone was doing, Fang Mu nodded inwardly, thinking that Xiao Yuyi would definitely be able to sleep in her new bed tonight. Now they have the bed, but no mattress. 5 centimeters of height are reserved for the spliced bed, so the two of them still have to go to the furniture store. After entering the door, the couple went straight into the first store. The salesperson came up happily when he saw that there were customers. "Hello, welcome, what can I do for you?"
Can you customize mattresses here?
Of course. The salesperson nodded and raised his hand to instruct the newly arrived intern, Lily, take them to see the mattresses. She had originally thought that the person coming was a big customer, but she didn't expect that he was just here to buy a small mattress. She even looked down on an order worth about 1,000 yuan. Here, under the guidance of Lily, the couple came to the mattress area, where there was a mattress on each bed. Then, Lily introduced, you two, you only understand mattresses after you lie on them yourself. You can lie on it and feel it, and then decide which mattress to order.
Yeah.
Fangmu nodded, then sat down on the bed closest to him, then shook his head, it's a little hard. This mattress was bought for his baby daughter, so it must be softer.
He knew that you get what you pay for, so he asked, what's the best mattress you have? I'll go up and feel it. Chapter 103. It's damn expensive. The best?
The salesperson looked around and made sure there was no one around before she whispered to the couple. The best mattresses are too expensive, over $1 million each.
Custom-made ones are even more expensive. They're just a rip-off.
I'll pick one for you that's cost-effective and will save you money. Lily said with a smile that she came to the big city from a small place to work. Seeing so many mattresses with zero sales, she couldn't help but sigh that the store she worked in was really shady.
What's so good about mattresses that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars? Aren't they all used for sleeping?
Back home, they just put a few layers of quilts on the bed, but they're too soft and uncomfortable. Fangmu and Yi Wanchuan grinned when they heard these words. It was the first time they saw a waiter who cared about the customers spending money. Seeing her so honest and kind, Yi Wanchuan waved her hand and comforted her. It's okay, we are used to sleeping well, take us to see it.
Okay then.
Lily nodded, secretly complaining, oh my god, there are still people who are eager to be taken advantage of these days. People in small places don't know how to enjoy life, nor do they understand how to enjoy it. Only those who really know what they are doing know that a good mattress is really not cheap. Soon, Lily led the two to a more upscale decorated compartment.
Hey, guys, this is the most expensive mattress we have here.
The one you're looking at is worth 1.18 million yuan. That's enough to buy 2 houses here.
Yeah, let's lie down and feel it. After saying that, Fangmu and Yi Wanchuan lay on their backs on the bed and shook their bodies to test the elasticity.
At this time, the woman at the door came over and saw the two of them lying on the bed. She rolled her eyes and pulled Lily aside to scold her.
What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to stop it?
Anyone can sleep on the top quality mattress in our store.
This isn't a wet market, this is a high-end home textile market. Who knows what kind of bacteria they have?
Hearing this, Lily said a little aggrievedly, I just want to see the most expensive ones.
I won't look down on the cheap ones.
The woman glared at the two people on the bed angrily.
I've seen many people like this.
It's just vanity that's at work. After that, she came to the two of them and said with a smile, my dear guests, this mattress is the best in our store, but it is quite expensive.
You've already tried, so hurry up and get down.
If you break something or get it dirty, you'll be in trouble if you can't afford the compensation.
Hearing this voice, Fangmu and Yi Wanchuan sat up.
Although the woman appeared very polite on the surface, the words she spoke were undoubtedly mocking. It can be said that they are like a gentle knife, but every knife is deadly. Such people are more hateful than those salespeople who directly say that you are poor and you can't afford it.
Yi Wanchuan was very unhappy after hearing this. Aren't things placed here for people to try? How can you know whether they are good or bad if you don't try them? How can you buy them? Or are you guys taking advantage of your size to bully customers?
The woman waved her hand, still smiling, and replied, Ma'am, we really didn't mean that. I'm just trying to avoid your risk. After all, this mattress is not cheap.
There's a mattress over there that would suit you. I'll show you.
After saying that, the woman pointed to the mattresses in the special offer section and said, as if she had the words you can't afford it written on her face.
Fangmu sneered when he heard this, we don't like the mattress you recommended. We only like this most expensive one. Isn't it just 1.18 million? Doesn't that sound expensive?
Lily didn't dare to talk to her because the woman was the manager of a home textile store and she had just started working there and didn't dare to offend her. However, she responded in her heart, it's so damn expensive. If I had 1.18 million, I wouldn't come to this damn place and suffer this woman's bullshit. The woman grinned and snorted coldly, Sir, 1.18 million is not a small amount.
You'd better stop joking here. If you keep doing this, I'll call security. Fang Mu pursed his lips and said, I'm not kidding, let's order this mattress.
2 meters long and 3 meters wide.
Today. The woman still didn't believe it.
She thought Fang Mu was playing a trick on her.
How could he come out today? Sir, it's okay if you don't want to buy it. Just go out and turn left.
Why waste your breath here?
I can't make sense to you, I'll talk to her. Fang Mu felt that this woman was mentally ill.
She came here to buy a mattress, but she thought he was here to play a trick on her.
Then Fang Mu said to Lily, did you write down the size I just mentioned?
I've made a note of that, but if you want the mattress today, I need to contact our manager.
Please contact us, we will pay for the expedited service.
Watching Fang Mu speak so confidently, the woman sneered in her heart, TSK. He knew the customized product wouldn't be ready within a day, yet he deliberately came here to act cool.
What a despicable person.
Whether he has money or not is uncertain, but he is really shameless.
Most people can't do this.
Lily quickly finished the call and then trotted over to the young couple. I just told our manager, he'll be here soon. Please wait a moment, our manager will talk to you personally.
Okay.
Fang Mu nodded, then pulled Yu Wanchuan to sit on the sofa beside him. In less than 3 minutes, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a black suit walked over quickly.
When he saw Yu Wanchuan, he pushed up his glasses and said in surprise, Boss Yi, how come you have time to come here? Mr. Yi?
The woman was stunned when she heard the manager call Yu Wanchuan Mr. Yi. The woman who can make men pay so much attention to her must be very powerful. At least she can afford a mattress.
Now the woman couldn't help but feel a little scared.
She had offended a big shot without realizing it, but with the manager around, she would definitely be fine. Yu Wanchuan didn't recognize the other person, but she still replied with a smile, my husband and I are here to look at the mattress. But some people doubted we could afford it, and later we were afraid to sit on the mattress. The man was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the store manager and then grinned and said, Ms. Yi is the female CEO of a listed company.
How could she not be able to afford a mattress? It's all because I didn't discipline my subordinates well. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. In order to quickly get over the matter, he said with a smile, Boss Yi wants to order a custom mattress, right? You know custom-made items take 3 to 5 days to produce.
Place your order first, and I promise to deliver it to your door within 3 days.
No, I need it urgently and can't wait 3 days.
Yu Wanchuan shook her head and said, Manager Zhang, ask the factory to work overtime.
I need it today. We'll pay the overtime and expedited fees. If you can do it, we'll sign it.
If you can't, we'll look in other shops. After saying that, Yu Wanchuan wanted to pull Fang Mu away. Manager Zhang saw this and quickly stopped him, saying, Boss Yi, I didn't say I couldn't do it.
You and Mr. should sit down and have some tea first. Chapter 104 Baby, what baby talk are you talking about?
In order to keep this large order and to make himself familiar to Mr. Yi, he acted very hard.
Mr. Yi, it can be done, but it's a little difficult. Yu Wanchuan didn't listen to those excuses.
She said forcefully, 3 million, send it to my house before 8 o'clock in the evening.
If you can do it, do it. If you can't, find another one. You are being so hesitant like an old woman. No problem, don't worry, we will deliver on time. Well, I hope you won't let me down.
Yu Wanchuan nodded, paid the money, and left taking Fang Mu's arm. After coming out of the furniture store, Yu Wanchuan seemed to have changed. She looked at Fang Mu and said, Husband, I'm not usually like that. I hope you're not scared. No, Fang Mu shook his head, crying and laughing, and said sincerely, Wife, just be yourself in front of me.
I'm just being myself. Yu Wanchuan blinked her eyes and spoke in a hushed voice. Fang Mu nodded repeatedly when he saw this. Why didn't he believe what his wife said? After the distinguished guest left, the woman snuggled in Manager Zhang's arms. Brother Zhang, who is that woman? She spoke so arrogantly. Just talk properly, don't bother with me.
Manager Zhang pushed her away in disgust, blaming him for doting on the woman too much, allowing her to act lawless.
He said very seriously, you won't need to work in this store tomorrow. We're short of a clerk in the suburbs. What? You want me, a store manager, to work as a clerk over there? Are you kidding me? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, leave. Who are we going to follow?
Manager Zhang left a message and hurried to deal with the mattress. As for this woman who was so ungrateful, there is no need to keep her around, otherwise she will get into trouble. On the other hand, the commission for mattresses was recorded on Lily's account, with a 3% commission for every order sold in the store. Few people bought the flagship products, and there might not be a single order in the whole year, so the commission was 10% higher.
10% of 3 million is 300,000.
When she knew she had earned so much money all of a sudden, she was overjoyed. She smiled foolishly and muttered to herself, "It's easier to make money in the big city." When they returned to the lumber mill, the spliced bed had been completed and completely met their requirements. "Master, your craftsmanship is amazing.
I've been doing this my whole life. I'm not going to brag about my skills.
I'm the second best in Shanghai, and no one dares to claim to be the best."
"Then you're amazing."
After a few compliments, Feng Mu called a trailer, pulled the spliced bed and went straight home. 40 minutes later, Feng Mu sat on the bed, panting, and muttered, "Now all we need is the mattress."
"Don't mention it, it fits our bed quite well." "Yeah, that's really good."
Yi Wanchuang also praised. Maybe Xiao Yuyi was really tired from turning over, and the loud noise in the room just now didn't wake the little one up. Feng Mu gently touched the little guy's chubby face and said lovingly, "Stinky baby, your crib will be ready soon.
Sleep in your own little bed at night. Dad and Mom will always be with you."
Oh, little Yuyi seemed to hear what her father said. She moved her chubby little hands a few times and yawned. "Go to sleep, Daddy won't disturb you anymore."
Feng Mu covered his precious daughter with a quilt and left.
She fell asleep before 2 in the afternoon and woke up at 6 in the evening. It was the first time that Xiao Yuyi had slept for such a long time since she was born. Seeing the little guy's red face and dazed eyes while sleeping, Yi Wanchuang loved him so much. She was the first one to notice that her baby daughter had woken up. Before little Yuyi could cry, she picked her up and comforted her.
"Xiao Yuyi is awake. Our baby is amazing.
She slept for such a long time.
Good boy, good boy."
The little guy rubbed his eyes with his chubby little hands. After he felt comfortable, he stretched out his fleshy little hands as if he wanted to go somewhere. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang asked gently, "Baby, where do you want to go?"
"Mom will carry you."
Little Yuyi kept struggling,
and Yi Wanchuang walked forward.
In the end, the little guy hummed and mumbled something.
"Baby, what baby talk are you talking about? Mommy doesn't understand. What do you want?"
At this time, Feng Mu came over and saw his wife holding their baby girl.
He said happily, "Little Yuyi is awake."
The little guy hummed and opened his arms to ask Feng Mu for a hug. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang said sourly, Go find Dad."
"Come, Daddy will hold you, Daddy will hold our little baby," Feng Mu said happily.
The little guy still waved his hands as if he wanted something like before.
Feng Mu took one look and said, "Is our little Yuyi hungry and wants some naan? Daddy, please give me a shower."
Yi Wanchuang suddenly realized what her husband said. "Honey, Xiao Yuyi was pointing at me for a long time just now, but I didn't understand what she was trying to say." So the little guy was hungry, so he came to find Nai. Children these days are so smart.
They can't stand being hungry at all.
Feng Mu laughed heartily upon hearing this, and echoed, "These days, unintelligent children can't even get a chance to be reincarnated. Besides, our little Yuyi hasn't had milk for 4 hours and is already starving."
After a while, the milk was ready.
When little Yuyi saw it, she wanted to hold the bottle and drink it herself. Seeing this, Feng Mu quickly put his precious daughter on the bed and said, "Baby, you can't drink milk like this.
You can only drink it while lying down."
"Yes, that's right." Little Yuyi lay obediently in her father's arms, drinking the drink with a gulp, but her little hands were not idle either, picking at her father's fingers here and there.
Feng Mu didn't dare to say anything when he saw this, for fear of disturbing his precious daughter's drinking. After eating and drinking, the little guy burped and finally woke up. Maybe she had just learned to roll over, and Xiao Yuyi wanted to consolidate her skills, so she quickly rolled over when she was put on the bed. However, she had just finished drinking milk and would spit out the milk when she lay on her stomach, so Feng Mu did not dare to put Xiao Yuyi on it, but held her in his arms all the time. Looking at the sunset outside the window, the little guy stretched out his chubby little hands as if he wanted to catch it. Seeing this, Feng Mu smiled slightly and said, "Come, Dad will help you catch it." The sun set quickly, and soon there was no more sunlight coming into the room from outside. The room became a little dim, and Feng Mu turned on the light in the living room. The little guy giggled with joy when he saw this contrasting scene. Seeing that her father had just pressed the button,
Xiao Yudi also wanted to reach out and touch it, but she never turned on the light switch. After all, the baby doesn't know that pressing the top is to open and closing it is to close, but Xiao Yudi still has a lot of fun playing with it.
Because I just started to contact it, it's still fresh. Chapter 105 Good news, the mattress has arrived. Bad news, Xiao Yudi doesn't want to sleep. In the evening, before 8 o'clock, manager Zhang delivered the customized mattress to the door, which fit perfectly on the small spliced bed. Fang Mu found a clean bedsheet and put it on top, then put Xiao Yuyi on his own bed to feel it. I saw little Yuyi staring at her calves, looking very happy. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang raised her lips and said, "It seems that our precious daughter is very satisfied with this crib."
Fang Mu nodded and agreed. "Xiao Yuyi, you can sleep here tonight." The little guy ignored it and played by himself. There are 4 colorful hydrogen balloons on the roof of the master bedroom, and the little one is happy to see them. Afterwards, Fang Mu simply tied them to the baby's hands and feet. Little Yuyi waved her hands and feet happily back and forth. Only when she was tired of playing did the baby fall asleep soundly. At 9 o'clock, little Yuyi rubbed her eyes and yawned. When Fang Mu saw it, he knew that his precious daughter was sleepy. After feeding the baby, Fang Mu placed Xiao Yuyi on the small spliced bed. The small bed was decorated by Yu Wanchuang to be very warm and cute, and you can tell at a glance that it is for a little girl to sleep on. Fang Mu patted his baby daughters but for a while. The little girl stared at her father blankly, her eyelids almost unable to lift up, but she still tried not to fall asleep. Normally the little guy would have fallen asleep at this time, and I don't know what happened today.
Could it be because of the small bed? Fang Mu wondered. Maybe the bed had changed and Xiao Yuyi couldn't adapt? Thinking this, he carried Xiao Yuyi to the big bed. In less than a minute, Xiao Yuyi closed her eyes. Fang Mu patted her gently for a while, and only withdrew his hand after confirming that his precious daughter was fast asleep. When Yu Wanchuang came out of the bathroom and saw Xiao Yuyi sleeping on the big bed, she asked in a low voice, "Husband, why is our daughter sleeping in the big bed?" Fang Mu smiled bitterly, "Don't mention it. Our daughter is too smart. She seems to know that the crib is different from the usual bed. I just patted her on the crib. She was obviously very sleepy, but she just wouldn't fall asleep. After I moved her to the big bed, she fell asleep in less than a minute. Kids nowadays are too smart. Ha ha." After hearing this, Yu Wanchuang covered her mouth and laughed. "Then let her sleep on the big bed, and I'll sleep on the sectional bed." "Okay." Fang Mu nodded, then pulled the double quilt towards his wife. Now Xiao Yuyi is very good at turning over, and there is no fence on the big bed. Fang Mu was afraid that his precious daughter will fall off, so he puts a big doll next to the bed to make it safer. After coaxing his baby daughter, Fang Mu went to the bathroom to wash up. As he went out, a gust of wind blew, and a red hydrogen balloon on the roof came out with him, but he didn't notice it. In the middle of the night, Fang Qingji was searching for a toilet in his dream, but he couldn't hold it in any longer and woke up. He got out of bed reluctantly and opened the door with sleepy eyes. As soon as he took a step out, something hit his head. At this moment, he woke up instantly and cold sweat broke out on his back. The people of Long Country were both naive and gossipy. Fang Qingji opened one eye and took a look, then saw a red face in front of him, which scared him and he screamed. "Ah ah ah." Fang Qingji was so frightened that he couldn't even walk and fell directly to the ground. Looking at the thing floating in the air, he was terrified. "Wife! Wife! Wife! What's the matter? Why are you making so much noise?" Ma Xiaochang impatiently turned on the light in the room after hearing the roar. When she saw Fang Qingji sitting on the ground, she asked in confusion, "Old Fang, why are you sitting there so late at night?" I. Now that the lights were on, Fang Qingji could see clearly what was in front of him. It turned out to be a hydrogen balloon. He was so scared that he thought he saw that thing. He ran to Ma Xiaochang with a shameful face and asked for comfort. "Just now when I opened the door, the hydrogen balloon flew into my face. I was scared to death." After hearing this, Ma Xiaochang touched Fang Qingji's head and said coquettishly, "Look at what you have accomplished." Fang Qingji heard this and touched his chest in fear, saying, "You haven't realized it. It's really scary. Isn't this hydrogen balloon in my son's house? How did one of them get out?" "I don't know." Ma Xiaochang shook his head and then said, "Talk to Xiaomu and the others tomorrow and ask them to take the hydrogen balloon to the balcony before going to bed." Xiao Yuyi started crying in the middle of the night, and the two of them were frightened when they saw this thing. "Okay." Fang Qingji nodded. Maybe he was really scared just now.
He pulled Ma Xiaochang's arm and said,
Honey, please go to the bathroom with me. I'm a little scared to go alone.
Okay, I'll go with you. Ma Xiaochang nodded, then stood guard at the bathroom door and took the hydrogen balloon to the living room to prevent it from coming out and scaring people at night. After this incident, Fang Qingji felt safer only when he slept with his wife in his arms in the second half of the night.
The next morning, while eating, Fang Mu asked the old couple, Mom and Dad, did you hear anyone howling last night? Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang looked at Fang Qingji with a smile and said, I heard it. That person is none other than your father. Yi Wanchuang asked doubtfully, what's going on?
Ma Xiaochang said slowly, this is what happened yesterday.
Your dad went out. That's the thing. You have to put the hydrogen balloon on the balcony when you go to bed tonight.
After hearing this, Fang Qingji agreed, don't take it seriously, you too.
That thing is really scary at night. Yes, we know. Fang Mu nodded.
After eating and drinking, I played with Xiao Yuyi on the crawling mat for a while.
Babies at this stage seem to be growing up every day.
Yesterday, little Yuyi was just rolling over, but today the little guy wants to roll back. Xiao Yuyi hasn't mastered the technique to flip over yet, and she can't turn over even if she puts her head on the crawling mat. The little guy tried several times but failed, and finally made Xiao Yuyi cry. After seeing this, Fang Mu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry as he held his precious daughter in his arms and comforted her, if we can't turn over, then we won't.
Don't be so stubborn.
You little bastard, once you've made up your mind, even 8 bulls can't pull you back.
Daddy can help you turn it over, okay? Let's stop crying. If we keep crying, we'll become crybabies.
I saw little Yuyi pouting and snuggling in her father's arms with a very aggrieved look on her face. Seeing that his baby girl's emotions had stabilized, Fang Mu put her back on the crawling mat. After putting her down, little Yuyi quickly turned over. In order to prevent Xiao Yuyi from crying out of anger, he assisted his precious daughter, talking to her while she did it.
Take your time, don't rush. Just do it step by step, and it will turn over.
When Xiao Yuyi felt it, she opened her eyes wide, her eyes full of surprise, as if to say, so that's how it is, Dad, I got it.
Chapter 106 Xiao Yuyi's first photography experience.
That day, Yi Wanchuang ran to Fang Mu excitedly with her cell phone in hand. Seeing that her precious daughter had fallen asleep, she lowered her voice and spoke expectantly.
Hubby, let's take Xiao Yuyi to take some photos. I just saw photos of other babies celebrating their first month. This little one is so cute.
It's a shame our little one is almost 4 months old now, so we can't take pictures of him curled up like a seed. But we can take pictures of the 100-day period, which will be very beautiful too. Afraid that her husband would reject her, Yi Wanchuang showed Fang Mu the video he had filmed.
Honey, I wasn't lying to you, wasn't it? It's really nice. Well, it looks good.
I can take a set of photos for our little Yuyi as well.
Wow, honey, you're such a good dad.
Although it was a benefit she fought for her daughter, Yi Wanchuang was particularly happy and probably wanted to go out and play.
Then let's go this afternoon and finish filming quickly. Okay, you have the final say. Fang Mu nodded, then scratched Yi Wanchuang's nose lovingly.
He felt that his wife was afraid that he would go back on his word. After lunch, Yi Wanchuang packed the things she wanted to take out. The baby is still at the age where he cannot control his defecation and urination, so she needs to have enough diapers, tissues, wet wipes, milk, and bottles. Yi Wanchuang came to the car with a full bag on her back.
Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang asked in confusion, Wanchuang, you didn't tell me where we were going?
Mom, we're going to take a picture of Xiao Yuyi, and we're going to take a family photo while we're at it.
Yeah, this is good, this is good. Ma Xiaochang nodded happily after hearing this. It was time to take a family photo. Less than an hour's journey, a standalone 3-story photo studio came into view. After entering the door, the clerk walked towards me with a smile. Hello, is this Ms. Yi? Yes.
Yi Wanchuang nodded, and the group followed the clerk to the shooting base on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is mainly a place for taking pictures of babies. As soon as you enter the 3rd floor, what catches your eye is a wide variety of small clothes in a very diverse range of styles, and there are also many small accessories on the side. At this time, the clerk said, Dad, Mom, you can choose some clothes for taking photos.
Your child is a little girl, right? After receiving a positive answer, the clerk pointed to a clothes rack and said, those are all little girls' clothes. Your baby should be able to wear them.
After she finished speaking, she handed the tablet to Ma Xiaochang and his wife and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, you can also take a look at the photos on the tablet. These are all photos taken of the baby in our store. The styles are diverse, and the photos are more intuitive."
Oh. The old couple nodded, then looked at a picture and nodded affirmatively.
The babies in the picture were so cute that it was really difficult for them to make a decision. At this time, Fang Qingji saw a photo of a 5 or 6-year-old baby wearing a military uniform. He pointed at the photo and said happily, "I think we should let our little Yuyi take a photo in this outfit."
What a heroic woman. Go away. It's fine if you like military uniforms, but you want your granddaughter to take photos of this kind? Ma Xiaochang rolled his eyes and cursed, "Go away. Don't you see how old other people's children are? Our little Yuyi is less than 4 months old. We can't take pictures like this now. Wait until she's a little older and then have my granddaughter take a set for you." "That's fine."
Fang Qingji nodded with a smile, and the old couple continued to look at the photos in the album until they had looked at all the photos before turning back. Today Yuan Chuan plans to take 5 photos of clothes for Xiao Yuyi, and her grandparents, parents, and Lu Tianshu will each choose one.
After half an hour of careful selection, Fang Mu finally chose a blue mermaid princess set.
He hoped that his baby would be a beautiful little princess and live a carefree life.
Yuan Chuan picked out a set of red new Chinese-style clothes.
She really liked the hairpin headdress that she found online some time ago, so she wanted to take a set of photos for her baby.
Fang Qingji picked out a white puffy dress, as he thought his precious granddaughter would look very cute in it.
Ma Xiaochang picked out a rabbit-style outfit.
She liked the little hat and the little ears on the butt the most. Lu Tianshu chose a black Chanel-style dress and a beret, which made her look very noble.
Now that all the clothes have been selected, Yuan Chuan called the clerk over. "Hello, we have chosen these few sets of clothes."
"Okay, wait a moment." The clerk nodded and took the clothes.
Seeing this, Fang Qingji secretly asked Fang Mu, "Son, so many children have worn these clothes.
Isn't it dirty?"
Although he spoke softly, the clerk heard it and turned around to explain with a smile.
"Don't worry, uncle. The clothes here are washed for each customer.
To reassure you, we will sterilize the clothes with high temperature before filming, so don't worry."
"Oh, so that's how it is. I'm so sorry." Fang Qingji grinned and said embarrassedly. After a while, the clerk came over with the clothes and touched them.
They were indeed very hot. At this time, other staff members of the photography studio began to set up the shooting location, and the photographer was also adjusting the lights. Xiao Yuyi watched them busying around, staring blankly, but her eyes never left them. Now that the clothes were no longer hot, several people put Xiao Yuyi on the table and changed the baby's clothes. First, take a picture of the mermaid princess chosen by the father. After changing the clothes for the little one, the flesh on the little one's body is bulging.
She may be the fattest mermaid princess among the babies.
After changing clothes, the shooting location was set up and the guide came up. She placed Xiao Yuyi in the scene.
The little guy looked around blankly, not knowing what was going to happen next. Fang Qingji and his group gathered around.
They had never seen what it was like to take pictures of such a small baby. The guide took out a black and white card, and the little guy's attention was attracted to it. This is very simple, but making the baby laugh is not an easy task. At this time, the guide clapped his hands, swayed left and right and said, two tigers, run fast, run fast."
Hee hee. Hee hee. Xiao Yuyi giggled happily after hearing this. Fang Mu and his companions were stunned when they saw this scene.
After all, the photographer was a professional and very impressive. Only now did he realize that his precious daughter liked to listen to nursery rhymes, and she would sing them to Xiao Yuyi when she got home. Maybe because they were outside, Xiao Yuyi was very obedient and supportive, and the first set of clothes was shot in a short while. The staff at the photography studio saw this and praised, "This little baby is so well behaved and really cooperated."
Auntie gives you a thumbs up. Chapter 107. Husband, I want to complain.
Even though I just lie down there taking photos, it is still very tiring because I also have to smile. Xiao Yuyi was obviously a little impatient when she changed into the second set of clothes, with a frown on her face.
Seeing this, Yuan Chuan looked at Fang Mu and said, "Husband, is our baby daughter hungry? How about we feed her some milk?"
"Okay." Fang Mu nodded, then took out a bottle, thermos cup, and milk powder from his bag. After filling it with milk, it was put into little Yuyi's mouth. The little one seemed to know that her father was holding her own food, and she opened her mouth wide and cried ah and ah. After sucking the pacifier, she drank it with a gulp. She looked really hungry and drank all the milk in one breath.
After burping, Xiao Yuyi became a well-behaved baby again. The little guy was amused and giggled while playing with the guide ant. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yuyi suddenly shivered while lying on the mat.
After being stunned for a few seconds, she looked at the people around her and chuckled. But when Fang Mu saw the scene just now, his intuition told him that he had a bad premonition, so he immediately stopped the filming.
Wait a minute, take more pictures later, let me check on the baby.
After Fang Mu finished speaking, the staff member put down the work in his hands and held his precious daughter in his arms to examine her. My calves were wet, the edge of my skirt was a little wet too, but of course the wettest part was the mat.
Seeing this, Fang Mu laughed and scolded, "Stinky baby, if you don't wear diapers for a while, you will do bad things, right?"
Xiao Yuyi seemed to know that her father was talking about her. She clapped her chubby little hands on Fang Mu's mouth, as if to say, "Dad, stop talking."
Upon hearing this, Yu Wanshuang asked, "Husband, could it be that our baby girl has peed?" "Yeah, I peed. It's easy to pee right after drinking milk." "Ah. What about our filming props?"
Yu Wanshuang was worried. She pinched the baby's chubby little face and said coquettishly, "You little rascal, you only know how to cause trouble.
Mommy will clean up your mess."
Then, she came to the staff and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, my child peed on your filming props.
What do you think we should do? How about I compensate you?" "How much?"
After hearing this, the staff waved their hands and said with a smile, "You don't have to pay for it.
It's normal for the baby to poop and pee. We'll just clean it up then. It's okay, don't worry about it."
Yu Wanshuang was very satisfied with the other party's handling attitude, and she expressed her sincere apology afterwards.
Afterwards, the staff replaced the mat with a small bamboo basket and continued filming. After drinking milk, Xiao Yuyi is full of energy and very cooperative.
From time to time, you can hear the little guy giggling. The little guy cooperated and the photo shoot was done very quickly. Such a young child doesn't need any makeup, so we finished the last set quickly. Xiao Yuyi was not afraid of the flash. After taking all the photos, the little guy seemed a little reluctant to leave. Seeing this, Yu Wanshuang picked up her precious daughter with tears and laughter. "Baby, let's take a birthday photo when you're 1 year old.
We're done today and we're going home."
Oh, Xiao Yuyi pouted, as if answering her mother. I took off the other person's clothes, put on a diaper, and then changed into my own clothes.
This time I finally felt relieved.
Everyone was afraid that Xiao Yuyi would poop or pee on other people's clothes, which would be so embarrassing.
After coming down from the 3rd floor, we went to the 1st floor to select films.
Everyone gathered in front of the computer to see the photo effects. When the pictures came out, Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang were the most happy.
"It's a really good picture. It just happened to capture Xiao Yuyi smiling. My granddaughter is so pretty, so chubby." "Ha! Wait, the buttons are popping open?"
At this time, when Fang Qingji was looking at the photo, he suddenly found that Xiao Yuyi's belly was exposed.
Fang Mu was a little amused and helpless when he saw this. It was because little Yuyi could eat, sleep, and grow fat, and her clothes couldn't hide her flesh anymore.
But she was still very cute. Except for a few blinking photos, Fang Mu wanted all the rest, about 100 in total. After doing the math, the staff member said to the two men, "Sir, the total cost is 5,635 yuan.
Okay." Fang Mu nodded and put the payment code on it.
"It will take about a month to produce the album, so all I can do now is go home and wait."
Coming out of the store, Ma Xiaochang muttered to himself, "Over 5,000 yuan just for these photos? That's way too expensive."
After hearing this, Fang Qingji consoled her, saying, "They took great photos. They took such beautiful photos of our granddaughter."
"That's true." Ma Xiaochang nodded. It was indeed a good shot. Then, she took Fang Mu's arm and suggested, "Son, why don't we open a children's photography shop? It's definitely going to be very profitable.
Young people nowadays, like you, are so willing to spend money on their children.
There must be something going on. How about you think about it?" Fang Mu was so embarrassed that he couldn't help laughing when he heard this.
He said, "Sure, I'll provide the capital, and you and my dad will be in charge of the operation.
What do we old people know? We should just watch over our precious little Yuyi." We got in the car while chatting. After being busy all afternoon, we decided to have some food in a restaurant outside.
There is a dry pot duck head restaurant near the photography studio, and Yu Wanshuang has been wanting to eat it for a long time. I happen to be out today, so I'll go eat there.
After arriving at the restaurant and ordering the meal, the waiter brought up the complimentary snacks.
There are watermelon, popcorn, 8 treasure porridge and so on. While waiting, Yu Wanchuan grabbed a handful of popcorn and put it in the innermost part. Xiao Yuyi must have heard the sound of her mother chewing, so she kept staring at her mother. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan raised the corners of her lips and looked at her precious daughter, teasing her, "Stinky baby, why are you staring at mommy?
Look, does mommy's food taste good? You are still young. When you grow up, you can eat with your mother."
Little Yuyi stared blankly, and her chubby little hands wanted to jump into Yu Wanchuan's arms to grab the popcorn. The little guy was so smart that he seemed to know that the popcorn was in his mother's hand. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan quickly complained to Fong Mu, "Husband, your precious daughter is trying to steal my delicious food."
Ha!
Fong Mu held his daughter upright in his arms, not knowing what she was doing. When he heard his wife complaining, he held his precious daughter in his arms and sat her on his lap, feeling both amused and helpless.
Xiao Yuyi, mom is suing you, do you admit it? You want to steal mom's delicious food? How can you be so awesome? Show daddy how you grabbed it just now.
Little Yuyi sat there obediently, like a good girl.
The next second, the little girl seemed to understand what her father said.
She raised her butt and waved her chubby little hands towards Yu Wanchuan.
Seeing her precious daughter's attitude, she was shocked. "Hey you little rascal, are you serious?" Chapter 108. A child appears out of thin air?
Fong Mu covered his mouth and laughed when he saw the scene.
"I was just talking, I didn't expect my precious daughter to really dare to do it." Afterwards, the little one saw his mother eating the food with such delicious taste that he ate one bite at a time. His drool was so greedy that it stayed on Fong Mu's arm. Seeing this, Fong Mu covered his head and felt buzzing. Is it normal for such a young child to be greedy?
Seeing her precious daughter drooling over the popcorn, Yu Wanchuan put the popcorn in the little girl's mouth and let her lick it. Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly stopped her. "Wanchuan, this is a snack, it's not clean, so don't feed it to Xiao Yuyi. She's so young, it's not good for her to eat these things."
Yeah.
Yu Wanchuan understood in her heart that she just felt pity for little Yuyi because she looked so pitiful. Afterwards, the dry pot duck head came and she was busy eating. When Xiao Yuyi saw the duck fly away, she sighed heavily. The little one can't sit yet and can't fit in a child seat, so Fong Mu can only eat while holding little Yuyi. Seeing everyone sucking on the delicious duck head, little Yuyi stared blankly, her eyes never leaving the mouth for a moment. Seeing Xiao Yuyi's greedy look, Yu Wanchuan turned to look at Fong Mu and asked, "Husband, when can our baby eat solid food?" "It depends on the baby's growth and development.
For example, our little Yuyi, who is a greedy little cat, can eat after 4.5 months.
However, I plan to give it to her at 5 months old. I'm mainly worried that she won't be able to digest it if she eats it too early."
"Oh, okay."
Yu Wanchuan nodded, then looked at her precious daughter distressfully and complained in her heart, "Poor little girl, you still have more than a month before you can eat, just bear with it.
Now that you are out, have fun before going back. The nightlife has just begun." After eating and drinking, the group went to a nearby shopping mall. After eating, they had to exercise. At this time, Ma Xiaochang noticed the maternity and baby store nearby. "Wanchuan, didn't you say that the baby's toiletries are out? Let's go in and take a look." "Okay."
Yu Wanchuan nodded, and then the group went in. The maternity and baby store is large and has a wide range of products.
After entering, the clerk came over with a smile and said, "Hello, what can I do for you?"
"I want to see the baby's toiletries."
"Okay, come with me."
The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were choosing.
Fang Qingji sat on the sofa, while Fong Mu held little Yuyi and looked around.
At this time, a mother dressed very young came to the front desk with her child in her arms, paid for her things and left. When she was paying, she placed her son on the counter, as if she had completely forgotten about him.
The salesperson didn't even notice and was called away by other customers. The little boy was not very big, only about 2 years old.
Fong Mu thought he was the clerk's child, so he held Xiao Yuyi and played with the child on the counter. The little boy was playing with his fingers blankly. When Xiao Yuyi saw a child who looked similar to her, she said, "Hey." Fong Mu saw this and was a little embarrassed. "Baby, this is a little brother, we can't be rude." When the little boy heard Fong Mu's voice, he looked up, blinked his smart eyes, and said, "Little sister."
Fong Mu nodded, "Yes, this is the little sister. Xiao Yuyi, brother is saying hello to you." Xiao Yuyi smiled sweetly.
After a while, Yu Wanchuan and the other person came over after picking up their things.
After paying, Fong Mu carried Xiao Yuyi and left with them. The clerk looked at the little boy on the counter and then at the group of people, then quickly picked up the child and chased after him. Hey, wait, your kids are still here. Fong Mu had no idea that the clerk was calling him, and he continued walking forward. Seeing this, the clerk hurriedly chased after him and said breathlessly, "You are so careless that you even forgot about your own child. Here you go, but be careful, or someone else might steal it." Ha! Fong Mu frowned in confusion and asked, "Isn't this your clerk's child?" "No." The woman shook her head and continued, "Isn't he your child?" "No." Fong Mu said firmly. The salesperson realized the mistake and apologized. "I saw you playing well with the child, so I thought he was your child." "Strange, whose child is this? His parents are so careless." At this moment, the gorgeously dressed mother was jogging, and when she saw the salesperson holding her son, she quickly ran up to her. Son, this is my child, why are you holding him?" Seeing this, the salesperson thought she might be the child's parent and quickly explained, "I'm an employee of this maternity and baby store. This little boy was sitting on the counter and I brought him out to find his parents." The woman said fearfully, "I am her mother." She walked to the parking lot, and when she got in the car, she habitually looked at the back seat and found that her son was not in the car. Then she realized that she had left her son there when she paid the bill. Afraid that her son was lost, she ran over as fast as she could. Fortunately, he was not lost, otherwise she would have regretted it to death. "I'm sorry, I need to check the surveillance to confirm that you left the child in our store before you can take the child away." The employee of the maternity and baby store still spoke cautiously. After all, she had never seen this customer before, so she checked to avoid being exploited by bad people. "Okay." The woman nodded. Just then, the employee who was in charge of receiving her came over. When he saw the woman, he walked up to her and asked, "Madam, what happened when you came back?" She said something, and her colleague confirmed it. "No need to check, the child is definitely someone else's." "Oh, ma'am, please take good care of your child. Don't let this happen again next time." "I understand. Thank you." The woman thanked them and left with her son in her arms. After Fong Mu and his group finished reading, they left. At this time, Fong Qingji spoke. "We must keep an eye on Xiao Yuyi when we go out. We must not let this happen. It's okay if you meet a good person, but if you meet a bad person, you have no place to cry." "Okay, got it." Ma Xiaochang nodded, then urged, "Let's go, stop talking so much." Fong Qingji started arguing with his wife upon hearing this. "I'm not being long-winded. Let me tell you." Looking at their parents, Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang smiled at each other. They really were a pair of happy enemies. Xiao Yuyi had a great time today. She was outside for such a long time and saw so many interesting things. The only shortcoming was that she didn't get to eat the popcorn in her mother's hand. When sleeping at night, Xiao Yuyi would smack her lips from time to time, as if she was eating some delicious food in her dream. Maybe she was eating the popcorn she had been longing for in her dream. Chapter 109: Xiao Yuyi's ceremony of starting to eat meat. Ever since she saw Yu Wanchuan eating popcorn, little Yuyi would drool every time she ate. There were a few times when she refused the little guy's request, and she even pouted and cried in grievance. Fong Mu and Fong Qingji, the father and son, felt so distressed when they saw this that they wanted to stretch out their arms in front of their precious granddaughter and ask her to take a bite. After a long and agonizing wait, today is the day when Xiao Yuyi turns 5 months old. This means that the little one can finally eat complimentary food, but the baby still cannot eat adult food. After breakfast, Yu Wanchuan played with her baby daughter. The little girl played with toys while she played with her mobile phone, and they did not disturb each other. At this time, she saw a short video. Maybe Big Data knew what she needed it. Yu Wanchuang excitedly called Fong Mu to her side. "Husband, come here quickly." "What's wrong?" Fong Mu heard his wife's cry, put down the bottle brush and hurried over. "We have to feed Xiao Yuyi some solid food at noon today, so why don't we do a meat-free ceremony like everyone else? Look, it's quite interesting." Yu Wanchuang said as she showed her husband the video shot by someone else. After reading it, Fong Mu nodded in agreement. "Okay, if other little babies have it, our little Yuyi should have it too. Let's go out after I finish brushing the bottles." "Okay, I'll wait for you," Yu Wanchuang said with a smile, then carried Xiao Yuyi back to the room. "I'm going out soon, so I have to wear some nice clothes." At this time, Yu Wanchuang called out to Ma Xiaochang next door, "Mom, come here." "Hey, here I come." Ma Xiaochang heard his daughter-in-law calling him and immediately ran over. What's up, Wanchuan? Yi Wanchuan chuckled, we'll go out and have a meat opening ceremony for Xiao Yuyi later. Can you help me choose which dress would look good on her? At this time, several sets of matching clothes were already placed on the bed, and their owner, Xiao Yuyi, was lying next to them. Ma Xiaochang didn't hear clearly, so he asked his daughter-in-law, Wanchuan, what ceremony did you just talk about? The meat opening ceremony. What is the ceremony of starting meat? Ma Xiaochang had never heard of this term. How could there be such a thing as a ceremony of starting meat? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan smiled and explained, the meat opening ceremony is for the baby, meaning that she can eat meat and rice in the future. Oh, so that's how it is. You young people really know how to have fun. Ma Xiaochang said with a smile after hearing this. Then she looked at the clothes on the bed and after a moment, she pointed at a red, new Chinese-style skirt and said, this one, formal yet cute. Hee hee, I like this dress too. Yi Wanchuan raised her lips after seeing it. In fact, she liked this dress more in her heart, but she just needed someone to make the decision. After choosing the clothes, the two girls changed Xiao Yuyi's clothes. The little girl was not like other children who were averse to changing clothes, especially Xiao Yuyi who loved taking off clothes the most. Since the little guy is in good health, it is very easy to change his clothes. Since she was born, Xiao Yuyi's hair has never been shaved. It has remained until now and has grown a lot longer. The hair in the front is a little blocking her eyes. Then Yi Wanchuan came to a wall, picked up a cute strawberry hairpin from it, and pinned it on Xiao Yuyi's hair. After putting it on, she came to the front of Xiao Yuyi to take a look and nodded with satisfaction, very good, our Xiao Yuyi is so cute. Afterwards, Yi Wanchuan took out a pair of white lace stockings and put them on her baby daughter's feet. This pair of stockings would definitely make her the brightest when she went out on the street. Finally, she put a pair of pink bow sandals on Xiao Yuyi, and Xiao Yuyi's outfit was complete. I have to say that girls understand girls' aesthetics better. After being dressed up like this by her mother, Xiao Yuyi becomes more beautiful and more adorable. Apart from anything else, Yi Wanchuan is always thinking of ways to dress up Xiao Yuyi. This is not like giving birth to a baby, it's like giving birth to a real-life Barbie doll. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Yuyi is very cooperative with her mother. At this time, Feng Mu had finished washing the bottles and put them into the sterilizer in the master bedroom. When she turned around, she saw her beautifully dressed baby daughter being held in Yi Wanchuan's arms. She looked at Feng Mu and asked, honey, do you think our little Yuyi is pretty? Beautiful. Feng Mu said happily, my wife has good taste. She dressed our daughter up beautifully. If this gets out, it will blind the little boy's eyes. Yi Wanchuan smiled and said coquettishly, you don't have to worry about your precious daughter being kidnapped by other little boys when you go out now. When you grow up, that might not be the case. Ha ha. Feng Mu's smile trembled. He thought to himself that whenever his precious daughter went out in the future, he would follow her and be careful of any young men with bad intentions. After everyone changed their clothes, they went out and headed to the nearby supermarket. Little Yuyi seemed to know that she was going out. She grinned with her little mouth wide open, as if she knew that outside was better than home. In less than 10 minutes, Feng Mu parked the car steadily in the parking space. Fang Qingji held his baby granddaughter in his arms, and a group of people followed beside him. Today is Saturday and there are a lot of people in the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, Feng Mu took his precious daughter over. The old couple went to look at daily necessities, Lu Tianshu went to look at vegetables and fruits, and the young couple took Xiao Yuyi to start the meat-eating ceremony. Feng Mu put Xiao Yuyi into his belt, and Yi Wanchuan turned on his mobile phone to record the once-in-a-lifetime sexual experience for his precious daughter. Afterwards, the two came to the fruit area. Yi Wanchuan took out a big red apple and put it in front of Xiao Yuyi's mouth, and said a wish. Eat an apple and be safe. After eating sweet orange, all your wishes will come true. Eat a durian and good luck will come to you. Eat some watermelon and study hard. Eat a dragon fruit, and you'll be prosperous. The fruit was just placed in front of Xiao Yuyi's mouth for a moment, but Xiao Yuyi opened her mouth wide every time, and then her mother deceived her feelings. She said it was for herself, but the little one didn't get a single bite. However, Xiao Yuyi didn't get angry and continued to smile. She might have been thinking in her little heart, Mom will definitely give me a bite. I'm my mother's little baby. After the photo shoot in the fruit area was over, the couple brought their little Yuyi to the vegetable area. Yi Wanchuan said to her precious daughter while holding a long and thick scallion. Eat some green onions and you will become smarter. Eat some garlic and you'll be able to talk and calculate. Eat some peanuts and you'll live 100 years. Eat an egg, and everything will look good.
After Yi Wanchuang finished her speech, she happily pulled Xiao Yuyi's baby and said happily, "Eat and drink enough, the ceremony is over."
From now on, little Fong Yuyi will be a little rice cooker.
Seeing her mother's happy face, Xiao Yuyi was stunned. Her blank eyes seemed to say, "I worked so hard but didn't get a single bite to eat.
It turns out that I am just a tool." Chapter 110, Eating Solid Food for the First Time.
Little Yuyi was looking forward to her mother giving her a bite, but after waiting for a long time, her mother didn't feed her.
The little fellow pursed his lips in grievance, closed his eyes and howled, "Woo woo, woo woo." If Xiao Yuyi could speak, she would definitely complain to everyone. When mommy bullies others, mommy teases the little baby.
Xiao Yuyi is ignoring her mother.
Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang asked without knowing anything, "Baby, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Don't you want to stay in daddy's arms?"
She thought the baby was uncomfortable sitting in the waste stool, so she took little Yuyi out. However, when he ran into Yi Wanchuang's arms, the little guy cried even harder.
He was like a wolf walking into a tiger's mouth. Seeing this, Fong Mu quickly took his precious daughter into his arms and comforted her. "What's wrong? Aren't you having fun out playing? Why are you always crying?"
Little Yuyi felt very aggrieved. It was because she couldn't speak. She could only stretch out her little hands and lean forward, as if telling her father where to go.
Fong Mu tried to understand his baby daughter's needs with his half-knowledge. Finally, little Yuyi brought her father to a fruit stall. Chubby little Ro pointed at the durian and seemed to say to Fong Mu, "Dad, I want to eat that."
Seeing this, Fong Mu turned his head and looked at Xiao Yuyi in confusion, saying with a puzzled look, "Xiao Yuyi, do you want to eat durian?" He laughed tremblingly, and then complained to Yi Wanchuang, "Wife, our precious daughter seems to want to eat durian. Such a young child actually wants to eat this fruit. He really hasn't tried it before and doesn't know its depth."
Ha ha. Yi Wanchuang also giggled after hearing this. In her opinion, any fruit her daughter wanted to eat was better than durian, but since the baby wanted to eat it, she might as well buy one. However, she first asked, "Husband, can our baby eat fruit now? Scrape some mud and eat it."
"Oh, then let's buy one for Xiao Yuyi." After saying that, Yi Wanchuang began to choose carefully. After a while, a durian slightly bigger than her head was weighed. She took it to Xiao Yuyi and said with a smile, "Stinky baby, this is the durian you wanted. You can only eat it after you get home, so don't be disgusted by it then."
Yi Wanchuang seemed to see Xiao Yuyi vomiting when she tasted the durian.
The meat opening ceremony was successfully completed, and the vegetables, fruits, and daily necessities needed for the family were also selected. After paying the money, the group returned home. Soon after arriving home, Fong Chengji smelled a stinky odor. He frowned, smelled it carefully and talked to Ma Xiaochang.
"Honey, do you smell a strange smell in the house? I don't know what's broken, it stinks so bad."
Ma Xiaochang grinned when he heard this and pointed to the corner and said, "It's not that the food is bad, but the smell of durian."
"Ah? Durian? This thing stinks, how can I eat it?" After hearing this, Fong Qingji's face was full of disgust. Although he had never eaten it, he wanted to cover his nose when he thought of the taste. Although people often use the word stinky to describe durian, Ma Xiaochan really didn't think it smelled bad.
Instead, he thought it was quite fragrant. She thought that she must taste the durian when she opened it later. After all, it was too expensive, costing more than 1,000 yuan for one. After returning, Xiao Yuyi fell asleep, while Fong Mu was studying how to feed his baby daughter complimentary food. After all, it's the first child, and I don't have experience with many things, so I need to do more research. When Lu Tianshu passed by Fong Mu and heard the content of the video, he hurriedly spoke. "Sir, you are searching for how to feed your baby solid food."
"Yeah." Fong Mu nodded. "Is there any problem with this?"
Hearing this, Lu Tianshu smiled slightly and said, "Sir, you have forgotten what I do. We are professionals in taking care of babies.
I know how to make complimentary food. You can ask me."
After hearing these words, Fong Mu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Look at my brain, I forgot I had a professional teacher beside me."
"Then tell me what I need to pay attention to and what I should do when I first start eating solid food." "No problem." Lu Tianshu nodded, and then explained it to Fong Mu in great detail.
After listening to everything, he suddenly understood, "I understand." Then Fong Mu continued, "Tianshu, your bonus this month will be increased by 10,000.
Fong Mu waved his hand. Lu Tianshu was stunned when he heard the news. Sir, you want to give me an extra 10,000 yuan bonus? Just because I told you how to make solid food? Well, this is what you deserve. Fong Mu nodded. In fact, giving the hired person some appropriate rewards will only make her work harder. Thank you, sir. Lu Tianshu said without any pretense and expressed her gratitude. If she had known that the boss would give her money, she would have said more. After Xiao Yuyi woke up, Fong Mu started to prepare complimentary food for the baby. Since it was the first time for the little guy to eat, the preparation should not be too much, and it should not be too thick. The baby's swallowing ability is not very strong now, so the strength of complimentary food changes from thin to thick. Fong Mu took out the rice noodles prepared in advance, poured 45-degree water into the supplementary food bowl, and then sprinkled the rice noodles evenly on the top. After mixing evenly, the rice noodles will be as thin as liquid food. Afterwards, Fong Mu put his baby daughter on the dining chair, and little Yuyi seemed to know that what her father was holding was food. Then he stretched out his chubby little hands and snatched it from Fong Mu's hands. Fortunately, Fong Mu reacted in time, otherwise, the food in the bowl would have been spilled by Xiao Yuyi. Stinky baby, this is for you, let's not fight over it, let's not fight over it. Be good, come on, open your mouth. Fong Mu scooped a spoonful of rice noodles and put it in front of Xiao Yuyi's mouth. When Xiao Yuyi saw it, she opened her mouth anxiously, as if she was afraid that her father would not feed her. After taking a bite, little Yuyi frowned and grinned, as if the taste was hard to describe. However, when Fong Mu fed her the second bite, the little one still opened her mouth and did not refuse to eat because the taste did not suit her. This time when he was eating, he grinned and frowned much less, and slowly the little guy seemed to get used to the taste of the rice noodles. It is not advisable to eat too much rice noodles when you first start eating them, so Fong Mu stopped feeding Xiao Yuyi after feeding her 5 or 6 spoonfuls. But just as the little one was enjoying the wonderful taste of the rice noodles, she saw Fong Mu was about to leave with the bowl. She excitedly grabbed her father's arm and babbled as if to say, "Daddy, don't take it away. I haven't had enough yet." Seeing this, Fong Mu turned around and comforted his precious daughter, "Stinky baby, you can only eat this much today. Daddy will do it for you tomorrow, okay? Let's not eat today. Eating too much will make our stomachs uncomfortable." Little Yuyi seemed to understand and stopped making trouble. She just looked at the bowl of supplementary food with some reluctance. Chapter 111 Xiao Yuyi's first durian experience. Overall, Xiao Yuyi ate complimentary food very well for the first time. Because when Fong Mu was checking videos, he found that many babies don't like to eat rice noodles. Gradually adding complementary foods will be better for the baby's development. In the afternoon, after waking up from a nap, Yu Wanchuang took out the durian from the corner. She really liked this fruit. Fong Mu was holding little Yuyi and watching from the side. When he saw his mother taking the durian, the little one hummed excitedly. Ugh! Ugh! Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuang smiled and looked at her precious daughter and said, "Little stinky girl, are you greeting your mother? Did you see Mom touching the fruit you wanted to eat? Don't worry, baby, Mom will let you try it." Little Yuyi kept her eyes on the durian. At this time, Yu Wanchuang couldn't open it with her bare hands, so she needed to cut it with a knife. She picked up the durian and went to the kitchen. After seeing this scene, the little girl danced around anxiously, fearing that her mother would not give her food. She was just humming and pointing her chubby little hand in the direction of Yu Wanchuang. Fong Mu was a little amused and helpless when he saw this. His precious daughter was really a greedy little cat. She couldn't help herself when she saw food. There was nothing he could do but spoil her. Then he followed with his daughter in his arms. In the kitchen, Yu Wanchuang opened the hard shell of the durian and was stunned when she saw the durian flesh, which was bigger than her hand. "Honey, this durian is really good, with a lot of meat. Hee, I picked well. Okay, you are the best." Fong Mu praised flatteringly. After a while, a plate full of durian meat came into view. Looking at the golden, fragrant and plump durian, Yu Wanchuang picked up a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it. Really good, so fragrant, so sweet, so delicious. Hubby, try it quickly. After saying that, Yu Wanchuang handed the durian flesh to Fong Mu. After tasting it, he nodded affirmatively. "Well, it's quite delicious." At this moment, the little Yuyi in Fong Mu's arms started staring at her mother, then at her father. Seeing that the two of them were eating happily, she fluttered her body anxiously a few times, as if to say, "This is mine. I want to eat too."
Fang Mu could clearly feel his baby daughter's little movements, and then he said to Yi Wanchuang, "Wife, our baby daughter wants to eat too, you take a spoon and feed her a bite."
"Oh, okay." Yi Wanchuang nodded.
She had forgotten that her precious daughter had not eaten yet. I saw her quickly take a spoon and take a small bite of the new durian flesh. When little Yi saw this, she anxiously poked her little head over. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang said with a smile, "Baby, mommy will feed you and wait for you to come down." After a few seconds, she put the spoon into Xiao Yuyi's mouth, and the little guy opened his mouth anxiously. The little fellow smacked his lips, and after feeling it carefully, he suddenly frowned and shivered, looking more uncomfortable than if he had eaten a fly leg. However, the little guy did not retch, which was really beyond Yi Wanchuang's expectations, and the little guy's reaction made the two of them laugh and cry.
Fang Mu whispered in Yi Wanchuang's ear, "Wife, our little Yuyi probably doesn't like the taste of durian. It seems that next time we go to the supermarket, the little guy will definitely not point at durian and ask us to buy it. You can't say for sure. How about I dig some out and feed it to my precious daughter?"
At this stage, babies find everything they eat to have a unique taste. After all, they have been drinking milk for the past few months, so it is inevitable that they will feel a little uncomfortable when suddenly eating different fruits.
Why don't you try it?
Then, Yi Wanchuang cut out another piece of durian flesh and put it in front of Xiao Yuyi's mouth. Fang Mu thought his daughter wouldn't eat it, but the little girl opened her mouth and ate the durian flesh. While eating, the little guy frowned, as if he was eating something disgusting. Afterwards, they found that Xiao Yuyi always had her mouth open no matter what she ate. For a baby of this age, this kind of thing is just for a taste, so Yi Wanchuang didn't dare to feed the baby too much. Afraid that little Yuyi would be jealous, the couple simply took their baby daughter to play on the crawling mat. At the same time, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji came out of the bedroom. As soon as Ma Xiaochang opened the door, he smelled a fresh fragrance, while Fang Qingji smelled a foul odor. He covered his nose and came to the living room. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurriedly said to them, "Dad, Mom, there are durians in the kitchen.
Go and try some."
After hearing this, Fang Qingji said with disdain, "That thing stinks so much. Why do you like eating it so much?
Can't you smell the stench?"
Yi Wanchuang shook her head.
"No, it smells pretty good to me."
"Exactly.
It smells pretty good to me too."
Ma Xiaochang agreed, and then continued, "It's like cilantro. People who like it think it smells good and love to eat it, while people who don't like it don't even want to smell it."
Then, she asked her daughter-in-law, "Wanchuang, do you like coriander?"
After hearing this, Yi Wanchuang nodded excitedly, "I like it very much, especially when eating hot pot. I put a lot of sesame paste in it.
I also like to put coriander in noodles and even instant noodles. After adding coriander, the staple foods taste much better."
"Yeah, me too,"
Ma Xiaochang answered excitedly.
She had found a like-minded person. At this time, Yi Wanchuang happily came to Ma Xiaochang with her phone and said, "Mom, I saw someone making dumplings with coriander filling. They looked delicious.
Let's try it someday?"
"Okay."
Ma Xiaochang nodded.
Dumplings are delicious with any filling, and the coriander filling shouldn't be too bad. Next to them, Fang Mu and Fang Qingji looked at each other when they heard this conversation, feeling a sense of sympathy.
Fang Mu didn't have any special feelings about coriander and could eat it, but he didn't have any hope for coriander-stuffed dumplings. When you take a bite, it's green and definitely not tasty. Not to mention Fang Qingji, he simply doesn't like coriander. If there is even a little coriander in the bowl, he will pick it out. It seems that Fang Mu has followed Ma Xiaochang, at least he is not averse to coriander. Fang Qingji felt uncomfortable just thinking about the dumplings stuffed with coriander.
He tugged at his son's arm and whispered, "If they want to eat some dumplings stuffed with coriander, let's go out to eat.
We too won't suffer this."
"Yes." Fang Mu nodded, looked down at Xiao Yuyi and continued, "Bring your granddaughter along when the time comes." With Xiao Yuyi's greedy nature, even if the two of them don't give her any, she'll be eager to try it.
Okay. The two of them discussed it secretly. Chapter 112 Xiao Yuyi, "Grandpa, Dad bullies me, woo woo."
Little Yuyi seemed to be tired of lying down, so she turned over and stretched out her chubby little arms, as if asking for a hug. Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang lovingly held her precious granddaughter in her arms and said, "Come, let Grandma hold you." She strolled back and forth with little Yuyi in her arms. Just now she tasted a piece of durian, which was very sweet and fragrant. It was worth the price of more than 1,000 yuan per piece, and it was very delicious. Not feeling full, Ma Xiaochang carried Xiao Yuyi to the kitchen and took out a big durian from the plate. When she turned around, little Yuyi's chubby little hands were still very flexible enough to catch a durian the size of a bottle cap. Holding it in her hand, the little one squeezed it, while Ma Xiaochang sat on the chair holding the little one and savored it slowly. In the front, little Yuyi's attention was all on the durian. Her tender little hand stuck to the durian flesh, and the little guy rubbed his fingers back and forth. After playing for a while, the little hand put into her mouth. When she just tasted it, little Yuyi's body trembled suddenly. Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang smiled lovingly and said, "My dear granddaughter, you just did something bad. Go ahead and pee. If you pee too much, Grandma will change your diaper." Little Yuyi seemed to be out of the matter. She put the durian into her mouth and took a small bite. She looked as if she had eaten something rather unpalatable. Don't be fooled by the little girl's expression. She is the typical one who wants to eat a lot. Soon, little Yuyi's mouth and hands were covered with durian flesh. Here, the little guy was still eating attentively when Feng Mu walked over. When Xiao Yuyi heard the noise, her ears worked better than anything else, and she looked up. When he saw Feng Mu, the little guy smiled guiltily. Seeing this, Feng Mu was a little amused and took out his mobile phone to take a photo silently. After seeing this, Ma Xiaochang said proudly, "Xiao Yuyi and I are playing well together, don't worry. You guys go have your fun. She just sat in my arms without crying or making a fuss. She's such a good granddaughter to her grandma." After hearing this, Feng Mu grinned and said, "Mom, do you know why Xiao Yuyi is so obedient?" "Ah?" Ma Xiaochang opened his eyes wide. What else could it be? It must be because he wanted to stay with his grandma. But looking at her son's expression, she felt that this matter was not that simple, and asked doubtfully, what else could it be? Feng Mu showed Ma Xiaochang the photos he had just taken and shared his experience. "Mom, the child must be making trouble if he is quiet. Little Yuyi is so engrossed in her play that she can't think of anything else. Look at her little hands and face eating." After seeing this, Ma Xiaochang was a little amused and said, "No wonder Xiao Yuyi was so obedient, it turns out she was just naughty." At this moment, she suddenly realized a problem. She didn't give the durian to her precious granddaughter. So where did the durian in the little girl's hand come from? Then, Ma Xiaochang turned to look at Xiao Yuyi and asked, "Baby, did you take the durian in your hand by yourself? How can you be so patient?" After hearing this, Feng Mu asked in disbelief, "Huh? Didn't you give her this durian?" "No." Ma Xiaochang shook his head. Feng Mu was stunned when he heard this answer. He scratched the tip of his daughter's nose and said with a smile, "Little Yuyi, you are such a naughty little girl. The adults in our family can hardly take care of her." "Ha ha." Ma Xiaochang laughed. She really didn't see how her precious granddaughter got the durian. Feng Mu saw that there was only a durian seed left in Xiao Yuyi's chubby little hand. He was afraid that his daughter would swallow it by mistake, so he picked the durian seed out of the little girl's hand. Little Yuyi seemed to know that the thing in her hand had been snatched away by her father. She looked up at Feng Mu, then grinned and burst into tears. "If my dad steals my things, I will cry in front of you." Little Yuyi cried like a pear blossom in the rain and was very sad. When the others heard the baby's cry, they rushed over, especially Feng Qingji, who looked like he was seeking justice for his precious granddaughter. "What's going on? Why is Xiao Yuyi crying?" Feng Qingji asked first. "I snatched the durian seeds from her hand, and then I stopped doing it." Feng Mu answered truthfully. After hearing this answer, Feng Qingji frowned and looked at his son and said, "Give it to my granddaughter if she wants it." "No, what if Xiao Yuyi swallows it by mistake? Choking on this is no small matter." Feng Mu refused very firmly because this matter involved Xiao Yuyi's safety. Feng Qingji didn't say anything after hearing this. After all, what his son said made a lot of sense. The little guy was still crying in Feng Mu's arms, and everyone else was standing on Feng Mu's side. Little Yuyi seemed to be able to judge the situation. She cried for a while, but when she saw that no one was comforting her, she suddenly stopped crying and looked at everyone with tearful eyes. In the end, Xiao Yuyi even opened her arms and hugged Feng Mu's neck, as if trying to please him. Seeing this, Feng Mu also put his hand close to his daughter's little face and said softly, "Baby, it's not that daddy doesn't want you to play, but it's really dangerous." Oh, little Yuyi pouted, as if responding to her father. Just now, the little one ate durian and made it all over the place, so Feng Mu took his baby daughter to the bathroom. Roll up the little one's sleeves and wash the baby's hands and face. When washing, Xiao Yuyi was very protective of her little face and she didn't want her father to wash it. The chubby little hands kept pushing Feng Mu's wrists and arms. Seeing this, Fang Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Smelly baby, daddy will finish washing you soon, just hold on."
A slovenly person is neither pretty nor cute. With Fang Mu's insistence, little Yuyi's face was washed.
When he carried the little guy away, the little guy was still trying hard to stretch his body to reach the faucet. It seemed like she saw her father getting water from there, and little Yuyi also wanted to play. Seeing that his precious daughter was so persistent, Fang Mu turned on the faucet. Little Yuyi was very happy when she saw it. She spread her fingers apart and giggled happily as she felt the water.
"Baby, you want to play with water? Let's take a bath later and then you can play with water."
"Let's go, daddy is going to put perfume on you."
"Let's go."
After walking a long way, the little guy withdrew his gaze. Just like washing your face, you should also take good care of your little face when applying facial cream to it. The little head shook left and right, just to avoid the bang. It took Fang Mu a lot of effort to spread the cream.
"Okay, let's go play. Daddy's going to get you some bath water."
After settling the baby, Fang Mu went to the bathroom and filled the baby's bathtub with water. Yu Wanchuang bought a lot of small toys for the baby to take a bath, such as little ducks, swimming dolphins, ocean balls, and the like. At first, she was afraid that the baby would not want to take a bath. Now, when she wanted to take the baby out of the bathtub, little Yuyi was unwilling.
Chapter 113, Weighing Xiao Yuyi.
After the bathtub was filled with water, Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuang came to Xiao Yuyi and took off the little one's clothes. Little Yuyi was happy as soon as she took off her clothes. When her father carried her to the bathroom, the little girl was even happier, as if she knew she would take a bath soon.
Fang Mu slowly put his baby daughter into the bathtub.
With a splash, little Yuyi sat in the bathtub and the water around her overflowed. At that time, the little guy was attracted by the toys in the bathtub at first sight, and he cooperated very well with his parents in how they bathed and washed his hair. After staying in the bathtub for about 20 minutes, the water had become a little cold, and then Fang Mu picked up Xiao Yuyi. When the little one was taken out of the bathtub, Xiao Yuyi stared at her legs and whined, looking very reluctant. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurriedly comforted her, "Be good, Yuyi.
The bath water is cold. If you take a bath again, you will get sick. Be good, we'll take a bath in 2 days."
I don't know whether Fang Mu's comfort was effective or Xiao Yuyi understood, but she was held obediently in her father's arms. Coming out of the bathroom, Fang Mu placed the little Yuyi, who was wrapped like a dumpling, on the changing table and gave his baby girl a professional massage.
After dressing the baby, Yu Wanchuang was surprised to find, "Husband, why do I feel that Xiao Yuyi has become whiter after taking a bath?"
Fang Mu heard this and grinned, laughing and crying, "That must be because the mud on the body has been rubbed off." Although Xiao Yuyi is only 5 months old, the little guy sweats normally. After soaking in the bathtub for a while, mud can be rubbed off his body. The little one's feet have the most mud on them, and a lot of it can be rubbed off with just one rub. Finally, when Fang Mu was pouring water, he found that the bathtub was covered with mud from Xiao Yuyi's body. This time the little guy was finally washed clean, and he even felt that Xiao Yuyi had lost 2 pounds.
Today is the day the little one turns 5 months old.
Yu Wanchuang has always wanted to weigh and measure her baby daughter on this day. Xiao Yuyi had just finished taking a shower, so she brought all the tools over. When taking them, Ma Xiaochang saw that his daughter-in-law had taken so many things, and asked hurriedly, "Wanchuang, what are you doing with these things?" "Xiao Yuyi just took a bath, and I wanted to see how much weight she has gained in the past month."
"Oh."
Ma Xiaochang nodded, then followed with interest, and Fang Qingji also followed. At this time, everyone gathered around Xiao Yuyi, and then Fang Mu put Xiao Yuyi on the scale.
Fang Qingji looked at the red words on the scale and muttered, 8.4 kilograms, 16.8 gene.
After seeing this number, he frowned and said disappointedly, "Not as much weight as the first time.
It should be a little heavier."
Hearing this, Fang Mu shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Dad, our Yuyi is growing up very well. Babies gain weight the fastest in the first month, so it's normal that she's growing slowly now. Besides, our Yuyi has so much fat on her body.
If she gets any heavier, she'll become a chubby little girl. It's good now. I still prefer the chubby one." Fang Qingji shook his head after hearing this and insisted on his own idea. Fang Mu did not argue with him.
After all, grandparents like their grandchildren to be fatter, the fatter the better.
The weight has been measured, now it's time to measure the height. Fang Qingji took out a ruler from his pocket and measured Xiao Yuyi.
Little Yuyi had never seen this thing before and was very curious. Her chubby little hands and feet were flapping back and forth, not playing well at all. To be honest, Ma Xiaochang felt a little worried when he saw this, fearing that his precious granddaughter would grab the ruler too hard. He is so young and doesn't he know the severity of the situation.
What if he scratches his hand again?
Then, she said to Fong Qingji, "Old Fong, put the ruler away.
Little Yuyi is always trying to reach for it.
It would be very dangerous if a baby touched this box of rulers." After seeing this, Fong Qingji also did as he was told.
Then he asked, "What dosage should I use now?" At this time, Ma Xiaochang had an idea. "Don't we have a sewing box at home? There is that kind of soft ruler in it. I will go find it now."
After hearing this, Yu Wanchuang hurriedly stopped her. "Mom, no need.
I bought a tool specifically for measuring the baby's height. No need to get it, just use this."
"Oh, sure." Then Yu Wanchuan took out a stack of things from the box.
These were the things she bought online.
She hadn't opened them since she bought them, and only remembered them when she needed them. This thing for measuring height also has a ruler or something like that, but there's a hard plastic board on one side. Yu Wanchuan leaned one end of the plastic board against the wall and placed Xiao Yudi on it.
After some gesturing, the little guy is now 66 centimeters tall, which is quite tall. In short, the baby's development in all aspects is very good.
In recent days, Fong Mu has been feeding his baby original rice noodles.
The little guy is in good health and has no allergic reactions.
Since the baby's complementary food needs to be added step by step, the little one is not getting enough rice cereal every time. Now it has been a week since the baby started to eat complementary foods, and you can add root vegetables or green leafy vegetables to the complementary foods. Before noon, Fong Mu came to the kitchen to prepare complementary food for Xiao Yuyi.
Baby's things cannot be mixed with adults, so Xiao Yuyi's things are kept separately. Fong Mu put the peeled yam into the pot and steamed it.
After it was cooked, he took out the food processor and minced the yam into fine paste. After it was done, he put it aside for later use.
That was all.
Not long after, little Yuyi woke up, and Yu Wanchuan came out to find Fong Mu with her precious daughter in her arms. "Hubby, your sweet little cotton padded jacket has woken up.
It's time to get started."
"Okay." Fong Mu nodded, then took out the supplementary food bowl, poured 50 milliliters of warm water into it, and then sprinkled a flat spoonful of rice flour evenly on it. After stirring evenly, scoop a small spoonful of yam paste into it, and the simple complementary food is ready. Little Yuyi was a little anxious when she saw the delicious food. Before she even sat down in the dining chair, she stretched out her arms to grab it. She looked like she could hardly walk at the sight of food. Seeing his daughter's anxious look, Fong Mu quickly comforted her. "Sit down first, sweetheart, or you won't have anything to eat."
"Good."
Sitting in the dining chair, Yu Wanchuan put the bib around the little guy's neck, and Fong Mu became hungry. At that time, little Yuyi had already opened her mouth, crying for food. Feeding complementary food is not difficult, so Fong Mu has less worries.
Some other babies spit out the food they eat and don't swallow it at all, but his little Yuyi is reluctant to waste it and eats it all.
It's really a case of drought killing people and flooding killing people. Although a small amount of yam paste is added, it is inevitable that the taste will be different from the original rice noodles. Fong Mu checked Xiao Yuyi's reaction, and saw that the little guy was still making faces and grinning as usual.
Chapter 114, Little Girls Are Angry Regardless of Age. Yu Wanchuan smiled helplessly when she saw this scene. "What's with that expression on my daughter's face?
She always looks like that when she eats complementary food. From what I can see, her expression clearly shows that she doesn't want to eat, but she doesn't leave a single bite. This is really strange." After seeing this, Fong Mu agreed. "I thought so at first, too. Who cares? Whatever happens, as long as our precious daughter eats the complementary food well, that's fine."
Although the taste of the complementary food is different from before, Xiao Yuyi eats it mouthful after mouthful.
Like the grin just now, that expression only appears when taking a bite. After a while, Xiao Yuyi finished eating everything.
Looking at the empty bowl of supplementary food, Xiao Yuyi seemed to be in disbelief. "Huh? Why is it gone?"
Seeing that his daughter still wanted to eat, Fong Mu turned the bowl upside down to show her. "Look, it's gone. Our little Yuyi wants to eat it, and Daddy will make it for her tomorrow."
"It's because my daughter is so good and can eat so much."
Little Yuyi smacked her lips as if savoring the food, and only stopped when she saw that the bowl of supplementary food was really empty.
Maybe it's because of the addition of complementary foods. Xiao Yuyi hasn't pooped in the past 2 days. Fong Mu just gave the baby probiotics this morning.
In the afternoon, when she woke up, little Yuyi looked at the ceiling with her dazed eyes and a pouting mouth, looking a little cute. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan lovingly held her baby girl in her arms. Baby, wake up. Little Yuyi sat sideways in her mother's arms, not saying a word.
Seeing the little one like this, Yu Wanchuan turned around and asked Feng Mu, "Husband, is our little Yuyi still asleep?"
Feng Mu glanced at his precious daughter, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case.
She should be awake after 2 hours of sleep.
At this time, he noticed that Xiao Yuyi was clenching her fists, and even her chubby little face was tightening. Seeing this, Feng Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "It's not that our daughter hasn't woken up yet, she's just concentrating on taking a shit. She's trying so hard now, even her eyes are a little red. Little Yuyi has a lot of flesh on her face, so when she has poop, her little face looks droopy, which is very cute." Poof! Suddenly, a loud fart sound came from the bedroom. After hearing this, little Yuyi grinned shyly. After the fart was released, the little guy felt comfortable all over.
After a while, Xiao Yuyi seemed to have finished pooping.
She saw a rag doll on the bed and reached out to grab it. Seeing this, Feng Mu hurriedly handed the doll to Xiao Yuyi. Then, the two of them hurriedly changed Xiao Yuyi's diaper while the baby was playing.
I have to say, after adding complementary foods, the baby's poop became even smellier.
Recently, Xiao Yuyi has been drooling frequently and her chin has turned a little red.
Yu Wanchuan quickly bought a tube of saliva ointment from the internet and applied it on the baby's chin, and it really got much better. However, the baby was a little abnormal, and as new parents, we were a little worried.
Then, Yu Wanchuan searched online for the reasons why babies drool.
After reading it, she excitedly said to Feng Mu, "Honey, people say that babies drool more because of teething." After hearing this, Feng Mu was puzzled. Is there another reason? Yeah. Yi Wanchuan nodded, and then continued, "Is it true? Then let's just take a look." Then, she came to Xiao Yuyi and looked carefully at the little guy's mouth. However, Xiao Yuyi was very uncooperative and she didn't open her mouth at all.
Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan put her finger in. Seeing this, Xiao Yuyi took a bite and felt some pain instantly. At the same time, she felt something hard in the little guy's mouth, which should be a small tooth. Then, she said excitedly, "Hubby, Xiao Yuyi must be teething, she bit my finger and it hurt." Seeing this, Feng Mu poked Yu Wanchuan's head distressfully and said, "Silly, you tried it yourself.
Does it hurt?"
Yu Wanchuan chuckled and shook her head. "It hurt when I bit you, but it doesn't hurt now." At this time, she was surprised to find that there were still Xiao Yuyi's teeth marks on her fingers. It seems there is no need to check, Xiao Yuyi has really grown teeth. When sleeping, the little guy slept with his mouth open, so the couple observed him closely. Xiao Yuyi's teeth have just grown out, on her lower front teeth. The small front teeth on the right are the first to grow out, and the front teeth on the left are also turning white. In 2 days, all the teeth will grow out. During this period, Yu Wanchuan also learned that babies become a little irritable and their gums become very itchy when they are teething. She then ordered a teething stick online, and if nothing goes wrong, it will be delivered tomorrow. After Feng Mu covered his baby daughter with a quilt, the couple fell asleep as well. The next day, Xiao Yuyi was playing on the crawling mat by herself when Feng Chengji and Ma Xiaochang walked in from outside. The old couple went out to buy some vegetables and fruits, just to take a walk and relax. Maybe the plastic bag was broken when she just entered the door, and a small, juicy orange rolled in front of Xiao Yuyi. The little girl was very curious about this thing she had never seen before. After staring at it for a while, she stretched out her chubby little hands and held the little orange in her hands. Recently, Xiao Yuyi would put anything she got into her mouth, and this orange was no exception. However, the little guy's hands are still a little small, and it is a bit difficult for him to hold the food, so it is still very difficult to eat. At this time, Feng Mu walked out of the kitchen and saw Xiao Yuyi chewing on an orange. When he saw the scene, he hurried to his daughter, snatched the orange from her, and said, "Baby, you can't eat this orange peel. It's too astringent. You can't play with the oranges anymore. Daddy has taken them." Seeing this, little Yuyi hummed anxiously, At the same time, her chubby little hands reached out to reach. The little girl frowned, grinned, and looked around from time to time, as if she wanted to find help from someone nearby, but now it was just the two of them, father and daughter. I saw little Yuyi holding the little orange tightly and refusing to let go, her eyes full of pleading. When Feng Mu saw this, his heart softened instantly and he let go of his hand. Then, little Yuyi took the orange and put it in her arms, as if she was afraid that her father would suddenly snatch it away. However, even after the orange was back in her hands, the little girl did not give up. She held the orange tightly and kept kicking her legs. At the same time, he was humming, as if to say, "Why didn't you give it to me earlier?" Seeing his precious daughter like this, Fangmu quickly comforted her. "Okay, baby, daddy won't snatch it away. Stop whining, please. If you don't know, you might think I'm bullying you. Good boy, good boy." Fangmu coaxed Xiao Yudi for a long time before she gave up. As expected, little girls' anger is not limited to their age. After getting what they want, they have to vent their anger. Chapter 115. Dad, go to hell. Recently, Xiao Yudi has been drooling because of her teething, and because of the itchiness, she always wants to bite things. Yu Wanchuan looked at her baby daughter who was restless because of teething, and anxiously checked the order on her phone. She placed an order for teething sticks yesterday. When she bought it, it showed that they would be delivered today. After checking the logistics information, she found that the courier was delivering the teething sticks. Seeing her daughter so uncomfortable, Yu Wanchuan searched online for ways to relieve baby teething, and later learned about baby teethers. She has placed orders for several teethers that have received good reviews and sold well, hoping to help her baby smoothly through the teething period. At noon, Ma Xiaochang came back with a courier box. She hurriedly called out to her daughter-in-law, Wanchuan, "We got your courier back." "Thank you, Mom." After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan took the express delivery. When the old couple went out for a walk, the express delivery happened to be delivered to the post station, so she asked them to pick it up. Open the packaging on top of the express box and take out a stick as thick as a finger. Yu Wanchuan took a special bite and found that this teething stick was really hard. Then she quickly came to Xiao Yui, put the teether in her precious daughter's hand, and said lovingly, "Baby, your gums are uncomfortable, biting this will make it feel better. Eat, eat." Xiao Yudi took it, stared at it for a while, and put it into her mouth as if she knew it was food. She bit it with her gums and looked at the little guy's happy expression. Yu Wanchuan felt that this teething stick should be useful. After a while, the originally hard teething stick was chewed into a small point by Xiao Yudi, and the little guy was not averse to it. However, Yu Wanchuan was surprised to find that her baby daughter's chin was a little red. After applying saliva ointment, the little girl's chin was no longer red. Then, she called Fangmu to her side and said, "Husband, look at our daughter's chin. Why is it a little red? Could it be that you're drowning in saliva again?" "I don't think so." Fangmu shook his head. Professional matters should be asked to professionals, so Fangmu called Lu Tianshu to his side. "Tianshu, do you think Xiao Yui's mouth is soaked or something else?" Lu Tianshu took a look and said quickly, "It's not drowning, it must be an allergy." "What did Xiao Yui eat today?" Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuan said, "Since she didn't eat anything else, I gave Xiao Yui this teething stick." After hearing this, Lu Tianshu nodded affirmatively. Xiao Yui is probably allergic to this teething stick, which is why her chin is a little red. "You can't eat this teething stick for a while." "Oh." Yu Wanchuan nodded, then took the teething ring out of Xiao Yui's hand. When little Yui saw that her delicious food was snatched away by her mother, she looked up anxiously, pursed her lips, and looked very aggrieved. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan comforted her, "Baby, you're allergic to this teething stick, so we can't eat it. Be good, wait until mommy buys you another brand to try. Let's not eat today." "Humph, hum, hum." Little Yui hummed and even shook her head, as if she was unwilling. Seeing this, Fangmu quickly hugged his precious daughter and coaxed her, "Let's not eat anymore. Daddy will take you outside to have a look. Guess what kind of rice noodles Daddy prepared for you today?" At first, Xiao Yudi was a little reluctant, but as the attention was diverted, the little guy stopped humming, as if he had forgotten about the teething stick. However, Yu Wanchuan was still a little worried about her baby daughter's allergy, so she looked at Lu Tianshu and asked, "Do you think we should go to the hospital to get some medicine for Xiao Yui? Will that little bit of red have any impact?" After hearing this, Lu Tianshu smiled and shook her head. She comforted Yu Wanchuan, "Xiao Yui didn't eat much, so it won't have any effect. She doesn't need to take medicine. The redness will fade after a while." "Oh, okay." Yi Wanchuan nodded, but she still felt uneasy. She would not feel at ease until she saw the redness fade away with her own eyes. Not long after the father and daughter left, Yi Wanchuan took the packaging box of the teething stick and began to study it. She looked carefully at the ingredients on the box and found nothing special. Then, he asked Lu Tianshu, "Tianshu, can you tell me what Xiao Yudi is allergic to?" Lu Tianshu took the box, looked at it carefully, and then said ambiguously, "Xiao Yui must be allergic to egg white. Babies at this stage still can't eat egg whites." "Ah? Allergic to egg white?"
Yi Wanchuang was incredulous when she heard this answer.
Seeing this, Lu Tianshu nodded affirmatively. Yes, when you first add eggs to your baby's diet, you should start with the egg yolk. Because egg yolks are not prone to allergies, but egg whites are. It's not just Xiao Yuyi who's allergic to egg white. Many other babies are allergic to egg white as well.
Okay then. Yi Wanchuang nodded and said dejectedly, it seems our little Yuyi can only eat egg yolks from now on. Not really.
Lu Tianshu shook his head and then explained, babies now have weak immune systems, so they are more likely to be allergic to egg white. When the baby grows up a little, maybe around 8 or 9 months, or 1-year-old, Xiao Yuyi will no longer be allergic to egg white.
So that's how it is.
Yi Wanchuang nodded after hearing this. She didn't expect that there was so much knowledge involved in raising a child. This time, Xiao Yuyi is allergic to egg white, and she doesn't know if the little one is allergic to anything else, so she asked Lu Tianshu for his opinion.
Should we go to the hospital to check what the baby is allergic to? This way we can avoid it in the future. Lu Tianshu shook his head and said, no need. Eating complementary foods now is a process of eliminating allergies. As long as the baby's mouth is a little red, we will try this food every few months. Because these foods are the same as egg white, there is no need to test for allergens.
Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Wanchuang suddenly realized and at the same time gave up the idea of going to the hospital to test for allergens. As expected, professionals are professionals and can help you avoid many detours. Afterwards, Yi Wanchuang put away the teething stick she bought and placed it in a place where the baby would not see it.
Not long after, Feng Mu came in holding Xiao Yuyi and said excitedly, wife, the redness on Xiao Yuyi's chin has faded. It's true. Yi Wanchuang nodded happily after seeing it. In this case, she is not worried about the baby's allergies at all. As long as the source is eliminated, these will not be a problem. Afterwards, Yi Wanchuang took little Yuyi into her arms, and Feng Mu went to the kitchen to prepare complimentary food for his baby daughter. Looking at her father's back as he left, Xiao Yuyi waved goodbye, as if she was reluctant to leave. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang smiled and said, baby, we can't disturb dad, otherwise you won't have anything to eat. When little Yuyi heard this, she put her hands down quickly without any hesitation, as if to say, Dad, go away. Chapter 116 Dad, there is no poison in here, right?
I have cooked all kinds of root vegetables before, and today Feng Mu is cooking the leafy green vegetable spinach.
Spinach is rich in iron and is very good for babies. After brewing the rice noodles, Feng Mu scooped a spoonful of spinach puree and put it into the rice noodles. Although the amount of spinach puree is small, after mixing it evenly, the white rice noodles turn green, making people think it is a dark dish. Yi Wanchuang put Xiao Yuyi on the high chair.
The little guy was very anxious at first, but when the bowl of complimentary food was placed in front of him, he was stunned.
The innocent look in his eyes seemed to be asking, what is this? Can I eat it? It's not poisonous, is it?
Xiao Yuyi strategically leaned back, rejection written all over her body. Feng Mu captured this scene accurately, and he complained to Yi Wanchuang with a helpless smile. Honey, my daughter seems to really dislike the spinach rice noodles I made today. Usually, I'd be so anxious that I don't even know his last name, but now, the little guy is hiding far away.
It's true. After hearing her husband's description, Yi Wanchuang's body trembled with laughter.
Although it was very funny, she still wanted to tell her daughter the truth. Husband, what you did today was really scary.
If you cook me a meal like this, I wouldn't dare to eat it.
Feng Mu explained, it's just that the green color is a little darker, which makes people afraid to eat it.
Actually, there's no difference in taste.
After saying that, he picked up the spoon, looked at Xiao Yuyi beside him and said, baby, daddy is going to feed you.
Open your mouth.
Little Yuyi closed her mouth tightly, her whole body was full of rejection, and in order to escape, she even turned her head away. Seeing this, Feng Mu was at a loss for words as he explained to his precious daughter, baby, this is the same as what you ate before, except the color has changed.
Why don't you try it first? It's very delicious. Xiao Yuyi remained indifferent when she heard this.
Seeing this situation, Feng Mu felt helpless. His darling daughter didn't even try it.
Isn't this blocking the road?
Then he persuaded her again, just have a bite of daddy's sweet little cotton padded jacket, otherwise daddy has worked for so long in vain. In fact, it is not tiring at all. Just put a few spinach leaves into boiling water for a few seconds, then take them out and chop them.
It is very simple.
Hearing her father say this, little Yuyi simply frowned, as if she wanted to drive Feng Mu away. In response, he picked up the baby food bowl, tasted it in front of his baby daughter, and said, "Look, this is not poisonous, it's the same as before. It's just that the color is a little scary, and the taste isn't much different. How about you try it?" To be honest, Fang Mu had given up hope that Xiao Yuyi would eat. Now he felt the same way. It was really uncomfortable to work for a long time and then not have the baby eat a single bite. Just when he was about to leave with the bowl of supplementary food, little Yuyi stopped him with her little hand, and then opened her mouth as if she wanted to eat. In response, Fang Mu happily fed it into Xiao Yuyi's mouth, and the little guy was startled by the unique taste. After that, Xiao Yuyi continued to eat it without any rejection. Soon, a bowl of green spinach rice noodles was finished. Fang Mu now had a strong feeling that his precious daughter was afraid to eat the complimentary food he made today because she thought it was poisonous, and only dared to take a bite after seeing her eat it. I have to say, it's really hard to cope with such a young child who has so many thoughts. After eating and drinking, Xiao Yuyi fell asleep soon. But Xiao Yuyi has been sleeping a little restlessly these past 2 days, probably because teething is too uncomfortable. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji also saw it with their own eyes and felt pain in their hearts. At this time, Ma Xiaochang muttered, "If it were back home, it would be easy. I could get a pepperwood stick or a teething stick and Xiao Yuyi wouldn't feel so uncomfortable." After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan looked at her mother-in-law in confusion and said, "Mom, can we use other sticks to make teething sticks? There is a peach tree in front of our house." Ma Xiaochang shook his head when he heard this and said, "No, only the sticks of the Sichuan pepper tree can be used to make teething sticks." "Why? They're all made of wood, what's the difference?" Ma Xiaochang explained with a smile, "Because of the unique smell of Sichuan pepperwood, insects don't like to bite it, so there are no insects in Sichuan pepperwood. Like other trees, even though they may look smooth on the surface, there might be bugs inside. If a baby sucks on a wooden stick like this, the bugs will definitely enter their stomach through their mouth, which would be bad." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Wanchuan nodded. If her mother-in-law hadn't told her, she wouldn't have known this. Sichuan peppercorns are easy to buy, and Sichuan pepperwood should also be available. If you can't buy it in the city center of Shanghai, you can definitely buy it in the suburbs of Shanghai. So, Yi Wanchuan called her subordinate and asked her to find out where to buy pepperwood near Shanghai. Less than half an hour later, the subordinate came back with the news, "Boss Yi, there is a pepper plantation in the west of Magic City. You should be able to buy it there. I'll send the exact location to your phone right now." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Yi Wanchuan nodded, then opened the map and took a look. The journey is not too far, it takes less than an hour and a half to drive there, and 3 hours is enough for a round trip. Then, Yu Wanchuan saw Fang Mu and said worriedly, "Husband, it's not a good idea for Xiao Yuyi to have trouble sleeping. My daughter is allergic to the teething sticks I bought her. Now I buy another brand and it takes several days to come back. Just now I heard our mom say that we can use pepperwood to make teething sticks. How about we make one for Xiao Yuyi?" "Yeah, that's fine." Fang Mu nodded, then said with some embarrassment, "There are no pepper trees around here. It would be better if they were in my hometown. Several families near our home have pepper trees, but it's too far away, so it's not practical to go back." After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know where the pepper tree is. Let's go while Xiao Yuyi is asleep." "Okay." Fang Mu nodded, and then the two of them came to the old couple's room. "Dad, Mom, Wanchuan and I are going out for a while. Please help take care of Xiao Yuyi. Go ahead and come back early." The old couple agreed readily and did not ask the young couple where they were going. The old couple decided not to interfere in the affairs of the young people and just wanted to take care of their precious granddaughter wholeheartedly. After saying that, the two changed their clothes and went out. Fang Mu sat in the driver's seat and looked at Yi Wanchuan and said, "Wife, where is the place you mentioned?" "It's in the western suburbs of the city. I've given you the directions. Just follow them." "Okay." Fang Mu nodded, stepped on the accelerator and set off. The road was smooth and unobstructed, but it gradually felt more and more desolate as we got further and further away from the city center. They walked and walked until they even turned into a dirt road. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Yu Wanchuan thought to himself, "Damn, I must have taken the wrong path." Chapter 117 Buying Pepperwood. As they walked, they found that there were no houses around and they were driving on a dirt road. Fang Mu was suspicious. Could there be something wrong with the navigation? Just when the two were becoming less and less confident, the map showed that the destination was very close and could be reached in 5 minutes. Fang Mu thought that since he had already come this far, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't take a look. At worst, if he took the wrong path, he could just go home. It was no big deal. When they were 200 meters away, Yu Wanchuang saw a small house in front of him, which was surrounded by fences. Not only that, there seemed to be a sign hanging on the wall, but it was too far away and could not be seen clearly. Then she excitedly said to Fong Mu, "Honey, are we there yet? Can you see what's written on that sign?" Fong Mu nodded and replied, "Achung Peppercorn Garden." After parking the car, the two got out. The door of the pepper garden was closed, but fortunately there was a contact number written on the sign. Fong Mu dialed the number above and soon heard the other party's heroic voice. "Hello? Who is it? Hello, are you the owner of Achung Pepper Farm? It's me, what's the matter?" The other party was very alert, fearing that it was a scammer calling. Fong Mu heard this and said excitedly, "Boss, I want to buy some Sichuan pepperwood. We are at the garden gate now. Could you please come over?" "Okay, wait a moment." After the other party hung up the phone, a middle-aged man in his 50s came out of the garden soon. He was wearing a straw hat and a gray t-shirt, and his skin was very dark, probably due to long-term sun exposure. When the uncle saw Fong Mu and the other man, he asked, "Were you the ones who called just now?" Fong Mu nodded, "Yes, it's us. We want to buy some pepperwood." When the boss heard this, he grinned and said, "I sell peppercorns, not pepperwood. If you sell me these peppercorns, they won't grow anymore." The uncle thought that people came to buy pepper trees. This pepper garden was the result of half his life's work, and he was reluctant to dig up the pepper trees and sell them for money. After hearing this, Yu Wanchuang quickly pleaded, "Uncle, we only want to buy a small piece of Sichuan pepperwood. Please sell it to us. Any amount is fine." Seeing the other party's sincerity, the uncle asked, "You just want to buy a small piece of Sichuan pepperwood? What are you buying it for?" "I want to make a teething stick for my daughter." The uncle suddenly realized that they were not coming for his pepper garden. Then, he warmly invited them in and said, "So you want to make teething sticks for your children? I thought you were interested in my garden." The two of them smiled and thought that this was just a misunderstanding. Fortunately, it was explained clearly, otherwise it would have been a waste of time. The uncle pointed enthusiastically at the trees behind him and said, "If nothing else, there must be plenty of pepper trees. I'll saw 2 for you later." "Okay, thank you so much." Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang expressed their gratitude sincerely. Soon the uncle took a saw and cut down 2 branches that looked quite thick. He cut down 2 branches in total, which were more than 2 meters long in total. Seeing this, the uncle asked the 2 people, "Is this enough? If it's not enough, I'll give you more." Yu Wanchuang waved her hands repeatedly upon hearing this, "Enough, enough, no need to saw anymore." Then, Fong Mu came out of the garden holding 2 tree branches and put them in the trunk. "Uncle, how much is it? What's the point of talking about money? I have plenty of this stuff, I don't need your money." Yu Wanchuang frowned, "How can that be? I can't let you take it for nothing." "Really? Go back now." The uncle rushed the 2 of them away, and before leaving, he said at the window, "If you still need pepperwood, come here. Hurry back." Thank you." The 2 expressed their gratitude sincerely. As the 2 walked away, the uncle saw 2 packages wrapped in brown paper left on the windowsill. When he opened it, he saw a bunch of red banknotes. They were left by Yu Wanchuang when the uncle was not paying attention. Although the man said he didn't want money, she saw that the uncle's house was very dilapidated, so she left him 20,000 yuan, hoping that the uncle could live a better life. When the uncle saw the money, he looked at the back of the car and smiled knowingly. Since that was the case, he accepted it. On the way home, Yu Wanchuang asked Fong Mu, "Husband, how many teething sticks can we make from that little bit of Sichuan pepperwood? It's made of wood, so it shouldn't be broken by chewing." After hearing this, Fong Mu comforted him, "Don't worry, we can definitely do a dozen or 20. This thing is definitely not something that can be bitten, and it will definitely be useful. Xiao Yuyi doesn't need this." There was a bit of traffic jam on the way home. Before 6 o'clock, Fong Mu parked the car in front of a hardware store. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang asked in confusion, "Husband, did you stop to buy something? I need tools to make a teething stick for Xiao Yuyi." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yu Wanchuang nodded, then got out of the car with Fong Mu. The hardware store is huge, and basically, except for one aisle, every usable space is used up. Fong Mu didn't look for it himself but asked the boss directly, "Do you have a saw?"
Yes, I'll find it for you.
The boss nodded, then got up from his seat and quickly brought over a half-meter-long saw.
Do you need anything else?
Fang Mu thought carefully about the tools needed to make the teething stick, and then said, sandpaper for grinding.
A carpenter's knife.
Okay, I'll get it for you. Soon all the things were found, and Fang Mu went home after paying the money.
Holding the pepperwood and the tools she had bought, Yu Wanchuang opened the door of her home. As soon as I entered the door, I heard little Yui crying.
Seeing this, Fang Mu quickly put down what he was holding and went to the bedroom, where he found his precious daughter nestled in her grandmother's arms.
Xiao Yui, why are you crying?
When the baby heard his father's voice, he opened his eyes and looked around, then left Ma Xiaochang's arms.
He opened his arms and leaned towards Fang Mu, wanting his father to hug him.
Seeing this, Fang Mu asked Ma Xiaochang, Mom, why is Xiao Yui crying? She was sleeping, but when she heard you open the door, she woke up and started crying.
Fang Mu was stunned when he heard this. From the time we left to now?
The two of them have been out for 3 hours, and Xiao Yui has been taking an afternoon nap until now. What Fang Mu is worried about now is that the baby will definitely not go to bed so early at night since he sleeps for such a long time in the afternoon. Ma Xiaochang nodded. Xiao Yui didn't sleep very well, so I held her several times during the sleep.
Oh.
Fang Mu responded, thinking that the teething stick must be made as soon as possible so that Xiao Yui would not feel so uncomfortable.
Chapter 118, Teething Stick Making Competition.
After drinking milk, Yu Wanchuang sat on the sofa holding little Yui.
Fang Mu placed the pepperwood and the production equipment on the open space aside.
Fang Qingji saw that the leaves were still growing on the pepper tree and asked in surprise, "Where did you find this pepper tree?"
There's actually something like this in the Magic City?
Fang Mu heard this and replied with a smile, "There's definitely nothing in the city. We found it in the suburbs.
It's very difficult." Oh. Fang Qingji nodded, and continued to give instructions from the side.
You have to saw this pepperwood into small sections and peel off the outer bark.
Yeah, I know. Fang Mu also checked the relevant information before doing it, so he had an idea in his mind. Soon, the 2 whole pieces of Sichuan pepperwood were broken into small pieces.
Fang Mu counted them and found that there were 25 pieces in total.
Even if you fail at the beginning, you can always start over.
Next, Fang Mu started to pick up a piece of Sichuan pepperwood and peel off its skin, and Fang Qingji followed suit and made one too. When little Yui saw her father and grandfather fiddling with something, her attention was completely drawn to them. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuan smiled and looked at her precious daughter, saying, "Xiao Yui, where are daddy and grandpa?"
They're both busy making teething sticks for you. You are so lucky to have so many people pampering you.
Little Yui laughed, as if she could understand what her mother said. Seeing his precious granddaughter staring at him, Fang Qingji's desire to win was aroused. He immediately said to Fang Mu, "Son, let's see who makes the better pepperwood."
Okay. Fang Mu nodded happily. He had been following the tutorial for a long time and there was no guarantee he would lose. At that time, Yu Wanchuang, who was watching the excitement nearby, heard this and turned to look at her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang, smiling and asking, "Mom, who do you think is better?" Ma Xiaochang pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and then answered, "Xiao Mu." Seeing that the old woman didn't believe him, Fang Qingji raised his head and asked in confusion, "Why?" Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang said unhappily, "You didn't do this for your son when he was a child, can you do it well now? It's not that I look down on you, it's you who can't do it."
This time, Fang Qingji was thinking that he was going to fight for his reputation. Since the old woman didn't believe in him, he had to slap her in the face.
"Just wait, I'm going to show you today. Then I'll wait and see."
Ma Xiaochang grinned and snorted coldly. A lot of information was stolen from this conversation just now.
Fang Mu looked at Fang Qingji and complained. "Dad, didn't I deserve a teething stick when I was a kid? You are so biased." Fang Qingji touched his head when he heard this, feeling overwhelmed.
He never expected that his son would bring up something that happened so long ago.
He grinned and said, "Why don't you have it? You do. Your grandfather made it himself. It's just that I didn't do it."
The more Fang Qingji spoke, the lower his voice became, and the more guilty he felt, as if he had gotten very few things for his son when he was a child. Just now, Fang Qingji felt only a trace of guilt, then he shook his head and murmured, his grandfather made so many toys that the yard could hardly hold them all. This brat was obviously coming to settle a score with him.
At this time, Ma Xiaochang looked at his daughter-in-law and asked, "Wanchuan, what about you? Whose teething stick do you prefer?" I'm optimistic about my husband.
After hearing this, Fang Mu looked at Fang Qingji with a smug look in his eyes, full of provocation, as if to say, "See, my wife believes in me unconditionally." When Fang Qingji saw it, he curled his lips and turned his head away, as if he didn't want to be bothered by it. Seeing that her precious daughter's attention was still on the two of them, Yu Wanshuang smiled, put her arm around Xiao Yuyi's cheek and spoke softly.
Who does our little Yuyi support? Are you looking forward to Daddy's teething stick or Grandpa's? Oh.
When little Yuyi heard this, there was a lot of confusion in her little eyes.
At this time, Fang Mu and Fang Qingji were also extremely looking forward to who Xiao Yuyi would choose.
Little Yuyi, who was being stared at, had a confused look in her eyes. She stretched out her chubby hands and asked for a hug.
But in the eyes of everyone, Xiao Yuyi is optimistic about both her father and grandfather.
Seeing this, Yu Wanshuang and Ma Xiaochang said with a smile, "Our little Yuyi is really smart."
She doesn't offend anyone, does she? How come you are so awesome? Grandma loves you so much. Cluck.
When Ma Xiaochang hit her on the head, little Yuyi laughed out loud, and at the same time, her chubby little hands grabbed her grandmother's clothes and pulled them.
After she felt it, she said bitterly, "My dear granddaughter, is she pulling Grandma's clothes because she is blocking you? Our little Yuyi wants to see Daddy and Grandpa PK, right? Grandma, get out of the way. Xiao Yuyi, let's take a look." Ma Xiaochang sat aside. Xiao Yuyi watched it very attentively, as if she was watching a large-scale wilderness survival program, without blinking, looking very serious.
At this time, the game was proceeding in an orderly manner. Both of them had peeled off the skin of the pepperwood, and the next step was carving. This step is not easy, as it requires scraping off the excess trees. Fortunately, Fang Mu bought a small carving knife, which was brand new and unopened, and very sharp.
Fang Qingji also wanted to find the same knife from the packaging bag, but he couldn't find it.
Seeing this, Fang Mu smiled and reminded him, "Dad, I didn't expect you to make it, so I bought a knife."
Why don't you try using the knife at home?
It's pretty sharp if you sharpen it with a whetstone.
Okay. Fang Qingji nodded and reluctantly went to the kitchen to find a small knife that was comfortable to hold.
Professional tools make work quick, and after a while the square piece of Sichuan pepper wood has taken shape. He made a teething stick in the shape of a teardrop, with a teardrop on top and a finger shape on the bottom, for little ones to grasp. Now that the general shape is formed, the next step is to scrape off the excess parts and remove the small wood splinters.
Fang Qingji was still scraping the wood down hard. Because the tool was not suitable for him, he felt some pain in the palm of his hand after a while. When he opened his hand, Fang Qingji saw a big blister under his middle finger. He showed his palm to Ma Xiaochang, and then said aggrievedly, "Old woman, there are big blisters on your hands." After seeing this, Ma Xiaochang blinked and said coldly, "You work for wages. Fortunately, I didn't ask you to grind an iron rod into a needle, otherwise you would be exhausted to death." After hearing this, Yu Wanshuang and Fang Mu covered their mouths and tried to hold back their laughter. What their mother-in-law said was too hurtful. She actually told the truth. Although Ma Xiaochang had nothing nice to say, she still got up and walked towards the bedroom. After a while, she came back with a needle and a band-aid. Chapter 119: The Strong Don't Make Choices. Seeing the old woman's angry expression, Fang Qingji instinctively took a step back, and was so scared that he stuttered, What do you want to do? Want to murder your husband? Go to hell." Ma Xiaochang pushed his shoulder unhappily after hearing this. "Who wants to murder you? How shameless. Where's your hand? Show it to me." "Here." Fang Qingji handed over his hand obediently. When he saw his wife trying to poke the blister on her hand with a needle, he quickly dodged. "Forget it, let's not stab it. It hurts. Just let the bubbles go away on their own." "Okay." Ma Xiaochang nodded, then took his things and walked away. Although her words were quite harsh, she was a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Now that Fang Qingji was injured, Ma Xiaochang cursed, "I didn't ask you to do it, but you were scrambling to do it. Look at the blister on the back of your hand. Forget it, I'll help you. Your hands are not convenient right now." Although he was scolded, Fang Qingji smiled and said, "My wife is still good to me. Beating is love, scolding is care." Here, Fang Mu has started to grind the teeth grinding rod. Once the grinding is completed, the work is done. Fang Qingji, with the help of his wife, finished half an hour later than his son. In terms of appearance, the two teething sticks are very similar, except that the one Fang Qingji used to bite in the front was a little longer,
mainly because his hand slipped at the time. Then, Fang Mu placed the teething sticks in front of Xiao Yuyi to see which one the little guy would take first. When Xiao Yuyi saw the teething stick, her eyes were full of curiosity. She first looked at a few people and then at the teething stick on the table. Then when the little guy reached out to take it, he looked at the others, as if observing whether they would let him move or not. This is Xiao Yuyi's test. If she doesn't let him move, he'll get spanked. Apart from anything else, this little guy is really cunning. Seeing that no one reacted and was even a little expectant, she stared at the teething sticks, then picked up both of them with her chubby little hands. After seeing this, several people burst into laughter. We thought Xiao Yuyi would choose one, but she didn't expect the little girl to not choose and take both. Fang Qingji was also happy to see this and said, "My precious granddaughter is smart, she is worthy of being my grandson. The strong don't make choices." Great. In fact, he was also proud that he did not lose to his son. It was pretty good to be able to draw, at least he did not embarrass himself. On the other side, Xiao Yuyi held a teething stick in her left hand and a teething stick in her right hand, sucking it a few times with her left hand and then a few times with her right hand. It can be seen that little Yuyi is enjoying the chewing, giggling with her little mouth open. One problem with eating teething sticks is that the baby's saliva will flow from time to time. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang hurriedly applied some saliva ointment on her daughter's chin. Fang Mu looked at his baby daughter's pile of skincare products and couldn't help but sigh. Baby products are so comprehensive these days, with everything for every purpose. Salt cream, butt cream, diaper cream, etc. No wonder mother's money is the easiest to make. Look at how little is on his sink: toothpaste, toothbrush, facial cleanser, everything is included. If Yu Wanchuang knew what her husband was thinking, she would definitely wonder, don't men lack water? The baby sleeps for a long time in the afternoon and doesn't fall asleep until 9 o'clock from the time he wakes up. During this period, Xiao Yuyi kept sucking on the teething stick and yawning from time to time. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang whispered to Fang Mu, "Husband, is our daughter sleepy?" I think she was crying. "Yeah, I'm sleepy." Fang Mu nodded. He originally wanted to coax his precious daughter to sleep, but he was surprised to find that little Yuyi could hardly lift her eyelids. Then he turned off the light beside him and whispered in Yu Wanchuang's ear, "Wife, I think our baby daughter can fall asleep by herself." Is this true? We'll know after a while. People fall asleep faster in the dark. 5 minutes later, Fang Mu came to Xiao Yuyi to check on her. The little guy had already closed his eyes, breathing through his little mouth, and holding 2 teething sticks in his hands. This teething stick is like a sword in the swordsman's hand, which he never lets go of. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang and the others were a little amused and confused. This little bastard, he even fell asleep holding the teething stick tightly, and he doesn't even feel uncomfortable. As she said this, she wanted to take out the teething stick so that the baby could sleep peacefully. But when she tried to take it, she found that Xiao Yuyi was holding it tightly, as if she was afraid that someone would steal it while she was sleeping. Afterwards, Yu Wanchuang pried open the little guy's fingers one by one. When she got the teething stick, Xiao Yuyi seemed to feel it and clenched her little hands tightly again, humming at the same time. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurriedly comforted her, "Be good, little Yuyi. Daddy and mommy are here. Go to sleep. Go to sleep." After a while, the little guy stopped moving and fell asleep quietly again. At this time, Yu Wanchuang pointed at Xiao Yuyi's 2 small hands and said, "Husband, what should we do?" Just when I was about to take it out, Xiao Yuyi noticed it. This little stinker is holding it too tightly. It's a little hard to hold. Fang Mu heard this and comforted Yu Wanchuang, "It's okay, we'll get it after Xiao Yuyi falls asleep." Okay. There is no better way now anyway. 20 minutes later, the young couple sneaked up to Xiao Yuyi. Yu Wanchuang gestured frantically. What she wanted to express was, "You take the one over there, and I'll take the one over here." Even so, Fang Mu understood it immediately, and with a gentle pull, the teething stick fell off. As for Yu Wanchuang, it was Xiao Yuyi who took the initiative to let go, and it was effortless for her. Little Yuyi never expected that her parents would steal her home while she was sleeping. Sleeping is really a waste of time. During this period, the little guy has chewed the teething stick much better, and now the baby sleeps very soundly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yuyi's 2 little front teeth grew up. When she smiled, the 2 little teeth were very obvious, just like a little squirrel. I have to say, Xiao Yuyi is still very cute. Now the little guy has grown teeth. When he saw a red apple that his grandfather had just put on the table, he crawled over to it. Xiao Yuyi's way of crawling was different from the ordinary way. She crawled in circles, and then by accident she crawled to the table. The little guy stretched out his chubby little hands to hold the coffee table, then he stood up with a push of his calves. Xiao Yuyi stood up and looked at her feet, as if she was even confused about how she got up. At this time, little Yuyi was quickly attracted by the apple. The little guy paced slowly and walked very well with support. Soon, Xiao Yuyi walked in front of apple. Chapter 120. This apple is really delicious. Little Yuyi stretched out her chubby little hands to reach it, but since the apple was quite far away, it was quite difficult for her to reach it. I saw the little guy standing on tiptoe, even his little face was exerting force. Finally, after unremitting efforts, the little guy reached the apple in front of him. This apple is quite big, almost as big as the little guy's hand. Holding Xiao Yuyi with one hand, it was a bit difficult. I saw her holding the apple and putting it in her mouth. Her little mouth opened wide, but when she bit off, she only took a tiny bit. However, little Yuyi was still very satisfied, smacking the food in her mouth as if she was tasting it. At the same time, Fang Qingji, who had just returned to the bedroom, returned to the living room after getting his cell phone. After coming back, he habitually glanced at the crawling mat, and was surprised to find that Xiao Yuyi was not on it. He asked Ma Xiaochang in a panic, "Wife, did you take Xiao Yuyi away?" A voice from the kitchen replied, "No." Then, Fang Qingji came to his son and asked, "Xiaomu, have you seen Xiao Yuyi?" "I didn't see it." "Wan Shuang is watching?" "No." Fang Mu continued to shake his head. Yi Wanshuang was in the bathroom now. Seeing his father's reaction was wrong, he instantly became nervous and asked, "What's the matter? Is Xiao Yuyi missing?" "No." Fang Qingji said ambiguously, "She was just on the crawling mat. When I turned around and came back, she was gone. I hope there won't be any thieves breaking into the house. Could it be that there are really daring thieves who come to our house to steal the child?" "Of course not, who is that stupid?" Fang Mu said very confidently, and then came to the living room. When he saw Xiao Yuyi standing next to the coffee table, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at Fang Qingji and said with a smile, "Dad, isn't Xiao Yuyi standing right there?" "Ah." When he heard the answer, he quickly turned his head to look, and found that his precious granddaughter was standing there. He wondered in his heart, strange, why didn't I see it just now? However, he still had a question, "Hey? Xiao Yuyi, how did you get on the coffee table? You went there by yourself?" Fang Mu was also surprised when he heard this. "Dad, didn't you just put Xiao Yuyi there?" "No, she was still lying on the crawling mat when I left." The two were shocked, then came to Xiao Yuyi and said lovingly, "My little ancestor, you really scared me to death. You were able to reach this apple too? How come you are so awesome? Our little Yuyi is really great." Fang Mu also praised. Seeing the shocked expressions of her grandfather and father, little Yuyi acted very calmly. She spat out the tasteless apple in her mouth, then opened her mouth wide and bit off a piece of fruit, smacking it. Fang Mu was so happy to see Xiao Yuyi eating the fruit. His daughter was so cute, even when she was eating an apple. After a while, there was a small pile of apple flesh in front of little Yuyi. If the little girl hadn't been holding an apple in her hand, Fang Mu would have suspected that those were eaten by the little mouse. At this time, Ma Xiaochang came out of the kitchen after finishing her work. As she walked, she asked, "Lao Feng, why did you ask Xiao Yuyi just now?" "It's okay." Fang Qingji waved his hand and said bitterly, "I didn't see Xiao Yuyi standing by the coffee table just now. I looked for her for a long time. I'm old, and my eyesight isn't good. If your eyesight is not good, wear glasses. You should have worn reading glasses a long time ago," Ma Xiaochang said as he came to his precious granddaughter. Seeing Xiao Yuyi was stunned when she ate an apple that was bigger than her fist, she smiled and said, "Baby, is the apple sweet? Is it delicious?" "Yeah." Little Yuyi nodded while slurping the juice, as if she was really responding to her grandmother. Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang smiled and touched his granddaughter's head, "Eat, eat." Then, she turned to look at Fang Mu and asked, "Son, Xiao Yuyi can eat fruit now, right? It's edible." Fang Mu nodded. After observing for a few minutes, he found that his precious daughter just sucked the juice and spit it out when it lost its taste. There was no need to worry about her choking. Little Yuyi was spinning in circles while eating, and she nibbled all the upper circle. The little one was even so proud that she walked along the coffee table while eating. There were several times when Xiao Yuyi stepped on her right foot with her left foot, causing the little guy to stumble. Needless to say, Fang Qingji was terrified. He turned to look at Fang Mu and said, "Son, now that Xiao Yuyi can stand up on her own, this coffee table is a bit dangerous.
Why don't we move it?
The coffee table was made of glass with right angles on all sides. If it got bumped or scratched, it would definitely be very serious, so Feng Mu agreed without thinking.
Okay, we'll move when Xiao Yuyi isn't playing here anymore.
Now both of them are guarding Xiao Yuyi by her side, and they can detect and deal with any situation in time, so it's no big deal to help her walk.
Maybe she can walk with support today.
Xiao Yuyi strolls back and forth, and she can even walk around the coffee table. As he walked, the little guy smiled with his lips pursed, as if showing off to the others, "Look how good I am at walking." After seeing this, Ma Xiaochang pinched Xiao Yuyi's chubby little face lovingly and said, "Our Xiao Yuyi is really amazing." The little girl ate a lot of apples, but vomited most of them. Feng Mu was worried that his daughter had eaten too much at once and her stomach couldn't digest it, so he snatched the apple away. When little Yuyi saw that her father had snatched the apple from her hand, she instantly frowned and grinned, looking extremely reluctant. I saw her stretching out her chubby little hands to grab the apple in her father's hand, but her father didn't give it to her. Now little Yuyi was completely heartbroken. She cried loudly as if she had been beaten by her father. Seeing this, Feng Mu hurriedly tried to reason with Xiao Yuyi, "Baby, you've already eaten a lot today.
It won't be good to eat more tomorrow.
Otherwise your stomach will feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable."
What should we do if we feel uncomfortable? We can take medicine or get a buttocks pricked. But our little Yuyi can't take medicine or get a buttocks pricked.
Feng Mu tried to persuade her earnestly, but Xiao Yuyi didn't respond at all and continued to cry. When Feng Qingji saw his precious granddaughter crying, he felt so distressed. Then he snatched the apple from Feng Mu's hand and handed it to Xiao Yuyi. "Xiao Yuyi, eat it.
Grandpa gave it to you."
"I'm there, Dad." Seeing the apple return to her hand, Xiao Yuyi stopped crying instantly, then picked up the apple and took a bite. When Ma Xiaochang and others saw Xiao Yuyi like this, they laughed so hard that they trembled.
She really couldn't forget to eat even when she was crying. Feng Mu really has no way around this.
A girl cannot be controlled by her father when she grows up, not to mention that there is a doting grandson named Feng Qingji. Raising a child is full of difficulties.
Chapter 121. The old couple is going home.
That day, Feng Qingji and Ma Xiaochang were playing with toys with Xiao Yuyi when Feng Qingji's cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. When little Yuyi heard the sound of singing around her, her little head raised up instantly, and then she looked left and right, probably looking for the source of the sound.
At this time, Feng Qingji hurriedly took out his mobile phone.
Xiao Yuyi looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was his grandfather's hand that was ringing. Seeing this, Xiao Yuyi excitedly stood up, as if she wanted to crawl over, but she couldn't. Seeing his granddaughter staring at him with expectant eyes, Feng Qingji lovingly hugged his precious daughter and held her in his arms before answering the phone. The little guy sat obediently on his grandfather's lap, staring at the phone with his little eyes full of curiosity.
Feng Qingji picked up the phone and asked the other party, "Hello? Who is it?" "Lao Feng, it's me."
When Feng Qingji heard this voice, he immediately remembered that it was the voice of Brother Li next door. He looked down at the caller ID on his phone and saw nothing. He smiled and said, "Brother Li, there was no indication on my phone who it was, but I can tell by the voice this time." After hearing this, the person on the other end smiled and explained, "This is a new phone number I just got.
It's normal that you don't have it saved." Feng Qingji nodded and asked the other party, "Brother Li, what's the matter with you calling me? Look at my brain, I've forgotten the important things." He patted his head and said, "Isn't there a 2-acre piece of land at the west end of your village?
The country is going to build a highway there, and it just happens to occupy your land.
Come back quickly so I can divide your money." "Oh, so that's how it is. I'll be back in the next 2 days."
Feng Qingji nodded, and then the two chatted about some family matters and then hung up the phone. When little Yuyi saw Grandpa put down his phone, the little guy was still a little reluctant. He touched it with his chubby little hands, as if he still wanted Grandpa to call. In order to make his granddaughter behave herself for a while, Feng Qingji turned on the short video and let Xiao Yuyi listen to the sound. Here, Ma Xiaochang heard that the person calling her husband was someone she knew, so she quickly asked, "Lao Feng, who is that?"
"Brother Li from next door." Ma Xiaochang was puzzled after hearing this. What did he call about? Could it be that my son got married again after his divorce? No.
Feng Qingji shook his head, then said happily, "He called to tell us that the land west of our village is going to be built into a highway, and our land has been expropriated by the state.
Let's go back and get the money." "Oh, so that's how it is." Ma Xiaochang nodded, feeling very happy.
The land in the west of the village was previously planted with poplar trees in response to the tree planting policy. There were so many trees planted that crops could not be grown, so it had to be left alone. Later, when I wanted to farm, the country did not allow people to cut down trees at will, so the land was no different from being abandoned. Now that the land has been expropriated by the state, it is the best place for it to go.
Then, Ma Xiaochang looked at Feng Qingji and said, "When are we going back?" "Let's go tomorrow. Go back early and see what's going on." "Okay." The two nodded and agreed on it.
After finishing the meal, Feng Qingji put down his chopsticks and said to his son and daughter-in-law, "Xiaomu, Wanchuan, your mother and I are going back to our hometown tomorrow."
"Ha?" Feng Mu asked in confusion after hearing the news, "Why do you suddenly want to leave? Isn't it good to live here?"
"If you don't want to live with us, I'll buy you a house nearby. If you go back to your hometown, you won't be able to see your granddaughter often."
"It's so inconvenient."
Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuan also echoed, "Dad, Mom, you can continue to live here. I never thought of sending you home, so please don't feel pressured.
If you leave, I will be very reluctant."
Hearing these words from their son and daughter-in-law, the old couple felt warm in their hearts. Then Ma Xiaochang pursed his lips and replied with a smile, "We too went back to our hometown for something.
I'll be back when I'm done." After hearing this, Feng Mu asked in confusion, "Dad, Mom, what are you going back for?" "It's like this.
The land west of our village has been expropriated.
We have to go back and check the situation." "Oh, so that's how it is." Feng Mu nodded. As long as he wasn't embarrassed to stay there, it would be fine. He thought to himself that he must buy a house before his father and mother came back, so that the old couple would have no worries, and they would not have to worry about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, or their daily routines. "Then you guys go back. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back." "Yeah, okay." Ma Xiaochang nodded. After a while, Feng Mu asked again, "Have you bought your return tickets? If not, I can buy them for you." "We've bought them." Feng Qingji nodded. "We'll buy them once we get back, just in case there aren't enough tickets." Then Feng Mu continued to ask, "What time is the flight tomorrow?" 8:15 in the morning." "Okay, I'll see you off tomorrow morning." "Okay." The old couple nodded. After dinner, the two began to pack their luggage to go home. After a while, the two large suitcases were full. The little girl didn't know what these meant yet, she was just very curious and her eyes never left. Maybe Xiao Yuyi's vision is becoming clearer and clearer, and she is easily attracted by things. Her little eyes never rested, looking here and there, very busy. Ma Xiaochang placed the suitcase upright aside and looked at his precious granddaughter with eyes full of reluctance. She held little Yuyi in her arms lovingly and whispered, "Baby, Grandma will be gone tomorrow. You must listen to your father and mother obediently. Grandpa and Grandma will be back soon, and they'll play with you then, okay?" Xiao Yuyi responded unexpectedly when she heard it, as if she really understood what her grandma said. After hearing her granddaughter's answer, Ma Xiaochang's eyes were full of surprise, and she caressed Xiao Yuyi's little face lovingly. The baby is so small, with a smooth and chubby face, and it feels really good to touch. Since they were leaving the next day, Ma Xiaochang and Feng Qingji played with Xiao Yuyi in the evening. "Because we won't be able to see each other for a short time after tomorrow, fortunately we can still video chat to ease the pain of missing each other." Before she knew it, little Yuyi was yawning and had no interest in anything. Seeing this, Ma Xiaochang knew that his granddaughter was sleepy, so he hurriedly carried Xiao Yuyi to the master bedroom. "Xiao Mu, Xiao Yuyi is sleepy. Feed her and then coax her to sleep." "Yeah, okay." Feng Mu nodded and took his precious daughter over. Since they had to get up early the next day, the old couple went to bed early. Suddenly, Feng Qingji heard a knock on the door. Chapter 122, Send Off. "Dad, Mom? Are you asleep?" Feng Qingji heard his son's voice and quickly got up from the bed, opened the door and asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing." Feng Mu waved his hand and continued, "I'm just thinking about you guys going back to your hometown tomorrow and not knowing when you'll be back. I'm afraid you'll miss Xiao Yuyi, so let her sleep with you tonight." "Hee, that's fine." Feng Qingji nodded happily after hearing this. Little Yuyi has grown up and has never slept with the old couple. Soon, Feng Mu carried the sleeping Xiao Yuyi to the old couple's room. At this time, Ma Xiaochang had already reserved a place for his precious granddaughter. He placed his daughter between the two of them, and when he saw that Xiao Yuyi was sleeping soundly, he left the room.
After their son left, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji also lay back on the bed. Looking at little Yuyi sleeping quietly, she looks like a sleeping beauty. I like her so much that I want to kiss her. At this time, Xiao Yuyi suddenly sighed, which scared the old couple, who were afraid that their precious granddaughter would suddenly wake up. While the little guy was sleeping soundly, Ma Xiaochang and the others also fell asleep. Before I knew it, it was daybreak. It gets light early in the summer, and the sun shines into the house at around 5 o'clock. At this time, Xiao Yuyi opened her eyes. Looking at the roof in front of him, the little guy seemed to realize that it was not the room he usually slept in, and then he looked left and right. When he saw the faces of Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji, the little guy breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was afraid that he would be sold. Now Xiao Yuyi no longer needs to drink milk at night. She drank it before going to bed yesterday, and until now, Xiao Yuyi is starving. Looking at the two people sleeping soundly, Xiao Yuyi turned over and crawled to Fang Qingji's side. The little guy seemed to want to get up by holding on to his grandfather's thighs, but the quilt was very slippery and he failed every time. Under such circumstances, Fang Qingji was hit several times by Xiao Yuyi. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw his precious granddaughter ravaging him. Seeing this, Fang Qingji sat up with a doting look on his face, then touched Xiao Yuyi's little face. "Baby, you're awake. How was your sleep last night with Grandpa and Grandma? Was it good? When Grandpa and Grandma come back, little Yuyi will sleep with us." When little Yuyi saw Fang Qingji, she quickly climbed into her grandfather's arms, then frowned, grinned, and hummed. Seeing this, Fang Qingji asked in confusion, "Is our little Yuyi hungry? Come on, let's go find Dad to drink milk. Let's go, Grandpa will hold you." Then the grandfather and grandson left the house, and closed the door considerately when they left. At this time, Fang Qingji knocked on his son's door, and then said through the crack of the door, "Xiao Mu, are you awake? My granddaughter is hungry, please make some milk for her." "Oh, okay." Fang Mu agreed in a daze, then got up to make milk for Xiao Yuyi, while the grandfather and grandson went to the crawling mat in the living room to play. On the other side, in the guest bedroom, Ma Xiaochang touched her side in a daze. "Xiao Yuyi slept here last night." She touched her precious granddaughter worriedly, fearing that Fang Qingji's quilt would fall on Xiao Yuyi. That night, she touched herself 5 or 6 times and had a difficult time sleeping. Normally, she could touch Xiao Yuyi with just a stretch of her hand, but this time she groped around but couldn't find her. She was so scared that she sat up and checked. Seeing that Fang Qingji and Xiao Yuyi were not in the room, she felt relieved and lay back on the bed to sleep for a while. In addition, in the living room, the grandfather and grandson were playing happily. After a while, Fang Mu came over with a bottle of milk. "Dad, here, feed it." "Okay." Fang Qingji put the pacifier into Xiao Yuyi's mouth. It was a pleasure to listen to the little guy swallowing. At this time, Fang Mu asked, "Dad, how did Xiao Yuyi sleep last night? She didn't act naughty and didn't wake up, did she?" Fang Qingji shook his head, "No. Xiao Yuyi is very obedient and slept through the whole night. She is worthy of being my granddaughter." Fang Mu was a little amused after hearing this. "Okay, you two are the best." Soon, Ma Xiaochang and Yi Wanshuang also came out of the room. At this time, Lu Tianchu had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, the old couple started packing, and Fang Qingji put the suitcases and other things on the trunk of the car. "Xiao Mu, let's go to the airport." "Okay." The whole family got into the car neatly. For some reason, the atmosphere in the car was a little sad. Seeing this, Yu Wanshuang placed Xiao Yuyi in Ma Xiaochang's arms and said, "Baby, stay with Grandpa and Grandma for a while. I'll be gone soon, so I won't see you anymore." Hearing this, Ma Xiaochang forced a smile, touched Xiao Yuyi's chubby little hand and said, "My dear granddaughter, when Grandpa and Grandma are not here, you must listen to Daddy and Mommy. If you don't obey, you will be spanked. Be good." "Yeah." Little Yuyi seemed to understand and nodded, which made Ma Xiaochang giggle. Soon, they arrived at the airport. Fang Mu and Fang Qingji pushed the suitcases, and Ma Xiaochang held his baby granddaughter. There were so many people at the airport that little Yuyi's eyes were not enough. She looked here and there, and any movement would attract the little one's attention. Soon, they arrived at the boarding gate. Seeing that time was running out, the old couple prepared to board the plane. Then, Ma Xiaochang reluctantly handed Xiao Yuyi to Yi Wanshuang. Seeing this, Xiao Yuyi hugged Ma Xiaochang's neck tightly and refused to let go, as if the little girl understood that this meant separation. Seeing this, Fang Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Baby, are you reluctant to see Grandpa and Grandma go?" the little guy hummed, and Fong Qingji and the others were moved to tears. Ma Xiaochang comforted her precious granddaughter, baby, grandpa and grandma are back. They just went home to take care of some things and will be back after they are done.
Little Yui, be good and wait for grandpa and grandma at home, okay? Grandpa and grandma promise you that we will come back immediately to play with our precious granddaughter after we finish dealing with this.
Little Yui lowered her head, muttered to herself, and pointed her fingers.
No one knew what she was thinking. It can be seen that little Yui looks lonely.
It turns out that such a young child can also feel the sense of separation in his heart. To be honest, Fong Qingji really wanted to cry when he saw that his granddaughter was reluctant to let her go. He held back his tears and pointed his finger at Xiao Yudi and spoke.
Baby, let's make a pinky promise, okay?
Let's make a promise, we won't change for 100 years.
Whoever changes will be a puppy. Okay, let's go to mom and dad. It's time for grandpa and grandma to leave.
Afterwards, little Yui reluctantly ran into Yi Wanchuan's arms. Looking at the backs of her grandparents, little Yui pouted, as if she was about to cry at any time. Seeing this, Fong Mu quickly turned the mother and daughter around and stopped crying after he stopped looking.
Fong Mu waved to his parents and left only after they disappeared from view. Chapter 123, Buying Meat and Being Stolen.
Ma Xiaochang only dared to burst into tears after she could no longer see her son, daughter-in-law, and precious granddaughter.
Woo 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 woo.
Fong Qingji's eyes turned red when he saw this, and he comforted her, we'll be back after we finish our business. From now on, wherever our granddaughter is, there we will be.
Yeah. Ma Xiaochang nodded and boarded the plane.
On the other side, after Fong Mu and his group came out of the airport, they went to the vegetable market near their home. Recently, Xiao Yudi has eaten all kinds of vegetables, and today Fong Mu wants to add some red meat to the baby's diet.
6-month-old babies have a high demand for iron.
Red meat is very rich in iron, so they need to supplement iron in time. When they arrived at the vegetable market, Fong Mu held his precious daughter in his arms. Yi Wanchuan discovered that Xiao Yui really liked crowded places. But in this situation, Xiao Yui became very quiet again. Maybe she was busy looking at the scenery around her. After a while, Fong Mu brought his wife and children to a meat stall.
The shop owner was very fat.
He was shirtless and his apron covered his round belly.
When the boss saw a customer coming, he said enthusiastically, "Brother, what do you want to buy? My meat was slaughtered this morning and is absolutely fresh. Pick one, choose one."
Fong Mu selected for a long time, and finally pointed to a piece of lean meat and said, "Boss, help me cut this piece of meat."
Okay, no problem.
The shop owner nodded, then took the dagger and scratched it on the whetstone.
After a while, the boss cut the tenderloin from the top. "Little brother, you have a good eye. This piece of meat is very tender.
We can stir fry or deep fry it at home.
It tastes delicious no matter how you eat it."
Fong Mu pursed his lips and smiled, "I want to make some meat paste for my daughter."
"Oh, so it's for babies. That's great too. The boss is very friendly and wants to chat with everyone who comes."
But where no one could see, he was fiddling with something with his hands underneath.
$52. Sweep here. Fong Mu nodded and happily handed the money over.
At this time, Yi Wanchuan called Fong Mu to her side. "Husband, I think this piece of spare ribs is very good. Why don't we have braised spare ribs for lunch?"
"Okay, buy it if you want to eat it."
Then, Fong Mu called the boss and said, "We want this piece of pork ribs.
Can you help us chop it?" "Absolutely no problem."
The boss took the ribs with a smile. He chopped a few times on the chopping board. It must be said that his knife was really sharp. The shop owner skillfully tore off a packaging bag from the side. While putting the meat in, he looked around as if he was about to do something bad. At this time, Yi Wanchuan was looking at the seafood on someone else's stall. When she looked up, she saw the butcher was trying to cheat. She saw that the boss's chopping board was full of cut bones, and he put the meat behind the chopping board into the bags while packing them. Yi Wanchuan quickly recorded the scene and called Fong Mu aside. "Husband, you see, this person seems to be a good person on the surface, but he actually does this kind of thing behind the scenes.
That's really abominable. Isn't this just selling inferior goods as good ones?" After watching the video, Fong Mu frowned and looked unhappy. If this is the case with spare ribs, then wouldn't the pork tenderloin I just bought have been replaced with inferior meat?
Then, the two opened the red plastic bag and saw that the tenderloin that had been juicy just now had become wrinkled, and it was obvious that it was not fresh meat. This was originally the meat that Fong Mu was going to use to make complimentary food for his baby, and he had told the store owner about it before. If that's the case, you still dare to change the meat.
That's really unethical.
At this time, the shop owner smiled and placed the packaged ribs in front of Fong Mu and the others.
The total is $96.50. Just give me 95.
The shop owner hasn't realized that he has been exposed and is still playing the role of a good guy. However, it was even more ridiculous in Fong Mu's eyes now.
He opened the ribs and took a look. After a moment, he grinned, "Boss, why are some of these ribs a different color from the others?"
The shop owner replied calmly, "Those pieces you mentioned might be the edges of the ribs, so the color is a little different.
Don't worry, my meat is all fresh. You just saw it, so I won't lie to you, right?"
Fong Mu pursed his lips and smiled, snorting coldly, "Oh, I thought you secretly put in some stale meat while I wasn't paying attention." When the shop owner heard this, he was so scared that he quickly piled the meat behind the chopping board to the side, as if he was afraid that the two would find out what was wrong. I have to say that the shop owner has a very good psychological quality. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death.
He grinned and pretended to be innocent and said, "How could that be? I packed it right in front of you. How could I have done anything wrong?"
"Brother, you misunderstood me.
At this time, there are many people buying vegetables in the vegetable market, and everyone is preparing for lunch."
The sound of the two people talking attracted a large group of ants who were buying groceries.
As everyone knows, these people love to watch the fun.
When the shop owner said this, an older woman stepped forward and said, "Young man, I often buy meat from them.
The boss is a nice guy. He often gives me some extra money and sometimes even gives me some meat. Don't frame others."
Another person echoed, "That's right, we are their regular customers and have been buying from here for several years.
Their meat is the freshest in this market."
When the shop owner saw someone speaking up for him, he pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I didn't expect to meet such a customer when selling meat.
If you don't want to buy it, forget it. Just give me the meat and I'll return your money." "I didn't say I wanted to return it."
Fong Mu waved his hand and then said, "If you return the meat, then there will be no evidence against you."
Fong Mu looked at the aunties around him, smiled wryly, and shook his head, muttering to himself, "I've been buying meat for so many years, and you didn't notice anything fishy?" I guess he was blinded by the boss's free meat and discounts.
"Well."
Fong Mu sighed helplessly.
After hearing what he said, the shop owner asked in panic, "What evidence? I entertained you with good intentions, but you actually framed me. If you can't explain yourself today, I'll hire a lawyer to sue you for defamation."
"Don't be anxious, I have evidence."
After Fong Mu finished speaking, he said to Yi Wanchuan, "Wife, show everyone the video you took."
"Yeah."
Yi Wanchuan nodded, held up her phone to show the ants, and finally showed it to the store owner. When the auntie saw the shop owner loading the meat from behind the chopping board, they hurried to the back of the stall to take a look. Sure enough, there was meat behind the chopping board, and quite a lot of it.
Chapter 124, Huh? Why did it die?
One of the ladies wearing a pink hat grabbed the man and started beating him up, cursing at him.
"You are such a wicked thing. You are such a piece of shit. We have been buying meat from you for so many years, and we only just discovered your little tricks."
"Did you mix stale meat into the ribs I just bought?" the old lady questioned, and then poured out all the meat from the plastic bag in front of the man.
"Which one did you mix with?"
Seeing the old lady's attitude, the man shrunk his neck and pointed at a few stale ribs and said, "Just these.
I didn't mix anything else." Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuan looked at the man unhappily and snorted, "Are you saying that if you didn't mix enough, then this won't happen?
With your skillful movements, you must have been doing this for quite some time."
"How long have you been doing this?"
3 years. The man answered truthfully, because there were so many people blocking him, he had to tell the truth. After a while, the market manager saw a lot of people gathered in front of the stall, and he hurried over to find out what was going on.
"What's going on? What's the excitement?"
When the old woman saw the administrator coming, she quickly stepped forward, pointed at the man, and said, "This pork seller is selling us inferior pork and substituting it for good quality.
He's also selling us stale pork.
He's been doing this for 3 years, and we've suffered greatly in the past 3 years.
It's because you administrators didn't check strictly that he succeeded."
The man just came to understand the situation, but he didn't expect that he had his own business to deal with here. Seeing the auntie was furious, he quickly comforted her, "Calm down first, our market is aware of this matter now. Don't worry, I will definitely make the decision for everyone."
Okay, then we'll see how you handle it. At this time, the ants all gathered around to see what the administrator would do. The man came up to the shop owner and said in a cold tone, "Do you recognize what Auntie said? Admit it." He was recorded on video, so he had no choice but to admit it. The man is also a small administrator, and he has to report such things to his superiors. Then you should first compensate them for the good meat you owe them today, and then close your business. We are meeting today to discuss the market's punishment for you. Do you recognize it? Admit it. The man nodded, and then began to compensate for the meat. Soon, the people in front of the stall dispersed. Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan returned home with their children. When they went to the market the next day, the man's shop had been removed and there was a rental phone number posted on it. All I can say is, if you don't seek death, you won't die. A few days after Fong Qingji and Ma Xiaochang left, little Yi could sit up, and the little guy sat very steadily. When Yi Wanchuan was watching TV, little Yi sat on her mother's lap, leaning forward, watching intently. In the evening, when the old couple had nothing to do, they made a video call to their son. They hadn't seen their precious granddaughter for several days, so her voice was a little loud. On this side, Fong Mu had a video ringtone. When Xiao Yuyi heard the sound, she laughed happily. The little guy opened his hands and thought of his father's arms. Seeing the little girl whimpering, Fong Mu brought her over and said gently, "Grandma called and said, let's show her that our little Yuyi can sit up now." Immediately, Fong Mu answered the phone in front of his precious daughter. When little Yuyi saw Ma Xiaochang appear on the screen, the corners of her mouth curled up, as if she recognized her grandmother. Seeing his granddaughter laughing so happily, Fong Qingji couldn't help but laugh himself. "Xiao Yuyi, do you miss Grandpa and Grandma?" Xiao Yuyi stared at the screen and suddenly smiled, but in the hearts of the old couple, their granddaughter must be missing them. At this time, little Yuyi was not very well behaved in Fong Mu's arms, and her chubby little hands were always trying to reach for the phone. I saw Xiao Yuyi waving her hands back and forth, and suddenly, the video call was hung up. After hearing the ding sound, Xiao Yuyi glanced at Fong Mu. Her confused eyes seemed to say, "Huh? Why did he hang up?" Seeing this, Fong Mu turned to look at Xiao Yuyi and said, "Stinky baby, were you the one who hung up the phone?" He was able to ensure that he did not touch the button, so it must have been the little guy who touched it accidentally. He is really capable. On the other side, the old couple were still wondering why the call was hung up out of the blue. It was too abrupt to say a word. Fong Mu originally wanted to take the phone and call his mother back, but then the phone was held tightly by Xiao Yuyi. In response, he said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Stinky baby, give the phone to Daddy, and let's call Grandma. They don't know you can sit down yet. Let Grandpa and Grandma take a good look at you, okay?" Little Yuyi was indifferent and turned away with the phone in her arms, fearing that her father would suddenly snatch it away. At this time, the screen was still on, and Xiao Yuyi's little finger might have touched the call location, and the call ringtone rang again. Hearing that the sound came from her hand, Xiao Yuyi looked at the phone back and forth several times, with a big look of confusion in her little eyes. Seeing this, Fong Mu praised from the side, "Little Yuyi is awesome. She knows how to call Grandma, right?" After a few seconds, the call was connected, and then Ma Xiaochang's voice came, asking, "Xiao Mu, why did you hang up just now?" "Huh? Who is this?" Ma Xiaochang suddenly saw the face of his precious granddaughter, and his tone softened immediately. Because the phone was still in Xiao Yuyi's hand at that time, the photo only showed an incomplete picture of Xiao Yuyi's face, and only her forehead and eyes could be seen. Seeing this, Fong Mu quickly replied, "Your granddaughter just hung up the phone. She's got my phone now." This call was also orchestrated by Xiao Yuyi. Our little darling is getting more and more powerful. It's almost impossible to control him. The old couple laughed a few times after hearing this, and then praised, "My granddaughter is so smart. If it were another child, she wouldn't be able to use a mobile phone." After hearing this, Fong Mu said with a wry smile, "Yes, our child is the best." As expected, everyone cherishes the child of their own family, and even a stinky fart will be considered fragrant. At this time, Xiao Yuyi smiled and showed her mobile phone to Fong Mu, as if showing off that she was holding a mobile phone. Fong Mu quickly snatched the phone away. Seeing this, Xiao Yuyi stared at Fong Mu through the phone, then grinned, looking a little reluctant. After seeing this, he quickly poked his phone where he could shine a light on the two of them, and then said to his precious daughter, "Baby, let Grandpa and Grandma see that our little Yuyi can already sit up by herself without anyone's help. She's really amazing. Let's show them." After saying that, Fong Mu put Xiao Yuyi on the bed.
Xiao Yuyi sat obediently, stretching her chubby little hands towards the screen. Fortunately, Fang Mu has long arms, otherwise the phone would have fallen into Xiao Yuyi's hands again.
Chapter 125. Daddy's beard is really prickly.
In the video, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji were looking forward to their granddaughter showing her off to them, but little Yuyi was very uncooperative.
Huh? Could it be that the little one is lacking in love?
The baby was either playing here or there, and didn't pay any attention to the old couple.
Fang Mu didn't have anything to ask, so he thought of hanging up the phone.
He called his precious daughter over and said, "Xiao Yuyi, let's not talk to Grandpa and Grandma.
Come, say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma."
Xiao Yuyi did come over, but she didn't come to pray. She waved her chubby little hands and knocked Fang Mu's phone away.
After the abortion, little Yuyi looked at Fang Mu.
Seeing that her father was not angry but smiling instead, the little one also smiled. Fang Mu saw this and lovingly scratched his daughter's nose.
"You're really amazing.
You even know how to read Daddy's face."
After hanging up the phone, Fang Mu started to change Xiao Yuyi into a sleeping bag. It was time to go to bed.
Now, basically as soon as I turn off the lights in the house, the little guy falls asleep by himself in a short while without anyone having to coax him. The next morning, there was a rustling sound on the bed.
Now little Yuyi could sit up.
After she woke up, she sat next to her father's arms.
Xiao Yuyi had just woken up and was still in a daze. She looked around and finally her eyes fixed on Fang Mu.
I saw little Yuyi standing up with the help of the bed railing. Although the little girl was not very old, she was very brave. She put one foot on Fang Mu's chest, looking like a big boss. Then little Yuyi squatted down and stared at her father's face carefully. No one knew what the little girl was thinking, but her chubby, white and tender little hand poked Fang Mu's nostrils.
Fang Mu felt his nose tingling and a little stuffy.
He frowned, opened his eyes, and saw his precious daughter standing right next to his head. Seeing her father open his eyes, little Yuyi grinned and accidentally drooled on her father's face.
Fang Mu grinned, wiped it gently, and said to Xiao Yuyi in a gentle tone, "Baby, when did you wake up? Our little Yuyi is smart.
When she wakes up, she knows to look for her daddy, right?"
After hearing this, Xiao Yuyi giggled, then bent down and took a bite on Fang Mu's face.
Fortunately, the little teeth are not big yet, otherwise they would have turned red from biting. During this period, Xiao Yuyi's calves were still not behaving well. One foot was not moving, while the other foot was stepping here and there. Maybe the little guy felt more comfortable with his left foot on his father, so he stepped on it again.
After a while, Fang Mu heard a puff sound.
After Xiao Yuyi farted, she giggled in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. Seeing this, Fang Mu patted the little guy's butt lovingly. "You know it's embarrassing to fart, kid, you have quite a lot of rolls." Little Yuyi smiled, bent down again, and bit her father's face, as if she didn't want her father to talk about this topic anymore.
Faced with his daughter's intimacy, Fang Mu hugged Xiao Yuyi and held her close.
The next second, the little girl burst into tears without any manners. When Fang Mu saw this, he asked in confusion, "Baby, what's wrong?
Why are you crying all of a sudden? We're having fun."
While crying, little Yuyi touched her little face with her chubby little hands, and then she cried even louder, as if saying, "Look what you did to my little face." Fang Mu already knew what Xiao Yuyi wanted to express this time, and then he comforted his precious daughter.
"Baby, did Daddy's beard prick you just now, so that's why you're crying? Be good, it's Daddy's fault. Daddy will shave his beard soon and will definitely not prick my precious daughter again."
It turns out that our little Yuyi's crying wasn't for no reason.
There was a reason. Daddy knows. Fang Mu hadn't shaved for 2 days.
This morning, his beard had already sprouted out and was very hard.
No wonder the little guy was crying.
After Fang Mu's comfort, Xiao Yuyi stopped crying. He then got up and took his baby girl to make milk. The little girl must be hungry after not eating all night, otherwise she wouldn't look for her father as soon as she woke up. After preparing milk for the baby, Fang Mu placed Xiao Yuyi on the crawling mat. Now Xiao Yuyi is more than 6 months old, and he added a gravity ball to the little one's bottle. Xiao Yuyi can already hold the handle of the bottle and drink milk while sitting. Seeing his baby concentrating on eating, Fang Mu felt very satisfied. After all, there were many children who only had leftover food, and he didn't have this problem. After the little one is full, he puts the baby on the high chair to play for a while. Afterwards, Fang Mu pulled the baby's high chair to the side of the bathroom so that he could know what Xiao Yuyi was doing while he was washing himself. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Fong Mu shaved his beard and instantly transformed from a greasy bearded man into a sunny and handsome guy. After confirming that the hair was shaved clean, he put his cheek against Xiao Yuyi's and said with a smile, "Baby, no need to prick it this time. From now on, Daddy must shave on time and not prick our little Yuyi's chubby face." After breakfast, the weather outside was good and there was no wind, so Yu Wanchuang and Fong Mu pushed Xiao Yuyi out. There is a park near the villa with good air, which is a great place for two people to take a walk. Even though it was morning, there were quite a few grandpas, grandmas, and mothers taking their kids out for a walk. Little Yuyi looked around with her round eyes. When she saw a group of 5 or 6-year-old children playing there, she danced with joy. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang said gently to her precious daughter, "Baby, you are still young now. When you grow up, you can play with your brothers and sisters." Oh. After hearing this, little Yuyi sighed deeply. Maybe the little guy was thinking, will I grow up when I am exposed to the sun? After strolling for a while, Fong Mu and his friend sat on a bench while Xiao Yuyi was basking in the sun. Not long after, a family of 3 came towards them. It was also a couple pushing a stroller. When little Yuyi saw them, she made 2 sounds of ang, ang. It wasn't that the little girl didn't want to play, but she just wanted to play with them. The mother on the other side heard this and happily stopped and said, "Son, look, that little girl is humming at you. Come and say hello to her." The little boy was 7 months old. He seemed to understand what his mother said and waved his little hand. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang smiled and took Xiao Yuyi's hand and waved, "Let's say hello to the little brother too." Then the 2 little guys looked at each other, and the adults started chatting. The little boy's mother was the first to ask, "Your baby is so cute. How many months old is he?" "Just over 6 months old." Yu Wanchuang answered, and then asked in return, "Where's your child?" The daughter glanced at her son and replied, "My son is over 7 months old. The difference between the 2 little ones is not much. It's pretty good." Chapter 126 Fong Mu's Worries. In this short time, the 2 women talked about everything from babies to families, and even knew where the other person lived and what he did. Watching them chatting animatedly, Fong Mu also had a brief chat with the woman's husband, and was finally surprised to find that his house was right next door to his own. I can only say that those who come to this park for a stroll are basically not ordinary families, because the nearby residential areas are all high-end residential areas, villas, manors, and the like. The 2 men got along very well and eventually added each other's contact information. At this time, little Yuyi started crying because it was time for the baby to take a nap. Before leaving, the woman said to Yu Wanchuang, "Let's keep in touch." "Okay." Yu Wanchuang nodded and replied, "If you're bored, you can come to our house and let the 2 kids play together for a while." "Yeah, okay." Afterwards, Fong Mu and his friend took Xiao Yuyi home. Who would have thought that Xiao Yuyi would hum a song about her childhood sweetheart? When they got home, Xiao Yuyi had already fallen asleep. Fong Mu finally realized, "Wife, she's a boy, and we're girls. Aren't we at a disadvantage?" "Huh? Suffer a loss? Suffer a loss of what?" Yu Wanchuan looked at her husband in confusion. She didn't know what her husband meant. At this moment, Fong Mu said excitedly, "What if that boy has any improper thoughts about our little Yuyi? After all, our daughter is so beautiful and so cute." Ha ha. After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan's body trembled with laughter. It turned out that her husband was worried about this issue. She pulled Fong Mu to sit next to her and said with a smile, "The little boy is quite handsome. We'll talk about the future later. It's not bad for our daughter to have a little friend." "Well, okay." Fong Mu nodded, but he was thinking in his heart, "I have to watch carefully, in case he kidnaps my daughter." It was already noon when Xiao Yuyi woke up. Fong Mu had already prepared complimentary food. Today it was yam, millet paste, and corn rosin cakes. The little guy is very restless when eating, with one of his little feet raised up and not sitting properly, but he eats all the complimentary food cleanly, making sure not to waste anything. After eating, it's time to exercise. Fong Mu put Xiao Yuyi on the crawling mat. Yu Wanchuang bought a polyhedron toy for Xiao Yuyi, and Xiao Yuyi loved playing with it very much. While playing, Xiao Yuyi kept bending down to reach her calves. When Fong Mu saw it, the baby's calves were already a little red. There is a red bump on Xiao Yuyi's calf, which looks like she was bitten by a mosquito when she went out in the morning. The little guy felt very itchy, so he didn't use any light pressure when he touched him. Fong Mu wanted to stop the little girl's hand, but Xiao Yuyi was very reluctant. It was because the mosquitoes were biting her fair and tender skin. There was no other way, Fong Mu said anxiously,
"Baby, you can't scratch it anymore, or your calf will be scratched. Just sit here and let daddy scratch you, okay? Be good and don't move." Sure enough, when Feng Mu took action, Xiao Yui sat quietly and did not make any trouble. After scratching for a long time, he thought his precious daughter was no longer itchy. When he wanted to pull his hand back, Xiao Yui refused. She glared at her calves back and forth, humming in her mouth, looking very impatient. Seeing this, Feng Mu smiled indulgently, then continued to do his hard labor. He scratched lightly, but the baby's skin was so delicate that it almost broke. Feng Mu took a look and decided not to scratch anymore, so he applied the anti-itch stick that Yi Wanchuan had bought on the little guy's legs. But little Yuyi was still not satisfied, and Feng Mu had no choice but to pick up his precious daughter to divert his attention. This little guy is getting smarter and smarter as he grows older. He can't be fooled at all. When the baby was sleeping in the afternoon, Feng Mu specially inserted baby-specific mosquito repellent, and the little guy slept very soundly. The days of taking care of a baby go by very quickly. A day is gone in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yuyi is growing up every day. During this period, Xiao Yuyi has learned a new skill. The little guy lies on the crawling mat, then lifts up his butt, uses his little feet to exert force, and the baby moves a small step forward. In fact, the little guy just wants to crawl, but he is still in the process of development. After seeing this scene, Yi Wanchuan covered her mouth and giggled, then complained to Feng Mu, "Husband, do you think our daughter looks like a caterpillar? It squirmed and squirmed a little bit forward." "Shoo! What do you mean by similar? Honey, what nonsense are you talking about?" The young couple was admiring the scene. Little Yuyi suddenly sat up and stared at her father and mother quietly. Seeing the two of them laughing happily, Xiao Yuyi also giggled. During this period, not only did Xiao Yuyi grow taller and heavier, but even the top teeth of her upper teeth turned white. In a few days, the little guy's teeth will grow out. Of course, I also ate a lot of teething sticks during this period. After all, it was very itchy when teething. On the side, Yi Wanchuan saw how hard her daughter was climbing. She asked Feng Mu, "Husband, is there any way to help Xiao Yui? I'm afraid her little head is twisted. It feels a bit dangerous." "Yes." Feng Mu nodded, then ran to his daughter's side. He first stretched Xiao Yui's body straight, and then placed his palms on Xiao Yui's feet. Feng Mu applied a little force and Xiao Yui took a step forward. After repeating the operation, Xiao Yui seemed to have mastered the method, but she was still not very proficient. But Xiao Yui is already great, at least she has some basic skills. In 2 days, Xiao Yui will be able to learn to crawl. Just as the two of them were playing happily with little Yui, the doorbell rang. Feng Mu looked towards the door in confusion and said, "Huh? Who's here?" "I don't know." Yi Wanchuan shook her head, and a light bulb went off in her head as she said, "It's no wonder our parents are back." "I don't think so." Feng Mu shook his head. "My parents should have told us in advance when they came." Yi Wanchuan stretched out her finger and waved it. "What if they want to give us a surprise?" "I'll go take a look." Yi Wanchuan ran to open the door excitedly. After opening it, a well-dressed woman holding a child appeared at her door. She recognized them quickly after seeing them. They were the mother and daughter from the family of 3 she had seen in the park some time ago. The woman said, "I'm off today, so I brought my son to play with your daughter." "I won't bother you guys. Don't disturb me, don't disturb me," Yi Wanchuan said with a smile, and then warmly welcomed the two of them in. After changing into slippers, the woman came to the living room with the child. She couldn't come empty-handed for the first time, so she brought some gifts. Chapter 127 Little Playmate. After entering the house, the woman saw Feng Mu was also at home and nodded at him. Then, she placed the gift she brought on the ground and said to Yi Wanchuan with a smile, "I don't know what you like, so I'll give you a bag that can cure all diseases." "Thank you." Seeing this, Yi Wanchuan responded with gratitude, but still politely said, "Come whenever you want next time. You don't need to bring anything." The woman was very generous with her gift when she came to visit for the first time. The bag she used was a handbag from a luxury store Hermes. Yi Wanchuan took a glance and it should be the recently popular Hermes Kelly orange lychee pattern bag, which costs more than 1 million yuan. The woman's name is Qin Shuwan. She has her own family business that specializes in making shoes, bags, etc. Her husband's name is Fu Xian, who also runs a family business. Her son is called Fu Yihan. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This birth was definitely a cheating one. The two of them are a perfect match.
It is not a business marriage, but they are childhood sweethearts who like each other. The woman took a special day off today to spend the day at home with her baby son, but the little guy was a little naughty, so Qin Shuwan thought of taking him to the neighbor whose contact information she had added in the park before. Yi Wanchuan was very surprised by Qin Shuwan's arrival, but she was still very welcome because they were both mothers and had something to talk about. At this time, Fang Mu seemed redundant. In order not to disturb the two girls' conversation, he simply went out to buy ingredients for lunch. At this time, Yi Wanchuan hurriedly called Qin Shuwan, "Come here with the children. We have a lot of toys at home. Let the two little ones play with them." Seeing this, Qin Shuwan put her baby son on the crawling mat. When the little boy came out of his mother's arms, he crawled to Xiao Yuyi's side, babbling as if he wanted to say something. When little Yuyi saw that there was a friend next to her, the little guy touched Yihan's little face curiously. Yi Wanchuan was afraid that her daughter might not be gentle enough and might scratch the girl's face. Then he stopped her. "Stinky baby, you can't touch my face, it will make me uncomfortable." "Good." After seeing this, Qin Shuwan waved her hands repeatedly and said, "It's okay, just let the two little guys play." Then, she pulled Yi Wanchuan and said, "Hurry up and try on that bag. I don't know if you like this style, but I think it's very popular recently." "I like it." Yi Wanchuan nodded. She liked this bag very much when she first saw it, but it was out of stock at that time. He looked at Qin Shuwan in surprise and asked, "How did you buy this bag?" "I asked many stores, but they all said they were out of stock." Qin Shuwan smiled slightly and said, "Our family is the general agent of this luxury store in Longhua district. These are nothing to me." After hearing this, Yi Wanchuan said with great envy, "Can I come to you to buy bags in the future?" "Of course, I'll give you a 20% discount." "Hee, that's great." Yi Wanchuan was very happy. After all, there is no woman who doesn't like to buy bags. This time, her background is very strong, and she can buy any bag she wants. Here, the two daughters continued to talk about dumplings for a long time, while the other two children became familiar with each other after playing for a while. The two little guys were babbling to each other, and no one knew what they were saying. Maybe only they could understand it. Recently, Xiao Yuyi has just learned to crawl, but she is not very smooth. After all, the little boy was a month older, so he crawled very well. Yihan was crawling in front to reach the toys, and Xiao Yuyi followed behind. The two little guys were having a lot of fun. After playing enough on the crawling mat, Xiao Yuyi turned her gaze towards the dining table and saw Xiao Yuyi crawling in front. While crawling, he turned his head to look at Yihan, as if to say, "Little brother, hurry up and catch up. Xiao Yuyi will take you to have fun." Just like that, Yihan was abducted by Xiao Yuyi. The two little guys lay face to face in front of Yi Wanchuan and Qin Shuwan, who were chatting enthusiastically and didn't notice at all. After a while, Xiao Yuyi brought Yihan to the kitchen. Looking at the neatly arranged cabinets in front of them, the two little guys started to make trouble. Xiao Yuyi must be considered the mastermind, and Yihan was only coerced. When little Yuyi saw a handle on the kitchen cabinet, she reached out with her chubby hands to pull the handle. It took a lot of strength to open the cupboard. Xiao Yuyi just opened a crack and then was pulled back. Seeing this, Yihan also crawled over. The two little guys fiddled around, and one of the kitchen cabinet doors was opened by Xiao Yuyi and her friend. Although Xiao Yuyi and Yihan are small, they are very strong. After a while, the bag of flour, which was already very little, was pulled out by two troublemakers. Fang Mu never expected that his house would be robbed today just because he didn't close the kitchen door. This single misstep will lead to eternal regret. The two little guys can also play. Little Yuyi looked at the flour bag curiously, and then put her little hand in. When she took out her little hands, they were covered with white. Little Yuyi was having a lot of fun. Not only that, little Yuyi also poked her little brother with her white little hands, and Yihan also smiled when he saw this. Now, the two children didn't care anymore, and Xiao Yuyi and Yihan put their heads into the flour bag. In a short while, the two little guys' faces, hair, heads and clothes turned white. Not only that, I don't know how Xiao Yuyi did it, but the white flour in the flour bag was poured out by the little guy. Now it was more convenient to play, and the two threw the white flour bag aside. The chubby and white kids were grabbing the white flour and playing with it happily. To be honest, playing with the flour in this store was more fun than playing with any other toys. Not long after, Fang Mu returned home after buying ingredients. After entering the house, he habitually glanced at the crawling mat in the living room. Seeing that the two little guys were not playing up there, he thought they were tired and fell asleep. But when he walked to the kitchen, he vaguely heard some movement inside. At first, he thought there was a mouse in the kitchen, but when he walked in, he found that there were not only mice but also two big white tigers. Fang Mu was stunned when he saw the two white-faced men. If he hadn't known that there were two children in the family, he probably wouldn't have been able to recognize who was who. Xiao Yuyi heard some noise at the door, and when she saw it was her father, she smiled happily.
Seeing this, Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh along. He said calmly, "Why are you two little darlings playing here? Did you two make this white flower? Do the mothers know that you are playing here?"
Fang Mu asked several questions in a row, and the two little guys just laughed after hearing them. It seemed as if he was afraid that Fang Mu would get angry and throw the two people out.
Chapter 128. Who is this white-faced man?
At this time, Bai Mian was right next to him, and Yihan didn't dare to play anymore. After all, he was not very familiar with this uncle. The little guy pouted, probably thinking, "This uncle looks very kind, he probably won't hit children." I saw Yihan just watching from the side, but little Yuyi didn't have any taboos. Seeing her father smiling, she seemed to feel that he would not be angry, so she played to her heart's content. It was not enough for Xiao Yuyi to play by herself, so she used her chubby little hands to pull Yihan to play together, and even deliberately put white flour on Yihan's face. Looking at the innocent look of little Yuyi, it seems like she is saying to her friends, "My dad is just a paper tiger, come and play with me." Even though Fang Mu was around, the two little guys were having a lot of fun.
He took this opportunity to take pictures of the two children playing.
When Xiao Yuyi grows up, I will take it out and show it to her to see if she can still laugh so happily then. After the filming, Fang Mu walked out of the kitchen. Seeing the two ladies chatting so intensely and enthusiastically, he held his forehead with his hands, feeling both amused and helpless. This time he knew how the two little guys ran to the kitchen. Even if the thief robbed the house in front of them, they might not be able to discover it in time. As they were chatting, Yu Wanchuan suddenly saw Fang Mu right beside her. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Husband, when did you come back? Why didn't I hear anything?" "I'll be back in a while," Fang Mu replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then he asked Yi Wanchuan, "Wife, where are the two children?" After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan smiled and pointed to the balcony.
"Where else can we go? We can just play there. Can you see anything on the balcony?"
Seeing that Fang Mu was not joking, the two women quickly turned their heads away, only to see that there was nothing on the wide balcony.
Seeing this, Qin Shuan asked anxiously, "Hey? Where's the child? Was he playing here just now? Where did you go?" Yi Wanchuan also echoed, "How come the two children disappeared after a while? When did it disappear?"
Seeing that the two were in a daze, Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh so hard that his body shook. At this point, it is not an exaggeration to describe the two of them as stupid beauty. The villa is so big and the security is so tight, so it is impossible for human traffickers to enter this place and steal children. At this time, Yu Wanchuan saw Fang Mu laughing wildly, and pulled his shoulder and said, "Husband, did you take the child away?"
"No." Fang Mu shook his head. "Isn't it obvious that the child is not with him?" Yu Wanchuan didn't believe it. "You must have hidden the child. Tell me, where did you hide it?" Fang Mu felt very wronged. "I really didn't hide it. But I know where the two little guys are. I'll take you there."
Then, Yu Wanchuan and Qin Shuan followed Fang Mu. They were stunned when they saw their husbands bringing them to the kitchen. But what shocked her even more was what happened next. Fang Mu walked to the door and said to the two of them, "They are playing inside." After hearing this, Yu Wanchuan and Qin Shuan hurriedly stuck their heads out. When they saw two little white guys sitting on the kitchen floor, they were both stunned.
"Yihan, why are you two here? Xiao Yuyi, why are you like this? You guys?"
The two were so angry that they didn't know what to say, but these two women really got along well. The two of them looked at each other and then took out their phones from their pockets. Don't panic when something happens, take a short video first.
Xiao Yuyi and Yihan were very happy to see their mother coming too.
During the photo shoot, the two little guys smiled and cooperated very well. After the filming, Yu Wanchuan and Qin Shuan each claimed their own baby, and both little ones were covered in white powder. The two girls patted the babies first. Although they didn't pat them clean, at least they didn't get any dirt on themselves. The little guy's head is also white, so now he can only take a bath. After carrying the baby out of the kitchen, Qin Shuan said to the two of them, "I'm going to take my son home to take a bath first.
We'll get together again when we're free."
"Okay." Yi Wanchuan and the other man sent her to the door, and hurriedly took Xiao Yuyi to the bathroom.
After a while, the bath water was ready.
Fang Mu took off his daughter's clothes and saw that there was still some white on the little girl's body. If there were more noodles, the little guy would become a small dough figure after going into the water. While taking a bath, little Yuyi's chubby little hands touched the dough ball in the water, but the bath water was swirling around and the little guy couldn't catch it. Even so, little Yuyi still smiled happily. In the past, when the little one took a bath, there was mud floating on the surface of the water.
Now, there is only white soup floating on the surface. If you don't know, you might think that this basin of water is carefully boiled bone soup. After taking a bath and putting on new clothes, Xiao Yuyi drank milk and fell asleep soon after. Maybe it was because playing was very exhausting. This time the little guy slept for 3.5 hours. This was enough to prove how tired he was from playing. Xiao Yuyi was sleeping at noon, so Fang Mu didn't make the complimentary food today. Before we knew it, little Yuyi had become very good at crawling. When her father was cooking in the kitchen, the little one loved to follow him. When Fang Mu got busy cooking, he was afraid of accidentally stepping on Xiao Yuyi, so he carried her to the living room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came out of the kitchen, little Yuyi started crying loudly with her mouth open, looking very reluctant. Seeing this, Fang Mu had no temper at all, so he could only carry his daughter back to the kitchen. At this moment, he glanced at a green cabbage on the shelf next to him, and then he suddenly came up with an idea. Fang Mu started tearing the cabbage leaves in front of Xiao Yuyi. When the little guy saw it, he also wanted to try tearing them. Maybe Xiao Yuyi has grown up and she also wants to do what adults want to do. Seeing that Xiao Yuyi was tearing the paper very seriously, Fang Mu carried her in the green cabbage to the living room. Seeing that the little guy was playing quietly without crying or making a fuss, he felt relieved. Before leaving, he said to Yi Wanshuang, "Wife, please look after our daughter. I'm going to cook. Go." Yi Wanshuang nodded and stayed with her daughter. Needless to say, she was not idle either. When her daughter tore the cabbage leaves in half, she clapped her hands and applauded. "Wow, Xiao Yuyi is so smart and amazing. It's amazing. Xiao Yuyi is a role model for her mother. My daughter is so good at tearing it." Yi Wanshuang's main feature provides a very good emotional value. Little Yuyi could tell that what her mother said was praise. Whenever her mother clapped her hands, she would squint her eyes happily and grin. Gradually, little Yuyi became addicted to it and couldn't extricate herself. After all, children all want to be praised. Chapter 129 Xiao Yuyi, it's better not to have this sense of ritual. Time flies, and before we know it, little Yuyi is about to be 1 year old. In 5 minutes, today will be her birthday. Fang Mu and Yi Wanshuang came to the bedroom carrying the cake they had ordered in advance. When the pointer reached 0, Yi Wanshuang lit the candles on the cake and woke up Xiao Yuyi, who was sleeping soundly. After being woken up by her mother, little Yuyi sat up and looked at her father and mother with a confused face. She was even so sleepy that she kept yawning. Looking at the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick in front of her, Xiao Yuyi rubbed her eyes helplessly. If her eyes could speak, she would definitely want to say, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The candles were lit, and Xiao Yuyi didn't wake up. Fang Mu and Yi Wanshuang said excitedly, "Say goodbye to all the troubles, and say hello to all the happiness. Happy birthday, dear darling, may every day be wonderful. Come, my dear girl, blow out the candles." Little Yuyi frowned, her eyes still confused. Then Fang Mu and Yi Wanshuang blew out the candles and put little Yuyi on the bed. Soon the little girl fell asleep. Maybe the little guy thinks that everything that just happened was a dream. At the same time, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Fang Mu's head. Ding! The system detected that the host has successfully raised the baby to 1 year old. Special rewards, a private jet and 100% of Disney's shares. When Fang Mu heard about the system reward, he was stunned. Oh my god, even a private jet was given. The system was too generous. And 100% of Disney's shares are worth tens of billions. The system is really generous. For the sake of the system, Fang Mu didn't bother to point out its faults. Otherwise, he would have argued with the system about what it meant to successfully raise a dog to a year-old. Did he really lack confidence in himself? Although Xiao Yuyi didn't look very happy, Fang Mu and Yi Wanshuang were having a lot of fun. The daughter fell asleep, so the two men came to the living room to secretly eat cake. It was just past midnight, and with some food in her stomach, Yi Wanshuang wasn't sleepy at all. Then, she leaned on Fang Mu's shoulder, and an idea suddenly popped into her head. "Honey, I want to eat the authentic flat noodles from Guojizwang.
I didn't eat enough cake just now, I want to eat something else. At this time, as long as you want to eat, let's go eat. Fang Mu didn't dare to say this casually before, but now he is full of confidence. However, Fang Mu still communicated with the system through his mind. System, is the private jet equipped with a captain and crew? Don't worry, it's fully equipped. Not only that, this private jet has its own permanent parking space at the Magic City Airport. You don't have to worry about the annual maintenance costs either, the system has taken care of everything. Great! Fang Mu praised after hearing it, and he had to say that the system's ability to do things was excellent. Then he looked at his wife and said, "Shall we go now?" Yi Wanchuang shook her head. Forget it. It's too inconvenient. That's not inconvenient. We can take our private plane. You can enjoy hot, authentic banh mian from Guoji Shuang at 3 a.m. When she heard her husband say our private jet, she was stunned. She reached out her hand in surprise and touched Fang Mu's forehead, then said in disbelief, "Honey, you're not dreaming, are you? When did our family get a private jet? Are you talking in your sleep? After all, dreams can have anything." Fang Mu shook his head upon hearing this. "No, I'm not dreaming, I'm serious. I actually bought a private jet. You want to eat and leave now?" Is this true? Yi Wanchuang saw that her husband didn't seem to be joking, but she couldn't believe it. At the same time, she echoed in her heart, "When did my husband buy this? He is doing great things quietly? Of course it's true. Pack up and let's go." Fang Mu pulled his wife into the bedroom, put on her clothes, and then dressed the sleeping Xiao Yuyi. While dressing, the little guy opened his eyes, and after dressing, he fell asleep again. Maybe Xiao Yuyi was also muttering in her heart, "What are these two old guys doing again?" At that time, the private plane had been waiting for a long time. Since the two started packing, the airport and crew were already ready to go. In less than half an hour, Fang Mu and his family of 3 walked through the VIP channel of Shanghai Airport. When entering the private plane, Yi Wanchuan was stunned. This was not a plane at all, it was the presidential suite of a 6-star hotel. At that time, Yi Wanchuan whispered in Fang Mu's ear, "Honey, is this plane really ours? Of course, otherwise who would lend us such a good plane?" Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan laughed and it was obvious that she was very excited. At this moment, a lot of things she wanted to eat suddenly popped up in her mind. Now, as long as she wanted to eat something, she could just take a flight there. This was simply too happy. It's really difficult for little Yuyi, as such a little kid has to run back and forth with her parents. After getting on the plane, Fang Mu put Xiao Yuyi on the big bed in the bedroom. The little guy was sleeping with his arms and legs spread out, and it didn't seem like he was suddenly unable to sleep because he wasn't used to sleeping in a bed. After lying peacefully for a while, little Yuyi grinned and suddenly smiled. Maybe the little guy said in his dream, "I can finally have a good sleep." Soon, the captain finished checking the plane and prepared to take off. At this time, the flight attendant pushed a small dining cart to Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu. "Mr. Fang, Mrs. Fang, what can I help you with?" "Coffee." "Tea." Yi Wanchuang wanted coffee, and Fang Mu wanted tea. To be precise, Yi Wanchuang was not sleepy at all. She didn't want to sleep sitting on such a luxurious plane. Fang Mu wanted to sleep, but his wife kept talking to him, so he asked for a cup of tea to wake him up. Soon, the plane flew over the international village, and it landed in 10 minutes. These photos must have been taken with Shandong Airlines. When the plane was landing, it dived straight down. It was quite thrilling. After leaving the station, Fang Mu wrapped his baby daughter tightly. After all, Xiao Yuyi was still asleep. It is easy to get a taxi at the airport. After a short while, Yi Wanchuang stopped a taxi. After getting in the car, she smiled and asked the driver, "Master, do you know where there's an authentic banh mian restaurant open at this time?" The driver smiled and replied, "You've asked the right person. I actually know a place that serves really good banh mian." "Then just take us there." "Okay, let's go." The driver stepped on the accelerator and set off. It was still dark outside and the time on the taxi showed 3:05 in the morning. They are probably the first ones to order banh mian. Chapter 130. Mom and Dad are cheating. It wasn't long before we arrived at a noodle shop brimming with the aroma of life. After paying the fare, Fang Mu and his family of 3 entered the store and were immediately stunned by the scene before them. I originally thought it was weird that I came here to eat banh mian in the early morning, but I didn't expect that there were so many weird people that the noodle shop was almost full. At this time, the shop owner saw a customer coming in and greeted them warmly. "I'll clean up this table for you.
You guys do it first. Yeah. The two nodded.
At this time, little Yuyi was still sleeping soundly in her father's arms.
After a while, the table was cleared and the shop owner asked the two people, "Do you want wide or thin noodles?"
Yu Wanchuang thought for a moment, then looked at Fong Mu and said, "Hubby, I want to eat the wide one, but I also want to try the thin one." Fong Mu heard this and said lovingly, "Then one wide bowl and one thin bowl. You can take some from my bowl to taste it later."
Okay.
After the discussion, Yu Wanchuang replied to the store owner.
The boss wrote it down in his notebook, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Do you want it all spicy?" "Don't make the wide bowl spicy. Add more chili. Just a thin and slightly spicy one is fine." "Okay, wait a moment, it will be ready soon." Then the boss took the notebook and left. The wait wasn't long.
In less than 5 minutes, a bowl of wide noodles and a bowl of thin noodles were served on the table. When Yu Wanchuang smelled the aroma of the noodles, she couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and taste it. After taking a bite, she closed her eyes and enjoyed it, then gave a thumbs up and praised it without any concealment.
"Honey, this banh mian is so fragrant and delicious.
It's worthy of being the authentic Anhui banh mian from International Zhang.
It's delicious. If it tastes good, eat more."
Fong Mu touched her head lovingly, then put some of his noodles into his wife's bowl. Yu Wanchuang saw it and made a heart shape towards her husband with great happiness. "I love you." In this way, the two of them were eating secretly in front of Xiao Yuyi. Maybe it was the aroma of the noodles or the slurping sound when the two of them were eating noodles intently, which made Xiao Yuyi open her blurry eyes. The things in the store are very eye-catching, and the little guy even blocked them with his hands. At this time, Fong Mu felt the movement in his arms, looked down, and found that his precious daughter was staring at him.
He saw his daughter wake up and grinned. "Xiao Yuyi, did daddy and mommy disturb you? Go to sleep if you're sleepy. Daddy will pat you, okay?"
Little Yuyi didn't take what her father said seriously. She stood up straight, and then Fong Mu hugged her and let his daughter sit on his lap. At this time, there is still half of the noodles left in the bowl.
"After eating, I will go back to sleep." Then, Fong Mu hugged his precious daughter while eating the noodles in his bowl.
When Xiao Yuyi saw this, her eyes were filled with desire and her mouth opened wide. It seems that the little guy thinks that as long as he opens his mouth, the noodles will run into his mouth obediently. When Yu Wanchuang saw this scene, her body trembled with laughter.
"Ha ha ha, hubby, what are you looking at your precious daughter doing?" "Ha?"
Fong Mu frowned, then turned to look at his precious daughter. He saw the little girl's eyes wide open in anxiety, her mouth also opened wide.
At the same time, he was humming, Seeing her father looking at her, Xiao Yuyi's mouth opened even wider, and her expression became aggrieved, as if to say, "Where's mine? Give me a bite." Fong Mu really didn't expect that Xiao Yuyi could be so greedy. Could it be because the banh mian was so delicious?
Because there was chili in the bowl, he comforted his precious daughter.
"Baby, the food in daddy's bowl is spicy, we won't eat it. Wait until dad comes back and makes you non-spicy noodles, okay?"
Little Yuyi seemed to be able to hear her father's refusal. The little girl shook her head frantically and hummed reluctantly.
The little guy even frowned and started rolling around in Fong Mu's arms.
It looked like he wouldn't give up until he got the noodles. Seeing this, Yu Wanchuang said to Fong Mu with a helpless look on her face, "Husband, please give our daughter a bite."
Knowing it's spicy, the little guy will learn his lesson and stop eating it.
Fong Mu was a little worried when he heard that. "I hope you won't cry because of the spicy food.
It shouldn't be that serious. If you don't feed our little baby, we'll really cry." "Okay."
Fong Mu compromised, then picked up a short noodle from the bowl and put it into Xiao Yuyi's hand after confirming that it was not hot. This little girl refuses to be fed and insists on putting the food in her mouth herself. It seems as if she is afraid of being fed something she cannot eat. After taking a bite of noodles, Xiao Yuyi grinned happily, while Fong Mu and Yu Wanchuang observed the little guy's reaction. I saw little Yuyi shiver, and then took another mouthful of noodles.
At this time, Yu Wanchuang asked in confusion, "Husband, isn't our daughter afraid of spicy food?"
Fong Mu heard this and shook his head. "I don't know, it still tastes a bit spicy to me."
"Yeah, that's what happened when I tasted it." "Then why didn't our daughter have any reaction?"
The two were puzzled, while little Yuyi ate with relish. Not satisfied with one stick, she patted her father's thigh and hummed at the same time. Seeing this, Fong Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Our little Yuyi finished eating so quickly, Daddy will serve you some more."
Eat well and sleep well."
After coaxing Xiao Yuyi into a good mood, Feng Mu said with a smile, "Our daughter has really grown up. When she runs out of food, she still knows to pat my thigh and ask me for food. It's so rare, how can it be so great?" "Ha, our little Yuyi is so smart." Yi Wanchuan also agreed. Soon, Xiao Yuyi finished the second noodle. The difference from before was that the little guy was sticking out his tongue and slurping, and his little face was a little red. After seeing this, Yi Wanchuan said to Feng Mu, "Hubby, our daughter is reacting. Look, she's sticking out her tongue after being given spicy food. It seems that this chili pepper has an after effect." Feng Mu nodded and took out his daughter's water bottle. Xiao Yuyi drank it up with a gulp. Maybe it was too spicy, and she almost finished the water she brought with her. However, there is another benefit of eating this noodle, which is that the little one drinks a lot of water. Although Xiao Yuyi is already 1 year old, the little guy doesn't like to drink water very much. Maybe he thinks water has no taste. Thinking that the little guy had learned from his mistakes, Feng Mu picked up another noodle and shook it in front of Xiao Yuyi, and the little guy reached out to grab it. After getting it, Xiao Yuyi still put it in her mouth. It seemed that she didn't take the spiciness seriously at all. When Feng Mu and Yi Wanchuan saw the scene, they held their foreheads helplessly. It seems that the little guy can't put the flat noodles down because they are so delicious.